Xuanxuan Continent, Eastern Domain, the land of 100 nations. Within the realm of Han Yu Huangchao lies an unnamed towering mountain. The firmament shimmers with flickering lightning as though it were conjuring a tempest of raging winds and torrential rains. Has this demon lord indeed been reborn once more? Xiao Han, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood atop the mountain. His white robe flowed in stillness as if stirred by an unseen force, evoking the graceful aura of an immortal. He lifted his gaze toward a sky lacerated by lightning. In his deep, penetrating eyes there lay a voracious intensity, as if he could devour the heavens itself. His striking yet enigmatic face bore the weight of countless hardships. So incongruent with his youthful appearance, a sly, sinister smile involuntarily graced his lips, shrouding him in mystery. Xiao Han, once an ordinary earthling, had lived a life as fragile as paper. After death, he was reborn in Zongtian Xinyu and retreated into the path of the demon. Through myriad trials and tribulations, he eventually ascended to the rank of Demon Lord. In a colossal battle between immortals and demons, he perished encircled by the four great Shengzuan of the righteous path. One would have thought it was the end. Yet to his astonishment, Xiao Han was granted another life. Born anew on the Xuanxuan Continent, he emerged as the heir to the demon-subduing king of Han Yu Huangchao. Alas, in this rebirth he possessed no spiritual root and was unable to cultivate. In a world where might reigned supreme, Xiao Han, incapable of cultivation, was met with scorn and derision. Thus he found himself at this unnamed mountain, intent on leaping to his own demise. Yet just then a bolt of lightning from the heavens struck him. The awakening of his six senses revived all memories of his past life. Xiao Han let out a bitter laugh and sighed. What use is regaining past memories through the awakening of the six senses? And what of being a demon lord? Without a spiritual root, how can one ascend to the pinnacle? How can one reclaim Zongtian Xinyu? Enough. I wish for another rebirth. With these words, Xiao Han lifted his foot, ready to leap from the mountain's edge. But at that very moment, a long-forgotten voice echoed within his mind. Ding. The helpful system is now online. Do you wish to bind it, yes, no? The voice echoed inside, leaving Xiao Han momentarily stunned. Even the step he had taken was slowly retracted. System, for heaven's sake, you finally appeared. The system retorted with a playful, bringing tears of emotion to Xiao Han's eyes. After countless years, he had long awaited the system's arrival. A millennium. A millennium. Do you have any idea how I endured these 1,000 years? The demon lord had already fallen. It's your doing, system. Wait. A system of benevolence. Damn. I am the demon lord. No mercy. I embody ruthless power. Do you understand what being a demon lord means? The man known for his brutal slaughters and heartless cruelty. You want me to practice benevolence? How shall I ever face those old comrades again? Ding. Would you like to bind to the system host? The system's voice dragged Xiao Han back to reality. Acceptance or rejection now hung on a single thought. System, tell me your purpose, he inquired. Complete the tasks randomly assigned by the system to earn lottery chances. The prizes vary: cultivation, martial arts, pills, constitution, enhancements, weapons, divine servants. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Han pondered for a moment. Having reached a decision, he resolved to be a good person and bid farewell to his former demon lord self. Bind. Ding. Congratulations, host, binding successful. A novice gift package has been granted. The host now has 5 lottery chances. 5 lottery chances. There was no hesitation. Xiao Han immediately executed a 5-fold lottery draw. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Void Dao Body. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Qi Yun Divine Eye. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Hongmeng Space. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a teleportation talisman. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a teleportation talisman. As the system's voice faded, vast swirls of Hongmeng purple qi emerged all around, gradually enveloping Xiao Han's body. Within this ethereal veil, myriad laws pulsed like tiny dancing spirits. As unfathomable laws merged into his being, Xiao Han's forsaken spiritual root began to emerge from his forehead, sometimes transforming into an azure dragon that howled towards the heavens. At times it transformed into a white tiger racing through billowing clouds, yet other moments a vermilion bird engulfed in raging flames, then a Xuanwu dominating the center, and at times a Qilin appearance, all within a few heartbeats. The spiritual root metamorphosed in countless forms, embodying the transformation of all things. Ultimately, it dissolved into nothingness, coalescing into a single flame that ignited at the center of Xiao Han's forehead. This is the Void's spiritual root. Xiao Han's voice trembled as his body quivered uncontrollably. Being a demon lord, he understood well the existence of the Void's spiritual root, regarded as the foremost among countless spiritual roots in all worlds. Possessing it was unparalleled. Even a pig, it was said, could reach that legendary realm. Yet with the assistance of the Void Dao Body, he never imagined that his forsaken spiritual root would transform into the Void spiritual root. After a brief acquaintance with the Void Dao Body, a subtle smile appeared on Xiao Han's lips. Although I cannot yet fully control the Void Dao Body in time once I cultivate Xuanxi. Just then, Xiao Han felt a change in his eyes and silently inquired, System, what is the use of the Qi Yun Divine Eye? The Qi Yun Divine Eye can discern the fate of all living beings. With it, the host may vanquish foes and endlessly usurp their fate. Upon hearing the system's words, Xiao Han could no longer contain himself and let out a resounding howl towards the heavens. Fate and Qi, so elusive and intangible. If a cultivator were blessed with such fortune, their future path of cultivation would surely be unimpeded. Imagine strolling by the roadside and discovering rare treasures, or even achieving breakthroughs in cultivation merely through sleep. Imagine attaining sudden enlightenment even by engaging in a whimsical game. Now with the Qi Yun Divine Eye in his possession, Xiao Han can endlessly usurp the fate of others, bolstering his own power. Let it not be forgotten, Xiao Han is the demon, the pinnacle among demons. As long as it augments his strength, morality knows no bounds. Of course, Xiao Han is not one to slaughter indiscriminately. Yet those who dare oppose him in the future will surely suffer. Suppressing the surge of fervor within, Xiao Han slowly closed his eyes. His mind plunged into Hongmeng Space, a unique dimension granted by the system spanning roughly 500 square meters. Within this space, all manners of items and living beings may be stored. Moreover, as Xiao Han's cultivation advances, Hongmeng Space will expand further, potentially evolving into an entire world. And Xiao Han shall become the sovereign of that world. With a single thought, a teleportation talisman materialized from Hongmeng Space. The teleportation talisman, as its name implies, it allows a cultivator to instantaneously traverse a distance. It is nothing short of an indispensable artifact for making a quick escape. With that, Xiao Han exited Hongmeng Space with a slight smile. Having now awakened the system, death was no longer an option, never in this lifetime. As he prepared to turn and leave, a mysterious, ethereal voice suddenly emanated from behind him. Young man, do you desire to soar to the heavens? Do you yearn to cultivate to a state that shatters the void? Do you aspire to reach the pinnacle of existence? Do you wish to ascend in broad daylight? What are you waiting for? Cease your dithering. Oh no, quickly become my disciple. Xiao Han curled the corner of his mouth into a subtle smile, revealing a mischievous glint. No, I only wish for an ordinary life, not ascendancy. An awkward silence followed his hesitant exclamation. In the very next moment, the space rippled, and an ethereal shadow emerged before Xiao Han. He fixed his gaze upon it. It turned out to be a remnant soul clad in a gray Taoist robe with streaked beard cascading down to his chest. His appearance evoked that of an ancient sage imbued with transcendent grace. Had ordinary people witnessed him, they would have cried immortal. But Xiao Han was no ordinary individual. He was the demon lord, and could only scoff at the notion of immortals. Young man, how would you like to have me as your master? In my previous life, I was a prominent figure of the Wangxian realm. Should you accept me as your mentor, I will bestow all my knowledge upon you, elevating you above the 9 heavens. The remnant soul's eyes shone with fervor as he babbled incessantly to Xiao Han. Yet beneath that excited gleam, a trace of sinister intent lay hidden. Though the remnant soul masked his true nature adeptly, Xiao Han's keen perception saw through him. A so-called golden finger grandpa, one who, if encountered by a novice transmigrator, might end up lodged within the body. But Xiao Han was a wily demon indeed. It seems you unreliable golden finger grandpa dare to attempt a body takeover. Xiao Han's lips twisted into a sneer of disdain. The insignificant Wangxian realm dares to play the role of my master. In bygone days, Wangxian realm wasn't even fit to carry my shoes. Just then the system issued its first task. Ding! The helpfulness task has been issued. Task: ensure that the dim-witted remnant soul ascends to ultimate bliss, restoring purity to the mortal realm. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Han paused in mild astonishment. So this was what helpfulness meant. How convenient, for the demon lord cherishes helping others above all. Without any further hesitation, Xiao Han slowly extended his right hand. Without even a ripple of spiritual energy, he directly clutched the remnant soul by the neck. What are you trying to do? I won't take you as my apprentice. Oh, let me go. Help! Someone please, I'm about to be killed. Damn, young man has no sense of martial honor. The remnant soul's eyes filled with panic as he struggled to break free from Xiao Han's grasp. Yet that massive hand tightened like an inescapable shackle. Void Body returned to the void. With a plopping sound reminiscent of a fart, the command resonated. In that instant, the golden finger grandpa was crushed by Xiao Han. Although Xiao Han's meridians were blocked, his body devoid of even a trace of spiritual energy and lacking any cultivation realm. Yet possessing the Void Body made him the nemesis of all souls, for it could send spirits back to the void. This was merely the first function of the Void Body. As the remnant soul perished, all the spiritual energy within its essence was absorbed by the Void Body, instantly clearing several obstructed meridians for Xiao Han. The Void Body even possesses a cannibalistic effect. Once my meridians are fully unblocked, I shall cultivate spiritual energy. On the Xuanxuan Continent, martial artists devote themselves to the cultivation of spiritual energy. When all the meridians are cleared and spiritual energy flows freely throughout the body, one attains the Silver Xian realm. Above the Silver Xian realm lie the Jade Golden Earth Heaven Wang, Zunjun Huang, and Holy Xian realms. Spiritual energy is graded in 9 tiers, each ascending one step closer to heaven. Thus, each realm is subdivided into 9 grades. Having dealt with the remnant soul, the system's voice resounded once again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward 1 lottery chance. Upon hearing the system's message, Xiao Han immediately commanded lottery. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a teleportation talisman. Another teleportation talisman. In that case, let's test its effect. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Han retrieved a teleportation talisman from the Hongmeng Space. Teleportation, he declared, yet the space remained undisturbed by any ripple. Xiao Han's figure vanished from the mountaintop like a phantom. A violent gust swept through, erasing every trace he had left behind. The Hanyue Empire, the imperial capital. In the cultivation chamber of the Hanyue Empress, her face had turned ashen as if stricken by a deadly toxin. Yet even that could not conceal her resplendent beauty, exquisite features, flawless alabaster skin, and a commanding imperial robe. The Hanyue Empress resembled an ethereal dancer from the Guanghan Palace, aloof yet breathtakingly beautiful, as she concentrated on circulating her spiritual energy to dispel the toxin. Suddenly, she sensed a ripple in the space. Who dares to intrude? She began, but before the words could finish, a solitary figure suddenly tumbled out of the void, and then with a thud landed squarely upon the Hanyue Empress. Both, caught completely unprepared, tumbled backward. By a twist of fate, they ended up facing each other. And then, in that bewildering moment, Xiao Han planted a kiss upon the Hanyue Empress's ruby lips. Both stared in disbelief, eyes wide with shock. Xiao Han, what a ridiculous teleportation talisman, to debut in such a manner, utterly shameful. Hanyue Empress, as the Empress of the Empire have I been defiled. They'll bite you to death. In the ensuing chaos, the Hanyue Empress bared her pristine teeth. Then in the very next second, Xiao Han felt a sharp sting on his lips. Abruptly, he lifted his head. So soft. As his hand pressed firmly to steady himself, he discovered a surprisingly supple and elastic touch. Then he squeezed with all his might. Oh my goodness! It turned out that, upon beholding the woman's form, he could only exclaim, oh my goodness! I actually kissed the Hanyue Empress. She is none other than the superior of my despicable father. Moreover, the Hanyue Empress is the pinnacle of the Huang Xian realm. What to do? As the demon lord, Xiao Han was utterly doomed. Though in his past life he had been the unparalleled demon lord, now he was reduced to a waste incapable of cultivation. Moreover, he had never truly been acquainted with the opposite sex. After all, women only hindered the swiftness of his sword drawing. And just as Xiao Han hit rock bottom, failing to control his void body, mysterious and unfathomable auras of cosmic law began to emanate from within, pervading the entire cultivation chamber. Hanyue Empress, Your Majesty. Tick-tock. In mid-sentence, a drop of fresh blood trickled from Xiao Han's lips. That very drop fell into the Hanyue Empress's mouth. Clearly, she showed no mercy, biting through Xiao Han's lips without hesitation. The Hanyue Empress initially intended to unleash her anger, but upon detecting the aura emanating from Xiao Han, her beautiful eyes revealed an expression of incredulity. The aura of laws. Instantly, Empress Hanyu took 2 deep breaths. Damn it! She had broken through. As she inhaled, the drop of Xiao Han's cold blood clinging to her lips was drawn into her body. The next moment, Empress Hanyu's delicate mouth parted slightly, utterly stunned. Damn it! The lethal poison had actually dissipated. Xiao Han's heart stirred with quiet exhilaration. Yet now fleeing seemed the wiser course. My apologies. Took a wrong turn. Farewell. Teleportation talisman. With a sharp schwa, no ripple disturbed the air. Xiao Han vanished from the cultivation chamber. Only then did Empress Hanyu finally snap back to awareness. Slowly she rose from the floor, yet her expression remained frozen in disbelief. This cannot be the aura of Dao laws. Without bearing heaven's mandate, how could he possibly exude the resonance of mandated Dao laws? My heavens! He appears to be Xiao Han, the crown prince of the demon-subduing king. Rumors claim he is a talentless wretch, utterly incapable of cultivation. How then could he bear the aura of Dao laws? And how could he rend open space itself? Yet recalling that colossal hand, and the crimson blood still glistening on Xiao Han's lips, Empress Hanyu's cheeks flushed deeper still. That brat, truly insufferable. Having never encountered another soul of the opposite gender since childhood, her heart fluttered, just once, with an unfamiliar tremor. Oh dear, Xuanxuan, what are you thinking? Truth be told, Xiao Han is rather handsome. TCH, compose yourself. You are the empress of the Hanyu imperial dynasty. You must govern this realm in your father's stead. I almost wish he'd. TCH. Gone was Xuanxuan's regal aloofness. In its place stood a girl newly awakened to love, tremulous, tender, and wholly unguarded. Yearning and restraint warred fiercely, until at last she silenced both inner voices. Then, cross-legged once more, she began circulating her arcane energy in solemn silence. His lingering aura still permeated this cultivation chamber. She could absorb more of it. Northwest of the Hanyu imperial dynasty, towering peaks pierced the clouds, their ranges stretching endlessly. Immortal cranes soared through drifting mist, auspicious beasts galloped across emerald slopes, a realm suspended between heaven and earth. The Veil Shadow Holy Land. Its sovereign Shurlinger channeled the illusory veil sacred art, straining against the barrier of the 7th rank of the imperial arcane realm. Celestial chi swirled around her, clouds surging like living things. Her peerless face glowed with enchanting allure, raven tresses fell like ink clouds, her countenance flushed as dawn's first light, her brows soft as spring hills. Even beneath her flowing robes, her figure remained breathtakingly statuesque. Within the celestial mist, she conjured ethereal maidens, each a vision of transcendent beauty, who danced gracefully amid the shimmering chi as if weaving spells to ensnare mortal souls beyond escape. Just then, Shurlinger faltered, her reserve spent. The world shifted abruptly, the celestial mist dissolved, the phantasmal maidens faded reluctantly into nothingness, and a violent spurt of blood erupted from her lips. Disaster. The illusory veil sacred art has recoiled. Her pallor turned ashen. In an instant her complexion flared crimson, like a ripe, dew-kissed apple, irresistibly tempting. I ache. On the stone bed of her secluded chamber, Shurlinger writhed, fighting waves of searing agony, when suddenly a fissure tore open in the very fabric of space. A strikingly handsome, eerily charismatic youth tumbled forth, crashing down, once again, upon a celestial maiden. Even as the demon's sovereign Xiao Han froze, utterly undone. Thud. Just as before, Xiao Han landed squarely atop a fairy-like woman. And just as before, the demon's sovereign lost all composure. Damn it, can't you stop tormenting me? Even his former sovereign's unruffled calm shattered completely, this time irreparably. Was this teleportation talisman designed by some perverted rogue? Did it seek out celestial maidens, and only the most formidable ones at that? Sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from Shurlinger, Xiao Han's composure evaporated entirely. Another imperial arcane realm expert. Escape now? That single thought blazed across his mind, and he reached for his final teleportation talisman. But, just then, he found he could not even open his mouth, nor move a muscle. In his panic, a vision flashed before his eyes: Guanyin Bodhisattva, descending on a lotus blossom from the heavens. Approximately 1 hour later, Xiao Han regained control of his limbs. Without hesitation, he barked, "Teleportation talisman." A rift split the air, and in an instant he vanished from the chamber. As he departed, Xiao Han snatched up the tattered robe he'd torn from her. After an indeterminate span of time, Shurlinger stirred awake from unconsciousness. Upon assessing her condition, astonishment and alarm warred within her. Alarm, for her protective barrier had vanished, some audacious rogue had stolen it outright. Astonishment, for her cultivation had surged to the 9th rank of the imperial arcane realm, mere steps from the saintly arcane realm. Fragments of shattered memory flooded her consciousness, and a visage emerged, strikingly handsome, hauntingly otherworldly. Within that man pulsed the unmistakable resonance of heavenly Dao laws. "You will not escape me. I will find you." Shurlinger bit her lip, her gaze darkening with resolve. Did he think he could simply vanish after taking what he wanted? Not so easily. Were Xiao Han privy to her thoughts, he would cry out in protest. Who exactly devoured whom? Her gaze drifted, dazed, then caught upon a faint crimson stain upon the stone bed. That accursed scoundrel sustained it for over an hour. Then, spotting the 5-fingered imprint embedded in the mountain peak, Shurlinger could no longer contain herself. She murmured a soft, scandalized curse. With a flick of her wrist, a voluminous robe draped over her flawless form. Casting aside all distraction, she settled into meditation once more, and the illusory veil sacred art resumed its gentle, resonant flow. At once she recoiled in shock. The art's long-dreaded backlash had vanished entirely. Henceforth she need fear no recurrence of its perilous recoil, a flaw the Veil Shadow Holy Land had sought to eradicate for millennia. "Who are you?" She whispered the question softly to the silence, then closed her eyes, her hands weaving sacred seals with practiced grace. southwest of the Hanyu Imperial Dynasty, the Lianyun mountain range. Xiao Han tumbled naked from the rift into reality and hastily concealed himself behind a colossal ancient tree. Phew, finally teleported somewhere normal. Heavens above, the demon sovereign undone by reversal. In my prime, legions of demon maidens and Yao women coveted my peerless countenance, yet I refused them all. Never imagined I'd be overpowered like this. Leaning against the trunk, Xiao Han sank into grim reflection. He had offended the Empress. What consequence awaited him? Though he retained countless divine arts from his past life, without arcane energy, how could he wield them? Would he face execution, his entire lineage eradicated? Surely not. After all, the demon-subduing king remained indispensable to the imperial dynasty. After some contemplation, Xiao Han decided not to return to the imperial capital for the time being. They'll find a sect to hide in for now and return only when I am invincible. Dear Father, please bear the wrath of Her Majesty the Empress for me in the meantime. May God bless you. Amen. It seems I have also provoked a powerful fairy. I wonder if my dear father can withstand it. At this moment, Xiao Han felt as if his head was about to split open. All of this was caused by the Void Dao Body. No, and the teleportation talisman too. I should have known it would come to this. He slowly walked home. Then Xiao Han took out a communication stone and input a message. Dear Father, your wayward son is heading out to explore the world. Once my cultivation reaches fruition, I will return to shock the imperial capital, so do not worry about me. Oh, and if Her Majesty the Empress comes looking for me, just say I have passed away. Also, if a stunning fairy comes looking for me, you should say I have passed away too. Lastly, please send my regards to my mother. After sending the message, Xiao Han casually tossed the communication stone away. He looked around, fixed his gaze in a certain direction, and his figure gradually disappeared from there. In the Hanyu Dynasty, imperial capital, at the Demon Suppression King's mansion. The Demon Suppression King Xiao Sa was seated in the hall, repeatedly slamming his hand on the table. With a face as strange as Xiao Han's, he bore a hint of anger. It's been a day. Why hasn't the young master returned? What use are you all? In front of Xiao Sa, dozens of guards from the mansion knelt on the ground, trembling all over. We acknowledge our guilt. We have searched the entire imperial capital, yet have found no trace of the young master. We even searched the Tianxiang Tower where the young master often goes, but still found nothing. After hearing the captain's words, Xiao Sa initially wanted to rage. However, he was stopped by an exceptionally beautiful woman beside him. Hainer may not be in the imperial capital, what good is it to scold them? This beautiful woman was none other than Xiao Han's mother, Madame Ruolan. Upon hearing Madame Ruolan's words, Xiao Sa commanded the kneeling guards, you all go out of the city to search. If you cannot find the young master, you need not return. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of guards slowly exited the hall. Just as Xiao Sa was about to say something to Madame Ruolan, his communication stone suddenly lit up. After hearing the message from Xiao Han, Xiao Sa became instantly furious. This wayward son is infuriating me. What is he doing running around? Does he not realize the currents running beneath the surface in the imperial capital? What if he gets himself killed? Madame Ruolan shook her head helplessly. All right, Hainer should have just gone out to relax. After all, there are so many people talking in the imperial capital. Who dares to speak ill of my son? I will destroy their entire family. Madame Ruolan pointed a finger at Xiao Sa. Enough, let those guards return. Deploy the Blood Shadow guards. Oh, we must find Hainer. After hearing Madame Ruolan's words, Xiao Sa nodded. He then spoke to the void. Old Lu, please take the Blood Shadow guards and ensure we find that little rascal. Understood. Suddenly a ripple in space appeared, and an old man dressed in a red robe appeared flying out of the hall. At that moment, Madame Ruolan seemed to recall something. By the way, Hainer just mentioned that Her Majesty the Empress would be looking for him, and that a fairy would also be seeking him. Xiao Sa slapped his forehead, looking forlorn as he said, who knows what trouble this little brat has gotten into. He wouldn't have peeked at Her Majesty the Empress bathing, would he? TSK Tisk, don't say that. Her Majesty the Empress seems quite suitable for our Hainer. Upon hearing Xiao Sa's words, Madame Ruolan sighed. Sai Shimin Shui should be back soon. Upon mentioning Shimin Shui, anger flashed in Xiao Sa's eyes, and violent spiritual energy surged around his body. It seemed ready to explode. If it weren't for my Xiao family, the Shimin family would have perished long ago. Now they think they can act recklessly just because they are aligned with the Wu Ji sacred land. At worst, I will lead 100,000 troops from the Demon Suppression Army to level the Wu Ji sacred land. Seeing that Xiao Sa seemed to be losing control, Madame Ruolan scolded him. You old fool, do you want to destroy the family? Hainer said he will handle his own matters. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Sa helplessly shook his head. Never mind, I'm going to sleep. Madam, would you like to join me? Get lost. What, sleep in broad daylight? With nothing to do, I'll practice a little. Madame Ruolan. In the southwestern region of the Hanyu Dynasty, Lianyun mountain range. Why can't I see even a shadow of a sect? Is this place a no man's land? Xiao Han stood on a large rock looking around. Originally intending to find a sect to hide in, Xiao Han discovered that this place was devoid of human presence. Just as he was about to jump down from the rock, out of the corner of his eye he suddenly spotted a group of people. From a distance he saw 4 men surrounding a little girl. The little girl didn't seem afraid at all. She was shouldering a large blade, pointing at the 4 men and making gestures. At the same time, a voice from the system echoed in Xiao Han's mind. Ding! Task has been issued. Task details: make friends with the little girl over there. Oh, is it that simple? Upon hearing the task issued by the system, Xiao Han was somewhat surprised. Setting aside his doubts, he jumped down from the large rock. He walked toward the group of people. Just as he was about to get close, he heard the little girl's voice. Hey, you 4 donkeys, you are surrounded by me. Quickly put down your weapons, or I'll chop off your dog heads. Upon hearing the little girl's words, Xiao Han, who was not far away, was momentarily stunned. Is this little loli crazy? Clearly you are the one surrounded, okay? However, after seeing the attire of those 4 men, he could not help but snort coldly. So it turns out to be the self-proclaimed righteous Tianhua sect. Although Xiao Han could not cultivate, he was well aware of the forces in the 100 Nations. Aside from the major dynasties, there existed countless sects in the 100 Nations. The Tianhua sect was one of the righteous sects. Though they constantly proclaimed to eradicate the demon path, they secretly engaged in vice, causing widespread anger and resentment wherever they operated. The 4 men did not respond, only tightening their grips on their long swords, revealing lewd glances in their eyes. Junior brother, let's go together. This must be a novice. We're in for a treat. I didn't expect to catch a female disciple of the demon sect today. I must make her experience what pain is. Damn, give it up just based on you. Shut up. Stop rambling. Let's capture this little demon girl first, then we'll discuss your matters. Xiao Han, hearing the quartet's conversation from afar, cast a startled glance toward the little girl. She was a disciple of the demon sect. The demon sect was no stranger to Xiao Han. During his time at the monster-subduing royal mansion, he had thoroughly studied this sect. Originally named the Sacred Sect, it had been dubbed the Demon Sect by the orthodox cultivators, a label deemed more fitting given its alignment with the demonic path. Its disciples cultivated demonic arts exclusively. Wang Xinyuo flared with fury. She loathed nothing more than hearing her sect referred to as the Demon Sect. You seek death. Swish. Her massive blade cleaved the void, appearing instantaneously above one man's head. Dare you? The man raised his sword to parry, but was instantly hurled backward by the overwhelming force, spewing a crimson arc of blood midair before crashing onto the ground. His body then tumbled uncontrollably across the earth, revealing the staggering magnitude of Wang Xinyuo's strength. The remaining 3 watched in stunned silence. A flicker of terror crossed their eyes. This seemingly delicate girl was in truth a master of corporeal cultivation, swift, brutal, and unrelenting. They granted her no respite. Their figures blurred as they lunged forward in unison, swords flashing toward Wang Xinyuo. Battle erupted without warning, and though she fought 3 against 1, she held her ground, effortlessly growing fiercer with every strike, her physical prowess surging like a rising tide. Meanwhile, Zhang San, the one struck bloody, lay sprawled on the ground, shrieking incessantly. Senior brother, seize her. I'll kill her myself. Damn it, it hurts. You wretched girl, how vicious. Truly the young have abandoned martial virtue. You dare ambush us. As Zhang San struggled to rise, a sudden force seized him from behind, yanking him upright. The movement jolted his wounds. Turning, he locked eyes with Xiao Han, and his expression darkened instantly. Get lost. Who the hell are you? Do you think you're worthy to lay hands on me? A faint, sinister smile curled Xiao Han's lips. His deep-set eyes gleamed with cold, predatory stillness. Not a word escaped him. His right hand rose slowly. Fingers splayed into a claw and closed around Zhang San's throat. Too noisy. A sharp, sickening crack echoed. Zhang San's neck shattered instantly. His lifeless head lolled backward like a deflated ball, slack and hollow. At that very moment, Xiao Han activated his fortune-perceiving divine eyes, siphoning the intangible aura of destiny from Zhang San's corpse and weaving it into his own being. In that instant, clarity bloomed within his mind, an ineffable, luminous epiphany, profound, serene, utterly sublime. Though Zhang San had cultivated to the Jade Profound Realm first rank, he had already suffered grievous injury from Wang Xinyuo's blade. His power all but spent. That frailty granted Xiao Han the opening for a single decisive strike. And yet the Void Dao Body played its part as well. Since acquiring the Void Dao Body, Xiao Han's physical might had surged ceaselessly, hour by hour, breath by breath. Though his meridians held no arcane energy, his raw corporeal strength alone could overwhelm even a silver Profound Realm cultivator of 3rd rank. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled Zhang San's corpse. It soared straight toward the trio locked in combat with Wang Xinyuo. Seeing their comrade slain, and his body hurled like refuse, their shock was absolute. They disengaged, instantly deflecting the corpse midair with a swift practiced motion. Junior brother. At the sight of Zhang San's mangled form, the three disciples of Tianhua Sect's eyes bulged with murderous rage, as if they would tear Xiao Han limb from limb. I will kill you. They roared in unison. Blades flashed, three lethal arcs converging upon Xiao Han. Yet he remained motionless, that same sly, chilling smile fixed upon his face, hands clasped behind his back, gaze unwavering. He stared unblinking at the three blades descending toward his skull, until they hovered just 2 centimeters from his brow. Then, lightning struck. A faster, sharper blade moon arced past, slicing cleanly across all three throats. Thud, thud, thud. 3 heads tumbled like hollow spheres, rolling far across the ground before coming to rest. 6 vacant eyes staring blankly at the heavens, frozen in mute defiance. With the trio fallen, Wang Xinyuo's ruthless aura dissolved. She skipped over to Xiao Han, lightfoot and bright-eyed. She studied him curiously. What manner of man was this, to stand unmoved before 3 lethal blades mere inches from his face? Had he calculated down to the breath that she would intervene? Hello, I'm Wang Xinyuo. Her smile blossomed, white teeth gleaming as she extended a small, delicate hand. Xiao Han gave a slight nod and gently grasped her outstretched hand. I am Xiao Han. Pleasure. Their palms touched only briefly. He withdrew his hand at once, and at that very moment a chime resonated within his consciousness. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Ding. New quest assigned. Join the sacred sect. Just then Wang Xinyuo's petite nose twitched. She sniffed the air, her expression shifting to pure astonishment. What is this scent? So intoxicating. Wait, could it be breakthrough? Closing her eyes, she silently activated her cultivation technique. Moments later, a torrent of jade profound realm 9th rank energy erupted from her core, rippling outward, buffeting the air, lifting her robes bearing slender alabaster calves. Her garments fluttered as if stirred by an unseen wind, her legs pale and graceful, inviting a second lingering glance. When she opened her eyes again, fervor burned within them. This man's aura, miraculous. Just 2 breaths, and I ascended. Without hesitation, she leaned in and took another deep inhale, only to find the fragrance vanished entirely. Xiao Han observed her rapturous expression and sighed inwardly. He had just uncovered another facet of the Void Dao Body. Its aura could catalyze breakthroughs in other cultivators. I must cultivate arcane energy swiftly to fully master the Void Dao Body. Otherwise, endless complications await. Snapping back to awareness, Xiao Han stepped backward, creating deliberate distance between himself and Wang Xinyuo, and tightly suppressed the Void Dao Body, sealing every trace of its primordial radiance. Little one, why have you come here? Wang Xinyuo set aside her wonder and replied to recruit disciples. The sacred sect now welcomes all who seek the Dao. I've come to select promising candidates for my master. Hearing that the sacred sect sought new disciples, Xiao Han smiled faintly, like receiving a pillow just as sleep beckoned. The system's quest would be fulfilled with ease. Between orthodox and demonic sects, he would naturally choose the latter. After all, in his past life, he had reigned as the supreme demon sovereign. Why in this life would he kneel to orthodoxy? Especially when such sects preached purity while wallowing in hypocrisy. The demonic path offered freedom, unfettered action, unrestrained will. Of course, such liberty demanded power. Absolute power. Little girl, do you think I'm capable? After hearing Xiao Han's words, Wang Xinyuo's eyes flickered and she nodded vigorously. Of course, absolutely. Come, let's go to the Holy Sect's Disciple Recruitment Conference. Though I say this, Wang Xinyuo was thinking of something else in her heart. I'm going to strike it rich. I was just worried about how to bring Xiao Han into the Holy Sect. From now on, I'll be able to smell the fragrance on Xiao Han every day. Meditating and cultivating. That's something I could never do in this lifetime. With Xiao Han by my side, my cultivation will be assured. At this moment, Wang Xinyuo regarded Xiao Han as a miraculous elixir, though she could no longer smell the fragrance for now. But one must do their part. I'll take some time to study this properly. Putting aside her little calculations, Wang Xinyuo took Xiao Han and left the place. Hey little girl, if you're recruiting disciples, why are you here? This place is deserted. Well, I snuck out and ended up getting lost, unable to find my way back to the Holy Sect. Are we heading in the direction of the Holy Sect? It seems so. Xiao Han, I've never been this speechless in my life. After crossing several mountains and rivers and encountering who knows how many ferocious beasts, Xiao Han and Wang Xinyuo finally arrived at a small town smoothly. Along the way, Xiao Han finally experienced what it felt like to be led by someone directionally challenged. It was thrilling. Once Wang Xinyuo even led Xiao Han into the territory of a fierce beast in the earth-profound realm. Fortunately, relying on his past life experience, Xiao Han narrowly escaped from that fierce beast. Otherwise, they might have already met their end at the jaws of the beast. The Holy Sect is located not far from this small town nestled among the mountains. From afar, clusters of vibrant flowers blossomed in the mountains. Green hills and blue mountains with auspicious beasts frolicking evoke an indescribable sense of tranquility. Fearing they might miss the disciple recruitment conference, Wang Xinua set aside her thoughts of exploring the town. She directly pulled Xiao Han through the town and stepped onto the mountain path leading to the holy sect. The hand that Wang Xinua held onto Xiao Han sent a tingling sensation through him. It made him involuntarily think of the enchanting figure of the alluring holy master. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Haha, how ridiculous to think about it. Having lived 3 lives, I still haven't been in love. On Earth, Xiao Han hadn't had the time to pursue romance before his life came to an end. In the celestial burial domain, he lived every day in endless danger, leaving no room in his heart for love. Now in this Xuanxuan Continent, he still hadn't experienced love. But fortunately, before he could even fall in love, he had already played a game of unevenness with a fairy. Thus Xiao Han made a decision. Since I have been reborn once more in this lifetime, I shall engage in a passionate romance. I'm determined to pursue love. Not even Jesus can stop this demon lord. That's what I said. Just as Xiao Han was lost in thought, Wang Xinua pulled him, twisting and turning, finally arriving at the Holy Sect's Disciple Recruitment Conference. As far as the eye could see, a towering mountain gate stood amidst the clouds, resembling a gateway to a celestial palace located in front of the sect. The crowd was massive and extremely crowded. The people were lined up in 7 rows like 7 great dragons, with countless murmurs buzzing like flies in the ear. Buzzing and humming. So many people. Xiao Han frowned, seemingly a bit annoyed. Joining the sect, the first condition is to test one's spiritual roots. Then, based on the quality of the spiritual roots, they are divided into 9 ranks. Spiritual roots range from 1 to 9 stars. 1 star is the most common. If one's spiritual root reaches 9 stars, it signifies the potential of a great emperor. In the future, they may bear the heavenly mandate, ascend to the throne, and stand equal with the heavens. Of course, even possessing 9-star spiritual roots doesn't guarantee reaching that realm. After all, this path is fraught with countless dangers, requiring one to tread upon the corpses of numerous geniuses to qualify for bearing the heavenly mandate. As for Xiao Han's void spiritual root, it does not rank among the 9 stars. Rather, it transcends the 9 stars. To put it bluntly, the void spiritual root is like the stars in the sky. 9-star spiritual roots are akin to dust on the ground, completely incomparable. If we test each one individually, how long will this take? At that moment, Wang Xinua did not linger and directly pulled Xiao Han to the 8th row. It turned out that this time the Holy Sect was recruiting disciples from the 8 main peaks. In front of each peak's testing area stood a row of people. Since there was no one standing in the 8th row, Xiao Han initially overlooked it. As the two approached the testing area of the 8th peak, the other waiting candidates began to whisper among themselves, some with mockery in their eyes. Some had looks of pity in their eyes. Tisk, I can tell with a glance that he's useless. A waste who doesn't have even a hint of profound energy dares to go to the 8th peak. Yes, those 3 who were just taken down were examples. Tisk, even though the evil emperor peak is beautiful, ordinary people cannot enter. I'll place a bet. Who's in? I bet that kid can only last 3 seconds. I bet 5 seconds. He doesn't know how to die daring to go to the evil emperor peak. Who doesn't know that the evil emperor peak is notorious for being a death zone? It's either getting crippled by others or getting refined into a waste. Seeing the scene descend into chaos, countless disciples of the Holy Sect stepped forward. What are you shouting about? If you don't want to test, get lost. Hearing the angry shout of the disciple maintaining order, everyone sensibly closed their mouths. However, the mockery in their eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Soon Xiao Han was pulled by Wang Xinua to the testing area. The test was very simple. There was only a table with a spiritual root identification stone placed on it. Just place your hand on the groove of the stone. It would reveal the quality of one's spiritual roots. Behind the table sat a female disciple, approximately 20 years old, with jet black hair, snow-white skin, and rosy lips. Truly beautiful, like a celestial being. At this moment, the girl had her arms crossed, seemingly meditating. The 2 mountains squeezed together, seemingly unwilling to submit, exuding a sense of wanting to burst forth. It made one involuntarily want to see her true appearance. Lin Xian was quite vexed. How long has it been since the evil emperor peak accepted disciples? She never expected that her second senior sister would send her here to recruit disciples. Third senior sister, I have brought a disciple for our evil emperor peak. Wang Xinua approached Lin Xian, eagerly urging her to test Xiao Han. Hearing Wang Xinua's voice, Lin Xian opened her beautiful eyes. A glimmer flashed in her eyes as she sized up Xiao Han, and then shook her head helplessly. He didn't even have any profound energy. Could he be another useless person? 3 useless candidates with silver profound grade 1 had just come to test, only to be thrown off the peak by Lin Xian. Because in her view this was simply wasting her time. The Evil Emperor Peak is not a place where just anyone can join. Little junior sister, our Evil Emperor Peak doesn't accept just anyone, especially not a man like him. Seeing the disappointment in Lin Xian's eyes, Xiao Han felt embarrassed. He never expected to be treated as a waste. Wang Xinua chuckled, revealing a proud glint in her eyes. She then leaned closer to Lin Xian and whispered into her ear. After a moment, Lin Xian glanced at Xiao Han with a hint of disbelief. She then stood up and walked around the stone table. Approaching Xiao Han, she took a sniff. Lin Xian thought that Wang Xinua was infatuated. That was why she fabricated the story about Xiao Han having a fragrance that could enhance one's cultivation. At this moment, Wang Xinua also looked at Xiao Han with some confusion. Could it be that she was mistaken? That shouldn't be the case. She clearly smelled the fragrance on him. Xiao Han noticed the expressions of the two. He knew that if he didn't demonstrate something, it would be difficult to enter the holy sect. He then controlled the still unfamiliar Void Dao Body, releasing a trace of the aura of the heavenly Dao. At the same time, Lin Xian suddenly caught a hint of fragrance from Xiao Han. Instantly, her eyes widened. She wore an expression of disbelief. What the little junior sister said turned out to be true. In that very moment, Lin Xian felt her realm stirring restlessly. It was as if she was about to break through. Oh heavens! This is a fortune! Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with the gaze of a big bad wolf, as if Xiao Han were a little lamb. She wanted to swallow him whole. Excuse me, fairy sister, may I test? Xiao Han flashed a charming smile. He sought Lin Xian's opinion. Hearing Xiao Han's words that felt like a spring breeze, Lin Xian momentarily blanked out. He actually called me fairy sister. Oh my, how embarrassing. Yes, just place your hand on the groove of the appraisal stone. Coming back to her senses, Lin Xian's cheeks flushed slightly. She then stepped aside, signaling Xiao Han to place his hand on the appraisal stone. Xiao Han smiled slightly and nodded at Lin Xian. He then walked slowly to the table, extended his right hand, and placed it over the groove of the appraisal stone. Buzz! As soon as Xiao Han touched the appraisal stone suddenly erupted with a blinding golden light. Within the golden glow, stars began to appear. Before long, the first star slowly lit up. Next, the second, third, fourth. Many people, upon witnessing this scene, revealed expressions of shock. For the appraisal stone to light up 4 stars instantly, what does this signify? It indicates that this person possesses a top-tier spiritual root. If all goes well, another prodigy-level genius has been born. Just as everyone was in shock, the golden light atop the appraisal stone suddenly intensified. In an instant, the 5th star lit up. No pause. The 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. In a flash, all the stars on the appraisal stone lit up. At the same time, strange phenomena appeared in the world. 9 stars aligned, a rainbow spanning the sun. There were dragons and phoenixes presenting auspicious signs. Mystic energies from the east. Auspicious beasts galloping. Vivid scenes emerged from the golden light, appearing incredibly solemn and sacred. This scene left everyone in shock, jaws dropping in disbelief. Hearts racing. Holy crap, 9 stars aligned. Damn, a youth supreme endowed with imperial qualities. Oh heavens, I was just feeling proud of my 5-star spiritual root. Crap heaven, since you gave birth to me, why also give birth to him? At this moment, a faint voice echoed. Suddenly, the appraisal stone cracked open. Following that, the cracks spread like a spider's web. It continued to multiply. Bang! Ultimately, the appraisal stone could no longer withstand it and exploded, shattering into pieces. Holy crap, the appraisal stone exploded. Damn, is there no end to this? Bro, lend me a sword, I want to commit suicide by slitting my own throat. Get lost. I'm dying first, farewell. With the explosion of the appraisal stone, the astonished voices at the holy sect's gate surged like a tide. Some discreetly took out transmission stones, sending a message. Some overseers instructed their disciples to summon the heads of the various peaks within the holy sect. The emergence of such a prodigious disciple was no trivial matter. Seal the scene. Have them hand over their transmission stones and shadow stones. No news from here must leak out. No one is allowed to leave. Those who disobey will be killed. Orders were issued from the mouths of the overseers. Suddenly, a large number of disciples surged out from the holy sect. They surrounded those who were still in line. However, despite the swift actions of the overseers, some news was still leaked. Lin Xian and Wang Xinua were now staring at Xiao Han without blinking. Lin Xian's cherry lips seemed like they could hold a chicken egg. What? Third senior sister, what should we do? What if Xiao Han gets snatched away by other heads? Think of something quickly. Among the 8 main peaks of the holy sect, such occurrences of heads competing for disciples were common. Wang Xinua was almost in tears, hurriedly urging Lin Xian to come up with a solution. Lin Xian finally came back to her senses, shooting a glare at Xiao Han. This guy, doesn't he know to stay hidden? When one excels among the trees, the wind will surely bring them down. When one acts above others, they will surely attract jealousy. Doesn't he understand this principle? Xiao Han couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He really couldn't blame himself. He had already controlled the quality of the void's spiritual root to the lowest level. Even so, the appraisal stone still exhibited anomalies. Moreover, it even exploded. Originally, Xiao Han wanted to quietly enter the holy sect. Who would have thought he ended up becoming the center of attention? Lin Xian observed the expressions of the overseers around her delicate brows slightly furrowing. Since the master is not in the sect, we'll have to let the second senior sister step in. Without hesitation, Lin Xian directly took out her transmission stone and inputted a message. Second senior sister, hurry to the gate, our little junior brother is about to be snatched away. Just as she finished inputting the message, 7 figures suddenly appeared from deep within the holy sect, soaring through the air. In the blink of an eye, these 7 individuals descended with an unmatched aura. When the disciples of the holy sect saw these 7, they all knelt down. Greetings, heads. Greetings, heads. These 7 were the heads of the 7 branches of the holy sect. The war god peaks, head Gu Jingwu. The heavenly dragon peaks, head Duan Letian. The emperor's peaks, head Zhou. The divine tiger peaks, head Gongsun Li. The medicine peaks, head Morong Bai. The weapon peaks, head Guizian. The poison peaks, head Xinguotian. Adding to that, the evil emperor peaks' head was apparently unavailable. As soon as they landed and stabilized themselves, the 7 heads hurriedly inquired, where is that youth? Over there. Countless hands instantly pointed towards Xiao Han. At that moment, Xiao Han became the focus of everyone's attention. However, he was not the slightest bit nervous. Such a minor scene, he had witnessed far too many in his past life as the demon lord. Even the scenes of gods falling he had seen plenty, let alone this mere holy sect disciple recruitment event. Xiao Han was calm, but Lin Xian and Wang Xinua were anxious. Lin Xian stepped forward, shielding Xiao Han behind her. As for Wang Xinua, she was even more direct. She tightly clutched Xiao Han's arm, seemingly afraid he would run away. The soft and springy sensation transmitted to him. It constantly stimulated Xiao Han's arm. He shook his head with a bitter smile. This little girl seemed to have grown up. As everyone looked in the direction pointed out, the 7 grand elders fixed their gazes upon Xiao Han. The terrifying 7 divine senses showed no sign of concealment. They swept over Xiao Han, seemingly wanting to see through all his secrets. Xiao Han furrowed his brows. This feeling of being scrutinized was somewhat irksome. If this were in his past life, he would have long since struck out with a palm. How dare ants peek at the heavens? They simply did not know how to write the word death. However, that thought was merely a fleeting one. Given Xiao Han's current strength, it was better to be cautious. He then tightened his entire aura, revealing not a trace. He also desperately suppressed the quality of his spiritual root. Even so, the eyes of the 7 grand elders grew increasingly bright, as if they had discovered a priceless treasure. The spiritual root surpasses 9 stars. I cannot see through his constitution, but it feels as if it harbors the essence of the Dao, possibly the legendary innate Dao Body. Having not cultivated any techniques, yet possessing such astonishing talent, this is simply a piece of superior celestial jade, just lacking careful carving. The young supreme, a talent worthy of an emperor. After coming to his senses, Gu Jingwu addressed the other 6 grand elders, saying, Junior brothers, I shall take this disciple. Upon hearing Gu Jingwu's words, the other 6 grand elders were filled with resentment. Their expressions resembled that of a small widow from next door. What the hell, brother Gu, you're being unprincipled. What do you want? Each relying on their own abilities. With all due respect, you are all trash. Do you believe I can give you a quick dose of the golden gun poison? Hearing the words of Grand Elder Shengyutin from the poison peak, the 6 grand elders shivered. Damn, to fight for a disciple, are we not allowed to rise? Thus, the 6 grand elders cast unkind glances at Shengyutin, ready to escalate to conflict at any moment. Shengyutin realized he had spoken out of turn. His old face flushed red, awkwardly chuckling a couple of times. All right, let's rely on our own abilities. Gu Jingwu took the lead and walked toward Xiao Han. The other 6 grand elders exchanged glances, their faces full of vigilance, simultaneously making a decision in their hearts. This disciple must be seized. They feared Gu Jingwu might take him first. Thus the 6 rushed to follow closely behind. Just as the 7 grand elders were about to approach, suddenly a proud beauty descended from the sky. The girl was dressed much like a boy, donned in a white robe with a white jade belt around her waist and cloud-soled boots on her feet. Her dark hair was tied up, cascading down her waist, exuding an air of pride and grace. A folding fan gently swayed in her hand, and a strand of hair danced in the wind. Her delicate and exquisite features combined to create a beauty that could bring nations to ruin. A hint of red marked her brow, adding to her charming allure. This girl is stunning. Upon seeing her from the side, Xiao Han readily praised her, even having seen countless fairies and enchantresses in his past life. But the girl before him, disguised as a boy, made Xiao Han's heart skip a beat. Mu Bingyu greets all esteemed uncles and aunts. Mu Bingyu closed her fan, cupping her hands in salute to the 7 grand elders and slightly bowing. Her cold face in that smile felt like spring thawing the ice. Seeing Mu Bingyu, the 7 Grand Elders' expressions subtly changed. They understood that this time seizing the disciple would be quite challenging. Mu Bingyu, the leader of the younger generation disciples of the evil Emperor Peak, managed all affairs when the Grand Elder was not present. Bingyu, are you going to stop us? Bingyu, you can't hold on to this person. Listen to Uncle Duan's advice. Let this disciple join my peak. Indeed, the evil Emperor Peak does not accept male disciples. That was a rule set by your master. Moreover, letting this disciple enter the evil Emperor Peak is simply wasting a treasure. Hearing the back and forth of the 7 Grand Elders, Mu Bingyu still maintained her smile. She glanced at Xiao Han, her divine sense sweeping over him. Then Mu Bingyu's face revealed a hint of astonishment. This guy is truly handsome. Wait. His spiritual root, his constitution. Too monstrous. No wonder Lin Xian and Wang Xinyuo are in such a hurry. Gradually, Mu Bingyu's expression grew serious. This disciple must be brought into the evil Emperor Peak. Then Mu Bingyu turned her gaze toward Lin Xian and Wang Xinyuo, her appreciation for them clearly displayed in her eyes. These 2 girls had finally accomplished something reliable. After a moment, it seemed the 7 Grand Elders had talked themselves dry. They lightly cleared their throats. Bingyu, are you listening to us? Mu Bingyu replied, sorry. I was distracted. The 7 Grand Elders were speechless. Then Mu Bingyu continued, this little junior brother, I will take him into the evil Emperor Peak. Even the 5 Grand Elders of the Sacred Land cannot stop me. Those are my words. Upon hearing Mu Bingyu's arrogant declaration, the 7 Grand Elders were rendered speechless. She actually brought up the 5 Grand Elders of the Sacred Land. The Sacred Land is the elder court of the Sacred Sect, specifically training strong practitioners for the Sacred Sect and its branches. As for the 5 Grand Elders of the Sacred Land, they are above everyone else, the pinnacle of the Sacred Sect. Gu Jingwu and the other 7 found it difficult to approach them directly. They had no choice but to take a softer approach. Bingyu, please let this disciple go to me. I will exchange it for the Gate of Annihilation. Is that all right? Upon hearing Gu Jingwu's words, the other 6 Grand Elders were momentarily stunned. This is too ruthless. To exchange with the Gate of Annihilation a weapon of calamity. Then the 6 Grand Elders, unwilling to fall behind, took out priceless treasures, hoping to persuade Mu Bingyu to relent. However, Mu Bingyu paid them no mind. She directly turned to Lin Xian and Wang Xinyuo, saying, what are you standing around for? Hurry and take the junior brother back to the evil Emperor Peak. All right, second sister. Xiao Han helplessly shook his head. Good gracious, am I being treated as a hostage? Just then Xiao Han's heart tightened, because he sensed 5 divine senses resting upon him. Yet in just an instant, those 5 terrifying divine senses vanished. Xiao Han's eyes gradually deepened as he directed his gaze toward the innermost part of the sacred sect, the 5 Grand Elders of the Sacred Land. Before Xiao Han could think further, surrounded by Lin Xian and Wang Xinyuo, he gradually walked into the immortal gate of the sacred sect. The 7 Grand Elders, seeing this scene, attempted to step forward to obstruct them. Mu Bingyu stepped forward, her profound energy surging. Esteemed uncles and aunts, if you insist on competing with the evil Emperor Peak for this disciple, then Bingyu will have to seek guidance from the brothers and sisters of each peak. A threat. A blatant threat. If you dare to compete for my disciple, I will dare to cripple your peak's disciples. At that moment, Mu Bingyu's wickedness erupted without reservation. Indeed, she was worthy of being the second sister of the evil Emperor Peak, fully inheriting the wickedness of the evil Emperor. A woman not to be outdone by men. Haha, since that is the case, we shall not contest it. All 7 sect elders offered awkward smiles, their eyes glinting with inscrutable intent. Abandon such an extraordinary disciple. Out of the question. Impossible in this lifetime. Yet before so many witnesses, they as senior cultivators could not act too overtly. They would have to wait and slowly undermine his allegiance later. Proceed with the trials. Having issued the command, the 7 elders shot skyward and vanished back into the sect's inner mountains, as if urgent matters demanded their immediate attention. Mu Bingyu, witnessing the elders' reluctant withdrawal, exhaled softly in quiet relief. Then with a light step, she too dissolved from the disciple recruitment ceremony. This, sigh, comparing oneself to others truly brings despair. Damn it, I possess a 5-star spirit root. The steward treated me like a treasured artifact just moments ago, yet now how? A chorus of envious murmurs rose from the crowd. Chaos erupted instantly. At that very moment, several figures in the crowd suddenly lost their heads. Blood gushed skyward like crimson geysers from severed necks. A group of holy sect disciples approached a steward and handed him a spirit communication stone. Steward Lu, the communication stones of those individuals just now leaked the junior brother's identity. Steward Lu accepted the stone and crushed it effortlessly. Granules of dust drifted silently from his fingertips. Continue the investigation. Unearth every righteous cult spy without exception. Execute them all, no mercy. We obey, Master. After meticulous scrutiny among the 10,000 attendees, hundreds of righteous cult spies were uncovered. In an instant, the disciple recruitment ceremony transformed into a slaughter ground. Heads rolled, blood drenched the earth, and corpses piled high in grim mounds. It resembled a realm of Azuras, horrific beyond description. The survivors trembled uncontrollably, some seized by dread contemplated fleeing the site. Others, however, gleamed with bloodthirsty fervor, as though this carnage brought them profound delight. Once the righteous cult spies were eradicated, the ceremony resumed. Soon beams of light, each bearing 6 stellar radiance, pierced the heavens. Yet having witnessed Xiao Han's 9-star convergence moments earlier, these 6-star spirit roots now appeared pitifully mundane. No cheers arose. No excitement stirred. All fell into eerie stillness. Ultimately, the ceremony concluded hastily, overshadowed entirely by Xiao Han's presence. Notably, 7 prodigies with 8-star spirit roots were identified. Without surprise, each major peak selected one as a direct disciple. Those 7 prodigies stood tall, eyes blazing, aura blazing like midday sun. They gazed toward the direction where Xiao Han had departed, then scoffed in unison. So what if the spirit assessment stone manifested anomalies? An unripe genius is no better than refuse. Humph. I've already broken through to the Jade Profound Realm 8th tier while he hasn't even unblocked his meridians. What use is a monstrous spirit root? I'll make you kneel beneath my authority. I'll know beneath my overwhelming might. Aw, damn it. I'll crush you utterly sooner or later. As the 7 were escorted into the holy sect's immortal gates, the ceremony formally ended. Some departed in silence and sorrow, while others remained, assigned as outer sect disciples or menial attendants. Deep within the holy sect, within a secluded valley, this was the Elder's Court, the sacred sanctuary. It was also the most revered destination for countless sect disciples, since every master who emerged from this sanctuary had since become a sovereign power across the land. Inside the sanctuary's grand hall, 5 venerable elders sat cross-legged upon meditation cushions, their gazes seeming to contain stars and suns alike. The evil sovereign peak has acquired another exceptional seedling. Haha, Brother Elder speaks truly. This youth remains inscrutable to me. So do I find him unfathomable. Let us observe him quietly for now, and see how he unfolds. The subordinate sects will soon dispatch candidates here again, won't they, eh? Soon. Let us hope they send worthy contenders. Haha, I can't resist training those young novices again. Uft, you're just itching to peek at some female disciple bathing, aren't you? Damn it, third brother. Dare you challenge me? Shall we settle it with a fist fight? Not a duel, mind you. Who's afraid? Damn it. Within that hallowed hall, 2 white-haired elders tumbled onto the floor like street brawlers. Damn you. Striking my second brother. Dare you release him first? You grab, I grab, counter-grab. Reposition, you can't catch me. Eastern region, Tianji Mountain. Floating, immortal palace. Lu Xingkong sat enthroned in the grand hall, idly turning a spirit communication stone in his palm. Moments earlier, his undercover disciple at the Holy Sect's recruitment ceremony had sent word. He reported that a peerless prodigy had emerged, his spirit root triggering celestial anomalies. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xingkong smiled faintly. He issued a silent decree into the void. Contact the Phantom Hall. Dispatch assassins to eliminate a newly initiated disciple of the Holy Sect. Spare no cost. Understood, Sacred Sovereign. As the words faded, a figure materialized from thin air, strode across empty space, and vanished in the blink of an eye. Watching the figure disappear, Lu Xingkong curled his lips into a subtle smile. A prodigy. Heh. Nor was the floating immortal palace alone. Other major righteous cult powers likewise received intelligence, and thus an invisible web of assassination converged upon Xiao Han. The Holy Sect. Xiao Han walked toward the evil sovereign peak, flanked by Lin Xian and Wang Xinyuo, each holding one of his arms. Feeling the supple warmth against his limbs, he shook his head with a wry smile, then gently withdrew. Junior brother, what's wrong? Lin Xian and Wang Xinyuo, puzzled by his sudden retreat, asked in unison. Xiao Han, nothing. My arms went numb. Oh, all right. Are they still numb? No, they're fine now. And so both arms were enveloped once more by soft, yielding warmth. Xiao Han. Just then Lin Xian and Wang Xinyuo burst into delighted cries. Haha, I can finally smell the fragrance again. Me too. Oh heavens, I've broken through. As the words left their lips, Lin Xian halted mid-step. Mystic energy erupted from her core, piercing the clouds. A radiant aura shimmered around her, dazzling and ethereal. Her hands fluttered like butterflies. Seals bloomed from her palms, commanding the turbulent mystic energy. Moments later, she opened her luminous eyes, glimmering with newfound brilliance. I broke through, merely absorbing my junior brother's aura. If I were to kiss him, oh dear, how embarrassing. Seeing the look in Lin Xian's and Wang Sinuo's eyes, Xiao Han instinctively stepped back, twice. Senior sisters. Before he could finish, Lin Xian and Wang Sinuo advanced one step forward and resecured his arms. Junior brother, we'll escort you to the evil sovereign peak. Junior brother, are you cold? Shall your senior sister hold you? Xiao Han, void-derived body. Truly intoxicating. As the demon sovereign, I am doomed. Passing through the celestial gate of the sacred sect, a vast plaza unfolded before his eyes. Scattered across it were clusters of outer disciple cultivators strolling leisurely. Some wielded swords, their figures flickering like phantoms as they practiced intricate sword techniques. Laughter and cheerful voices echoed continuously, infusing the immense plaza with lively warmth. Unimaginable. This harmonious scene belonged to the sacred sect, a sect long deemed demonic in cultivation circles. Let us go, junior brother. There is nothing remarkable here. Look there, that is our Xiedi peak. Following Lin Xian's gesture, 9 towering peaks pierced the heavens at the plaza's far end. White clouds coiled serenely around them, ethereal chi shimmered in the air. Countless auspicious beasts galloped mid-slope across the peaks. Xiao Han's gaze burned with intensity as he gazed upon those distant celestial summits. A faint sly smile curved his lips. Excellent. Perfect for lying low and cultivating in peace. Before he could dwell further, Lin Xian and Wang Sinuo gently guided him toward the 9 peaks. The central peak belongs to the sect master. The remaining 8 constitute the sacred sect's 8 branches. Our Xiedi peak is the last one on the right. Junior brother, do take care not to lose your way in the future. As Lin Xian and Wang Sinuo introduced the sacred sect, they continued walking towards Xiedi peak. Crossing the plaza and traversing stone bridges one by one, the 3 finally arrived at Xiedi peak. Before them rose a majestic array of pavilions and halls tier upon tier. Xiao Han exhaled softly. His entry into the sacred sect had concluded at last without incident. Junior brother, do not be surprised in a moment. Her voice still hung in the air when under Xiao Han's puzzled gaze Lin Xian's clear crisp tones suddenly rang out. Sisters, come forth and meet our new junior brother. Creak, creak. Doors swung open one after another. From each pavilion emerged dozens of graceful, elegant figures. Have I entered the kingdom of women? Xiao Han stared utterly bewildered at the sea of young women before him. Stunned, he could scarcely believe it. Were all disciples of Xiedi peak truly female? In that instant, an image flashed through Xiao Han's mind, an ancient white-haired elder with a lecherous grin instructing this very group of maidens. Ugh! Greetings, 4th senior sister. Greetings, 3rd senior sister. The maidens bowed respectfully to Lin Xian and Wang Sinuo, then turned curious, appraising glances upon Xiao Han. He is so handsome. He must be 3rd senior sister's boyfriend. Don't be absurd. You didn't see 4th senior sister clinging to his arm. He must be 4th senior sister's boyfriend. 3rd senior sister is holding him too, you know. This. Could it be that 3rd and 4th senior sisters both serve? Hearing the murmurs, Lin Xian and Wang Sinuo flushed crimson and hastily withdrew their hands from Xiao Han's arms. Ahem. I present to you our newest disciple, Xiao Han. From this day forward, he is the sole male disciple of Xiedi peak. Rejoice, sisters. At Lin Xian and Wang Sinuo's proclamation, the maidens erupted into thunderous cheers. Dozens of eyes converged upon Xiao Han. Ahem. Greetings, esteemed immortal maidens. He cleared his throat awkwardly. His words, warm as spring breezes, sent delicate blushes blooming across their cheeks. What a honey-tongued junior brother. At that very moment, Mu Bingyu descended from the sky, graceful as drifting snow. Upon seeing her, the maidens instantly fell silent, not daring to utter a single sound. Greetings, 2nd senior sister. Mu Bingyu gave a slight nod. What is this gathering about? Return to your cultivation immediately. Yes, 2nd senior sister. The maidens departed, reluctantly glancing back every few steps before vanishing into their chambers. Follow me. Having spoken to Xiao Han, Mu Bingyu strode ahead toward the main hall of Xiedi peak. Xiao Han smiled faintly and followed at a measured pace. Inside the main hall, Mu Bingyu seated herself and said, Our master is currently absent from the peak. His return will precede your formal initiation ceremony. Xiao Han nodded and replied with a smile, entirely as senior sister sees fit. Just then Lin Xian and Wang Sinuo entered. They instantly wrapped their arms around Xiao Han's. Mu Bingyu arched a brow and chided, What is this unseemly conduct? Have you never seen a man before? 2nd senior sister, we are cultivating. Wang Sinuo grinned impishly. Lin Xian solemnly affirmed, 2nd senior sister, I have just broken through to the golden profound realm, 2nd rank. You broke through? Mu Bingyu scrutinized Lin Xian intently, as if verifying the truth of her claim. After a pause, disbelief colored her voice. 3rd junior sister, how did you achieve this breakthrough, Lin Xian smiled and glanced at Xiao Han. I simply held on to my junior brother, and breakthrough came. Wang Xinyuo added cheerfully, second senior sister. I did too. Noticing Wang Xinyuo had advanced to the Jade Profound Realm 9th rank, Mu Bingyu's astonishment deepened markedly. No wonder third junior sister urgently messaged me then. So this junior brother possesses not only prodigious talent, but also the rare ability to aid others' breakthroughs. Her gaze upon Xiao Han shifted, now charged with newfound intensity. Second senior sister, would you like to hold him too? Hearing Wang Xinyuo's words, Xiao Han's head spun, dizziness threatening to overwhelm him. Did she take him for a cuddle bear? Fortunately, Mu Bingyu retained her composure, and even appeared slightly flustered. Enough. Both of you, go stabilize your newly acquired realms immediately. At Mu Bingyu's command, Lin Xian and Wang Xinyuo released Xiao Han's arms with lingering reluctance and withdrew. Xiao Han breathed deeply, his spirit finally relaxed. But the moment he let his guard down, his Void Dao Body slipped control. A subtle law essence exuded effortlessly. Instantly, an extraordinary fragrance permeated the entire main hall. Mu Bingyu's delicate nose twitched faintly. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with awe. Was everything they said true? She drew 2 deep breaths, and breakthrough surged forth. Just like that, simple as breathing. A soft hum resonated as 5-colored light swirled about her. Spiritual energy danced around her like playful sprites. A sudden surge of golden profound realm 5th rank energy flooded the hall. Moments later, Mu Bingyu reigned in her cultivation and opened her luminous eyes. She fixed her unwavering gaze upon Xiao Han. He offered a wry, self-deprecating smile, knowing with quiet resignation that he had just acquired yet another devoted admirer. Senior sister, where shall I reside? At his question, Mu Bingyu approached him slowly. Not yet. Let senior sister hold you first. Xiao Han moments later, she released him, her frost-pale cheeks tinged with a delicate flush. Come, I'll show you to your quarters. As she spoke, her slender hand reached out and gently clasped his larger one. Xiao Han thought, believe it or not, I never sought this. I merely wished to find a tranquil sect where I could lie low, cultivate steadily, and become a serene, refined cultivator in quiet seclusion. The Han Moon Dynasty, the imperial capital, the demon suppression king's manor. At this moment, Xiao Sa was sitting elegantly and composedly in the living room. Beside him was a girl dressed in an imperial robe. This girl was Su Han Yue, who had shared a kiss with Xiao Han. Upon hearing Xiao Sa's inquiry, Su Han Yue seemed to recall something, and her delicate face blushed slightly. How is your majesty's health these days? Xiao Sa, the empress has come just to ask about my health. However, Xiao Sa had seen many situations before. After a brief moment of distraction, he regained his composure. Haha, thank you for your concern, your majesty. This old minister is still quite robust. He then heard Su Han Yue change the topic and ask his young master Xiao in the manor. What? Xiao Sa was completely bewildered. Why is she asking about that rebellious son again? In an instant, the news from that day about Xiao Han flashed through his mind. The empress is looking for me, just say I have passed away. A Xiao Han has passed away. Oh no, that rebellious son has gone out to wander the world. After hearing Xiao Sa's words, Su Han Yue looked slightly disappointed. Xiao Han was not in the imperial capital. Is he avoiding me? After regaining her senses, Su Han Yue no longer discussed this topic and said to Xiao Sa, when my father led a group of experts to vanish, I was forced to inherit the throne, and now some people are starting to make moves, even poisoning me. Xiao Sa, upon hearing this, slammed the table with his large hand, spilling the tea. What? Someone dared to poison you? Han Yue, have you found out who it is? I will annihilate his entire family. In his excitement, Xiao Sa forgot to address her properly and referred to Su Han Yue by the name he used when she was a child. Xiao Sa regarded her as Han Yue, the girl he watched grow up, since he was a good brother to her father. Thus, when she was small, he often called her Han Yue. Now that Su Han Yue was the empress, it was naturally inappropriate to address her as before. Upon hearing Su Han Yue's words, Xiao Sa smiled and asked, have you found out who did it? Su Han Yue shook her head and said the eunuch who brought me tea committed suicide after being poisoned. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Sa said, Han Yue, leave this matter to Uncle Xiao. The blood shadow guards have been idle lately. Su Han Yue nodded and then stood up to walk outside. Then I will leave it to Uncle Xiao. Oh, by the way, if young Master Xiao returns, remember to inform me. As her words fell, Su Han Yue's figure had already disappeared from the royal manor. Xiao Sa looked at her departing figure and muttered to himself, could it be that rebellious son really peeked at the empress while she was bathing? At the northwest of the Han Moon Dynasty, the phantom sacred ground, Scherlinger was half reclining on a soft couch in the great hall. Her fair calves swung in the air, draped in a red robe, looking exceptionally enchanting. Her right arm supported her head, while her left hand played with the hair cascading down from her forehead. Her beautiful eyes occasionally sparkled with unusual brilliance and then dimmed again. Her dazed expression seemed to be pondering something. Han Moon Dynasty, son of the demon suppression king, Xiao Han. In front of her lay a letter detailing all of Xiao Han's information. Hehe, this sovereign has said you can't escape. As her voice fell, Scherlinger vanished from the soft couch, like a ghost. Upon seeing Scherlinger disappear, the female disciples in the great hall began to whisper among themselves. The sovereign seems to be daydreaming alone quite often lately. Yes, could it be that the sovereign is in love? That expression clearly shows she is thinking of some romantic interest. You want to die for saying that about the sovereign. Not long after Su Hanhua left, Xiao Sa was sitting in a chair in the courtyard pondering matters. At that moment, he suddenly felt a ripple in the void. Looking up, he saw a woman in a red long robe surrounded by colorful butterflies walking through the air, and she appeared above the royal manor in the blink of an eye. Scherlinger of the Phantom Sacred Ground, greetings to the Demon Suppression King. Scherlinger slowly descended the colorful butterflies, dispersing, revealing her true form as she bowed to Xiao Sa from afar. Seeing Scherlinger, Xiao Sa stood to return the greeting. So it's the sovereign of the Phantom. May I ask what brings you here? Upon hearing Xiao Sa's inquiry, Scherlinger smiled slightly and said his young master Xiao in the manor. Xiao Sa was stunned. He was completely bewildered. What the hell? Another one looking for my son. What has Xiao Han done to make both the Empress and the sovereign of the Phantom worried? After regaining his senses, Xiao Sa shook his head and said, my son is not in the manor. He has gone out to wander the world. Scherlinger looked somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. Do you know where young master Xiao has gone? No. When will he return? I don't know. Young master. I don't know. After asking a few questions, Scherlinger bowed to Xiao Sa once more. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you further. Farewell. Watching Scherlinger leave through the air, Xiao Sa slapped his forehead. What is going on? She traveled all this way just to ask these few questions. Xiao Sa, perplexed, had a face as wrinkled as a chrysanthemum. Could it be that Xiao Han also peeked at the sovereign of the Phantom while she was bathing? Thinking of this, Xiao Sa shivered. My God, that rebellious son is going to defy heaven. What Xiao Sa didn't expect was Xiao Han did something even more thrilling than peeking at the sovereign of the Phantom while bathing. He directly played Russian roulette with the sovereign of the Phantom. Night. The moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by brilliant stars. The holy sect, the evil emperor Peak. Mu Bingyu brought Xiao Han to a loft. She said to him, Junior brother, you will live here from now on. If you have any requests, just tell senior sister. She discreetly released the hand she was holding. Xiao Han smiled slightly. Thank you, senior sister. Mu Bingyi's seemingly cold face unconsciously flushed slightly. Why are you being so polite? Just let senior sister smell your essence more often when you have time. Xiao Han. Upon entering the loft, Xiao Han found it well equipped. There was a training room, a bedroom. Looking back at Mu Bingyu, who was still standing at the door, Xiao Han helplessly said, Senior sister, I want to sleep now. You go ahead and sleep, I'll just watch. Isn't that inappropriate? Junior brother, are you afraid of the dark? Don't be scared, I am here. Am not afraid of the dark. Then are you afraid of the cold? Thank you, senior sister, I'm not cold. Then should senior sister sleep with you? Xiao Han. Oh. At last, Mu Bingyu departed with a serene smile. Xiao Han firmly shut the door behind her and exhaled softly. Shall the solitude of my two past lives be wholly redeemed in this one? Recalling that Xie Peak housed only female disciples, Xiao Han shook his head with a wry smile and steadied his thoughts. He approached the bed and lay down slowly. Remembering he still had 2 lottery draws remaining, he silently commanded within his mind, System, double draw. A chime rang out, lottery complete. Congratulations, cultivator. You have obtained the 9-fold treasure pill meridian opening pill. Chime. Lottery successful. Congratulations, cultivator. You have obtained the Void Dao art years to ruin. Pills were no stranger to Xiao Han. On the Xuanxuan Continent, pill grades ascended from spirit pills, treasure pills, king pills, emperor pills, sage pills to sovereign pills. Each grade was further divided into 9 refinements. First refinement marking the beginning, 9th, the absolute pinnacle. He had never imagined this draw would yield a 9th refinement treasure pill outright. And not just any. This was the meridian opening pill. As its name implied, it could unblock every meridian within a martial cultivator's body, allowing arcane qi to flow freely and unimpeded. Perfect. At that thought, the pill materialized in his palm. Without hesitation, he tossed it into his mouth. A low hum resonated. Light shimmered around Xiao Han as streams of arcane qi surged ceaselessly into his meridians. 1, 2, 3. Under the pill's potent effect, every single meridian within his body opened fully in mere heartbeats. In that very instant, a faint current of arcane qi coursed through his extraordinary meridians, sweeping away all fatigue. Silver Arcane Realm. First rank, achieved. Xiao Han opened his eyes. Cold light flared. An aura formidable as a silver arcane 5th rank cultivators erupted, unreservedly roaring, like tidal waves crashing upon cliffs, hissing fiercely. Instantly the chamber filled with an intoxicating fragrance. Countless heavenly Dao principles danced about Xiao Han's form, enveloping him in a sacred radiant mantle, luminous and divine. He retracted the aura of his Void Dao Body. The myriad heavenly Dao principles vanished at once. The fragrance diffused, gradually fading until not a trace remained. Phew, my cultivation realm is still too low. I cannot yet fully master the resonance of the heavenly Dao principles. Xiao Han raked his fingers through his disheveled hair, his gaze clouded with helpless resignation. The Void Dao Body was immensely powerful, stronger than any immortal or saintly physique he had ever encountered. Yet the Dao principles embedded within it troubled him deeply. Should he encounter certain elders, they might instantly refine him into a pill. This was Xiao Han's greatest fear, being sniffed, touched, kissed, or pressed against. None of those concerned him. What truly terrified him was being marked by some ancient demon as a spiritual furnace. Returning to himself, Xiao Han sank his consciousness deep into the primordial chaos space. With a mere thought, a luminous orb slowly emerged. The second prize drawn moments before the Void Dao art years to ruin. As the orb merged into his mind, waves of knowledge unfolded. Years to ruin. The transmission concluded. Xiao Han opened his eyes and murmured to himself, astonishment blazing unmasked across his face. When perfected, this art could reduce even time itself to ruin, dissolving it into utter void. Moreover, years to ruin required no seated meditation. For during the transmission, a miniature version of Xiao Han had coalesced within his sea of consciousness. Gazing inward, he saw the tiny figure seated cross-legged, its body inscribed with golden ancient talismanic scripts, while countless Dao principles swirled ceaselessly around it. Mystical characters flowed forth from those swirling principles. Each breath the miniature took brought Xiao Han a subtle but unmistakable surge in strength. Truly exceptional. Now that my meridians are fully unblocked and I possess a supreme art, I may steadily ascend in power. And years to ruin. It's nothing short of a blessing for the indolent. Though countless arts from his past lives lingered in his memory, Xiao Han resolved not to practice them. He intended to forge an entirely new path. To follow his old methods would merely retrace the same futile steps, ending as before with empty hands and hollow gains. After a moment's reflection, Xiao Han yawned, shed his robes, and drifted peacefully into slumber upon his pillow. What he did not foresee was, outside his pavilion, two young women sat cross-legged in quiet cultivation. Soon after, their beautiful eyes fluttered open. They ceased their cultivation. Haha, I'm on the verge of breakthrough again, third senior sister. Fourth junior sister, I've already stabilized my newly attained realm. Lin Xian and Wang Sinuo beamed with delight, their luminous gazes dancing toward Xiao Han's pavilion. Shall we go in? Oh dear fourth junior sister, what are you saying? It's late at night. With playful banter, the two girls retreated to their own pavilions. It so happened that Lin Xian and Wang Sinuo had been approaching Xiao Han's pavilion when his meridians opened. Yet upon sensing the resonance of the heavenly Dao principles, they immediately settled into meditation to absorb its essence. The next morning, Xiao Han awoke from sleep and stretched languidly. But the moment his eyes opened, he found Wang Sinuo seated beside his bed, chin resting on her right hand, gazing at him intently. Xiao Han lifted the quilt to check, and finding no untoward incident, let out a quiet sigh of relief. Little girl, how exactly did you get in here? Wang Sinuo smiled faintly and pointed toward the door. Sorry, I kicked your door down. Following her gesture, Xiao Han felt a wave of dizziness. There stood the wooden door, reduced to splinters, gently scattering in the breeze. He slapped a palm to his forehead and collapsed backward onto the bed. Little girl, must you always be so violent? A young lady ought to be gentle. Don't you know that? Wang Sinuo giggled, feigning bashfulness. Well, actually, I am quite gentle. Seeing her beguiling expression, Xiao Han shivered involuntarily. Little girl, could you please step outside? I need to rise and change clothes. Wang Sinuo rested her cheek on her palm and blinked innocently. Go ahead. I won't look. Xiao Han, in the end, he managed to usher Wang Sinuo out. After a quick wash and rinse, he donned a black long robe. He looked remarkably vibrant, his unearthly handsome features rendering him without doubt the most dazzling youth across the entire Saint Sect. Stepping calmly from his pavilion, a ray of sunlight bathed his face, filling him with warmth. How delightful! He tilted his head upward, facing the sun directly. Basking in its golden radiance, he heard a chorus of exclamations. Wow! Junior brother is so handsome. I'm smitten. I'll dream of him forever now. Junior brother, smooch. Junior brother, are you hungry? Junior brother. At the sound of the jubilant cries, Xiao Han turned and instantly broke into a cold sweat. There at the nearby training ground stood the numerous female disciples of Xie Di Peak engaged in their dawn cultivation. And he, having just stepped from his pavilion, had unwittingly staged a perfect portrait of a peerless youth basking in the sunrise. Gazing at the starry-eyed senior sisters, Xiao Han sighed deeply. Alas, what a calamity! At that moment, Mu Bingyu emerged from aloft. Instantly, the voices of the female disciples came to an abrupt halt, silenced by their awe. They all raised their swords and began to swing them. However, the glimmer in their beautiful eyes remained fixated on Xiao Han. Xiao Han smiled faintly and slightly cupped his hands towards Mu Bingyu. Dressed as a man, her frosty face revealed a hint of a smile. "Good morning, junior brother. Have you eaten yet?" Xiao Han shrugged and replied, "Not yet. Come, sister will take you to eat." As the words fell, Mu Bingyu naturally took hold of Xiao Han's hand and led him towards the grand hall not far away. The many female disciples practicing in the martial arena gazed in astonishment at this scene, their swords forgotten mid-swing. Did senior sister just hold junior brother's hand? No way, this is unbelievable. Could it be that senior sister has feelings for junior brother? A cacophony of gossip erupted among the female disciples. Elder Anyue, responsible for teaching them swordsmanship, cleared her throat. "Ahem, what are you standing there for?" Upon hearing Elder Enyu's command, the female disciples snapped to attention, their swords swinging once more. Elder Anyue observed Mu Bingyu and Xiao Han as they entered the grand hall. She too wore a look of shock. When did Bingyu become so enlightened? But then again, this new male disciple is rather handsome. Elder Enyu's face suddenly turned slightly red. "Junior brother, this is goji berry stewed with spiritual chicken. You should try it. This is goji berry stir-fried with black tortoise. And this is..." She looked at the nourishing dishes before her. A dark line appeared on Xiao Han's forehead. "This breakfast is incredibly nourishing." Ultimately, under Mu Bingyi's concerned gaze, Xiao Han cleared the table of all the dishes. After finishing breakfast, Mu Bingyu said to Xiao Han, "Master will return soon. After the initiation, Master will guide you in your cultivation." Xiao Han wiped a goji berry off the corner of his mouth and nodded. "They'll leave everything to you, senior sister. Junior brother is so obedient." Xiao Han thought. However, thinking of the unseen master gave him a headache, being taught by a perverted old SP. It was simply, ugh, noon. Since Xiao Han had yet to be initiated, the elders of Xie Peak did not assign him any cultivation tasks today. As for the passage of time, Xiao Han did not need to cultivate intentionally, as the little person in his sea of consciousness had completely taken over for him. After breakfast, Mu Bingyu had matters to attend to at the Sect Master Peak. Xiao Han sat atop an artificial hill gazing at the horizon as his thoughts grew deeper. Everything has finally fallen into place. A gentle breeze brushed by, lifting a strand of black hair from Xiao Han's forehead, accentuating his melancholic demeanor. This scene constantly stimulated the numerous female disciples in the martial arena. Elder Anyue, witnessing this, shook her head helplessly. "What are you all dawdling for? Yutian sword formation, form up." With Elder Enyu's command, the female disciples regained their focus. They swung their swords and stepped lightly, and the Yutian sword formation was swiftly established. Waves of profound energy surged into the sky, wreaking havoc in the martial arena. "Huh. Hey. Huh." The sound of their spirited shouts reached Xiao Han's ears, prompting him to glance over. He saw the senior sisters honing the Yutian sword formation in the arena. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding. Task has been issued. Task details guide the senior sisters in their training to refine the Yutian sword formation. Upon hearing the system's task announcement, Xiao Han hesitated not at all. He slowly jumped off the artificial hill and walked step by step toward the martial arena. As he approached the edge of the arena, Xiao Han stopped, leaning against a large stone, silently observing the Yutian sword formation before him. He saw the senior sisters wielding their swords, their graceful figures weaving in and out. Waves of violent, profound energy surged throughout the martial arena. It was easy to imagine that if this formation were used against an enemy, it could instantly turn them into a mist of blood. However, at that moment, the Yutian sword formation executed by the female disciples suddenly faltered. In an instant, the entire formation collapsed, and the profound energy in the arena erupted like a bomb, unleashing a violent aura. The female disciples who had been backfired by the profound energy turned pale. Some with weaker cultivation directly collapsed to the ground. Elder Anyue, upon seeing this, waved her sleeve, suppressing the raging profound energy. "How long have you been practicing this formation? Still unable to execute it smoothly? Today's training task will be doubled." Upon hearing Elder Enyu's words, the female disciples dared not disobey. Although Elder Anyue was strict, they knew she had their best interests at heart. Not daring to be negligent, the female disciples picked up the swords that had fallen to the ground, gritting their teeth, ready to reform the formation. "Wait." Just then, Xiao Han approached from the edge of the martial arena, interrupting them. "Greetings, Elder Anyue. Greetings, senior sisters." Xiao Han stepped before everyone and slightly cupped his hands. Hearing Xiao Han's gentle words, the female disciples' faces turned red. Their beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Han without blinking. At this moment, Elder Anyue, with a look of confusion, asked, "Xiao Han, is there something you need?" Xiao Han smiled faintly and pointed at the female disciples saying, "Elder Anyue, I believe this formation is a broken one." As soon as the words fell, a glimmer of brilliance appeared in Elder Enyu's eyes. Xiao Han was right. This Yutian sword formation was indeed a broken formation left behind by an elder of the Holy Sect on the verge of passing. However, only half of the formation was passed down. That elder departed this world, leaving behind incomplete teachings. Later, this broken formation was acquired by Xie Di Peak. After years of research, they finally completed the Yutian sword formation. Yet during practical application, it consistently failed to operate smoothly. It would always erupt with violent energy at critical moments, immediately shattering the formation. Now, hearing Xiao Han's comment about it being a broken formation, Elder Anyue couldn't help but view him in a new light. If it were some elder who said this, Elder Anyue wouldn't be surprised. But who was Xiao Han? He was just a novice who had recently joined the Holy Sect. After a brief moment of distraction, Elder Anyue smiled at Xiao Han, saying, "Xiao Han, since you can see that this is a broken formation, can you mend its flaws?" As she spoke, Elder Anyue suddenly halted. What was she thinking? Xiao Han was merely a newly initiated disciple. How could he possibly repair the Yutian sword formation's flaws? Yet her intuition told her that perhaps Xiao Han really could. She shook her head again. It was simply unrealistic. Without waiting for Elder Enyu to think further, Xiao Han nodded and said, "Can the senior sisters perform the formation once more?" Elder Enyu stared in disbelief and asked, "You can truly rectify the flaws of the Yutian sword formation? Let's give it a try." Xiao Han smiled slightly. In his past life, as the supreme of the demon path, what formations had he not seen? He had even explored the formations in the major forbidden zones of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, let alone the formations devised by mere mortals from the lower realms. Subsequently, Xiao Han moved behind Elder Enyu, silently waiting for her command. Elder Enyu took a deep glance at Xiao Han beside her and commanded the female disciples, "Form the array." As her voice fell, the disciples once again executed the Yutian sword formation. Amidst the shouts from the training ground, the surrounding mystical energy flowed under the influence of the sword formation. At this moment, Xiao Han was not idle. He silently activated his Qi Luck Divine Eye. His eyes gradually turned golden. In an instant, the Yutian sword formation was perfectly replicated in his mind. Based on his understanding of formations from his past life, within less than 3 breaths, Xiao Han found the loophole in the formation. A very impressive battle formation. After comprehending the Yutian sword formation, Xiao Han generously praised. Indeed, one should never underestimate anyone at any time, not even an ant. At this moment, the Yutian sword formation suddenly trembled violently. The surrounding mystical energy began to rage. It seemed as if it would break through the formation. That senior sister, take 3 steps forward and stand in the kunbai position. Right. That senior sister in white, take 5 steps to the right to block the dead gate. That senior sister, channel your mystical energy with all your might, take 2 steps back to open the living gate. Right. 5 elements combined Yutian sword Qi strike. As Xiao Han's voice fell, the female disciples shouted in unison. Their swords slashed forward simultaneously. Boom. Suddenly, a sword Qi over 100 feet long burst forth from the Yutian sword formation. The raging sword Qi split the training ground in half. A ravine 3 meters wide and 5 meters deep appeared before the crowd. Did we succeed? Is this the true power of the Yutian sword formation? My heavens, we really succeeded. At that moment, the female disciples on the training ground jumped for joy. They had practiced for nearly 2 years. Today they finally succeeded. As for Elder Enyu, she stared intently at the deep pit before her, the shock on her face unmistakable. I have once again witnessed the power of the Yutian sword formation. Elder Enyu's body trembled slightly, and tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Seeing that everyone was still in a daze, Xiao Han smiled faintly and turned to walk toward his pavilion. Mission accomplished. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward lottery chances won. As the female disciples regained their senses, they wanted to find Xiao Han's figure, but they found that he had already nearly left the training ground. Gazing at Xiao Han's receding figure, the female disciples couldn't help but be mesmerized. The little junior brother's back is truly handsome. At this moment, Elder Enyu also came to her senses, the shock on her face even more pronounced. A genius, this is simply a genius. Oh no, it should be an unparalleled prodigy. Recalling how Xiao Han had pointed out the flaws in the Yutian sword formation just moments ago, Elder Enyu simulated the moments in her mind again, and then commanded the female disciples, "Form the array, let's try again." Yes, the female disciples were full of energy, no longer exhibiting the previous despondency. As a violent sword Qi slashed down from the Yutian sword formation, once again a deep ravine was left on the training ground. Haha, Xiao Han is simply the lucky star of our evil Emperor Peak. Elder in US, seeing the Yutian sword formation once again executed flawlessly, could no longer hold back her laughter towards the sky. She never expected that the problem that had plagued them for so many years would be resolved so easily by a few casual words from Xiao Han. At this moment, Mu Bingyu approached with Lin Xian and Wang Sinuo from a distance. Upon seeing the mess on the training ground, Mu Bingyu asked, "Elder, and what happened? Did someone come to Evil Emperor Peak to act recklessly?" As she spoke, a cold glint flashed in Mu Bingyi's eyes, seemingly ready to erupt. Hearing Mu Bingyi's inquiry, "Elder," and Yu suppressed her joy. She then carefully explained what had just happened to Mu Bingyu. "What did you say?" The flaws of the Yutian sword formation were rectified by Xiao Han. The three of them wore expressions of shock. Their mouths opened wide as if they could fit an egg inside. This was something even the master could not solve. And yet it was completed so easily by Xiao Han. Regaining her senses, Mu Bingyu hurriedly said, Quick, perform it again. Let me see the true power of the Yutian sword formation." Not long after, a massive sound erupted. The entire training ground could no longer withstand it and turned into a huge pit. Looking at the vanishing training ground, Mu Bingyu and the others were momentarily dumbfounded. Is this the true power of the Yutian sword formation? So powerful. After regaining their senses, Mu Bingyu cast her gaze towards the pavilion where Xiao Han resided. This little junior brother is just too extraordinary. At this moment, Xiao Han had already entered his own pavilion. System lottery. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cultivation of Silver Profound Realm 3rd level. As the system's voice faded, a violent mystical energy appeared around him, then continuously merged into Xiao Han's meridians. After entering the meridians, the violent mystical energy became gentle, flowing through the major meridians in accordance with the unique operation method of the time return void. Silver Profound Realm 3rd level achieved. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. Sensing the explosive power within him, he smiled faintly. Let's see if I can fully control the Void Dao Body. As his voice fell, Xiao Han sat cross-legged, continually forming hand seals. Buzz! A mysterious aura of the heavenly Dao once again emerged around him. Numerous laws flowed throughout his body. In an instant, the power of the Void Dao Body was enhanced once again. After a moment, Xiao Han stopped operating the Void Dao Body, and the aura of the heavenly Dao around him disappeared accordingly. He opened his eyes and shook his head helplessly. It seems I must wait until I step into the Jade Profound Realm to prevent others from easily absorbing the aura of the heavenly Dao. The water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. The heavenly Dao laws contained within the Void Dao Body can not only help one break through, but can also control the laws to destroy everything. Currently, Xiao Han still cannot perfectly control the Void Dao Body, so he can only passively be absorbed by others. However, when Xiao Han can use the laws to harm enemies, everything will submit. Of course, this will take a long time. Right now, Xiao Han is merely at the Silver Profound Realm 3rd level. Wishing to manipulate the heavenly Dao laws within the Void Dao Body is inevitably a bit of a pipe dream. One must know the heavenly Dao laws. Those can only be mastered by those who carry the destiny and step into the realm of emperors. However, Xiao Han is not anxious. The Void Dao Body is a treasure trove just waiting for him to slowly excavate. Breaking through to the 3rd tier of the Silver Mystic Realm, Xiao Han did not continue his cultivation. A beautiful figure floated in his mind. Who are you? The only one who seems to practice the charming art is the master of the charming Shadow's sacred land. Could she be? As he thought of this, Xiao Han shook his head. How could that be? She is the goddess of the entire eastern region. Was he really just manipulated like that? Just as Xiao Han was lost and thought, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Task has been issued. Task content: prepare a sumptuous dinner for the senior sisters. System, are you sure? After hearing the system's voice, Xiao Han couldn't help but smile wryly. The esteemed heavenly demon lord was actually being asked to cook. Yes. If the task is not completed, the system will deduct the host's cultivation in the Silver Mystic Realm 3rd tier. You're incredible. With that, Xiao Han got up and left the cultivation room. Just in time, he ran into Mu Bingyu, who was walking towards him. Hello, second senior sister. Xiao Han smiled slightly and greeted Mu Bingyu. Upon seeing Xiao Han, Mu Bingyu's face revealed a look of shock again. Junior brother, you've reached the 3rd tier of the Silver Mystic Realm. Xiao Han nodded seriously, saying, I took a nap, dreamed of a fairy, and she said my cultivation was too low to protect the senior sisters, so she boosted my cultivation. Although Xiao Han was fabricating a story, it sounded different to Mu Bingyu's ears. What did that fairy look like? Hearing Mu Bingyu's question, Xiao Han was momentarily at a loss for words. How would I know what a fairy looks like? I was just talking nonsense. You believe this? The fairy was shrouded in a layer of celestial aura, so I couldn't see clearly. After hearing Xiao Han's explanation, Mu Bingyu thought to herself, could it be? After a brief moment of distraction, Mu Bingyu returned to her senses. Junior brother, how did you discover the flaws in the celestial sword formation? It was that fairy who told me. Mu Bingyu. Junior brother, what are you up to? Xiao Han smiled slightly and sincerely said, I just joined the evil Emperor Peak and I feel I should do something, so I plan to prepare a sumptuous dinner for the senior sisters. You can cook. Mu Bingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. A good man should know how to prepare delicious dishes. A certain emperor once said to win a person's heart, first win their stomach. After saying this, Xiao Han walked towards the back mountain of the evil Emperor Peak, leaving Mu Bingyu in a state of confusion in the wind. To win someone's heart, first win their stomach. Which emperor said that? That seems quite reasonable. Watching Xiao Han's gradually disappearing figure, Mu Bingyu couldn't help but be stunned. Well-read, exceptionally talented, and can cook. This little junior brother is simply perfect. Should I also learn to cook? Oh, what am I thinking? I wonder what little junior brother likes to eat. As she pondered, Mu Bingyu's delicate face turned increasingly red. Arriving at the back mountain, Xiao Han looked around the bamboo forest and muttered to himself, charcoal grilled rabbit meat, kung pao chicken, oil braised shrimp, steamed. Dishes flashed through his mind one after another. He raised his head and checked the sky. The sun was already setting. Xiao Han no longer hesitated and plunged into the bamboo forest. He walked cautiously and quietly through the bamboo grove. Xiao Han dared not make a sound, fearing to disturb the spirit beasts in the bamboo forest. Just then a nimble shadow flashed before his eyes. You are the one. Xiao Han smiled slightly, raised his hand, and shot out a dark energy. He pinned the earth spirit rabbit to the ground, and the earth spirit rabbit struggled desperately, fear evident in its red eyes. He's still trying to run. Quickly moving forward, Xiao Han grabbed the ears of the earth spirit rabbit. After putting the earth spirit rabbit into the Hongmeng Space, Xiao Han found a small river. Before long, gold spirit fish, 4 prison shrimp, and several water spirit beasts were caught by Xiao Han and placed into the Hongmeng Space. As night fell, Xiao Han finally emerged from the bamboo forest. So tired. Although it's tiring, being immortal feels quite comfortable. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked towards the kitchen. As soon as he entered the kitchen, the female servant disciples all greeted Xiao Han with a bow. Greetings, senior brother. As Xiao Han had become a designated direct disciple, the female servant disciples in the kitchen referred to him as senior brother. Xiao Han smiled slightly and nodded. Sisters, I will prepare dinner today. You can leave for now. After hearing Xiao Han's words, the female servant disciples were all taken aback. What was going on? The senior brother was going to cook himself. This? You all go about your business. Oh, just leave this to me. Hearing Xiao Han's order, the female servant disciples dared not disobey and retreated from the kitchen. This new senior brother can cook. Tisk tisk, who knows? Let's wait and see. If the senior brother can't cook, we can continue. Maybe the senior brother wants to please some senior sister. Shoo. Be quiet. Discussing the senior brother behind his back. Are you looking for death? Hearing the chatter from outside, Xiao Han was not angry, but shook his head helplessly. It's just cooking. Is it really that difficult? Without further hesitation, Xiao Han waved his hand and took out the prepared ingredients from the Hongmeng Space. Then, using both hands simultaneously, he began to sort through the various ingredients. After about an hour, a delicious aroma suddenly wafted from the kitchen. The many female servant disciples waiting outside were stunned upon smelling the aroma. So fragrant. I've never smelled such a fragrant aroma in my life. I'm already drooling. The female disciples kept swallowing saliva. They seemed eager to see what kind of dish smelled so good. Just then, Xiao Han opened the door and walked out from the kitchen. Sisters, excuse me. Before Xiao Han could finish his sentence, a graceful figure suddenly rushed towards the kitchen from afar. Greetings, senior sister. The female servant disciples beside Wang Xinyuo all bowed to her, while Wang Xinyuo kept sniffing the air, her eyes growing brighter. Junior brother, what are you doing here? Hearing Wang Xinyuo's inquiry, Xiao Han slowly replied, I'm preparing a meal for the senior sisters. As a newcomer, I want to show my respect. Is this aroma coming from the food you made? Wang Xinyuo stared at Xiao Han in disbelief, pointing at him. Xiao Han nodded. It's just an ordinary meal. Why are you so surprised? Wang Xinyuo initially wanted to rush into the kitchen. However, she was pulled by Xiao Han by the collar and led towards the main hall. Sisters, please bring those dishes to the Yuhua Hall first. Yes, senior brother. Upon entering the Yuhua Hall, Xiao Han saw Mu Bingyu, Lin Xian, and the 20 female disciples from the training ground today. They were gathered around a long table, seemingly waiting for Xiao Han's arrival. Apart from Mu Bingyu, Lin Xian, and Wang Xinyuo, the other disciples were inner sect members. Sisters, the food will be here shortly. After hearing Xiao Han's words, Mu Bingyu smiled and said, Then we shall taste junior brother's culinary skills. You've worked hard, junior brother. Are you tired, junior brother? Come sit here, let me make space for you. Lin Xian generously offered a seat to Xiao Han. Seeing that spot, Xiao Han shook his head in resignation. How could you still have the appetite to eat while sitting there? Just then, a group of female disciples came bustling in, each carrying a covered plate. It smells so good. After placing the dishes on the table, a delightful aroma wafted through the hall. The sisters' delicate noses twitched, sniffing like little greedy cats. Once the female disciples exited, they could no longer contain themselves and lifted the covers off the plates. Heavens, what dish is this? It's so exquisite. This looks like golden spirit fish. Can it be prepared this way? Huh, what's this? When everyone saw a plate of roasted meat, they were momentarily stunned. Such a beautiful little rabbit. You actually made us eat the cute little rabbit. I would never eat the little rabbit even if I die. Wang Xinua covered her cherry-like mouth, her eyes wide open in shock. Seeing Wang Xinua's expression, Xiao Han couldn't help but roll his eyes. It seemed she was drawn in by the aroma of the roasted rabbit meat. She completely forgot her previous words. Wang Xinua reached out, tore off a rabbit leg, sniffed it under her nose, then slightly opened her mouth and took a gentle bite. So delicious. Eat quickly, eat quickly. Oh my goodness, this is so good. Wang Xinua, disregarding her ladylike image, savored the rabbit leg with gusto. Mu Bingyu shook her head helplessly. Let's eat. With that command, a beautiful scene of ladies feasting emerged in the Yuhua Hall. Wang Xinua, with a rabbit leg in her left hand and spicy prawns in her right, was stuffing her mouth. Lin Xian was equally relentless, abandoning her usual genteel demeanor to attack the delicacies. There was no choice. The food Xiao Han made was simply too delicious. Even though with their cultivation they had long ceased eating, facing such delicacies their appetites could not be restrained. Xiao Han did not join the fray. Instead, he sat to the side, pouring himself a glass of fine wine. Delicacies, fine wine, beautiful ladies, and moonlight, ha, worthy of a toast. He slowly lifted his cup and downed it in one gulp. Mission accomplished. Worthy of another toast. Watching the sisters playfully vying for the dishes on the table, Xiao Han's lips curled slightly. It turned out that doing something ordinary could yield another kind of reward, one that had nothing to do with cultivation. Rather, it was a spiritual elevation. In his previous life in the cemetery of the Celestials, Xiao Han, as the demon path Celestial, was constantly racing against death. Apart from fighting, he had no time for ordinary matters. Now simply preparing dinner brought Xiao Han great gains. This was a change in mindset. Just then the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned one lottery draw. System lottery. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an unranked battle technique, Ancient Taiji. Hearing the system's words, Xiao Han was stunned. Ancient Taiji. Could it be the Taiji from Earth that can use 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds? Before Xiao Han could think further, a surge of information suddenly flooded his mind. Soon the inheritance of Ancient Taiji was fully absorbed by Xiao Han. At that moment, the little figure in his sea of consciousness was continuously making seals, comprehending the essence of Ancient Taiji. Ancient Taiji is actually a growth-level battle technique. The battle techniques and skills in the Xuanxuan Continent are divided into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, heavenly, and emperor levels. Emperor-level techniques are known as Destiny Emperor Arts. They are martial skills created by emperors after ascending to their thrones, carrying the mandate of heaven. As for why Ancient Taiji is unranked, it is because it is a battle technique that can grow. It will continuously upgrade in rank according to the practitioner's comprehension. To put it bluntly, if Xiao Han can comprehend to a deeper level, Ancient Taiji could even surpass the Destiny Emperor Arts. Not bad, not bad. After regaining his senses, Xiao Han felt elated. A lavish dinner ended under the satisfied expressions of the sisters. After bidding farewell to them, Xiao Han returned to his own loft. He stretched lazily, took off his robe, and lay down on the bed, quickly drifting into a deep sleep. He wasn't sure how long he slept. Suddenly, Xiao Han's ears twitched as if he heard some sound. He opened his eyes and looked towards the door, which had just been secured in the afternoon. He saw a saw blade going in and out, cutting the wooden stick that blocked the door. What is going on? Xiao Han stared blankly at the saw blade coming and going, feeling a bit dazed. Before he could think too much, he heard a crack. The wooden stick split and fell to the ground. The door was slowly pushed open and a small head poked in. Using the moonlight streaming in, Xiao Han caught sight of Wang Xinua's mischievous eyes peeking around, seemingly checking for something. Hey little girl, what are you looking at? Upon hearing Xiao Han's voice, Wang Xinua chuckled and squeezed in from outside. Little junior brother, I'm your senior sister. You should call me senior sister. Can I have a hug? I've reached the peak of the 9th rank of the Jade Xin realm, just one step away from breaking into the Golden Xin realm. Looking at Wang Xinua's shy demeanor in front of the bed, Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl still had moments of shyness. He then said, boys and girls should maintain a distance, do you understand? Besides, cultivation should be done step by step. Before Xiao Han could finish his sentence, Wang Xinua's eyes sparkled as she tugged at Xiao Han's arm, shaking it incessantly. Oh good junior brother, just once please. Just help me break through. Master said that before she returns I need to break through to the first rank of the Golden Xian realm. If I don't complete the task assigned by Master, I'm going to be spanked. After hearing Wang Xinuo's words, Xiao Han was stunned. Sure enough, that master he had never met was an absolute LSP. She actually spanks little girls. A sinister image flickered across Xiao Han's mind. As he dwelled upon it, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. Seeing him tremble, Wang Xinuo hurriedly asked, "Little junior brother, are you cold? Then let senior sister hold you." She leaned forward at once. Xiao Han swiftly raised a hand to stop her. Heavens above, has this little girl lost her wits? Didn't she know the peril of two young people alone in one room? Exasperated by her relentless pestering, Xiao Han reluctantly released a faint trace of the Dao Law aura slumbering within his Void Null body. That scent, exquisite. With a delicate sniff, Wang Xinuo's tiny nose twitched. A rapturous expression bloomed across her face. In moments, a soft, rosy radiance shimmered about her form. Her tresses lifted as if stirred by an unseen breeze, and her small hands began weaving intricate seals. As her cultivation technique activated, torrents of profound qi surged into her body, racing wildly through her meridians, once, twice, 3 times. Then, pop, a sound like shattering glass echoed sharply. Suddenly, an astonishing surge of power erupted from within Wang Xinuo. Golden Profound Realm first rank, attained. Yet the overwhelming aura vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. She then ceased her cultivation. Thank you little junior brother, she said, opening her eyes, her beautiful gaze flashing with sharp luminous clarity. Before Xiao Han could react, a crimson lip print bloomed on his cheek. You impish girl. He tapped her head gently and said, satisfied now? Off to bed then. Huh. Hearing his polite dismissal, Wang Xinuo grinned. Got it. Good night little junior brother. With that she skipped merrily toward the door. After stepping out, she carefully closed the door behind her. Watching her joyful departure, Xiao Han's own lips curved into a quiet smile. What a mischievous little thing. Just then Xiao Han froze. What is happening to me? Am I still the heaven-annihilating, earth-shattering demon sovereign I once was? At that moment, he realized the terrifying demon lord who once struck fear into 10,000 hearts was receding farther and farther from who he now was. Perhaps this simplicity too is a form of cultivation. Unconsciously, his spirit ascended yet another level, a profound boon for his future cultivation path. Shaking his dazed head, he lay back down and pulled the covers over himself. Just as sleep began to claim him, the door creaked open once more. Little girl, must you truly deny me even a moment's rest? Before the words left his mouth, 2 graceful figures glided silently into the room. Xiao Han tossed aside the quilt and looked up, stunned. Second senior sister. Third senior sister. Mu Bingyu and Lin Xian stood before him, arms crossed, silent and unyielding. They simply stared, unblinking, unwavering. Their gaze speaking volumes. You deal with this. Is even handsomeness a crime? Then I'd rather sin with utter abandon. At his words, Mu Bingyu and Lin Xian simultaneously scoffed. Pa. Terrified the 2 elder sisters might repeat Wang Xinuo's audacious antics. Xiao Han promptly channeled his Void Null body, releasing 2 slender threads of Dao Law aura. How obedient our little junior brother is, they remarked, turning to leave. Xiao Han could only sigh wryly. Being praised thus felt like a toddler licking a lollipop while telling an adult, "You're such a good boy." Now fully awake, he stretched languidly and slipped into his robe. At that very instant, a system voice resonated clearly within his mind. Ding. Quest assigned. Quest report at the Bamboo Grove. Report. So simple. In his first life, Xiao Han had read countless check-in novels and never imagined the benevolent assistance quest system bound to him would feature this very mechanic. He stepped calmly from the pavilion. Moonlight bathed him in silvery luminescence, lending an air of unfathomable mystery. Passing hall after grand hall, he soon arrived before the Bamboo Grove. System. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Ding. Quest completed. Reward 1 lottery draw. Draw now. Ding. Lottery successful. Reward acquired inferior grade treasure artifact, Heaven Cloud Sword. On the Xuanxuan Continent, weapons were ranked Spirit Artifact, Treasure Artifact, King Artifact, Emperor Artifact, Saint Artifact, and Sovereign Artifact, each further divided into inferior, medium, superior, and ultimate grades. As the system's voice faded, Xiao Han sensed a sword materialize within his primordial space. Mist coiled around the Heaven Cloud Sword, its blade pulsing with radiant light. He did not draw it for inspection, for an inferior grade treasure artifact held little allure for him. A sword? Not bad. Finally a weapon worthy of my hand. In his past life, he wielded only the sword. Countless masters from the burial heaven immortal realm had fallen beneath his blade. His former title was not merely demon sovereign of the Dao path. He bore another sword, immortal who cuts heaven. His blade severed heavens, it slew immortals. This life too he would walk the sword Dao. After all, the sword reigns supreme among all weapons. One strike, ghosts and gods recoil in terror. One strike, deities and Buddhas fall in sorrow. One strike, sky and earth crumble to dust. Having completed the system's check-in quest, Xiao Han turned to return to bed, when, suddenly, his ears twitched. A faint rustling whispered through the bamboo grove. "Who's there?" A glint of frosty light flashed in his eyes. His gaze sharp as twin suns locked onto the grove ahead. In that silent, deserted night, the figure's black robes seemed fused with the darkness itself, nearly invisible. Upon spotting Xiao Han, Li Yun's face lit with delight. "Are you Brother Xiao? I'm Li Yun of the Poison Peak. I've been sent by Elder Shun to deliver a message." Hearing this, Xiao Han's lips curled upward into a faint, eerie smile. "Oh, what does Elder Shun wish to convey?" Li Yun beckoned him closer. "Come here, I'll tell you." Of course, Xiao Han replied, his expression shifting to one of guileless, boyish sincerity. He approached, slowly stopping before Li Yun. "What message does Elder Shun send?" At Xiao Han's repeated question, Li Yun's face twisted into a chilling sneer. "Ha ha, Elder Shun sent me to escort you to the Western Paradise, your life." His voice cut off abruptly. He looked down. There, piercing his chest, stood a miswreathed sword. Violent, surging chi erupted from the blade, obliterating his heart instantly. "You." Lifting his gaze, he met Xiao Han's mocking eyes. "Ha ha, next life, when you lie drafted first." Li Yun heard those words, and his consciousness dissolved. His body stiffened, then toppled backward, rigid and lifeless. An 8th-rank silver profound realm expert. No cataclysmic battle, no earth-shaking clash. Just silenced cleanly and utterly by a single thrust. Clearly, Xiao Han had mastered the art of the thrust, with surgical precision, zero hesitation, and absolute finality. Looking at the Tianyun sword, which bore not a trace of blood, Xiao Han smiled, faintly, thoroughly satisfied. Killing without shedding blood, what a fine sword. What a fine sword. As for whether it was a fine sword or cheap, perhaps only Xiao Han himself knew. He retracted the Tianyun sword and gazed at the corpse lying on the ground. Xiao Han's gaze gradually turned cold. Why was he receiving a message from the headmaster at such a late hour? Was it you who were foolish, or was it me? Damn it. After cursing inwardly, Xiao Han muttered to himself, "Poison Peak. Shingu Tian. It shouldn't be him sending someone to kill me. Who in the holy sect wants to kill me?" Out of the blue, someone wants to kill him, leaving Xiao Han somewhat bewildered. Is it because of my spiritual root talent? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han truly could not figure out who it might be. He shook his slightly dizzy head. With his fingers together, a surge of mysterious energy erupted from his fingertips, creating a deep pit in the bamboo forest. He kicked Li Yun's corpse into the pit. Then Xiao Han waved his hand, and countless fragments of stone and earth completely buried Li Yun underground. After completing all this, Xiao Han dusted off his hands and headed towards his loft. He managing the killing and burying, that's quite thorough. It seemed that the heavens did not want Xiao Han to return. Suddenly, a rustling sound came again from the bamboo forest. Damn, another one. Can it ever end? A trace of impatience flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. He halted his steps and turned to walk into the bamboo forest. Are you forcing me to unleash a massacre? As Xiao Han walked towards the bamboo forest, he gathered his momentum. When he arrived at the bamboo forest's edge, his aura surged like a rainbow, suddenly erupting with a power surpassing the 3rd level of the silver profound realm. Like a giant wave crashing against the shore, the mysterious energy spread out in all directions. The bamboo forest shook violently under the impact of Xiao Han's aura, making a rustling sound. Finally, a figure slowly emerged from deep within the bamboo forest. The newcomer was clad in a black robe similar to the appearance of Li Yun earlier, but his head was completely hidden beneath the hood of the robe. This made it impossible to discern the person's appearance. Die! A glint of cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. With no further words, killing intent erupted from his body, shooting straight into the sky. His right hand reached out, fingers clawed, directly grasping at the throat of the black-robed figure. The black-robed individual who had just emerged from the bamboo forest was clearly taken aback. What is happening? Looking at this handsome, ethereal youth who was attacking him, the black-robed figure's face revealed a large question mark. Before the black-robed person could think further, Xiao Han's right hand was almost at his throat. Oomph! A voice that was indistinguishable between male and female sounded. The black-robed figure let out a cold snort without using any mysterious energy. He extended his delicate white finger and instantly tapped on Xiao Han's palm. Thud, thud, thud. Xiao Han felt as if he had collided with a train. The immense force made him stagger back 3 steps before he could stabilize himself. The black-robed person also took a step back, swaying slightly before stabilizing. A master? How is this possible? 2 astonished voices echoed simultaneously. Xiao Han's expression gradually grew serious. He understood that he had encountered a supermaster. In that brief moment of contact, Xiao Han clearly sensed that the black-robed person's realm far surpassed his own. The black-robed figure hidden beneath the hood also revealed a look of astonishment. This youth actually blocked one of his casual strikes, and even pushed him back a step. Damn, this is utterly ridiculous. To think that his realm was. Feeling the black-robed person momentarily dazed, Xiao Han unleashed his Void Dao Body, emanating a savage aura from his entire being. Then he suddenly pushed off the ground with his legs. His body shot forward like a cannonball, directly charging at the black-robed figure, taking advantage of your weakness to strike first. Seeing Xiao Han charging at him again, a surge of defiance instinctively welled up within the black-robed figure. You don't use mysterious energy, and I won't either. Let's see whose physical skills are stronger. As the black-robed figure's aura swirled, a savage energy erupted from him as well. Die. Kill. Bang bang bang. The two turned into afterimages, completely entangled in battle before the bamboo forest. Every strike from Xiao Han targeted the black-robed figure's throat, temples, heart. Each move was lethal. If the black-robed figure made even the slightest mistake, he might die on the spot. The black-robed figure dared not be negligent while defending. He also attacked the crucial points of Xiao Han. Fortunately, Xiao Han possessed the ancient Taiji combat technique. Using strength against strength, he perfectly defended against the black-robed figure's attacks. Gradually, the two began to unleash their fury. Their movements grew faster and faster to the point where the naked eye could no longer track their actions. The sound of fists and feet colliding rang out. Like thunder, it echoed throughout the bamboo forest. At that moment, Xiao Han suddenly flashed behind the black-robed figure, wrapping his arms around him, intending to execute a reverse throw. However, the black-robed figure slipped away like an eel. His figure shot upward, trying to escape from Xiao Han's grasp. Thus, as the black-robed figure ascended, Xiao Han, who had his arms around the black-robed figure from behind, felt his hands slowly slide from the black-robed figure's neck, chest, stomach, and legs. What the hell? Two soft mounts. And they have elasticity. A woman. I truly didn't mean to take advantage. I just wanted to kill you. Xiao Han was utterly dumbfounded, somewhat at a loss. How could this fight turn out so awkward? After escaping from Xiao Han's grasp, the black-robed figure felt a strange sensation in her body. She then shouted loudly, "Little bastard, die." With her voice falling, the black-robed figure charged at Xiao Han again. It seemed that in her rage, she had forgotten to use mysterious energy, still intending to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Xiao Han sensed the killing intent from the black-robed figure. His heart tightened, not daring to be negligent, and he charged forward once more. What if she is a woman? Since you want to kill me, even if you are a woman, I will not hold back. Kill. Die. Bang bang bang. The two figures became entangled once again. After about 5 breaths, Xiao Han and the black-robed figure exchanged a punch, their figures intertwining and separating. Xiao Han had imprints on both his heart and groin. Clearly, the one to his groin was a special consideration from the black-robed figure. Looking at the black-robed figure, her throat, temples, back of the head, chest, and below. Cough cough. Every crucial spot had been struck by Xiao Han numerous times. The two stood facing each other, neither speaking. The black-robed figure's aura grew stronger, and savage, mysterious energy began to swirl around her, a tempest suddenly rising. The wind stung Xiao Han's cheeks. Clearly, the black-robed figure no longer wanted to play. She wanted to kill Xiao Han. She wanted to kill this shameless scoundrel. How could she be so cruel to a girl? The strange sensations coursing through her body made the black-robed figure feel ashamed. She had never been touched by a man from childhood to adulthood. Today she had been groped all over. Xiao Han took a deep breath, knowing it was time to get serious. After the recent battle, he realized that the black-robed figure's cultivation level far exceeded his own. It might even surpass that of a Xuanxuan realm expert. The fact that he could fight the black-robed man for so long was entirely reliant on his Void Dao Body. This was under the condition that the black-robed man had not used any profound energy or combat techniques. If he had utilized his energy from the start, Xiao Han would have surely perished in an instant. After all, the gap in their cultivation levels was far too great. From another perspective, it was evident that the Void Dao Body was extraordinarily powerful, especially for a weakling of the Silver Xian realm. Yet here he was grappling with a superior being who had surpassed the Xuanxuan realm and even gaining the upper hand while doing so. He looked at the black-robed man who appeared ready to explode. Xiao Han muttered to himself, "I can only use that move now. I must kill this black-robed man first." If anyone heard this, they would surely laugh at his arrogance. A mere weakling of the Silver Xian realm attempting to kill a powerful being beyond the Xuanxuan realm. It was utterly absurd. However, in Xiao Han's eyes, anything was possible. After all, his name was Xiao Han. That was enough. His expression grew serious as he pressed his palms together and slowly raised them above his head. The black-robed man stared at Xiao Han's strange posture, his profound energy suddenly stalling. What trick is this little brat trying to play now? Before the black-robed man could think further, he saw Xiao Han looking up at the heavens, his eyes devoid of emotion, coldly uttering two words. Demon arrival. Boom. As Xiao Han's voice fell, the quiet night was abruptly shattered by a thunderous boom. A massive wave of demonic energy surged forth from an unknown source. It descended from the sky, instantly wrapping around Xiao Han. Behind him, an enormous shadow of a demon slowly coalesced. The demon shadow wielded a demonic sword, its eyes tightly shut. It emanated an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, resembling an ancient demon emperor. Waves of demonic might swept towards the black-robed man. If an ordinary person were to be infected by this demonic energy, they would likely be assimilated into a demonic being in an instant. But the black-robed man was clearly not an ordinary person. He was surrounded by radiant light, blocking the torrential demonic energy. The demon arrival technique was one of the secret arts of Xiao Han's past life as the Demon Path's celestial lord. Many powerful figures have perished beneath the demon arrival. Each one was a formidable presence. The execution of this technique had nothing to do with one's cultivation. It relied solely on the strength of one's demonic intent. The stronger the intent, the greater the power of the demon arrival. Xiao Han's demonic intent from his past life as the celestial lord was naturally formidable. After creating this technique, Xiao Han had no idea how many had sought to uncover its secrets, because this demon arrival was simply too astonishing. With the demon arrival, even an ant could slay the heavens. Now the power of the black-robed man had exceeded Xiao Han's expectations, thus he had no choice but to utilize the secret arts from his past life. Since you want to kill me, then come. Xiao Han's black hair was lifted by an unseen wind, demonic energy swirling around him. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into the celestial lord of the demon path. He could obliterate all living beings. Upon seeing the demon shadow that Xiao Han had conjured, the black-robed man felt a hint of threat. Just as both were about to unleash their fatal strikes, a series of voices suddenly rang out from not far away, breaking the stalemate. Master, junior brother, what are you two doing? Xiao Han turned to see Mu Bingyu, Lin Xianwang, Sinuo, and numerous inner disciples emerging from the great hall, all looking at Xiao Han and the black-robed man with shocked expressions. It turned out that the sounds of the battle between Xiao Han and the black-robed man had alarmed the entire disciples of the evil Emperor Peak. Upon hearing Mu Bingyu and the others' voices, Xiao Han's demonic energy stilled. The demon shadow behind him vanished without a trace. Master, what the hell is this black-robed man? My master. My master is a woman. At this moment, Xiao Han was filled with question marks and exclamation points. Shocked. He was utterly shocked. Xiao Han had almost killed. Oh no, nearly attacked his master. The black-robed man was equally stunned, his profound energy dissipating disbelief written all over his face. This stunningly beautiful youth is his disciple. What the hell is this? To think he was thoroughly examined by his own disciple. Under Xiao Han's astonished gaze, the black-robed man removed her hat, revealing the face hidden beneath. Beautiful. Incredibly beautiful. Adorned with a phoenix hairpin, her flowing dark hair cascaded down to her waist. Her face was as delicate as a silver plate, her eyes like water apricots, lips naturally red, and her brows unadorned yet emerald. Even with the oversized black robe on, her devilishly alluring figure was hard to conceal. Upon that enchanting face, there was also a hint of wicked charm. A bewitching beauty. A stunning beauty. Lung Hanyan was feeling quite frustrated at this moment. Xiao Han felt the same. Ahem, master, junior brother, what are you doing? Upon hearing Mu Bingji's inquiry again, Lung Hanyan quickly regained her composure. She coughed lightly to disguise her embarrassment. It's nothing, I just noticed this young man's extraordinary bone structure. He's a rare talent in martial arts, so I couldn't help but offer him some guidance. He is your disciple. After hearing Lung Hanyan's words, Xiao Han displayed a somewhat amused expression. This explanation was quite impressive. Seeing her master's confused face, Mu Bingyu smiled. Yes, junior brother is quite impressive. All 7 chief seats are vying for him, but I intervened. Upon hearing Mu Bingyu praise Xiao Han, as impressive, a blush crossed Lung Hanyan's beautiful face. Indeed, he was impressive. Impressive enough to have touched my entire body. Xiao Han also came back to his senses from his shock. Looking at his stunningly beautiful and slightly wicked master, he took a step forward. Disciple Xiao Han pays respects to master. Xiao Han, neither servile nor overbearing, performed a respectful salute to Lung Hanyan, as if nothing had happened just moments before. Lung Hanyan's gaze was fixed firmly on Xiao Han, as if trying to see through him. Who exactly is this disciple? His physical skills are extraordinarily formidable, and he possesses supreme secret arts. Everyone disperse. Xiao Han, right. Follow me. With that, Lung Hanyan turned and headed towards the main hall. Seeing Lung Hanyan's figure disappear, Mu Bingyu gave Xiao Han a knowing glance. Junior brother, hurry up. You, after paying your respects, you'll officially become a direct disciple. After saying this, Mu Bingyu and her fellow sisters turned and walked into their own pavilions. Xiao Han touched his nose and then shook his head helplessly. He hadn't expected that his first meeting with his master would leave such an indelible impression. Looking at the main hall not far away, Xiao Han sighed and stepped towards it. Upon entering the main hall, he saw the beautiful master standing with her hands clasped behind her back, waiting for his arrival. Master. Xiao Han once again slightly bowed and then fell silent. Lung Hanyan looked Xiao Han up and down again, asking, "Who exactly are you?" Hearing the puzzled voice of Lung Hanyan, Xiao Han was slightly taken aback. Disciple Xiao Han, the cherished student of Master. Lung Hanyan saw Xiao Han's seemingly harmless appearance, instantly at a loss for words. Cherished student. Ugh. After a moment of thought, Lung Hanyan slowly said, "The evil Emperor Peak never accepts male disciples." Xiao Han was once again stunned. What does Lung Hanyan mean? Is she refusing to accept me as a disciple? However, what she said next made Xiao Han completely at ease. But I see your extraordinary talent, so I will make an exception and accept you as my personal disciple. Do you have any objections? Once Xiao Han regained his senses, he clasped his hands and said, "Disciple pays respects to master. Having a stunning beauty as a master. How delightful. Much better than those old men." Just then the voice of the system sounded. Ding. Task has been issued. Task content: Lung Hanyan is cultivating the incomplete evil god art and has been backlashed by the technique. Heal her injuries. Master is injured. Xiao Han turned his gaze towards Lung Hanyan. Upon closer inspection, he indeed noticed her complexion was somewhat pale, but it was well hidden by Lung Hanyan, so much so that no one had noticed. All right, from now on you will be the 5th personal disciple of this emperor. Lung Hanyan waved her small hand, and an identity token fell into Xiao Han's hands. As for the technique, I will observe you for a while to see which technique suits your cultivation. After Lung Hanyan finished speaking, she turned around facing away from Xiao Han. Her body trembled slightly, as if she was enduring some great pain. Watching Lung Hanyan's back, Xiao Han thought to himself, it seems Master's internal injury is quite serious. She truly is a strong-willed woman. Just then Lung Hanyan continued, "It's getting late, you should go back and sleep." Hearing the dismissal from Master, Xiao Han understood that her internal injury seemed to be about to erupt. He placed the identity token into the Hongmeng Space and quickly walked towards Lung Hanyan. He opened his arms and hugged Lung Hanyan from behind. Lung Hanyan felt her body enveloped by a warm chest. Her delicate body shivered. This rebellious disciple is truly bold. How dare he be so disrespectful to Master? Immediately Lung Hanyan thought of poking this rebellious disciple to death with a finger. However, just then a voice echoed in her ear. "Master, don't move." Seeing that Lung Hanyan seemed about to explode, Xiao Han hurriedly said something to Lung Hanyan. The warm breath from his mouth brushed past Lung Hanyan's ear, making her delicate face instantly flush red. "You?" Before Lung Hanyan could think much, she felt a rich aura of destiny's laws emanating from Xiao Han, enveloping her entire body. In less than a breath, Lung Hanyan's internal injuries were completely healed. Moreover, the evil god art activated automatically. Her cultivation surged upward like a rising tide. 8th grade Royal Xian Realm. 9th grade Royal Xian Realm. Peak of the 9th grade Royal Xian Realm. Pop. A faint sound echoed. The cultivation did not stop rising. 1st grade Holy Xian Realm. 2nd grade Holy Xian Realm. Finally, it came to a halt at the peak of the 3rd grade Holy Xian Realm. In an instant, the great Dao resonated, the heavenly Dao bestowed blessings, and the sounds of profound mysteries echoed. A character saint flashed across Lung Hanyan's forehead. Then it vanished, with a single step to the heavens, achieving the saint position. In the Xuanxuan Continent, after the Royal Xian Realm, comes the Holy Xian Realm, the Divine Xian Realm, and the Emperor Xian Realm. Unexpectedly, under Xiao Han's full activation of the destiny laws within the Void Dao Body, it directly helped Lung Hanyan achieve the saint position and even made a breakthrough to the 3rd grade Holy Xian Realm in one go. This, heavens, the 3rd grade Holy Xian Realm. One step to the heavens, achieving the saint position. At this moment, Lung Hanyan could no longer maintain her composure. Shocked. Extremely shocked. This disciple actually contains the aura of destiny's laws within him. Before reaching the Emperor Xian Realm, he possesses the destiny laws that should only be carried by someone of the Emperor Xian Realm. Master, good night. Seeing that Lung Hanyan's injuries were fully healed, and she had broken through several realms, Xiao Han whispered good night in Lung Hanyan's ear. Then he released Lung Hanyan and turned to leave the great hall. After a moment, Lung Hanyan finally came back to her senses from her shock. She turned to look at the silent, empty great hall, pursing her red lips. This disciple seems quite good. Remembering the scene of being hugged by Xiao Han, just now a blush suddenly appeared on Lung Hanyan's pretty face. Unbeknownst to her, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but slightly rise. Letting Xiao Han be my personal disciple seems to be a bit of a loss for him. As her words fell, Lung Hanyan's figure disappeared within the Great Hall. After Xiao Han exited the Great Hall, he quickly ran back to his own loft. Phew! What a blessing! Master's body is really soft, and very fragrant. Smelling the fragrance that lingered on his fingertips, Xiao Han felt a moment of daze. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward 1 lottery chance. Returning to the bed, Xiao Han silently thought, system lottery. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cultivation of 6th grade Silver Xian realm. As the system's voice fell, a stream of light rotated around Xiao Han. A terrifying aura erupted from within him. 6th grade Silver Xian realm. Not bad, not bad. I can gain even more control over the destiny laws contained within the Void Dao Body. Thinking this, Xiao Han's eyelids gradually closed. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep. Eastern region, Broken Sky Valley. Here stood great halls like phantoms in the dark night. This is the killer organization that has made the entire Eastern region change colors, the Phantom Hall. At this moment, a steward was frowning in a great hall, looking at the broken soul token on the table not far away. The broken soul token indicated that its owner had perished. Did the assassination mission against that monstrous disciple of the Holy Sect fail? After thinking for a moment, the steward muttered to himself, since number 1 has failed, then I can only use number 2. As his voice fell, the steward took out a sound transmission stone and inputted a message into it. Kill the disciple of the evil Emperor Peak, Xiao Han. Buzz. As the message was sent, the sound transmission stone emitted a faint sound. Before long, a deep voice came from inside. Number 2 on the mission. The next day, Xiao Han had just woken up. He saw Wang Xinyuo rushing in hurriedly. Little junior brother master is going to give a lecture. Before Xiao Han could think much, Wang Xinyuo pulled him towards the outside. Soon Xiao Han was taken into the Hall of 10,000 Laws by Wang Xinyuo. This is where Lung Hanyan usually gives lectures to her disciples. Entering the Hall of 10,000 Laws, Xiao Han saw Master Lung Hanyan sitting within the Great Hall. Below were Mu Bingyu and Lin Xian. Behind them were 20 inner disciples. I pay my respects to Master. Stepping forward, Xiao Han clasped his hands and bowed to Lung Hanyan. It seemed he recalled what happened last night. Lung Hanyan's pretty face turned slightly red. She then nodded and said, Hainer, find a mat to sit on. Hainer, this title. Omega, thank you, Master. Seeing that Xiao Han had already sat down, Lung Hanyan lightly cleared her throat and said, before the lecture, I want to announce something first. From now on, Hainer will be the chief senior brother of the evil Emperor Peak, on par with the chief senior disciples of the other 7 main peaks. After hearing Lung Hanyan's words, everyone was slightly stunned. Even Xiao Han was left there in shock. What? I actually became the senior brother? Does Master want to exploit me? What a blessing. This Master seems a bit unreliable. With the sound of Lung Hanyan's voice falling, a round of applause suddenly erupted in the Hall of 10,000 Laws. Haha, we have a senior brother now. The junior brother has transformed into the senior brother. Greetings, senior brother. The cheers of numerous junior sisters filled the air. Xiao Han rubbed her nose, feeling somewhat helpless. This senior brother seemed a bit difficult to be. All right, now I will begin my teachings, so everyone pay attention. Hearing her master speak, the female disciples dared not be negligent and sat up straight. Now Lung Hanyan's cultivation had reached the Saint Mystic realm, and her understanding of the Tao had deepened significantly. Her clear voice rang out like a celestial melody. In the Hall of 10,000 Laws, the atmosphere lingered for a long time. As the teachings delved deeper, sudden celestial phenomena erupted within the Great Hall, accompanied by the wondrous sounds of the Tao. As she continuously imparted her knowledge, many female disciples gained a glimmer of understanding, setting clear goals for their future cultivation. In contrast, Xiao Han sat on the mat feeling drowsy. There was no other way. With the memories of the former demon lord, the knowledge imparted by Lung Hanyan seemed as simple as 1 + 1. At that moment, Lung Hanyan noticed Xiao Han, who was dozing off. This guy is actually sleeping. Lung Hanyan's gaze turned icy as she glared at Xiao Han, a thought suddenly surfacing in her mind. Ahem, let's conclude today's teachings here. As Lung Hanyan's voice fell, all the female disciples gradually awoke from their meditative states. Yes, Master. Before the female disciples could excuse themselves, Lung Hanyan smiled slightly and continued. Hainer, as the senior brother, it's your turn to share your understanding of the Tao with the junior sisters. What a... The female disciples were stunned, asking the junior brother. Oh no, asking the senior brother to teach. Come on, the senior brother has only been in the sect for a few days. At that moment, Xiao Han was also taken aback. Let me give a lecture. But upon seeing the mischievous glint in Lung Hanyan's eyes, Xiao Han immediately understood. So Master wants to play with me. Oh, come sit beside Master. Lung Hanyan patted the mat beside her. She gestured for Xiao Han to sit beside her. Yes, Master. Xiao Han shook her head helplessly, then stood up and slowly sat down next to her master. Go ahead. After Lung Hanyan finished speaking, she fell silent, a teasing expression evident on her face. Xiao Han glanced sideways, meeting Lung Hanyan's gaze. In that instant it felt as if a glance could span a millennium. Both of them felt an unusual emotion rising within their hearts, and Lung Hanyan's fair face, once again flushed with a hint of crimson. She had completely lost the imposing demeanor expected of a master. At this moment she resembled a shy young girl who had just fallen in love. Ahem. Dear junior sisters, since master wants me to discuss the Dao, I shall embarrass myself now. Xiao Han sat up straight, no longer looking at Lung Hanyan. Because he feared he would lose control. Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all beings as straw dogs. Sages are unkind, treating the common folk as straw dogs. His voice contained an understanding of the Dao. Once again the Hall of 10,000 Laws resonated with celestial sounds, and extraordinary phenomena emerged. However, this phenomenon was like the demon emperor descending, ruling supreme. Those who oppose me shall die, those who follow me shall thrive. As decisive sounds of slaughter echoed, the hearts of everyone in the Hall of 10,000 Laws gradually began to change. The female disciples were all stunned. Even Lung Hanyan was taken aback. This, Xiao Han's understanding of the Dao is so profound. The heavenly path can be challenged. My Dao heart has stabilized. Heaven's my realm. Has broken through. Under Xiao Han's celestial voice, many female disciples closed their eyes. Their cultivation methods began to operate autonomously. Streams of mysterious energy suddenly gathered above the Hall of 10,000 Laws, forming whirlpools. Pop! Pop! A soft sound echoed within the great hall. Many female disciples broke through a realm, and some even broke through two realms. I would rather betray the world than allow the world to betray me. Whoever dares to harm me, I will draw my sword. In a narrow path the brave shall triumph. No matter if they are sages or emperors, damn them, kill. At this moment Xiao Han seemed to be touched. The flow of time began to operate automatically. The power of life and the power of death suddenly erupted from within, forming a yin-yang taiji diagram. Right hand gives life, all things revive. Left hand brings death, all things wither. Xiao Han was suddenly lifted by a mysterious energy, instinctively making a taiji gesture. As her body danced continuously, a Dao aura enveloped the entire great hall, and countless heavenly fate laws re-emerged, dancing around Xiao Han and forming a protective barrier. Lung Hanyan stared in astonishment at Xiao Han, suspended in midair, stunned. Countless heavenly fate laws. Heavens! Each heavenly fate law could create a great emperor. These countless heavenly fate laws equate to millions of great emperors. Gulp! Lung Hanyan's throat moved. Just then, Xiao Han's aura suddenly surged. 7th rank Silver Profound Realm. 8th rank Silver Profound Realm. 9th rank Silver Profound Realm. Pop! It did not stop. 1st rank Jade Profound Realm. 2nd rank Jade Profound Realm. It continued to rise until the 5th rank Jade Profound Realm before it finally halted. However, everything had not ended. The Void Spirit Root emerged from her forehead. Celestial phenomena appeared frequently. The Dao resonated and the laws danced. A terrifying aura shot into the sky. At this moment, all things in the evil Emperor Peak revived. In the next second, all things withered. It was a cycle akin to the changing of the seasons. Ultimately, everything returned to normal. Xiao Han slowly descended to the ground, opening her eyes. A sharp gleam flashed as if the demon sovereign had returned. In the blink of an eye, all phenomena vanished. Except for the stunned crowd in the Hall of 10,000 Laws, it was as if nothing had occurred here. 5th rank Jade Profound Realm. Not bad. As the countless laws returned to her body, Xiao Han transformed back into a harmless appearance. Ordinary aside from being handsome, there was nothing unusual to be found. Now he could finally control the aura of laws within him completely, no longer allowing others to absorb it at will. But that was all. To comprehend the laws of heavenly fate, Xiao Han still had a long way to go. Han, Hainer, are you human or ghost? Hearing Lung Hanyan's stammering voice, Xiao Han looked up and saw Lung Hanyan's dazed expression, resembling a little girl. Master, I am human. Before Xiao Han and Lung Hanyan could think further, the Hall of 10,000 Laws erupted with astonished voices again. Heavens, I have broken through again. Haha, I have reached the Golden Profound Realm. Senior brother is mighty. Senior brother is mighty. It turned out that the heavenly fate laws that had appeared earlier allowed all the female disciples in the Hall of 10,000 Laws to absorb an aura. Xiao Han saw the eager eyes of that group and couldn't help but shiver. Return to your cultivation chambers and consolidate your cultivation. Moreover, no one is to speak of today's events, otherwise death. The word death rang out. An overwhelming aura of slaughter surged throughout the Wanfa Hall. In that instant, Lung Hanyan fully revealed the awe-inspiring majesty of the demon sovereign, a divine authority that eclipsed heaven and earth. Numerous female disciples shivered involuntarily. They understood the paramount importance of Xiao Han's possession of millions of heavenly fate laws, and thus their expressions turned solemn and grave. Understood, master. Hearing Lung Hanyan's command, Mu Bingyu and the others clasped their fists in salute and withdrew slowly from the hall. Master, this disciple takes his leave. Xiao Han too prepared to depart, but Lung Hanyan barred his way. As if having reached a decisive resolution, she addressed him, come with me. The moment her words fell silent, Lung Hanyan led the way out of the Wanfa Hall, passing through one grand hall after another. Under her guidance, the two soon arrived at the forbidden sanctum of the evil sovereign peak. With a thunderous rumble, the massive stone gate swung open, and Lung Hanyan ushered Xiao Han inside. Upon entering, Xiao Han discovered that the sanctum concealed an entire realm unto itself. Mythical auspicious beasts galloped freely through ancient forests. Above, a celestial spring cascaded ceaselessly from the heavens like a luminous silver ribbon. As they advanced deeper, the pathways were flanked by flower beds teeming with rare heavenly treasures. Each spirit herb, were it found beyond these walls, would ignite wars of bloodshed and chaos. Soon Xiao Han followed Lung Hanyan to the innermost chamber of the sanctum. Lifting his gaze, he beheld three towering characters carved above the entrance, Evil Sovereign Hall. An overwhelming supreme pressure emanated from the inscription, tightening Xiao Han's spirit instantly. Exquisite calligraphy. Gazing upon the three characters, Xiao Han could not help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, the calligrapher had attained an unfathomable mastery of the Dao. Each stroke pulsed with the profound resonance of heaven's way itself. These were inscribed personally by the ninth evil sovereign. Noticing Xiao Han's rapt attention upon the plaque, Lung Hanyan chuckled softly and offered the explanation. At her words, Xiao Han paused, startled. The evil sovereign. Lung Hanyan nodded gravely and declared, have you ever heard of the evil sovereign palace? I am the 98th evil sovereign, and the sacred sect was originally the evil sovereign palace. As her voice faded, Xiao Han's gaze sharpened, piercing, incisive, as though seeking to see straight through her. Though Xiao Han had once been unable to cultivate, he had devoured countless scrolls. His knowledge of the arcane secrets of the Xuanxuan Continent ran deep. The evil sovereign palace at its zenith tens of thousands of years ago had nearly unified the entire Xuanxuan Continent. Yet for unknown reasons it vanished without trace 10,000 years ago. Some claimed the palace incurred heaven's wrath, its annihilation decreed by celestial punishment. Others whispered it sought to forcibly rend open the heavens and ascend to the upper realms, only to be obliterated by mighty cultivators from beyond. Still others insisted a cataclysmic internal schism shattered the once mighty palace into fragments. Hearing now that the sacred sect was the evil sovereign palace, left Xiao Han stunned. A tremor ran through his heart. So, the evil sovereign palace had never truly perished. Rather, it had undergone metamorphosis, fragmenting, dispersing, and re-emerging across the Xuanxuan Continent under new guises. Seeing Xiao Han frozen in astonishment, Lung Hanyan smiled faintly. Are you astonished that the palace which nearly unified the Xuanxuan Continent is now the sacred sect? Xiao Han nodded. Indeed I am. Yet what astounded him most was the uncanny intricate connection he sensed between the evil sovereign palace and the demon god temple of the Zongtian immortal realm, a conclusion drawn only from the fusion of memories across his two lifetimes. Whether such a link truly existed, however, remained to be verified. At that moment, a flicker of helplessness crossed Lung Hanyan's eyes. Since its founding, the evil sovereign palace has endured 9 great calamities. Thus, Xiao Han interrupted her with a wry smile. When glory peaks, decline follows. Such is the immutable cycle of heaven's way. Heaven's way. Fierce, unyielding fury blazed in Lung Hanyan's eyes as she glared skyward, as if intent on tearing the very Dao asunder. After a long silence, she regained her composure and said, now the choice is yours. Mine. Xiao Han pointed to himself, eyebrows raised in disbelief. Lung Hanyan nodded, her expression solemn, unwavering. Step into this hall, and you shall become the 99th evil sovereign. Though not yet a supreme emperor, you will bear the title and stand as an equal among the sovereigns of ancient kingdoms, and even alongside those emperors who embody heavenly fate laws. Yet this path may set you against the entire world. Step away, and you remain chief senior brother of the evil sovereign peak within the sacred sect. Meeting Lung Hanyan's expectant gaze, Xiao Han shook his head. A flash of disappointment flickered in Lung Hanyan's eyes. Before she could react further, Xiao Han extended his right hand, pushed open the great hall's doors, and strode forward without hesitation. Evil sovereign. That title sounds even more imposing than demon lord. As for opposing the world, let me be frank, they are unworthy. Any who dare bar my path, I will slaughter them all. As Xiao Han's voice echoed, joy blossomed in Lung Hanyan's eyes. He had accepted. Inside the hall, 18 colossal golden coffins filled his vision, Radiant immortal light shimmered about each casket, bathing the space in ethereal splendor. The air itself thrummed with palpable currents of primordial laws. It was as though supreme emperors slumbered here in seclusion. Xiao Han counted carefully. Exactly 18 golden coffins. What is this? He turned his questioning gaze toward Lung Hanyan. She did not answer, instead bowing before the coffins and declaring, 98th evil sovereign pays homage to the elders. Her words had barely faded when a voice resonated from one golden coffin. What is it? Just 2 words, yet each vibrated with the raw power of heavenly fate laws. Xiao Han froze in shock. 18 emperors bearing heavenly fate laws. No, this speaker was surely a primordial emperor. Upon reaching the profound emperor realm, cultivators rank as follows: 1st to 3rd grade are emperors, 4th to 6th grade primordial emperors, 7th to 9th grade immortal emperors. Before Xiao Han could process it further, Lung Hanyan continued, today I present the 99th evil sovereign. I request the elders bestow upon my disciple Xiao Han the evil sovereign seal. Oh, the 99th evil sovereign. No sooner had the words left her lips than 18 terrifying divine senses descended upon Xiao Han like twin-edged blades. In moments, roars of ancient laughter erupted from the 18 golden coffins. Ha! A young sovereign, born for emperorhood. His spiritual root surpasses 9 stars. His constitution appears to be the Void Dao Body. Heavens! The Void Dao Body, the supreme physique ranked first across all realms. A low hum resonated. Then 18 radiant figures coalesced above the coffins. All white-browed, long-beard, their bearing transcendent and immortal. On their faces Xiao Han saw exhilaration, awe, bewilderment. The Void Dao Body, a rarity unseen for millennia, and now astonishingly standing before them. Would you join my Xiedi palace? A primordial emperor asked Xiao Han with gentle warmth, as if fearing his refusal. At that very moment, a system's voice resonated within Xiao Han's mind. Ding. Quest issued. Quest objective: accept the Xiedi seal and become the 99th Xiedi. I accept. Upon hearing Xiao Han's affirmation, the 18 primordial emperors' faces erupted in ecstatic delight. Ha! Excellent! 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 The 18 primordial emperors burst into thunderous laughter, repeating, excellent, 3 times, fearing Xiao Han might retract his vow. Simultaneously, each raised their hands and began weaving intricate seals. Profound arcane energies converged throughout the grand hall. Moments later, a colossal character, Xie, coalesced in the air above the hall. Go! As the command rang out, the massive Xie descended swiftly upon Xiao Han, then shrank steadily before vanishing into his forehead. In that instant, an indescribable aura surged through Xiao Han's body, and his own spiritual presence began to transform dramatically. Within 3 breaths, the Xiedi seal was fully imprinted. The 18 primordial emperors and Lung Hanyan exhaled in unison. Mission accomplished. There would be no turning back for Xiao Han now. From this moment forth, you are the 99th heir of the Xiedi palace. As for what follows, your master shall guide you. As the words faded, the ethereal forms of the 18 primordial emperors dissolved gradually. Watching them vanish, Xiao Han could not help but reflect inwardly. The Xiedi palace truly lived up to its legendary reputation. Though diminished from its former glory, it still commanded the solemn vigil of 18 primordial emperors. Come along, obedient disciple. Lung Hanyan's eyes curved into crescent moons, her smile bloomed like a lotus in full splendor. At the sight, Xiao Han froze, momentarily entranced. Master, how breathtakingly beautiful you are. What on earth are you staring at? Such a dolt. Noticing Xiao Han's gaze, Lung Hanyan shot him a playful, reproachful glance. Then she turned and strode toward the hall's entrance. Xiao Han rubbed his nose and shook his head wryly. His master astonishingly possessed the whimsy of a young girl. Emerging from the hall, Xiao Han glanced sideways and beheld a breathtaking vista, celestial palaces suspended midair, their spires piercing the heavens, radiating boundless, awe-inspiring power. The overwhelming aura compelled auspicious beasts nearby to kneel in reverence, prostrating themselves as if worshipping a divine sovereign. What is that? Xiao Han murmured, puzzled. Lung Hanyan explained, those are the Saint Sect's hidden reserves. Should crisis strike, every sealed elder will awaken and sweep away all opposition. As for the 18 primordial emperors enshrined within this Xiedi hall, they are the successive Xiedis of ages past. Ah, I see. Gazing upon the floating celestial palaces, Xiao Han nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, each palace housed ancient cultivators who had sealed themselves in profound slumber. Under Lung Hanyan's guidance, the two slowly departed the Forbidden Zone. As they walked, Lung Hanyan added, these reserves within the Forbidden Zone remain unknown even to most sect elders. Only the highest echelons are aware. Thus, Xiao Han acknowledged her words with a silent nod. I will keep it secret. Arriving at the Wanfa Hall, Lung Hanyan gestured for Xiao Han to sit. Now that you have ascended as the 99th Sect, you must shoulder the sacred duties of that title. Hearing her, Xiao Han smiled faintly. The Sect's duty, to unify the Xuanxuan Continent. Lung Hanyan shook her head. That is but one facet. The Saint Sect now fractures, its branch sects secretly aspire to sovereignty. Your charge is to subdue these splinter factions and restore the Sect palace to the world. Some branches have aligned themselves with imperial dynasties and ancient kingdoms. Thus, before Lung Hanyan could finish, Xiao Han interjected. Understood. Whoever resists, we crush them utterly. Beat them until even their mothers wouldn't recognize them. As his audacious declaration echoed, Lung Hanyan nodded approvingly. Precisely. Obedient disciple, I adore your boldness. This sovereign has high hopes for you. Seeing Lung Hanyan's mischievous expression, Xiao Han hastily averted his gaze. Heavens, this was too intense. Oh, by the way, henceforth never utter the name Sect Palace. Refer only to the Saint Sect. Understood, master. Obedient disciple, human hearts are treacherous. Come here, let your master embrace you. Xiao Han, he knew it. He'd known from the start. His master sought to seduce the demon sovereign himself. Not a chance. Unable to endure Lung Hanyan's teasing any longer, Xiao Han fled the Wanfa Hall in flustered haste. Watching his hasty retreat, Lung Hanyan's silvery laughter pealed across the hall. What an intriguing disciple. As for cultivation techniques, however, Lung Hanyan did not impart them immediately, for Xiao Han's current realm remained far too low to withstand the Xiexuan art's overwhelming ferocity. Moreover, the Xiexuan art itself required further refinement. To bestow it prematurely would surely ruin him beyond redemption. What Lung Hanyan could not foresee was that Xiao Han was none other than a reincarnated demon sovereign of the cultivation world. What technique could possibly elude his mastery? And should mastery falter? Even then he possessed the ultimate celestial cheat, the system. Seeing Xiao Han vanish from the Wanfa Hall, Lung Hanyan's form likewise grew indistinct. In the next instant she vanished entirely. It is time then to select a saint heir for the Saint Sect. Sect Peak Forbidden Zone. Sect Hall. 18 golden coffins still shimmered with immortal chi, their surfaces pulsing with celestial laws. How does this youth fare? Outstanding, a rarity unseen in 10,000 years. Shall we appoint him saint heir of the Saint Sect? I concur. The Saint Sect urgently requires an emissary to walk among mortals. So do I. Agreed. Yet this youth still requires meticulous tempering. Summon the chief disciples of all branch sects for trial. Victory grants the title of saint heir. What if another claims victory? Do not forget Xiao Han possesses the Void Dao physique, the supreme constitution among millions, no mere empty boast. Moreover, his spirit root surpasses the 9-star tier, and I cannot fathom his depth. I sense an overwhelming world-shattering strength within him. Even, dare I say, a faint tremor of threat emanates from him. I sensed it too. Then it is settled. Agreed. Agreed. Saint Sect, Sacred Land. Within the grand hall, the 5 elemental elders sat cross-legged upon meditation cushions, listening intently to an unseen voice. Moments later, Elder Jean Ing spoke slowly. The first elder commands all branch sects' chief disciples to participate in the trial. Does he fear another sect's disciple might seize the saint heir title? I understand the first elder's intent. What is it? He instructed us to pay special attention to Xiao Han of Sect Peak. Clearly Xiao Han has become the 99th Sect. The saint heir title belongs to him alone. I see. In that case, issue the decree without delay. The Saint Sect indeed needs a living representative. Thus those branch sects are destined to labor in vain. Imagining their stunned, humiliated faces. How I long to laugh. Agreed. The evil Emperor Peak. At this moment Xiao Han was still unaware that the Holy Sect was already in turmoil because of him. He returned to his own loft. A voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, task completed. You have gained 1 chance for a lottery draw. Ding. The lottery was successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the green grade martial skill Duga 9 swords. Hearing the voice of the system, Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the products of the system are truly extraordinary. A light orb appeared in his sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, it was absorbed by the avatar in the sea of consciousness. As the avatar continued to comprehend the first stance of Duga 9, swords instantly appeared in his mind. Not bad, a very powerful martial skill. After comprehending the first stance, the avatar continued to delve into the second stance, seemingly tireless. Exiting the sea of consciousness, Xiao Han stretched lazily. These days without cultivation are truly boring. It seemed to echo Xiao Han's words. Heaven did not wish for him to remain bored. Suddenly a flash of cold light erupted within the loft. Fast as lightning, the sword light tore through the void. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before Xiao Han. It was not hard to imagine that if Xiao Han were struck by this sword, he would likely become another member of the reincarnation army. I've been waiting for you. Xiao Han showed no signs of panic, as if he had already noticed the presence of another person in the room. The Tianyun sword appeared in his hand, lightly swinging out. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The newcomer was directly repelled by Xiao Han's sword. Upon seeing his lethal strike thwarted by Xiao Han, the stranger did not dare hesitate. He vanished from the loft. You think you can run after coming here? A cold glint flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. Swish! The figure disappeared from sight. When Xiao Han reappeared, he was already right in front of the masked man. Die! Without any further ado, Xiao Han directly executed the first stance of Duga 9 swords. Buzz! This sword, like thunder, was even faster than the one previously unleashed by the masked man. In an instant, he was before the masked man. Stab! A sound of blade piercing flesh resounded. The masked man was directly pierced through the dantian by Xiao Han's sword, completely crippling his cultivation. With just one move, a master at the 9th level of the Yuxuan realm was rendered useless. At that moment, sounds of air being torn apart echoed. The female disciples of the evil Emperor Peak rushed out one after another. Mu Bingyu came before Xiao Han and asked, "Junior brother." "Oh no, senior brother, what happened?" Xiao Han retracted the Tianyun sword and gestured with his chin. "He wanted to kill me." Upon hearing this, Mu Bingyu, Lin Xian, and Wang Xinyuo were instantly furious. How dare he think of killing our beloved senior brother? "Sisters, let's go and deal with this bastard." As the words fell, the masked man was surrounded by Mu Bingyu and the others. One by one, their small feet ruthlessly stomped on the masked man. In an instant, screams of agony erupted, heart-wrenching. Xiao Han looked at his enraged junior sisters, unable to help but gasp in shock. So brutal. Wait. Beloved senior brother. Damn. Ugh, the masked man's dantian was crippled, and the profound energy in his meridians flowed away, leaving him utterly helpless. How could he withstand the beating from this group of fierce women? With the last scream falling, the masked man completely fainted. "All right, sisters, stop playing. Let's see who he is." "Okay." Wang Xinyuo responded, then unknowingly stomped down hard with her right foot, directly landing on the masked man's groin. Looking at Wang Xinyuo's innocent expression, a black line flashed across Xiao Han's forehead. The reputation of the castration kick was indeed well-deserved. Aya! The masked man seemed to sense that his twin brother had been crippled. Waking from unconsciousness, the cries of agony rang out once more. Mu Bingyu pulled down the masked man's face veil and was instantly stunned. Battle God Peak inner disciple Lu Qi, tell me who sent you to kill our senior brother. Lu Qi looked at Wang Xinyuo with a resentful gaze, as if he was laying down some sort of curse. However, at that moment, a mouthful of black blood spewed from Lu Qi's mouth. Then, with his head tilting, he completely died. Damn, he committed suicide by poison. Mu Bingyu was at a loss for words. Since when did Battle God Peak become so formidable? Xiao Han stepped forward to examine carefully, slowly saying, "It shouldn't be the ancient skills sect that sent him to kill me. If they had any brains, they wouldn't send someone to kill me." First it was Poison Peak's Li Yun, then it was Battle God Peak's Lu Qi. This left Xiao Han somewhat bewildered. So many people actually wanted to kill him. Before Xiao Han could think further, his master Lung Hanyan descended from the sky. What is going on here? Seeing Lung Hanyan appear, Xiao Han slightly cupped his hands. Before Xiao Han could speak, Mu Bingyu addressed Lung Hanyan. "Master Lu Qi from Battle God Peak wanted to kill senior brother." "What?" Hearing this, Lung Hanyan exploded with rage. How dare the people from Battle God Peak openly attempt to kill Xiao Han? "You old bastard, how dare you send someone to kill my precious disciple? Hainer, come with me today, I'll make that old fool pay." Upon hearing Lung Hanyan's words, Xiao Han was left speechless. Make that old fool pay? Damn, I don't have a habit of taking the back door. Before Xiao Han could think much more, Lung Hanyan waved her small hand, and Lu Qi's corpse was directly collected by her. Then Xiao Han felt a flash before his eyes. A fragrant body fragrance wafted into his nose. He was embraced by Lung Hanyan, and the two soared into the sky. They flew directly towards Battle God Peak. "Master, let me explain." Gurgle, gurgle. Xiao Han wanted to explain that it shouldn't be the ancient skills sect that sent someone to kill him. But as soon as he opened his mouth, a gust of wind rushed into it. He realized that Lung Hanyan was doing this on purpose. Xiao Han's eyes twinkled as he chuckled. "So high, I'm afraid of heights. So high, so high, so high, such a good chest." At some point, Xiao Han's waving right hand unexpectedly landed on Lung Hanyan's chest. At that moment, the atmosphere became awkward. Lung Hanyan, feeling Xiao Han's sudden advance, momentarily stagnated in her spiritual energy and nearly fell from the sky. After regaining her senses, Lung Hanyan hurriedly stabilized her form, turned her head, and glared at Xiao Han. "Good disciple, is it soft? Is it big?" Hearing Lung Hanyan's gritted voice, Xiao Han shivered. Although he wanted to tell his master it was indeed very soft and very big. However, the words were stuck in his throat, and he dared not utter them. He was afraid of dying. Casually retracting his right hand, Xiao Han fell silent. He looked ahead with a serious expression. Master, that old bastard let me take revenge for my precious disciple. Lung Hanyan. I have never been this speechless in my life. This disciple is quite peculiar and very bold. Feeling something unusual at her chest, Lung Hanyan bit her lip. Next time I will chop off your hand. Xiao Han pretended not to hear, still gazing ahead. Master, that old bastard let me take revenge for my precious disciple. Lung Hanyan, damn it. Soon Lung Hanyan and Xiao Han arrived above the god of war peak, slowly descending. Xiao Han remained hidden in her master's embrace. Master, I'm scared. Get lost. Xiao Han exclaimed. Master, that old man, the ancient elder, avenge me for my sake. Lung Hanyan felt a pressure on her chest, gritting her teeth as she uttered a single word. Roll. She pushed the shameless Xiao Han away and took a deep breath. Old immortal, come out. Come out. Come out. Her voice echoed through the god of war peak, lingering in the air. A vast pressure from the sacred profound realm enveloped the entire mountain as if doomsday had arrived. Gu Jingwu was initially instructing, teaching the newly initiated talented disciple in his god of war peak. Upon hearing that voice, he couldn't help but shiver. What is this female demon doing at the god of war peak? You can provoke the sect master. You can also anger the 5 elders within the sacred land. But you must never offend the evil emperor peak's Lung Hanyan, because she is too brutal. Not daring to delay, Gu Jingwu's figure vanished from the main hall, reappearing right in front of Lung Hanyan. Before long, all the disciples of the god of war peak gathered here, each looking curiously at Lung Hanyan and Xiao Han. Gu Jingwu's old face revealed an unpleasant smile as he said to Lung Hanyan, Odds Master Lung, I wonder what brings you to my god of war peak. Damn it. Her shocking words stunned everyone, including Xiao Han, who stood frozen in place. Is Master this powerful? When someone asks what you are here for, you curse them? Haha, sorry, I couldn't hold it in. Huh. Xiao Han couldn't help but burst into laughter. As for Gu Jingwu and the disciples of the god of war peak, their faces darkened. Their hearts felt trampled by millions of grass mud horses. Master Lung, we are all the heads of our respective sects, saying that makes me. Before Gu Jingwu could finish, Lung Hanyan waved her small hand, and Lu Qi's corpse appeared on the ground. What is this? Lu Qi. The numerous disciples grew even more confused upon seeing Lu Qi's corpse. When did the inner sect disciple Lu Qi offend Lung Hanyan? Gu Jingwu's eyes narrowed and his aura seemed ready to explode. Master Lung, what does this mean? Did you kill him? Lung Hanyan coldly snorted, saying, Your good disciple dared to assassinate our evil Emperor Peak's chief disciple, Xiao Han. What do you mean? Gu Jingwu was stunned. Assassinate Xiao Han? I haven't even managed to win him over yet. How could he send someone to assassinate him? Master Lung, there must be some misunderstanding. I absolutely would never let my disciples assassinate Xiao Han. Lung Hanyan shook her head and said, I don't want to hear it. If you don't give me an explanation, I won't hesitate to wipe out all disciples of the god of war peak. Xiao Han. One moment she was like a little girl, the next she exuded a murderous aura. Truly, no wonder she is called the evil empress. So wicked, so arrogant. Gu Jingwu deeply understood that Lung Hanyan was very difficult to deal with. He took a deep breath and slowly said, Master Lung, I will give you an explanation. Upon hearing this, Lung Hanyan nodded. 3 days, I will only give you 3 days. All right, no problem. Gu Jingwu was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. But then Lung Hanyan continued, Xiao Han has sustained internal injuries, compensate for the mental distress. Gu Jingwu. Xiao Han. Gu Jingwu turned his gaze to Xiao Han. His old face instantly wrinkled like a withered flower. Internal injuries. Am I blind? Xiao Han's blood energy is robust. How could there be any internal injuries? In that moment, Gu Jingwu understood. This is extortion, this is blackmail. Just then Gu Jingwu seemed to sense something. He looked at Xiao Han with an incredulous expression. 5. 5th rank, Jade Profound Realm. Seeing Xiao Han's realm, Gu Jingwu lost his composure. What the hell, just a few days since entering. From having no cultivation at all, he directly broke through to the 5th rank Jade Profound Realm. How can the other disciples live? What? Master Gu doubts my words. A glint of cold light flashed in Lung Hanyan's eyes. The aura of 3rd rank Sacred Profound Realm erupted, instantly soaring into the sky. The oppressive force descended like a tidal wave upon all present. Those disciples felt as if they were tiny boats in the vast sea, ready to be capsized by the giant waves at any moment. Enough. Gu Jingwu feared for his disciples' safety. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, countering Lung Hanyan's momentum. You want to fight me? Lung Hanyan's aura soared again, the two forces colliding. It produced a series of dull sounds. Boom. In the end, Gu Jingwu was defeated, pushed back 3 steps by Lung Hanyan, and gasped for breath. This female demon actually broke through to the third rank, Sacred Profound Realm. Gu Jingwu felt Lung Hanyan's overwhelming aura, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Will you compensate or not? Lung Hanyan stepped forward, her aura increasing. It seemed that if Gu Jingwu refused, disaster would befall him. I will compensate. Gu Jingwu was almost in tears. He wished he could whip Lu Qi's corpse into pieces. Damn it, who sent you to kill Xiao Han? Moreover, Gu Jingwu wanted to pull out the mastermind behind this and crush him to ashes. Damn it, this is beyond outrageous. After hearing Gu Jingwu's words, Lung Hanyan's aura instantly retracted into her body. Her lovely face replaced with a smile as warm as spring. That's more like it. Disciple, what do you want? Just tell our master Gu a sacred artifact or an emperor artifact. Hearing Lung Hanyan's words to Xiao Han, Gu Jingwu's chest heaved. It seemed he was about to spit blood. A sacred artifact or an emperor artifact. Damn it, do you want your life in exchange? At that moment, Gu Jingwu showed Xiao Han a kind and friendly smile. The meaning was clear. Show some mercy. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow, seemingly contemplating what kind of compensation he wanted. Sacred artifact. Emperor artifact. Judging by Gu Jingwu's expression, he had none. Just then Xiao Han suddenly recalled something. On the day he entered, Gu Jingwu mentioned the door of world destruction. Determined, Xiao Han slowly said, the door of world destruction. Upon hearing that Xiao Han wanted the door of world destruction, Gu Jingwu directly spat out a mouthful of old blood. How ruthless. Indeed, like master, like disciple. Not a family not entering the same door. Lung Hanyan was also slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected that Xiao Han would ask for Gu Jingwu's life right off the bat. The door of world destruction, an unparalleled cursed artifact. Once activated, the door of world destruction will annihilate all enemies. This artifact is a trump card that Gu Jingwu never easily uses. Then Lung Hanyan nodded in satisfaction. This disciple quite scheming, I like it. No. Xiao Shiji, can we choose another? You can select any elixir or spiritual artifact you desire. Gu Jingwu shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. Repeated refusals. Xiao Han stubbornly said, no, I want the door of annihilation. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Han looked at Lung Hanyan with a pitiful gaze and continued, Master, it hurts so much. While saying this, Xiao Han clutched his chest, his breathing uneven. At that moment, his face turned pale as if he was about to depart from this world. Seeing Xiao Han's antics, Lung Hanyan rolled her eyes. Can you act any more dramatically? Gu Jingwu was already on the verge of breaking down. Damn, even the best actor can't perform like you. Before Gu Jingwu could think further, he saw Lung Hanyan's aura surge. Gu Shouzu, are you sure you want to refuse? Seeing Lung Hanyan like this, Gu Jingwu frowned. He then gritted his teeth and said, all right, but I have two conditions. If Xiao Han can fulfill them, I will compensate him with the door of annihilation. Upon hearing Gu Jingwu's words, Lung Hanyan instantly retracted her imposing aura and said, what are they, hoi? Gu Jingwu breathed a sigh of relief, seeing there was room for negotiation. I was initially planning to reward the door of annihilation to a new disciple of the Battle God Peak. If Xiao Han insists, he will have to battle my disciple. Then Gu Jingwu pointed to a disciple not far away. This disciple was a prodigy who joined the Holy Sect together with Xiao Han Feng Wuhan. He possessed an 8-star spiritual root and had reached the 5th stage of Gold Xian realm, surpassing Xiao Han by a whole realm. Upon hearing this, Lung Hanyan hesitated. If it were a contest of physical skills, Lung Hanyan was sure Xiao Han would not lose to anyone, not even those of royal or holy bodies. But it was precisely the realm that was Xiao Han's weakness. Seeing Lung Hanyan hesitate, Gu Jingwu's face revealed an excited expression. Finally, he could gain the upper hand over this female demon. At this moment, Gu Jingwu even wanted to throw his head back and howl to express his joy. I agree. He saw Lung Hanyan getting the short end of the stick. Xiao Han stepped forward and stared directly at Gu Jingwu. Hey, are you? Master, don't worry. A mere Gold Xian realm is nothing to me. He gave Lung Hanyan a reassuring glance. Then Xiao Han continued to address Gu Jingwu, Gu Shirbon. Or, 3 days later. At the same time, I will give you an explanation. Gu Jingwu didn't hesitate and quickly provided Xiao Han with an answer. Xiao Han nodded and said, all right, 3 days later at the Holy Sect's duel arena, whoever doesn't show up is a little dog. Lung Hanyan. Gu Jingwu. Feng Wuhan. Damn it, do you think this is a child's game? Whoever doesn't show up is a little dog. What is the second condition? Upon hearing Lung Hanyan's inquiry, Gu Jingwu thought for a moment and said, 3 days later, if Xiao Han wins, we can discuss it. If he loses, there's no need to mention it. All right. As soon as the words fell, Lung Hanyan took Xiao Han and soared into the sky, disappearing from the Battle God Peak in the blink of an eye. Gu Jingwu watched the two disappear and said to Feng Wuhan, Wuhan, whether you can obtain the door of annihilation depends on you. Feng Wuhan shrugged and smiled. Master, I'm not interested in the door of annihilation. I have some interest in Xiao Han. Are you a gay? Gu Jingwu stepped back, crossing his arms. An incredulous expression appeared on his face. Feng Wuhan. If you weren't my master, if I couldn't defeat you, I would have had a duel with you today to determine who is superior and who would live or die. You are the gay. Your whole family is gay. But such thoughts only lingered in his mind. Feng Wuhan shook his head and said, No, master, am very straight, thank you. Master is also very straight. Gu Jingwu said with a serious face. Feng Wuhan. Meanwhile, both turned their gaze towards Lu Qi's corpse. Wuhan, what do you think? Reporting to master, I can observe standing, sitting, or lying down. Gu Jingwu, damn. Unintentionally, Gu Jingwu was so angered by Feng Wuhan that he pulled out a few of his white whiskers. He smelled the fragrance emanating from Lung Hanyan's body. Xiao Han's heart fluttered. The two flew through the air, slowly heading towards the evil emperor peak. Hainer, do you know why master did this? Upon hearing Lung Hanyan's words, Xiao Han leisurely uttered a single word, lazy. Surprisingly, Lung Hanyan did not get angry upon hearing this. Instead, she praised Xiao Han. Smart. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell. Oh wait, if that old man doesn't go to hell, who will go to hell, ha? Looking at the playful smile on Lung Hanyan's face, Xiao Han unknowingly smiled as well. This master seemed to be quite fun. Ahem, this fun is not that kind of fun. Sometimes her actions were like a little girl. At times, she was as cruel and ruthless as a female demon. At this moment, Xiao Han perhaps understood why Lung Hanyan had become the evil emperor. It was simply living as she pleased, doing whatever she wanted. Both righteous and demonic, both good and evil. At this moment, Xiao Han seemed to recall something. There was still a corpse buried in the bamboo forest of Evil Emperor Peak. The outer disciple of Poison Peak Li Yun. Master, actually someone wants to kill me. Who? Lung Hanyan raised an eyebrow and asked. An outer disciple of Poison Peak Li Yun. On the night you returned, he crawled out from the bamboo forest to kill me, but I killed him. Then you appeared, so I thought you. After hearing Xiao Han's words, a flush crossed Lung Hanyan's face. So you touched the entire body of this emperor. Coming back to her senses, Lung Hanyan glared at Xiao Han and asked, Where's the corpse? In the bamboo forest. Let's go to the bamboo forest, take the corpse, and we will go to Poison Peak to extort and blackmail, oh no, to avenge your disciple. Lung Hanyan's face was filled with excitement, her eyes revealing the demeanor of a big bad wolf. Seeing this expression from Lung Hanyan, Xiao Han couldn't help but smile slightly. Master seems to have a penchant for extortion. Little did he know that during his time in the holy sect, Xiao Han had seemingly completely let go of his past identity as a demonic lord. Now he was like a novice just entering the sect, deeply cherished by his master. This feeling is truly wonderful. Xiao Han felt a fleeting moment of nostalgia for the loneliness of his past lives. Finally, all of it would be made up for in this life. While Xiao Han was lost in thought, the two quickly arrived at the bamboo forest of the Evil Emperor Peak. Where is it? Over here. Xiao Han walked into the bamboo forest, unleashing a surge of mystical energy that instantly blasted a deep pit into the level ground. In the deep pit lay Li Yun covered in mud. Lung Hanyan waved her small hand and collected Li Yun's corpse. Then with Xiao Han, they hurriedly flew towards Poison Peak. Just arrived outside the main hall of the Poison Peak. The crisp voice of Lung Hanyan rang out. Old man Shin, come out. Come out. Xiao Han felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. Hastily covering his ears, he took a step back. Why are you hiding so far from me? Upon hearing Lung Hanyan's inquiry, Xiao Han helplessly replied, Master, I don't want to become a little deaf person. Damn. Just then the head of Poison Peak, Shingudian, walked out of the hall. His old face was adorned with a broad smile. Well, what a surprise to see junior sister Lung here. This certainly adds luster to Poison Peak. He gazed at Shingudian's amiable face. Lung Hanyan was momentarily at a loss for words. Could you not be a bit more straightforward? As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. How can I get angry now? Before Lung Hanyan could think further, Shingudian continued, Junior sister, please come inside. The wind is strong outside. Don't let it ruin your beauty. Wind. To be honest, it was indeed very big. The sky was cloudless and the sun was bright. Is this what you call a strong wind? What flattery. Xiao Han couldn't help but secretly give Shingudian a thumbs up. At that moment, he mentally placed a hat on Shingudian. Old and cunning. At least you are perceptive. Lung Hanyan coldly snorted, pulling Xiao Han and leading the way into the hall. Feeling something unusual in his hand, Xiao Han's heart stirred. He couldn't help but scratch Lung Hanyan's palm. Moi. Lung Hanyan turned back and glared at Xiao Han, seemingly saying, You are so bold, daring to tease your master. Xiao Han observed in silence. However, he was internally panicking. Damn, I got excited. Upon entering the hall, Shingudian hurriedly brewed a cup of tea for Lung Hanyan. Then he bowed and cautiously asked, What brings you here, junior sister? Upon hearing this, Lung Hanyan waved her small hand, and Li Yun's corpse appeared in the hall. This is Li Yun, the outer disciple of Poison Peak. Shingudian looked at Lung Hanyan in confusion, waiting for her explanation. Lung Hanyan took a sip of tea and said sternly, Old Shun, you have taught a good disciple, yet he dared to attempt to assassinate my top disciple Xiao Han from the evil Emperor Peak. What? Li Yun tried to assassinate Xiao Han. I can't believe it. Shen Gudian quickly walked to Li Yun's corpse, a steel whip appearing in his hand. Crack, crack. Shen Gudian's steel whip danced in the air, and Li Yun's corpse was instantly riddled with holes. You little rascal, daring to assassinate my junior sister's disciple. Old man, I curse you, immortal. Who is Xiao Han? He is a genius prodigy of our sacred sect, the future pillar. How dare you try to assassinate him? I curse you, immortal. It seemed he was exhausted from the beating. Shen Gudian retracted the steel whip and let out a long howl. His declaration of, I curse you, immortal, showcased the demeanor of a master. With a spirit that could swallow mountains and rivers, he displayed a formidable aura. It was as if someone had killed his own father. Lung Hanyan and Xiao Han witnessed this scene. The two exchanged glances, and both saw the absurdity in each other's eyes. What a peculiar person. Too peculiar. Before they could think further, Shen Gudian seemed to have finished venting. He approached Lung Hanyan and said, Junior sister, rest assured, I will definitely give you an explanation. If I don't find the murderer, I will commit self-castration. Haha, sorry Uncle Shen, although I have been trained rigorously and can avoid laughing, I truly can't hold it back anymore. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. How interesting. It has been a long time since I saw someone so amusing. Unexpectedly, the head of Poison Peak turned out to be quite a character. Moreover, he was quite a charming character. Lung Hanyan was also amused by Shen Gudian, completely unable to feel angry. Alright, I'll agree to that. 3 days later at the Sacred Sects duel arena, I will await your answer. If the investigation yields no results, I will prepare a very sharp knife for Brother Shen, ensuring you won't feel any pain. Shen Gudian nodded solemnly and said, Junior sister, don't worry. But Hainer has been startled. Before Lung Hanyan could finish her words, Shen Gudian flipped his palm. 5 slender poison needles appeared in his hand. A slight pained expression crossed Shen Gudian's face as he gritted his teeth and said, Junior sister, this is the 5 poisons heart-piercing needle I just refined. Consider it compensation for Xiao Shizi's mental anguish. After saying this, Shen Gudian directly stuffed the 5 poisons heart-piercing needle into Xiao Han's hand. Don't worry, junior sister, I absolutely won't feel heartache, absolutely won't feel heartache. Before he could finish, Shen Gudian had unknowingly bitten his lip. A trickle of blood slowly flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Woo, I absolutely won't feel heartache. Shen Gudian turned his back, his shoulders shaking incessantly. It was as if a precious treasure had been stolen from him. Lung Hanyan saw that Shen Gudian had actually brought out the 5 poisons heart-piercing needle and nodded in satisfaction. Brother Shen, since that is the case, I shall take my leave. As her voice fell, Lung Hanyan led Xiao Han out of the hall. Shen Gudian turned and gazed at the gradually receding figure of Lung Hanyan, involuntarily exhaling a breath. My goodness, you scared me to death. This female demoness came on strong, but thankfully, I was clever. However, those 5 poisons heart-piercing needles. Damn, don't think about it. It's all your fault, you idiot, causing me to lose 5 poisons heart-piercing needles. If I don't find out who is behind you, I will commit self-castration. Wait. It seems I just made that vow. In the following 2 days, the entire sacred sect was thrown into disarray. The heads of God of War Peak, Gu Jingwu, and Poison Peak Shen Gudian were searching madly for the identity of every disciple. When the two met, they embraced each other and wept bitterly. Truly, it echoed the old saying, we are all fallen from the same sky. After leaving the Poison Peak, this time Lung Hanyan did not take Xiao Han flying through the air. Instead, they walked slowly along the mountain path. Master, what is the purpose of the 5 poisons heart-piercing needle? Upon hearing Xiao Han's question, Lung Hanyan smiled slightly and explained, this needle contains 5 types of deadly poison. As long as it pierces even a tiny bit of an enemy's skin, they will die on the spot. Even a powerful figure in the royal profound realm is no exception. Oh, another trump card. Not bad, not bad. Thank you, Master. Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction, slightly cupping his hands towards Lung Hanyan. No need for thanks, you are my obedient disciple. Oh dear, I've said it before, don't thank me. We are like family, why be so polite? This child, if you really want to thank your master, how about letting your master sense the breath of the destiny law contained within the Void Dao Body? Xiao Han looked at his master, who was talking to himself, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. No wonder you are so eager to take revenge for me. It turns out you are coveting my body. Alas, what to do about being too handsome? It's a calamity. At that moment, Xiao Han seemed to recall something. He turned to Lung Hanyan beside him and asked, Master, why hasn't the sect master shown up despite the commotion you've caused? Today's disturbance is quite significant. The aura of Lung Hanyan at the 3rd grade Saint Profound realm enveloped the entire sacred sect. However, to their surprise, the sect master did not appear to intervene. This left Xiao Han somewhat puzzled. Moreover, since Xiao Han entered the sect master had seemed to be non-existent. They had never shown up. Logically speaking, the celestial phenomenon Xiao Han unleashed that day should have drawn the attention of that mysterious sect master. Hearing this, Lung Hanyan laughed and said, "Big brother is in seclusion." "Big brother? Has no one told you that the sect master is my elder brother?" "What the heck?" At that moment, Xiao Han finally understood. No wonder Lung Hanyan is so formidable. It turns out she has powerful backing. Soon the two arrived at the evil emperor peak. "Hainer, can you handle it in 3 days?" "Master, a man should never say he can't." "Ha, good. Then I'll be watching to see how you perform in 3 days." "Absolutely." Tisk shameless. After absorbing a trace of the heavenly mandate law's aura from Xiao Han, Lung Hanyan swayed her slender waist and walked into her grand hall. Xiao Han shook his head helplessly. Who is truly shameless here? He returned to his own attic. Lying on the bed, Xiao Han pondered a matter. Is the gate of annihilation the sealing gate I lost back in the day? The sealing gate was a treasure Xiao Han used in the celestial burial realm in his previous life. It sealed various powerful ancient ferocious beasts. Even in his past life as strong as Xiao Han he could only unlock 10% of the gate's power. Moreover, he had formed a contract with an ancient ferocious beast. However, during the war between the immortals and demons, he was ambushed by the 4 great heavenly sovereigns of the righteous path, leading to the loss of the sealing gate. Now, upon hearing about the gate of annihilation, Xiao Han couldn't help but speculate. Why think so much? They'll find out in 3 days. Facing Feng Wuhan, who was at the 5th grade golden profound realm, Xiao Han felt no pressure at all. Although with his Void Dao Body, he could only exert 1/1,000,000th of his power. However, his physical abilities were not Xiao Han's only trump card. The heaven-slaying secret technique and the 5 poisons heart-piercing needle could easily annihilate Feng Wuhan. Moreover, Xiao Han's realm should not be judged by ordinary standards. Lost in thought, Xiao Han slowly fell asleep. It seemed he had begun to enjoy this ordinary feeling. Without the need for cultivation, eating well, and sleeping, waking up to play. The sun set in the west. Night gradually descended. When Xiao Han awakened, he found that the sky was already dark. Did I break through after a nap? Feeling the 6th grade jade profound realm energy within him, Xiao Han was taken aback. This is possible. I must say, having the assistance of the nascent soul little person is truly perfect. At that moment, the system's voice echoed. Ding. A task has been issued. Task content: the long night is endless and sleep is absent. Why not invite your master to a candlelight dinner? What the heck are you sure, system? Remembering Lung Hanyan's unpredictable and dual-natured personality, Xiao Han felt a wave of frustration. Having dinner with the master. He might as well go take down a big shot at the Wangxian realm. Confirm. Absolutely. Task failure will result in a punishment of thunder rolling. You're ruthless. Xiao Han gave the system a middle finger. Then he got up and walked out of the attic, passing through several grand halls. Xiao Han arrived at his master's residence. Standing at the door, he hesitated for a moment. After 2 minutes, it seemed he had made a decision. Xiao Han reached out and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Is master there? As soon as he said this, Lung Hanyan's voice rang out from inside the attic. What is it? Disciple has been researching a new dish lately and would like to invite master to dinner. Upon hearing Xiao Han's words, inside the attic, Lung Hanyan, sitting on the bed, was taken aback. What does this mean? My obedient disciple wants to invite me to dinner. Does Hainer have feelings for me? Oh dear, how embarrassing. Meanwhile, Xiao Han outside the door felt like an ant on a hot pan, anxious and restless. If master refuses, he would be struck by lightning. Before Xiao Han could think much further, Lung Hanyan's voice finally came through. I have already entered fasting. Ordinary food does not entice me so. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han was instantly dumbfounded. What the heck? Lung Hanyan actually refused. Was he destined to be struck by lightning tonight? However, he heard Lung Hanyan change her tone and continue. So you must prepare a dish that can impress your master otherwise. If you know what the consequences are. Understood, master. He'll go prepare it right away. Please wait a moment. Seeing that Lung Hanyan agreed, Xiao Han's face lit up and he hurried toward the kitchen. As long as Lung Hanyan agreed, everything would be easier. Delicious food. Xiao Han possessed the memories of both his first and second lives. What dish could he not prepare? Arriving at the kitchen, Xiao Han looked around and found that all kinds of ingredients were available. What should I make? With his left hand supporting his chin, many dishes floated through his mind. Right for a candlelight dinner, steak seems appropriate and adds a romantic touch. Damn it, where can I find beef in the Xuanxuan Continent? Beef. Right, the silver frost light sky ox. Xiao Han suddenly slapped his thigh. Then he began searching for materials in the kitchen. Thankfully, in a corner on a table, he discovered half a silver frostlight sky ox. Heaven helps me. Without hesitation, Xiao Han took a knife and cut off 2 pieces of meat from the waist of the silver frostlight sky ox. According to the memories of his first life, this part of the meat was suitable for making filet mignon. Not rushing to make the steak, Xiao Han decided to first prepare a dessert. Fortunately, in his first life on Earth, he was an all-around top-tier chef, blending Eastern and Western cuisines. Before long, a round 3-layer cake was crafted by Xiao Han. It was decorated with the carving of an extremely beautiful woman. From its outline, it seemed to resemble Lung Han Yen. Various spiritual fruits adorned the surroundings, making it look as if Lung Han Yen were lying amidst a sea of flowers. Beautiful. Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction. Then he continued to make the steak. With a series of spectacular maneuvers, he finally completed the candlelight dinner. How can a candlelight dinner be without wine? Xiao Han went to a certain attic, pushed the door open, and walked in. Before long, when he came out again, he was surprisingly holding a bottle filled with red liquid. Haha, a miracle comes from my hands. Looking at the red wine he had concocted, Xiao Han was overjoyed. He placed everything on a small cart. Then he slowly walked toward Lung Hanyan's attic. Master, I'm here. Upon reaching the door of Lung Hanyan's attic, Xiao Han called out inside. Come in. Lung Hanyan's voice seemed a bit tense, perhaps a bit shy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han was instantly stunned. Damn, what kind of trick is Master up to now? A voice echoed, aren't you coming in? The chill ran down Xiao Han's spine. Now that the arrow was on the string, there was no choice but to release it. Thus Xiao Han could only muster the courage to open the door and push the cart inside. This was his first time entering Cold Hanyan's loft. There were no excessive decorations. Everything appeared exceptionally simple. When Xiao Han cast his gaze upon Cold Hanyan, he was instantly stunned. Master, so beautiful. At some point, Cold Hanyan had changed into a white dress. The hem of the long dress trailed on the ground, concealing her alluring legs. Although the scenery inside was not visible, it sparked the imagination. The long dress gently wrapped around her slender figure, flowing down like waves to the ground. The dress was adorned with tiny strands of spiritual silk, forming delicate pearl-like flowers scattered across the fabric, elegant and noble. In this moment, Cold Hanyan could only be described in one way. Unrivaled beauty through the ages. A sight to behold, a stunning beauty. A face that could bring down a nation. A wonder to the world. So beautiful, so incomparably exquisite. Fool, why are you staring? Drooling. Cold Hanyan covered her mouth with a smile, giving Xiao Han a sideways glance. Hearing her voice, Xiao Han finally snapped back to reality from his shock. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, he calmly said, Master, you are so beautiful. Cold Hanyan's cheeks turned red, resembling a young girl next door. But smooth talker, have you smeared honey on your lips? To which Xiao Han almost unconsciously responded, yes, smeared honey, would you like to try? In that instant, the atmosphere turned awkward. After regaining his senses, Xiao Han directly gave himself a hard slap. Slap. How dare I tease the female demon that is my master? Cold Hanyan was equally taken aback. This mischievous disciple actually dared to tease her. Surprisingly, Cold Hanyan did not get angry. Instead, she felt a small sense of joy in her heart. She glanced at Xiao Han and then looked towards the cart. What is this? After regaining his composure, Xiao Han placed the dishes he had prepared onto the table one by one. Master, please have a seat. Pulling out a chair, Xiao Han performed a very standard, gentlemanly gesture. At that moment, he completely showcased the demeanor of a noble young master. Graceful and elegant, he had undergone a complete transformation from his previous demeanor. Watching Xiao Han's gentlemanly actions and the handsome, mischievous smile on his face made Cold Hanyan momentarily dazed. This little rascal was surprisingly charming. Lightly stepping with delicate movements, Cold Hanyan approached the table and slowly sat down. Xiao Han smiled slightly, adjusted Cold Hanyan's napkin, and then opened the prepared dishes. Heavens! What is this? It looks so beautiful. It smells so good. An array of astonished sounds escaped Cold Hanyan's lips, seemingly in disbelief. Did you make all of this? Hearing Cold Hanyan's question, Xiao Han smiled and said, I hope Master won't find it unworthy. Not unworthy, not unworthy. How about I try your culinary skills first? As she spoke, Cold Hanyan directly forked a piece of steak, intending to shove it into her mouth, completely lacking the demeanor of a lady. Seeing this, Xiao Han hurriedly stopped her. Master, that's not how you eat steak. Standing in front of Cold Hanyan, Xiao Han picked up the knife and fork, cutting a piece of meat for her. Watching Xiao Han's elegant movements, a glint of brilliance flashed in Cold Hanyan's eyes. Open your mouth. Xiao Han held a small piece of steak near her mouth, signaling her to open up. This intimate gesture caused a blush to rise on Cold Hanyan's face. She did not resist. Cold Hanyan gently parted her cherry lips, biting down on the small piece of steak. My! Cold Hanyan's eyes brightened, a look of undeniable joy appearing on her face. So delicious. Under Xiao Han's tender gaze, Cold Hanyan slowly lowered her head as if shy. Indeed, her heart was racing. She was being personally fed delicacies by her well-behaved disciple. Such an intimate action. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Master, eat like this, understood? Understood. Cold Han obediently nodded. She didn't dare to look directly at Xiao Han. Afterwards, Xiao Han picked up the red wine. Bang! Opening the bottle, he slowly poured the wine into a tall glass. Initially, there were no tall glasses. However, with Xiao Han's skillful hands, he magically conjured two. Master, this is the red wine I specially mixed for you. Give it a try. Cold Han, upon hearing this, raised her head, looking at the red wine before her, once again stunned. Not only could her obedient disciple tease her, but he also knew how to mix wine. Taking the glass of red wine from Xiao Han's hand, she took a gentle sip. It's quite good, very perfect. The wine was not strong, but rather had a sweet flavor. Xiao Han smiled slightly upon hearing his master's praise. He then moved to the opposite side of the table, pulled out a chair, and slowly sat down. How can a candlelight dinner be without candlelight? With a wave of his hand, the candles that had been prepared earlier appeared on the table. Then a stream of mysterious energy burst from his fingertips, extinguishing the spirit fire lamp in the loft. In an instant, the loft plunged into darkness. Before Cold Han could ponder, Xiao Han lit two candles on the table, a flicker of flame igniting, illuminating their faces. At that moment, the loft suddenly fell silent. Cold Han gazed at Xiao Han's face illuminated by the candlelight. A strange feeling arose in her heart. Similarly, Xiao Han felt the same. Is this a date? This thought flashed through both Xiao Han and Cold Han's minds. Ahem, disciple, thanks master for your nurturing. Xiao Han broke the awkwardness, raising his wine glass towards Cold Han. Cold Han smiled faintly upon hearing this, raising her glass to take a sip. However, just at that moment, Xiao Han continued, Master, aren't we going to clink glasses? Off. Cold Han was stunned. Clink. What to clink? Does Xiao Han want it? Before she could think further, Xiao Han and Cold Han gently clinked their glasses together and took a sip. Seeing this scene, Cold Han let out a breath of relief. So that was what he meant by clink. Master, please enjoy your meal. Master, is it delicious? Delicious. Master, another drink. Master, you are so beautiful. Master. And so the two of them asked and answered. The candlelight dinner finally came to an end. Master, I take my leave. After tidying up the remnants on the table, Xiao Han pushed the cart and slowly walked out. Just before exiting, Xiao Han turned back and smiled, Master, good night. As his voice faded, Xiao Han's figure gradually disappeared at the door. At this moment, Cold Han was staring blankly at the piece of cake on the table. It was intricately carved with the image of a stunning girl. As she gazed at it, a slight smile crept onto Cold Han's lips, as if she recalled something happy. It seems I've fallen in love. However, the object of her affection was her own disciple. Suru cast a glance at Xiao Sa and said, I have no mood to joke with you. Han Yu went to the Imperial Burial Secret Realm to seek the broken saint fruit in order to break through to the sacred profound realm. What? After hearing Su Ru's words, Xiao Sa slammed the table and stood up instantly. How could you let Han Yu go to the Imperial Burial Secret Realm? Do you not know how dangerous it is there? Suru, upon hearing Xiao Sa's reproach, did not get angry. With a sigh, she said, You know how stubborn Han Yu is. Once she decides on something, who can change it? Before she left, she asked you and me to keep a close eye on the other three assisting princes, if they show any signs of movement. Before Suru could finish her sentence, Xiao Sa's eyes revealed a hint of cold light. No mercy. Over the years, if it weren't for Su Han Yu always prioritizing the bigger picture and maneuvering in between, those three princes would have been eliminated by Xiao Sa long ago. Alright, if anything happens, I will notify you. Just be prepared. I will head back now. As soon as her voice fell, Su Ru's figure vanished, merging into the void. Xiao Sa returned to his seat, brows tightly furrowed. I hope that girl won't run into any trouble. If it weren't for me being ambushed back, then suffering a great loss of strength, what are the Heavenly Sacred Dynasty and the Xuanxuan Dynasty? They could be exterminated with a snap of my fingers. Heavenly Sacred Dynasty. In the Imperial Palace. In the Heavenly Sacred Hall. The Heavenly Sacred Emperor, Ho Tao, sat high above in the palace with a court full of civil and military officials below. Your Majesty, the Lord of Sanyuan City has been slaughtered. The city lord Wu Yue, the holy son of Jiuxiao sect Wu Tian, along with many disciples and elders from various sects, have met a tragic end. The Han Yu dynasty's demon suppression army took advantage of the chaos and seized Sanyuan City. Listening to the news from below, a flicker of anger appeared on the Heavenly Sacred Emperor's face. Where is General Shunwei? This subordinate is here. As the voice fell, a middle-aged man clad in silver armor stepped forward and performed a salute. I command you to lead 10,000 Heavenly Sacred troops and retake Sanyuan City. This subordinate will obey the command. General Shunwei once again clasped his hands in salute and then walked towards the hall's exit. The Heavenly Sacred Emperor furrowed his brows tightly, seemingly lost in thought. Many disciples and elders from various sects were killed in Sanyuan City, especially the holy son of Jiuxiao sect. This made him very distressed. He needed to give those factions an explanation. If the explanation was not satisfactory, those factions would likely cause quite a stir. After pondering for a moment, the heavenly sacred emperor stood up and walked towards the back of the hall. This matter had already surpassed his capabilities. He could only seek advice from the ancestors in the forbidden ground. Court dismissed. The voice echoed. The civil and military officials slowly exited the hall. Not long after, an elderly figure flew out from the depths of the palace, vanishing into the void. He flew in the direction of Juxiao Sect. Juxiao Sect. Inside the main hall, many factions from within the heavenly sacred dynasty's territory had gathered here. The reason was simple. Their disciples and elders had been killed. They wanted revenge. Sect leader Ling, everyone has gathered here. Please tell us who the murderer is. No matter who it is, whoever dares to kill elders of our sect, I swear I will not rest until I avenge this. Yes, Sect leader Ling, you must. Ling Fong, the sect leader of Juxiao Sect, did not respond to them. He sat calmly in his chair, eyes closed in meditation. Although he appeared calm, his heart seethed with rage. The Holy Sun had been killed. This undoubtedly slapped Juxiao Sect in the face. After the life token of Wu Yuan was shattered, he personally went to Xuanxuan City using secret arts to investigate the murderer. However, thinking of the murderer he had discovered, he felt helpless. Although the Holy Sect was not what it used to be, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. The Holy Sect still dominated the entire eastern region. Only those powerful ancient nations or ancient sects could compare to the Holy Sect. Juxiao Sect could dominate within the territory of the Heavenly Sacred Dynasty. However, if they left the Heavenly Sacred Dynasty in the entire eastern region, Juxiao Sect would be nothing. As for the factions clamoring within the hall, Ling Fong sneered coldly in his heart. He dared to assert that as long as he revealed the murderer, this group of people would probably immediately shut their mouths. However, for now it was better to let them raise their anger a bit more so that these factions could take the lead later. It must be said that although Ling Fang's strength was not impressive, he was filled with schemes. Just then a disciple suddenly rushed in. Sect leader, the protector of Tianhua Sect, has arrived. Before Ling Fong could respond, another disciple ran in. Sect leader, the fifth ancestor of the Heavenly Sacred Dynasty, has arrived. Hearing the words of these two disciples, Ling Fang's face lit up with joy. Finally, the main person had arrived. Tianhua Sect is the #1 force within the territory of the Heavenly Sacred Dynasty, boasting numerous powerful experts. It is even rumored that the daughter of Tianhua Sect's leader married a holy son of an ancient sect. This has allowed Tianhua Sect to rise to prominence, becoming the #1 force within the territory of the Heavenly Sacred Dynasty, thanks to the backing of the ancient sect's holy son. Thus, Tianhua Sect boldly declared war against the Holy Sect, shouting daily about exterminating evil and upholding justice. They even directly ordered their disciples to hunt down the disciples of the Holy Sect. Originally, Ling Fong thought that since the disciples of Tianhua Sect were killed, they might send a steward to resolve the matter. Unexpectedly, they actually sent a protector directly. This shows how much emphasis Tianhua Sect places on the events in Xuanxuan City. Before Ling Fong could think much more, he saw two figures appearing at the entrance of the hall, a middle-aged man and an elderly man with white hair. Upon seeing them, the voices in the hall instantly ceased. Everyone stood up and clasped their hands in salute. Greetings, fifth ancestor Ho. Greetings, Protector Chui. Ling Fong approached the two and welcomed them inside. Protector Chui, fifth ancestor Ho, please take a seat. This time Ling Fong did not dare to sit in the main seat, but offered it to the two. Protector Su's eyes revealed a cold glint as he asked in a chilling voice, who was the murderer? Do you know that among the killed disciples of Tianhua Sect, there is my nephew? After hearing Protector Su's words, Ling Fong was both surprised and delighted. He did not expect that among the people Wu Yuan knew there was actually Protector Su's nephew. This made things much easier. Without further ado, Ling Fong revealed the murderer. The killings of the disciples and elders from various factions in Xuanxuan City were done by the Holy Sect. As Ling Fang's voice fell, the hall fell silent. Indeed, those factions promptly shut their mouths, no longer making any sound. Even if they felt anger, they swallowed it in their stomachs. There was no choice. The Holy Sect was like a colossal entity to them. The fifth ancestor of the Heavenly Sacred Dynasty, Zhang, opened his mouth wanting to speak. However, he swallowed his words back. The Holy Sect was not something they could provoke. Now they could only observe Protector Xi's attitude. After explaining everything, the Law Protector Huang Wu furrowed his brows. What did you say? All the assassins lurking in the Holy Sect perished because of this assassination mission. Yes, Law Protector, all the assassins hidden in the Holy Sect have been exterminated, Elder Lin Bo replied with a bow. Alright, I understand. You may leave now. Yes, subordinate takes his leave. After Elder Lin Bo withdrew, Huang Wu murmured to himself. It seems another talented disciple has emerged in the Holy Sect, one that has garnered such attention. However, my Ghost Hall particularly enjoys hunting down talented disciples. Subsequently, Huang Wu took out a communication stone and began contacting the employers for this mission. The task difficulty has escalated, the price must be raised. Holy Sect! On the evil Emperor peak, Xiao Han walked out from the loft dressed in a white robe. A halo of light swirled around him, the melody of the Dao resounded, and the light of the laws flickered. A terrifying aura permeated the surroundings. Indeed, in just 24 hours my realm has reached the 7th rank of the Jade Profound Realm. He withdrew his aura, transforming back into an ordinary person. Today was the day he had a duel with Feng Wuhan. Regarding this battle, Xiao Han didn't make many preparations. He strolled to the 10,000 Laws Hall. His master Lung Hanyan had already been waiting in the main hall for quite some time. Master, good morning. Upon seeing Xiao Han, Lung Hanyan nodded, a hint of shyness flashing in her eyes. After the candlelight dinner, she had avoided seeing Xiao Han for the past 2 days. Instead, she had been hiding in the training room. Why? Because she was shy. Are you confident? Xiao Han shrugged and smiled. No pressure at all. Good, let's go. As the words fell, the two walked outside, coincidentally bumping into Mu Bingyu, Lin Xian, and Wang Xinyuo. Oh, Master Senior Brother, where are you two going? Lung Hanyan replied. Hainer has a duel with the disciple Feng Wuhan from the War God Peak today. A duel, eh? The three of them, Mu Bingyu stared at Xiao Han with wide eyes, seemingly surprised. Lin Xian chuckled and said, I wish Senior Brother victory. I'm going to gather the junior sisters to cheer for you. This? Xiao Han had not intended to disturb the junior sisters. It was merely a simple battle. Lung Hanyan smiled slightly and said, let the little girls be. The evil Emperor Peak hasn't been this lively for a long time. Indeed, Mu Bingyu nodded in tacit agreement. Yes, Senior Brother, with the junior sisters cheering for you, you will definitely sweep through the chaotic universe. Xiao Han. How could he think about fighting in the presence of these girls? Soon, all the inner disciples of the evil Emperor Peak were gathered. A group of people marched down the mountain, crossing the stone bridge. They arrived at the enormous plaza of the Holy Sect. At this moment, disciples from various peaks had gathered in the plaza, all discussing fervently. Have you heard? Xiao Han from Evil Emperor Peak is dueling Feng Wuhan from War God Peak. You just found out. Today is the day of the duel. Tisk tisk, are they going to determine a new king? Who knows? These new disciples have stolen our limelight. Should we suppress them a bit? Let them know how to respect their seniors. Huh, you. 5 years since entering and still stuck at the 1st rank of the Jade Profound Realm. Upon seeing Lung Hanyan and the others approaching slowly, those discussing disciples immediately fell silent, afraid of provoking this temperamental female demon. Greetings, Master Lung. Greetings, Head Sister Lung. Lung Hanyan nodded and then walked toward the eastern side of the plaza. Xiao Han followed behind, fully experiencing Lung Hanyan's dominance. Wherever they passed, everyone bowed their heads. They reached the duel arena. Xiao Han looked up and saw a massive high platform standing there, surrounded by swirling halos forming a protective barrier. This is actually a Saint Xian level duel arena. Xiao Han gazed at the arena ahead, feeling somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected that even though the Holy Sect was not what it once was, it still possessed such depth. After hearing Xiao Han's words, Lung Hanyan smiled charmingly. Let's go. Old Gu and Old Shun are waiting for us over there. As the words fell, Lung Hanyan led Xiao Han toward the spectator seats of the duel arena. As for Mu Bingyu and the others, they waited not far from the duel arena, preparing to cheer for Xiao Han. Walking up to the spectator seats, Gu Jingwu and Shun Guotian quickly stood up upon seeing Lung Hanyan's arrival. Junior Sister Lung. Junior Sister Lung. Lung Hanyan sat down on a chair and asked, Brothers, have you investigated thoroughly? Brother Shin, I have prepared a very sharp knife for you. Upon hearing this, Shun Guoshan's face flushed. We have investigated thoroughly indeed. He then exchanged a glance with Gu Jingwu, and they both said in unison, Ghost Hall. Upon hearing the words Ghost Hall, a terrifying killing intent flashed in Lung Hanyan's eyes. Ghost Hall. Alright, I remember it. The killing intent gradually spread, forming fierce winds that whipped against the faces of the crowd. Junior Sister Lung, quickly retract your divine ability. Gu Jingwu and Shun Guoshan's faces turned pale with fright, and they unconsciously took a step back, fearing that Lung Hanyan might go berserk. Retracting her aura, Lung Hanyan smiled and said, Brothers, am I really that terrifying? But Gu Jingwu was about to speak when he was directly silenced by Shun Guoshan's hand over his mouth. Not terrifying, not terrifying. Junior Sister is gentle and gracious, elegant, and noble, a beauty of the Xuanxuan Continent. How could she be terrifying? As the saying goes, flattery is never out of style. After a round of compliments from Shun Guotian, Lung Hanyan seemed to be in a better mood. Gu Jingwu cast an admiring glance at Shun Guotian, meaning to say, I admire the great one, I am in awe. Xiao Han watched the two old men who seemed like old children, shaking his head. If viewed purely from this perspective, who would have guessed that these two old men were the heads of a demonic sect? No longer joking, Lung Hanyan said to Xiao Han, Hainer, please begin your performance. As she spoke, she gave Xiao Han a threatening glance. The meaning was clear. If you lose, be prepared for my little whip. Seeing Lung Hanyan's gaze, Xiao Han hurriedly turned his head aside. At this moment, Gu Jingwu also called over Feng Wuhan, instructing them both. This battle is just a spar. No one can use lethal force. Just tap out, understand? Feng Wuhan said nothing, gazing at Xiao Han with a serious expression emanating a strong battle intent. 8th rank of the Golden Profound Realm. Feeling the aura radiating from Feng Wuhan, Xiao Han was slightly taken aback. In just 3 days, he had risen 3 small realms. It seemed Gu Jingwu had given him special treatment. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Xiao Han's mind. Ding! Task has been issued. Task content: defeat Feng Wuhan, win, and recruit him as a subordinate. In the future, the host is destined to be someone who will conquer the heavens. How can he not have a subordinate? Upon hearing the voice of the system, Xiao Han was momentarily speechless. Conquer the heavens? Isn't that called opening the heavens? Xiao Han sensed Feng Wuhan's battle intent and revealed a wolfish grin. This little brother, I will definitely recruit him. He then asked Feng Wuhan, are you confident in your strength? Feng Wuhan shrugged and nodded. Although you have a spiritual root beyond 9 stars, our realms are vastly different. I have no reason to lack confidence. Oh right, the gate of destruction is in my hands. Regardless of whether you win or lose this battle, I will hand it over to you. After hearing Feng Wuhan's words, Ancient Jingwu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Damn, I actually raised a rebellious brat. However, Lung Hanyan was nearby. Ancient Jingwu had little to say and could only cry alone. Xiao Han chuckled. Hee, there's no free lunch in the world. Feng Wuhan said, I like you and want to be friends with you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han was stunned. What the hell, you like me? Do you want to face me in a duel? Sword fighting on Mount Hua. Fighting at the back door. At this moment, a series of wicked images flooded his mind. This gave Xiao Han goosebumps. Cough cough, while I admit I am quite handsome, I am not interested in men. Feng Wuhan. He hurriedly explained, don't get me wrong, I have no interest in men either, I just want to. Damn, let's do it. Feng Wuhan was momentarily speechless and directly cursed. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved and instantly arrived at the duel arena, standing with his hands behind his back. His flowing long hair moved without wind, exuding a fresh and ethereal aura. Xiao Han smiled slightly and leisurely walked towards the duel arena. Without any tension, it felt as if he were strolling in a garden. At this moment, the duel arena was already surrounded by disciples who had come to watch the battle, their eyes fixed on Xiao Han and Feng Wuhan. The contest between newcomers began just like that. Just as Xiao Han stepped onto the duel arena, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Coming from afar, several figures flew in. When they landed in the audience, everyone looked closely and saw that it was the heads of the 3 main peaks. Each of them had a disciple with them. These young men were the talented disciples who had entered the sect together with Xiao Han. Haha, I heard that newcomers are going to duel. How can I from Tianlong Peak be absent? Of course, how could I from Huangji Peak miss it? Huh. I from Shintiger Peak naturally cannot fall behind. As Tianlong Peaks, head Duan Lishan, Huangji Peaks, head Zhoumia, and Shintiger Peaks, Gongsun Li landed in the audience, they all laughed heartily. Lung Hanyan's gaze sharpened as she smiled. Are the 3 senior brothers here to join the fun? She hadn't intended to involve them, yet they had come uninvited. Upon hearing Lung Hanyan's uncertain voice, Duan Letian and the other 2 trembled, their arrogance instantly vanishing. Like well-behaved children, they sat down in their seats. Duan Letian said, Hee junior sister, it's been a long time. Zhoumia added, I just had some free time and wanted to come join the fun. You don't mind, do you? Gongsun Li said, junior sister, I. Lung Hanyan shrugged and smiled. I don't mind. If you want to let them show off their skills in the duel arena, that's fine, but whether you can put up an enticing wager depends on you. Wager? Duan Letian and the others were slightly taken aback upon hearing Lung Hanyan's words. Lung Hanyan pointed at Ancient Jingwu and continued, senior brother Gu has put up the gate of destruction as a wager. Upon hearing about the gate of destruction, all 3 of them gasped in surprise. Damn, this fight is really expensive. As for Ancient Jingwu, excitement showed on his old face. 3 junior brothers, what are you waiting for? Don't you want your disciples to torment this talented disciple with a spiritual root beyond 9 stars? Don't you want your disciples to shine brilliantly? Don't you want your disciples to become famous? What are you waiting for? Bring out your treasures and let's fight. At this moment, Ancient Jingwu seemed to have fallen into madness, trying to drag Duan Letian and the others into the fray. Meanwhile, Shin Gudian, under the threatening gaze of Lung Hanyan, had no choice but to speak up. 3 senior brothers, don't you want your disciples to establish a brave heart? Don't you want your disciples to? Listening to Ancient Jingwu and Shun Gudian's endless chatter, Zhou Mie stood up first and cupped his hands to Lung Hanyan, saying, Junior sister, I have something urgent to attend to, farewell. Before Lung Hanyan could respond, Zhou Mie took his talented disciple to Tianyang and soared into the sky, flying towards Huangji Peak. This fight is too expensive, I can't afford it at all. Duan Letian and Gongsun Li exchanged glances, each seeing a similar expression in the other's eyes. With a gust of wind, Duan Letian stood up and said to Lung Hanyan, "Junior sister, my disciple Zhang Fan is feeling unwell today and cannot fight farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace, taking Zhang Fan with him. "Zhang Fan, you are the one who's unwell. Your whole family is unwell." Now only Gongsun Li and his disciple Yi Xiu remained in the audience. Gongsun Li glared angrily at the direction where Duan Letian and Zhou Mia had vanished, fury rising within him. "Damn, didn't we agree to advance and retreat together?" Junior sister, my disciple Yi Xiu has sustained internal injuries and is not suited for combat today. Lung Hanyan saw that only a fat sheep was left to be slaughtered. How could she let this opportunity slip away easily? Senior brother Gongsu and I see that Yi Xiu's blood energy is vigorous and his profound energy is like an ocean. How could he have sustained injuries? Upon hearing this, Gongsun Li's eyes turned and he reached out, patting Yi Xiu's shoulder twice. A terrifying force surged through. Yi Xiu instantly felt as if he had been struck by a boulder, his blood energy stagnating, and a trace of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. It was evident. Under Gongsun Li's palm, Yi Xiu suffered significant internal injuries. Lung Hanyan, Ancient Jingwu, and Shun Gudian stared in disbelief at Gongsun Li's outrageous actions. They couldn't help but admire him inwardly. Damn, is it really possible to play like this? At this moment, Yi Xiu looked at Gongsun Li with resentment. The meaning expressed in his eyes was clear. "Damn it, Yi Xiu, to avoid putting up treasures as a wager, you actually hurt me directly." At that moment, Gongsun Li suddenly embraced Yi Xiu, crying out sorrowfully, "Disciple, what happened to you? Don't scare the master, I can't live without you. Someone, my dear disciple, is about to die. Junior sister. Sob, I have to go ahead and handle my disciple's affairs. Farewell. Yi Xiu, if I could defeat you, I would definitely let you know why the flowers are so red, damn you, old uncle." Gongsun Li wailing in despair while holding Yi Xiu's sword into the sky. They watched as Gongsun Li's figure gradually disappeared. Lung Hanyan and the others were left in a daze for a long time. Can it be played like this? This move is undeniably impressive. Upon seeing Gongsun Li and Yi Xiu vanish, a look of speechlessness flashed in Lung Hanyan's eyes. The holy sect is excellent in every way except for the bizarre behavior of the various heads. Clearing her throat, a crisp voice rang out, "Hainer, please begin your performance. Good luck. If I win, there will be a reward." Hearing this, Xiao Han, standing on the duel stage, couldn't help but smile wryly. "A reward? Is this a game for children? Before we start, should we place a bet? What are we betting on?" Wind Wuhan asked with a smile. Xiao Han replied, "If I win, you become my subordinate." Wind Wuhan countered, "And if you lose?" "If I lose, I will be your boss." Wind Wuhan. At that moment, the audience below the duel stage suddenly erupted with cheers and shouts of encouragement. Senior brother, the invincible senior brother with the sun rising from the east, I alone remain undefeated, senior brother, Xiao Han, intimidating the universe. Senior brother, the invincible senior brother with the sun rising from the east. Xiao Han looked at the cheering junior sisters not far away. He couldn't help but feel a pain in his head. With the sun rising from the east, I alone remain undefeated. Why does that sound so familiar? Wait a minute. Could it be? Oh no, is it Dongfang Booby? What the hell? At that moment, Xiao Han suspected that Dongfang Booby had once crossed over here. Taking a deep breath, he stabilized his mind. Xiao Han stood opposite Wind Wuhan. The aura around Wind Wuhan gradually condensed, and a terrifying pressure descended upon Xiao Han. Xiao Han slightly shook his head. "Let's just get started, this level of pressure won't suppress me." As his words fell, Wind Wuhan's figure vanished from the spot. "Behind you." Xiao Han stepped forward, activating his ethereal body, and a surge of mysterious energy erupted around him as he threw a rapid punch. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a piercing sound. The violent airflow instantly spread out in all directions. Thud, thud, thud. Xiao Han stumbled back 3 steps before steadying himself. In contrast, Wind Wuhan's body merely swayed slightly. "I only used 30% of my strength." Upon hearing this, Xiao Han shrugged and replied, "So did I. One strike to determine the victor. Going back and forth is pointless." Hearing Xiao Han's confident voice, Wind Wuhan nodded in agreement. Defeating a monstrous genius with a 9-star spiritual root in one strike is a good idea. Just as he finished speaking, Wind Wuhan's mysterious energy surged violently once more. His right hand slowly extended, forming a fist. The violent energy gathered at his fist, exuding a terrifying cold light. Xiao Han focused his gaze, sensing the pressure radiating from Wind Wuhan. He couldn't help but nod. Wind Wuhan possessed the royal body and an 8-star spiritual root. The title of monstrous genius truly lived up to its name. In the Xuanxuan Continent, physiques are classified into ordinary bodies, acquired bodies, innate bodies, royal bodies, emperor bodies, saint bodies, imperial bodies, and celestial bodies. He refocused his mind. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic energy erupted around Xiao Han. A surge of demonic intent wildly surged from his spiritual sea. Demon's arrival. Boom. A thunderclap resounded from the sky. A mass of black mist rapidly descended. As the black mist dissipated, the shadow of an unparalleled demon emperor appeared behind Xiao Han. This is bad. Upon witnessing the powerful move Xiao Han was gathering, Wind Wuhan could no longer maintain his composure. The energy in his fist became increasingly violent, as if it were about to explode. Holy Demon Fist. An unmatched power emanated from Wind Wuhan's fist. A gigantic fist shadow tore through the void, traversing space, instantly appearing before Xiao Han. Xiao Han's aura peaked. The ethereal body fully activated, and the mysterious energy around him hissed, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Annihilate. Similarly, Xiao Han threw a punch directly meeting the fist shadow. He didn't employ any combat techniques, it was simply a straightforward punch. Meanwhile, the demonic emperor's shadow floating behind Xiao Han mirrored his action. The large and small fists merged in the void. In an instant, they collided with the fist shadow. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed throughout the duel stage. In that moment, smoke, billowed dust filled the air, obscuring the figures of Xiao Han and Wind Wuhan. In the audience section, Long Hanyan Shingudian and Gu Jingwu stared unblinkingly at the duel stage. Everyone was taken aback. These two disciples actually unleashed an aura comparable to that of the King Xian realm. Especially Xiao Han. He was only at the 7th rank of the Jade Xian realm. Can he go any further? Boom. The sounds continued to emanate from the duel stage, shaking everyone's hearts. Not long after, the sounds gradually faded away. The smoke dissipated and the dust settled. The figures of Xiao Han and Wind Wuhan finally revealed themselves. Hiss. Wind Wuhan has been defeated. In the duel stage, Wind Wuhan knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his hands, gasping for breath. Drip, drip. Drops of blood fell from his mouth, staining the duel stage beneath him. When the crowd turned their gaze to Xiao Han, they were instantly speechless. No flush on his face, no panting. His clothes were without a wrinkle. Clad in a white robe with his hands behind his back, his black hair swayed gently in the breeze. No one knew what Wind Wuhan had experienced in the smoke earlier. They only saw the look of fear in his eyes, as if he had encountered some kind of demon. You lost. Xiao Han's calm voice broke the silence of the scene. Woo. Senior brother won. Haha, senior brother, I love you, moi. Senior brother, I want to have your children. Cheerful voices rang out from below the stage. Wind Wuhan took a moment to compose himself. The fear in his eyes slowly faded away. Struggling to stand, he clasped his hands toward Xiao Han. Thank you for your mercy, senior brother. In terms of entry, strength determines rank. At that moment, Wind Wuhan was in complete admiration of Xiao Han. He also regarded him as a junior. From now on, you will be my commander, and together we will sweep across the wilderness, forcefully opening the heavens. Oh no, breaking the heavens. Hearing Xiao Han's arrogant voice, Wind Wuhan was momentarily stunned. Opening the heavens. Ascending to the upper realms. At this thought, Wind Wuhan suddenly shook his head and smiled wryly. It turned out that their differences lay not only in strength, but also in aspirations. Wind Wuhan's goal was to achieve the imperial rank, reach the 9th rank of the Emperor Xian realm, and become a revered celestial emperor. Unexpectedly, Xiao Han's ultimate goal was to forcefully open the heavens and ascend to the upper realms. Indeed, people cannot be compared. Do you agree? Xiao Han's voice resonated like the full moon, echoing in Wind Wuhan's ears and striking at his heart. I agree. In the future, I will definitely follow senior brother to battle in the 8 wildernesses and sweep across the wilderness. At that moment, Wind Wuhan submitted. The outcome has been determined. Feng Wuhan flipped his palm and a delicate little door appeared in his hand. Senior brother, the door of annihilation. Upon seeing the door of annihilation, Xiao Han's face instantly lit up. As expected, his speculation was not wrong. The door of annihilation is indeed the sealed door. Come back. With Xiao Han's voice echoing, the seal door suddenly trembled, buzzing. In an instant, it tore through space and appeared at Xiao Han's forehead. Then it vanished from sight. In the sea of consciousness, the nascent soul figure opened its eyes, hugged the sealed door, and continued to cultivate. What? Feng Wuhan was stunned upon witnessing this scene. What is going on? The door of annihilation actually flew towards Xiao Han on its own. It should be known that even after extensive research, Gu Jingwu could not elicit any reaction from the door of annihilation. He could only rely on sheer brute force to forcibly tear open a tiny crack and release destructive power. Xiao Han did not explain. He patted Feng Wuhan's shoulder and said, remember what you said today, cultivate diligently. If you encounter any difficulties, come to me. If the old man can't solve it, I can. One day, I will need you to be the vanguard. With that, he ignored the dazed Feng Wuhan and walked down from the duel platform slowly, making his way towards the audience seats. Once Feng Wuhan regained his senses, he muttered to himself, "I hope you won't let me down." The line between genius and madness is very thin. Clearly, Feng Wuhan is a genius. As for Xiao Han, he is undoubtedly a madman. Apart from the evil emperor palace from 10,000 years ago, who dared to claim they would open the heavens in this millennium, only he Xiao Han. This crazy idea made Feng Yuan's blood boil. He shook his head, which was still somewhat dazed from shock. Feng Wuhan hurriedly followed him to the audience seats. Gu Jingwu quickly approached to check on Feng Yuan's injuries. Upon seeing that there were no major issues, he finally relaxed and sighed in relief. "It's good that you're fine, it's good that you're fine." Feng Wuhan saw Gu Jingwu examining him and quickly stepped back. "Master, please be respectful." Gu Jingwu exclaimed, "Damn. Sister Lung, I won't mention the second condition since I have a rebellious disciple." After saying goodbye to Lung Hanyan, Gu Jingwu directly grabbed Feng Yuan's shoulder and shot into the sky. Shen Gu Tian chuckled and also said farewell to Lung Hanyan. In any case, the matter has been clarified. The person who attempted to assassinate Xiao Han was an assassin from the Phantom Palace. As for the rest, they could just watch the excitement. Soon only Xiao Han and Lung Hanyan were left in the audience. Good disciple, well done. At this moment, Lung Hanyan was still somewhat shocked. She didn't expect Xiao Han to truly leap over a major realm and win against Feng Wuhan. Xiao Han blinked and asked, "Master, didn't you say that if I win you would reward me?" Hearing the word reward, Lung Hanyan seemed to have thought of something, her face showing a hint of crimson, which was quite charming, causing Xiao Han to be momentarily mesmerized. "Silly boy, what are you staring at?" Lung Hanyan rolled her eyes at Xiao Han, then took his hand and walked slowly towards the area below the audience. Feeling the softness in her hand, Xiao Han's heart immediately stirred. "Master is holding my hand. This is incredible." Upon reaching Mu Bingyu and the others, Lung Hanyan commanded, "Everyone go back and continue cultivating." "Yes, master." In the blink of an eye, all the disciples hurriedly left the area. "Let's go back to the evil emperor peak." Without flying, Lung Hanyan held Xiao Han's hand and strolled through the holy sect square. "Master, is this okay?" Although holding hands felt wonderful, the gazes of the surrounding disciples were filled with confusion as they looked at the two of them. "What are you looking at? Do you believe I will kill you?" Boom. Upon hearing Lung Hanyan's voice, the disciples in the square desperately fled the scene. The female demon is about to go berserk. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han couldn't help but feel amused. He allowed Master to hold his hand as they walked towards the evil emperor peak. In the Hall of 10,000 Methods. After entering the main hall, Lung Hanyan released Xiao Han's hand. "Good disciple, close your eyes." Hearing this, Xiao Han was taken aback. "Why, oi?" Lung Hanyan's face suddenly turned red, and she said, "I'm giving you a reward." "Why are there so many whys?" "Close them." Upon hearing that Master was truly giving a reward, Xiao Han hurriedly, obediently closed his eyes. This mischievous Master is still playing surprises really bad. Just as Xiao Han was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a soft sensation on his lips. Unable to resist, Xiao Han extended his tongue. It lasted for 2 breaths. It felt as if an eternity had passed. Lung Hanyan's face turned bright red, resembling a ripe apple. This daring disciple actually stuck his tongue in. She pushed Xiao Han away and vanished from the hall in an instant. As for Xiao Han, he remained in the embrace position, unable to regain his senses for a long time. "Where am I? What did I do? I actually got kissed by my master. This is the master's reward. Incredible." Recalling the earlier scene, Xiao Han suddenly shivered. What should I do now? At this moment, Xiao Han really wanted to slap himself. But then he thought. Xiao Han chuckled. The master's lips are truly sweet. The master's tongue is really soft. Having such a beautiful master is truly delightful. After regaining his senses, Xiao Han turned and walked towards the outside of the hall. Behind the hall, Lung Hanyan was blushing, breathing heavily, as if she were extremely nervous. "So embarrassing. Will I be able to face anyone in the future?" This little rascal actually dared to stick out his tongue. But this feeling is truly nice. If there's a next time, I'll bite it off. No, I can't bite it off. Otherwise, I won't be able to. Oh, what am I thinking? At this moment, Lung Hanyan was in disarray. Her heart was extremely conflicted, wanting to think, yet not wanting to. Xiao Han returned to his own pavilion. After entering the cultivation room, he sat cross-legged on the stone bed. He originally wanted to check the sealed door, but just then the system's voice sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward draw, count 1 time. System draw. Ding. Draw successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a level 1 Zun Xian Realm experience card. Note: using the experience card grants the cultivation level of Zun Xian Realm, limited time 1 hour. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiao Han's face brightened. Amazing, he actually drew such a good item. He suppressed the joy in his heart and put aside his distractions. Xiao Han closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, the nascent soul figure was using a special method to refine the sealed door. Sensing the aura emanating from the sealed door, Xiao Han frowned. I didn't expect the sealed door to be damaged so severely. In that battle from years ago, Xiao Han used the sealing gate to block a joint attack from the 4 great heavenly sovereigns. Unexpectedly, the artifact-level sealing gate suffered such great damage. It seems I can only slowly nurture it, or hope for a lucky draw to obtain something for repairs. At that moment, Xiao Han's body trembled. A wave of enlightenment surged in his heart. He comprehended the second form of the Duga 9 swords, the sword-breaking style. The first form of the Duga 9 swords is the general technique. The general technique encompasses the essence of the heart method containing various transformations. It is used to embody the general technique with a total of 360 variations. The second form is the sword-breaking style. It is used to counter the sword techniques of all schools and sects in the world. Although the sword-breaking style is just one form, it comprehensively incorporates the essence of various sword techniques from all schools. Despite being without moves, it is rooted in the techniques of the world's sword arts. Not bad. Although it's just a green-tier battle skill, it depends on who uses it. In the future, the Duga 9 swords could very well become the Celestial Emperor's technique. Muttering to himself, Xiao Han got up and went to his room. What is Master doing? Should I go find Master and play that mouth-to-mouth game again? This time I absolutely cannot stick out my tongue. Although he thought so, Xiao Han dared not do so before surpassing his master. He could only be passive. There was no way Lung Han was capricious, a female demon. What if she got upset and castrated him? Then the happy life in the future would be ruined. Just then Xiao Han's ears perked up. He heard a commotion outside the loft. What the hell? Someone dares to cause trouble at the evil Emperor Peak. Xiao Han grabbed a stool and walked out of the loft. He saw Mu Bingyu, Lin Xian, and a strange woman ahead. Both Mu Bingyu and Lin Xian had a hint of anger on their faces. The strange woman had a scar on her face. Her aura was unstable, seemingly having sustained significant injuries. Moreover, her dress was torn, revealing some fair skin. Traces of blood were hanging on her dress. It seemed she had gone through a life-and-death battle. Senior sister, let's go find Master. Don't worry, senior sister, we must take our revenge. Xiao Han overheard their conversation and was puzzled. He approached Mu Bingyu and the others and asked junior sister what happened. And who is this little fairy? Upon hearing Xiao Han's voice, Mu Bingyu and Lin Xian hurriedly turned around and cupped their hands towards him. Senior brother, let me introduce you. This is our senior sister from the evil Emperor Peak, Mu Xueqing, and she is also my biological sister. Senior sister. Xiao Han's gaze turned to Mu Xueqing. He had always been puzzled as to why there was only a second senior sister at the evil Emperor Peak and no senior sister. It turns out there is one, but she is not at the evil Emperor Peak. Mu Bingyu said, sister, this is our evil Emperor Peak's chief disciple Xiao Han, as personally stated by Master. Mu Xueqing looked Xiao Han up and down, somewhat surprised. When did Master recruit male disciples? Moreover, a handsome and enchanting boy like him. Hello, Xueqing greets senior brother Xiao. Mu Xueqing slightly cupped her hands and greeted him. The status of the chief disciple is even higher than that of this direct senior sister. Thus Mu Xueqing referred to Xiao Han as senior brother. Suddenly Mu Xueqing coughed violently, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Senior sister, let's hurry and get Master. Before Lin Xian could finish, a pill suddenly fell from the sky and landed in Xiao Han's hand. At the same time, a clear and crisp voice rang out. Disciples of the evil Emperor Peak cannot be insulted. Hainer, this matter is up to you. Kill without mercy. The words carried a strong killing intent. From these words, Xiao Han understood that Master was very angry. However, it was unclear whether she was shy and did not dare to see Xiao Han, or for some other reason. Lung Han did not reveal her true form. Xiao Han gave the pill in his hand to Mu Xueqing. As she consumed it, radiant light surrounded her, and a fragrant medicinal aroma wafted through the air. In less than 3 breaths, the radiant light faded, and Mu Xueqing's injuries were fully healed. The scar on her face had also disappeared without a trace. Thank you, Master. Mu Xueqing bowed gracefully in a certain direction. Xiao Han then asked, junior sister, tell me what happened. After organizing her thoughts, Mu Xueqing slowly said, it's like this. With Mu Xueqing's explanation, Xiao Han and the others understood how Mu Xueqing had gotten injured. It turns out Mu Xueqing descended the mountain with her sword half a year ago. Just yesterday, she arrived at the Xuanxuan city of the Heavenly Holy Dynasty. She initially intended to rest for a night in the city before returning to the sect. Who would have thought she encountered several disciples of the righteous sect, the Tianhui sect, in the city? When the righteous and the demonic meet, they naturally become hostile. Mu Xueqing initially thought they wouldn't dare to act in the city. After all, there were explicit regulations in the major cities of the dynasty prohibiting any fighting among cultivators within the city. However, those cultivators actually colluded with the city lord of Xuanxuan City. They drove Mu Xueqing out of Sanyuan City. The events that followed were easy to imagine. The disciples of the Tianhua sect ganged up on Mu Xueqing. Mu Xueqing had a desperate escape returning to the Holy Sect. When the disciples of the Tianhua sect saw Mu Xueqing escape, they left in frustration. Upon hearing Mu Xueqing's words, Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. His face showed no expression. Again, the Tianhua sect. Junior sister, do you know where they went? Upon hearing Xiao Han's inquiry, Mu Xueqing nodded and said, I know. 2 days later is the city lord's birthday in Sanyuan City. He is hosting a grand banquet inviting many forces to attend. I suspect those disciples from the Tianhua sect are here to celebrate his birthday. Xiao Han stroked his chin and asked, you just said the city lord of Sanyuan City was also involved in this. That's right. Upon hearing Mu Xueqing say this, Xiao Han's lips curled up slightly. The war god with a twisted mouth reappears. All right. Life and death are trivial. If you don't accept it, let's fight. Let's go, junior sister. Let me take revenge for you and slay them all. Upon hearing that they were going down the mountain, Mu Bingyu and Lin Xian spoke in unison. Senior brother, I want to go too. Xiao Han replied, Master didn't allow you to go. Oh dear good senior brother, your words are just like Master's. Please, we are going crazy in the sect. One on the left, one on the right. Mu Bingyu and Lin Xian clung to Xiao Han's arms, shaking them incessantly. Feeling his arms surrounded by 2 soft peaks, Xiao Han showed a hint of helplessness. Going crazy? Then just go to the bathroom, it's over there. Upon hearing Xiao Han's jest, Mu Bingyu and Lin Xian instantly revealed shy expressions. I want to talk to you, bad guy. Senior brother, I solemnly tell you, you are so bad, I like you a lot. Xiao Han. Ultimately, Xiao Han still agreed to let them go with him. Just as they were about to head down to the evil emperor peak, Xiao Han cleared his throat, looking at Mu Xueqing's subtly visible skin, and said, Junior sister, why don't you go change your clothes? Though it looks very tempting like this, but senior brother, you are so bad. The task is to avenge your junior sister who has been wronged. As a senior brother, you must step forward and defeat all enemies. Hearing the voice in his mind, Xiao Han smirked. Do you even need to say that? You should know that in my past life, I was famously protective of those I cared about. Anyone who dares to touch my people will be beaten to a pulp. Not long after, Mu Xueqing approached clad in light armor. Senior brother, let's set off. Xiao Han rolled his eyes. Are we really just going to walk there? The distance to Sanyuan City is nearly 10,000 miles. Walking there? How long will that take? Giggle, of course not. Lin Xian chuckled, covering her mouth. With a flick of her hand, a small mechanical crane appeared. As she recited the incantation, the mechanical crane suddenly expanded, becoming as large as a house. Its body was engraved with countless runes, surrounded by many purple, shining spirit stones. These spirit stones were the source of power for the mechanical crane. Not bad, not bad. Seeing that there was a place resembling a pavilion on top, Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction. Jumping onto the mechanical crane, Xiao Han discovered a golden silk soft bed inside the pavilion. There were also a tea table, a futon, and a guzheng. What a delight, accompanied by a beauty with celestial music brewing tea. Naturally, Xiao Han lay down on the futon. However, without a pillow beneath his head, it was quite uncomfortable. Just then, a fragrant aroma wafted into his nose. Xiao Han found his head resting on a soft, delicate thigh. Looking up, he focused his gaze. On Mu Bingyi's glacier-like face, a hint of blush appeared. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? She shot a glance at Xiao Han. Mu Bingyi's lips curled into a slight smile. It must be said that dressed as a man, her unparalleled beauty took on a different charm at this moment. No more looking, or I'll have a nosebleed. Lin Xian, sitting nearby, obediently peeled a grape. Removing the skin, she used her fingers to feed the grape into Xiao Han's mouth. So sweet. So enticing. Looking up, he caught sight of the steep peaks of Mu Bingyu, undulating and impressive. You silly boy. Mu Bingyu tapped Xiao Han's forehead. A faint smile graced her face. Perhaps she herself did not understand why the usually cold and aloof her became more cheerful after meeting Xiao Han. As for Mu Xueqing, she watched on, amused yet helpless. Are you sure we're going to avenge me? It feels more like a leisurely outing. Just then she caught a whiff of a fragrance. What is this aura? I seem to be on the verge of a breakthrough. She saw Mu Bingyu, Lin Xian, and Mu Xueqing all looking enchanted. Xiao Han smiled slightly. Whether you can break through depends on your own fortunes. He had lived for so long. How could he not understand Mu Bingyu and Lin Xian's intentions? You're hungry, huh? Oh no, wait. You should want to absorb the aura of destiny. Soon, 3 powerful auras surged simultaneously, shooting towards the sky. All 3 had breakthroughs. Opening her beautiful eyes, Mu Bingyu revealed a joyful smile. She slowly bent down and pressed a red lip mark on Xiao Han's face. Lin Xian leaned over, grinning widely. Without any surprise, she gave Xiao Han a kiss as well. Mu Xueqing rolled her eyes, seemingly shy, and did not approach. Ahem, let's set off. Don't look at me like that. Let's go. With a loud call from the mechanical crane, its house-like figure shot up into the sky, flying towards the outside of the holy sect. After the group disappeared into the horizon, Long Hanyan's figure appeared here, her gaze fixed on the direction. Xiao Han had vanished, lost in thought for a long time. I await your return. With that, Long Hanyan's figure disappeared. The Holy Sect. The Sacred Hall. Long Hanyan pushed open the door of the Grand Hall and slowly entered. Inside the Grand Hall, the 5 elders of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth sat in order. Long Hanyan pays respects to all esteemed uncles. Upon hearing this, Elder Jin Ing opened his eyes. What brings you here, little girl? Long Hanyan nodded and asked, how is my elder brother faring in his closed-door cultivation? I do not know. Elder Mu Yi shook his head in response. I need to go in and take a look. You may. The sect master is just below this sacred hall. With a wave of Elder Jin Ying's hand, the mechanisms within the sacred hall were instantly activated. A series of clanking sounds echoed as chains turned. The ground in the center of the sacred hall unexpectedly split open. Soon a bottomless passage appeared before Long Hanyan. Looking at the passage ahead, Long Hanyan did not hesitate, lightly stepping forward and slowly descending the stairs. Tap, tap, tap. The echo of her footsteps filled the empty passage. The passage was adorned with various strange gemstones, emitting dazzling white light that illuminated the entire corridor. After walking for an unknown length of time, Long Hanyan finally reached the end. What came into view was a massive bronze door on the left side engraved with a supreme evil emperor. On the right side was an engraving of an ancient devil emperor. Slowly extending her right hand, Long Hanyan applied slight force and pushed open the bronze door. Instantly, a dense mystical aura rushed towards her. Inside the bronze door was a vast palace. Surrounding it was an ethereal aura with the sounds of the Dao resonating throughout. In the center of the palace, there was a gigantic altar. It had 99 steps intricately carved with ancient runes. Looking up from the steps at the top of the altar, there was a throne. Seated upon it was a man dressed in a blue robe. His eyes were tightly shut, surrounded by the light of the laws. Above his head, there was a chain-like destiny law spiraling in the void. The sounds of the Dao emanated from the destiny law. Long Hanyan stepped lightly up the steps, reaching the very top of the altar. Elder brother, how is the absorption of the destiny law going? Long Xiaotian opened his eyes upon hearing this. Seeing it was Long Hanyan, he shook his head helplessly. I have been in seclusion for 50 years and have only integrated 70%. I'm still a bit short of achieving the emperor's position. Long Xiaotian, the sect master of the Holy Sect, had reached the peak of the 9th-ranked divine profound realm 100 years ago. As long as he could integrate the destiny law into his consciousness, he would be able to attain the emperor's position and become the supreme emperor. However, over these 50 years, Long Xiaotian tried countless methods. Yet he could not quickly integrate the destiny law above his head into his consciousness. It could only be worn down little by little. As for this destiny law, it was left behind by a relic of an elder in the Holy Sect when they passed away. Originally, Long Xiaotian hoped to use this law to quickly break through to the emperor's profound realm. But alas, fate played its tricks. Long Hanyan covered her mouth and laughed softly. What's the rush? In another 100 years or so, you'll surely succeed in integrating it. Long Xiaotian rolled his eyes. Little sister, don't you know your elder brother enjoys traveling far and wide? I've sat here for 50 years, am nearly broken. Had I known it would be like this, I'd have waited for the heavenly Dao to birth the mandate law and fought for it myself. The heavenly Dao births a mandate law at unpredictable intervals, sometimes within a century, sometimes across millennia. Each emergence ignites a blood-soaked struggle across the Xuanxuan Continent. Prodigies from every race and demonic geniuses from every sect rise to contend for the mandate law and ascend to the emperor's throne. After all, who would not aspire to become the supreme sovereign? Moreover, attaining the emperor's Dao grants boundless longevity. Who told you to be lazy? Why not march upon the emperor's path? Why not fight for it? Hearing Long Hanyan's teasing, a flicker of helplessness crossed Long Xiaotian's eyes. At this moment, he felt utterly imprisoned, trapped beyond escape. He could not leave, not until the mandate law was fully absorbed. Dear sister, have you discovered any effective method these past decades? Hurry and rescue your elder brother from this torment. I haven't shared an intimate moment with your future sister-in-law in over 50 years. Ugh, shameless. Long Hanyan spat. Suddenly her eyes gleamed with mischief, and she smiled. I have a method, one that will accelerate your integration of the mandate law. At her words, Long Xiaotian's gaze sharpened with sudden hope. Dearest sister, tell me at once. What is this method? Name your terms. I'll agree to anything just to escape this accursed place. Long Xiaotian knew well that Long Hanyan's cunning rivaled his own. So when she claimed to possess a solution, he understood instantly. He was about to be thoroughly fleeced. Long Hanyan stroked her chin, her beautiful eyes darting thoughtfully, as if weighing precisely which demand to make. Speak up already. Perched upon the throne, Long Xiaotian even adopted a petulant tone. Long Hanyan. Simple. I want the Void Skimmer. What? The Void Skimmer? Upon hearing her request, Lung Xiaotian winced as though struck by physical pain. Dear sister, you know full well the Void Skimmer is my ultimate lifeline, the very artifact I rely on to flee certain death. With the Void Skimmer. Wait, don't walk away. Fine, I'll give it to you. Seeing Lung Hanyan turn to descend the altar, Lung Xiaotian shut his eyes and conceded without hesitation. Upon hearing his surrender, Lung Hanyan turned back with a radiant, knowing smile. Good boy, that's my beloved elder brother. Lung Xiaotian pressed urgently. Tell me, what is this method? Don't rush, he's currently attending to matters outside. Once he returns, I'll bring him here to assist you in integrating the mandate law swiftly. She uttered he repeatedly, each time with quiet emphasis. Lung Xiaotian blinked, utterly bewildered. Sister, who exactly is this he? You're betrothed. To his surprise, Lung Hanyan did not grow angry. Instead, a faint blush bloomed across her cheeks. Noticing it, Lung Xiaotian wore an inscrutable, amused grin. Which ancient kingdom's crown prince, or which venerable sect's saint heir or Dao heir, is this young man? How quietly he claimed you. Lung Hanyan shot him a wry glance and replied calmly, he is a newly initiated disciple of the Holy Sect, chief disciple of my Siedi Peak, and my most dutiful junior apprentice. Lung Xiaotian froze, stunned into utter silence. What? Your own disciple? Claimed you? A master-disciple romance? Damn it, I'll challenge him to a duel. Lung Hanyan. Without another word, she turned and walked down the altar steps. Dare harm him, even slightly, and I shall raise the Holy Sect to dust. And I alone cherish him. Whether he reciprocates remains unknown. Her voice trailed off softer and softer. Lung Hanyan receded farther, until she vanished entirely within the palace halls. As she walked, she murmured to herself, now that Honor possesses the Void Skimmer, she'll face no mortal peril, even in grave danger. Lung Xiaotian watched her fading silhouette, a sly, intrigued expression playing across his features. What manner of youth is he, capable of drawing my sister's heart so willingly? How eagerly I await our meeting. Lung Xiaotian closed his eyes once more and resumed his profound contemplation of the mandate law hovering above him. Tiansheng Imperial Dynasty, Northwest Territory. Here peaks rose in endless succession, towering unbroken and majestic. These mountains formed the 10,000 Mountain Range, a region dubbed the Land of Death across the Eastern Realm. Spanning tens of thousands of li, the range teemed with ferocious primordial beasts. Yet where peril thrived, so too did unparalleled opportunity, drawing countless formidable cultivators deep into its maw in search of destiny-altering fortunes. 1,000 li beyond the 10,000 Mountain Range stood two imperial dynasties, the Hanyu Imperial Dynasty and the Tiansheng Imperial Dynasty, locked in perpetual war. Both shared a singular ambition to devour the other whole. Xuanxuan City served as a key fortress of the Tiansheng Imperial Dynasty, its sole purpose to repel the Hanyu forces and simultaneously guard against beast surges erupting from the mountains. Today marked a momentous occasion for Xuanxuan City. Its Lord Wu Yue hosted a grand birthday banquet. Half a month earlier, factions across the Tiansheng Imperial Dynasty had begun converging upon Xuanxuan City, for one purpose alone: to honor Lord Wu Yu's birthday. Ordinarily, a mere city lord would command no such reverence. Yet he possessed an extraordinary son, Wu Yuan, the saint heir of the Jiuxiao sect. The Jiuxiao sect ranked among the foremost orthodox sects of the Tiansheng Imperial Dynasty, its strength unquestionable. Who would dare refuse the birthday celebration of the saint heir's father? Thus, within just 15 days, Xuanxuan City swelled with an overwhelming tide of orthodox cultivators. Outside Xuanxuan City, a colossal mechanical crane descended slowly from the sky. Xiao Han stretched languidly, gazing at the city looming before him, and smiled. Senior Sister Mu, how shall we proceed? Slaying or arson? Or shall I, your senior brother, raise the entire city for you? His tone remained calm, yet beneath it flowed an ice-cold, merciless intent. Upon hearing his words, Mu Xueqing glanced at Xiao Han's disarmingly gentle face and involuntarily shivered. She sensed with chilling certainty that should she utter the word raising, he truly would do it. Since disciples of the Tianhua sect seek my life, let them all die, and that wretched city lord as well. Had it not been for Lord Wu Yue, Mu Xueqing might well have escaped. Thus her hatred toward him burned with unrelenting fury. Agreed. He celebrates his birthday. Then let us deliver him a gift worthy of legend. At Xiao Han's words, Mu Bingyu and the others exchanged puzzled glances. A gift? What kind of gift? Xiao Han only offered a mysterious smile and gave no answer. Instead, he strode forward towards Xuanxuan City. Seeing this, Mu Bingyu and her companions folded the mechanical crane, veiled their faces with delicate silk, and hurried after him. Senior brother, what is this gift? Today is the grand birthday of Wu Yu. Therefore, there aren't many soldiers guarding the city gate, and there is no need for thorough inspections. Xiao Han led Mu Bingyu and the others into Xuanxuan City, turning left and right within the city. Finally, they found what they were looking for. Gazing at the shop before them, Mu Bingyu and the others exchanged glances, seeing mockery reflected in each other's eyes. A coffin shop. People are celebrating a grand birthday, and you gift a coffin. This senior brother is truly wicked. But I like it. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Han brutally knocked on the door of the coffin shop. An old man poked his head out, angrily asking, "What do you want?" The shopkeeper of the coffin store was in a very bad mood today. As for why, it is naturally because today is the grand birthday of the Lord of Wuyu. On his birthday, he issued an order that all coffin shops in the city must cease operations. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. On the Lord's birthday, your coffin shop still wants to operate. Isn't that touching the bad luck of the Lord? Xiao Han, upon hearing this, directly grabbed the old man's neck. "I want to buy a coffin. Are you selling it or not?" The old man, choked by the grip, turned red in the face. Knowing he had encountered a tough character today, he stammered, "Selling. Selling." They entered the coffin shop. Soon Xiao Han picked out a large coffin. With a casual wave, the coffin was stored in the Hongmeng Space. After tossing down a spirit stone, he left proudly. The old man stared dumbfounded at the direction in which Xiao Han and his group had disappeared. He remained in a daze for a long time. The direction they went seems to be the Lord's mansion. The Lord's mansion. Today it was festooned with decorations. Forces arriving to congratulate the birthday were endless. Kaiyuan Sect sent 9 turns treasure pill of Fenglei Yudan. The Lord of Bafang City gifted a top-grade spiritual weapon, the Xiang sword. Shilongmen sent. Voices echoed. All of this added to the festive atmosphere of the Lord's mansion. The Lord of Wuyu sat within a hall, his plump figure resembling a small mountain. Listening to those voices, a look of excitement spread across his fleshy face. He had only one thought in his mind: I'm going to get rich. Being greedy for wealth, he naturally knew how many birthday gifts he would receive today. In the hall, many representatives of various forces gathered, exchanging words with each other. Tianhua Sect, Kaiyuan Sect, Lufeng Hall, Igang Valley. These forces were all sects within the Tianxing dynasty. Although they were chatting enthusiastically, their eyes kept glancing towards a corner of the hall. In that corner sat a young man of about 20. Though his eyes were closed in meditation, an imposing aura radiated from him, with light swirling around him. This young man was the son of the Lord of Wuyu, the holy son of Jiuxiao Sect Wuyuan. However, at that moment, a discordant voice suddenly rang out from the entrance of the Lord's mansion. "I bring a coffin for the Lord of Wuyu. Hurry out to receive the gift." Xiao Han, carrying a giant coffin, stood at the entrance of the Lord's mansion and shouted loudly. Meanwhile, Mu Bingyu, Mu Xueqing, and Lin Xian stood behind him looking tense. Wow, senior brother is so bold, directly delivering a coffin. Originally, the three of them thought that Xiao Han would quietly deal with those people. They never expected Xiao Han to confront them directly. Mu Xueqing and the others slowly drew their long swords, their surrounding chi erupting as they guardedly looked at the Lord's mansion. "Since senior brother has done this, then let's do it." Boom. As Xiao Han's voice fell, the entire Lord's mansion exploded. "What? On the Lord's birthday, someone is delivering a coffin to the Lord. Gather. Damn, grab your weapons, kill him." Soon a team of soldiers rushed out from the Lord's mansion, directly surrounding Xiao Han and the others. Everyone in the hall paused upon hearing Xiao Han's voice. Delivering a coffin. Then all eyes turned towards the Lord of Wuyu. The excited expression on Wuyu's face had long vanished, replaced by a gloomy look. "Let's go, I want to see who is so bold." He glanced at Wu Yuan, who was sitting in the corner. Then Wu Yu stood up, leading the representatives of various forces towards the outside. Meanwhile, Wu Yuan opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing through them. Though he had always looked down on his domineering father, Wu Yu was still his biological father. He never expected that someone would dare to cause trouble at his father's birthday banquet today. Thus Wu Yuan slowly stood up, hands behind his back, stepping outside. At the entrance of the Lord's mansion, the group of soldiers was surrounding Xiao Han and the others. Seeing this, Mu Bingyu asked Xiao Han, "Senior brother, what should we do?" "Let's chop." Xiao Han's lips curled up, revealing a wicked smile. "Understood." After hearing Xiao Han's words, the three women acted without hesitation. They directly swung their swords forward. In an instant, the entrance of the Lord's mansion was filled with flashing sword light. Screams echoed out immediately. Before long, the soldiers were all down, blood flowing like a river. Bright red blood sprayed on the door of the Lord's mansion, resembling a hellish scene. After finishing all of this, Mu Bingyu and the others returned behind Xiao Han, standing with their swords drawn. Their pretty faces hidden beneath veils bore no expressions. Their eyes revealed endless killing intent. Blood continuously dripped from their swords, making them look like the reapers of hell. Xiao Han operated the Qi Luck Divine Eye, discovering that many people possessed great fortune. An invisible force shot out directly, seizing the luck from those people. In an instant, a wave of enlightenment surged in his heart. The chi within Xiao Han's body began to circulate faster and faster. Pop! A faint sound echoed from within him. Level 8 of the Jade Xian realm reached. Before Xiao Han could act, an angry voice suddenly erupted from the Lord's mansion. Who dares to be so reckless in my Lord's mansion? As the voice fell, Wu Yu led many experts quickly out from the mansion. Looking at the hellish scene before him, his anger surged, reaching a boiling point in his mind. How many years has it been? No one has dared to cause trouble in Xuanxuan City. Unexpectedly on this day, and on his birthday, someone dared to commit murder at the entrance of the Lord's mansion. Wu Yu's cold gaze fixed fiercely on Xiao Han, and the others exuding a thick aura of malice. Who are you? Wu Yu had always been meticulous and cautious, which is how he attained his current status. Now these few people dared to commit murder at the entrance of the Lord's mansion. Surely someone was backing them. Otherwise, relying solely on the cultivation of the four of them, they would never dare to act recklessly here. Xiao Han, upon hearing this, said nothing, directly tossing the coffin in his hands before Wu Yu. Then, pointing at the coffin, he said, I am here to congratulate you on your birthday. Do you want to lie down in it yourself, or should I help you lie down? He then pointed at the few people wearing Tianhua sect robes, and said, and you all choose one. Arrogant. Infinitely arrogant. At this moment, Xiao Han perfectly embodied the essence of arrogance. In fact, he had no intention of being low-key since arriving in Xuanxuan City, killing the disciples of the Tianhua sect and Wu Yu in secret. That was not his character. Xiao Han preferred to push through everything with force. A disciple of the Tianhua sect snorted coldly. A large hand reached out directly toward Xiao Han. How brazen. A mere 8th grade Jade Xian realm dares to be so reckless. The hand was about to land on Xiao Han's head. Suddenly a delicate shout rang out. The sword light in Mu Zuiking's hand flashed, and that hand was instantly severed. The sword light did not linger. It plunged directly into the man's throat. Gulp! Blood gushed from his mouth, quite terrifying. As she slowly withdrew her sword, Mu Xueqing fixed her gaze on the remaining 3 disciples of the Tianhua sect. The aura of a peak 9th grade golden Xian realm surged towards them like a tidal wave. Kill! Kill! The 3 Tianhua sect disciples, seeing their junior brother killed, were instantly enraged. Violent Xian energy erupted from their bodies. Their figures surged towards Mu Xueqing. Mu Bingyu and Lin Xian exchanged glances, fearing for Mu Zuiking's safety. Similarly, they trembled and released the full aura of a 7th grade and an 8th grade golden Xian realm. The spiritual swords in their hands erupted with cold light. They moved swiftly towards the battlefield. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed. Suddenly, a gust of Xian energy whipped through the surroundings. Xiao Han observed the battlefield without moving. At this moment, Mu Xueqing and the others were entirely in the advantageous position, requiring no concern from him. Seeing the 3 women entangled by the disciples of the Tianhua sect city, Lord Wu Yu turned his gaze to Xiao Han. Let's see who can save you now. Without any visible movement from city Lord Wu Yu, a terrifying large hand suddenly coalesced above him. Boom! The giant hand, filled with the might of thunder, suddenly descended towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han shook his head. It was all mere appearance, flashy yet insubstantial. Though City Lord Wu Yu possessed the strength of the 8th grade Golden Xian realm, his utilization of Xian energy was inferior to that of a Jade Xian realm cultivator. There was no need to think. City Lord Wu Yu's cultivation was achieved purely through the force of pills. Gazing at the giant hand, Xiao Han pointed instead of drawing his sword. Xian energy coiled around his finger as he jabbed forward. Break! Boom! With a resounding crash, the giant hand instantly disintegrated. The sky returned to calm once more. Xiao Han took a step back, slightly panting. What a pity the realm is still too low. Originally, he intended to directly slay Wu Yu with that jab. However, due to the limitations of his realm and the limited Xian energy within him, he merely shattered Wu Yu's attack. City Lord Wu Yu saw his strike blocked by the amp before him. His anger intensified. Damn it, how could a mere Jade Xian realm unleash such power? This is embarrassing. So many forces are watching behind me. At the same time, those behind him looked at Xiao Han with astonishment. An 8th grade Jade Xian realm blocked an attack from the 8th grade Golden Xian realm. What kind of monster was this? At the back, Wu Yuan's eyes also flashed with a glint of sharpness, deeply shocked. This person is not simple. Just as City Lord Wu Yu was about to attack again, a furious shout from the Tianhua sect disciples suddenly rang out. At this moment, the battle of Mu Bingyu and her companions seemed to be nearing its end. The surrounding Xian energy surged like giant waves crashing against the shore, expanding outward. Seeing that the Tianhua sect was about to be slain, the representatives of the forces behind City Lord Wu Yu shouted in unison. Stop! Swish, swish, swish. Several figures flashed, rushing towards Mu Bingyu and her companions. An overwhelming aura exceeding the Golden Xian realm instantly enveloped the entrance of the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, the army of Xuanxuan City had arrived, surrounding the area tightly. With wolves in front and tigers behind, it seemed the situation was very unfavorable for Xiao Han and the three. Xiao Han saw the group rushing forward, and a chill flashed in his eyes. A brawl. I like it. What if they are a group of Earth Xian realm experts? Today they shall still die? Come back. Upon hearing Xiao Han's voice, the figures of Mu Bingyu and her companions retreated violently, instantly arriving behind Xiao Han. Seeing the three escape, those Earth Xian realm experts immediately flickered again, charging towards Xiao Han and the others. After all, Wu Xingzi was watching from behind. This was a great opportunity to show off. If he could connect with the Jiuxiao sect, it would truly be smooth sailing in the Tiansheng dynasty from then on. Senior brother, what should we do? Looking at the approaching figures, the faces of Mu Bingyu and her companions turned somewhat grim. Don't panic. Xiao Han showed no signs of action. Suddenly, the demonic thoughts in his sea of consciousness began to churn. The demonic thoughts were one of Xiao Han's trump cards. Using one would reduce his stock. To condense demonic thoughts, one must first cultivate the demonic heart. The demonic thoughts stored in the sea of consciousness were formed when Xiao Han awakened his past life memories. As for the experience card for the first grade Zunxian realm, Xiao Han did not intend to use it. To deal with these people, demonic thoughts were sufficient. Demon descend. Crackle. As Xiao Han's voice rang out, a flash of lightning streaked through the void. A torrent of demonic energy came rolling and arriving in an instant behind Xiao Han. The demonic energy swirled, and a massive figure emerged. Like an ancient demon emperor exuding a terrifying majesty, demon descend tread the heavens. Seeing those people about to arrive, Xiao Han moved. He lifted his right foot and stomped down fiercely into the void. The demon emperor's phantom behind him raised its right foot as well. Boom. The void trembled as if about to be torn apart. The heavens and earth changed color, and boundless demonic energy surged violently with this stomp. Boom. Ultimately, this foot landed above those people's heads. The representatives of the righteous Sect city, Lord Wu Yue, and the surrounding soldiers were all covered by the giant foot of the demon emperor's phantom. This foot descended like an ancient divine mountain. Join forces. Wu Yuan shouted from behind the crowd. An aura of the 7th grade Earth Xian realm erupted suddenly. With an unmatched power, his fist struck against the giant foot above. Those people saw this and dared not be slow. In an instant, powerful attacks surged towards the giant foot, because they felt that this towering foot posed a threat to their lives. Is it that easy to block? Xiao Han smiled wickedly, his right foot once again stomping down with force. The demon emperor's phantom did the same. Boom. The giant foot of the demon emperor's phantom finally landed, stirring up waves like a tidal surge. Instantly, the entire city lord's mansion collapsed, with countless debris shooting out in all directions. When the dust settled, the surrounding scene appeared before Mu Bingyi's eyes. The city lord's mansion had vanished, revealing a massive pit over 100 meters deep. The shape of this pit resembled the footprint of an ancient giant. Looking into the pit, Mu Bingyu and her companions immediately crouched down and began to vomit. They had also killed quite a few people. However, upon seeing the scene in the pit, their stomachs began to churn involuntarily. Inside the pit lay countless severed limbs. Countless corpses were trampled into flesh paste by this foot. Blood seeped into the soil, making the entire pit look vividly blood-red. Mu Bingyu calmed her emotions and turned her gaze towards the calm Xiao Han. Is this the same senior brother who usually wears a playful smile? Terrifying. Savage. Anyone who stands against him is doomed to face a nightmare. At this moment, there was only one person standing in the pit. That person was the holy son of the Jiuxiao sect, Wu Yuan. There's still one alive. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow and looked at Wu Yuan. Although this time the dark thoughts used were not many, they were enough to annihilate any expert at the Earth Profound realm. Yet one still survived. This surprised Xiao Han. So he was wearing a defensive magical artifact. After a closer look, Xiao Han noticed the strange glow beneath Wu Yuan's tattered clothing. Suddenly he understood. At this moment, Wu Yuan's eyes were blood-red and his clothes were completely torn, revealing the defensive magical artifact underneath. It turned out to be a mid-grade royal artifact, a silk soft armor. Wu Yuan howled at the sky, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. In this critical moment, Wu Yuan unexpectedly broke through, fueled by his grief and anger. The aura of the Earth Profound realm enveloped the area. I will kill you. Wu Yuan's blood-red eyes fixated on Xiao Han. He suddenly pushed off the ground and flew out of the pit, charging toward Xiao Han. At this moment, he had gone mad. His Dao heart was damaged. If he did not take revenge, his Dao heart would never recover. Bang! Xiao Han waved his hand casually. The phantom of the demon emperor behind him mirrored his actions. With a tremendous force, it sent Wu Yuan back into the pit. As the final attack was unleashed, the phantom of the demon emperor behind Xiao Han gradually vanished. The world finally returned to peace. Senior brother, can you be a little more defiant? At this moment, Mu Bingyu and the others had snapped back to reality from their shock. Their pretty faces were filled with deep admiration as they gazed at Xiao Han without blinking. Xiao Han turned to Mu Xueqing and asked, "Junior sister, are you satisfied now? If not, how about I massacre the entire San Yuan city?" Mu Xueqing. He had wiped out the city lord's mansion and eliminated many representatives of the heavenly holy dynasty's sects. After all this, you still ask me if I feel satisfied. No need, no need. Mu Xueqing was now clearly frightened. She shook her small head like a rattle drum. Xiao Han smiled slightly, and then turned his gaze back to Wu Yuan in the pit. That earlier palm strike had severely injured Wu Yuan. As long as he eliminated him, this mission would conclude successfully. He walked slowly to the edge of the pit. Xiao Han looked coldly at the scene within the pit. The sight did not evoke any disgust in him. On the contrary, Xiao Han felt a surge of excitement within. It was as if he had returned to the days of the celestial burial domain. Let's end this. Just as Xiao Han was about to deal with Wu Yuan, a furious voice came from the distance. "You dare, you rascal." As the voice fell, a black figure appeared above the pit. Xiao Han focused his gaze and found it was an old man, his silver hair flowing without wind. His body floated in midair, resembling a hidden master. Tang, who was feeling quite frustrated at this moment. He was Wu Yuan's protector. He had originally accompanied Wu Yuan to San Yuan City for Wu Yu's birthday banquet. However, after an old friend learned he was there, he invited him to discuss Dao. Just as he returned, he was met with this heart-wrenching scene. The city lord's mansion had been flattened. Without any action from Tang, Wu Yuan's body was lifted by an invisible force. When Wu Yuan saw Tang, he cried. His cries were heart-rending, a scene of utter despair for the esteemed holy son of the Jiuxiao sect, renowned as the 10th prodigy of the younger generation in the heavenly holy dynasty. At this moment, he was like a child, crying sorrowfully. "Elder Tang, kill him, kill him." He vented his fears, pointing at Xiao Han and screaming in agony. Tang, who did not look at Xiao Han, but instead gazed into the void behind him. "Come out." Upon hearing Tang Hu's voice, Mu Bingyu, Mu Xueqing, and Lin Xian were all taken aback. Is there still someone hiding here? Only Xiao Han remained composed, showing no signs of surprise. He had known someone had been following them since they left the holy sect. Without needing to think, he knew it was someone sent by his master Long Hanyan to protect them. As for who it was, Xiao Han did not know. This was also why Xiao Han boldly flattened the city lord's mansion. Because even if he couldn't win, there was someone behind him. As Tang Hu's voice fell, the void rippled. An old man slowly appeared, landing beside Xiao Han and the others. His eyes held a look of shock as he gazed at Xiao Han. This disciple is too defiant. That recent move even gave him a sense of unease. Mu Bingyu and Mu Xueqing hastily saluted upon seeing this person. Disciple greets the 9th protector. While Lin Xian joyfully stepped forward and hugged the 9th protector's arm. "Grandpa, why are you here?" The 9th protector, whose full name is Lin Zhan, is one of the 18 protectors of the holy sect, and also Lin Xian's true grandfather. His strength had reached the 2nd grade Saint Profound realm. Not only him, but the other 17 protectors also possessed the 2nd grade Saint Profound realm cultivation. Lin Zhan had been in seclusion at the forbidden grounds of the evil Emperor Peak. Just as Xiao Han and the others were flying out of the holy sect, Long Hanyan transmitted his voice to him to protect Xiao Han and the others along the way. However, he was not allowed to act unless absolutely necessary. This was a test for Xiao Han, a test to become the evil emperor. Only by passing the test would he gain the recognition of all the ancient ones within the forbidden grounds. Originally, Long Hanyan intended to arrange another test for Xiao Han. However, due to the incident involving Mu Xueqing, he decided to use this situation to allow Xiao Han to undergo a unique trial. From Lin Zhan's expression, it seemed that Xiao Han's performance had greatly pleased him. Lin Zhan gestured for Mu Bingyu and the others to rise. Then he said to Xiao Han, "Not bad, not bad. This time you displayed the might of our holy sect. Your trial has been passed." Upon hearing Lin Zhan's words, Xiao Han rolled his eyes. It felt like a child licking a lollipop telling an adult, "You did very well." This feeling made Xiao Han quite annoyed. Then he asked Lin Zhan, "Trial? What trial?" Lin Zhan chuckled and stroked his sparse beard. "Do you think becoming the evil emperor is that simple? No matter how talented you are, you must undergo a series of trials to gain the recognition of those old geezers and truly become the evil emperor." Xiao Han frowned upon hearing this. "Trials? Damn." He silently gave Lin Zhan the middle finger, then turned back to joke with Mu Bingyu and the others. Tang, who was furious at this moment. He felt completely ignored. Dragging Wu Yuan's body, Tang, who snorted coldly and said, "Who are you? How dare you commit murder in the heavenly holy dynasty? Are you not afraid of my Jiuxiao sect?" Before Tang who could finish his words, Lin Zhan scoffed, digging in his ears dismissively. "Huh?" As Lin Zhan's voice rang out, Xiao Han froze, instantly staring at him in utter disbelief. "Damn it, how audacious." Though the Zhou sect was not among the strongest sects across the entire eastern region, within the Tiansheng imperial dynasty it ranked as one of the foremost powers, its ancestral halls sheltering a venerable elder who had attained the Saint realm. Yet to Lin Zhan's lips the Zhou sect seemed no more significant than an ant. Xiao Han shook his head with a wry smile. Apparently his understanding of the sacred sect remained far from complete. Yet upon reflection Lin Zhan's words held not a trace of impropriety. One must not forget within the forbidden lands of the Xiedi Peak lay 18 ancient sovereigns, each a peerless sovereign emperor of bygone eras. You seek death. Tang, whose face flushed crimson, speechless under Lin Zhan's scathing retort. With a thunderous roar, chaotic spiritual energy erupted from his body, surging violently toward the heavens. Zhu Xiao divine palm. Just as Tang, who prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, Lin Zhan disdainfully shook his head. How insufferably noisy. The moment those words left his lips, Lin Zhan casually struck forth with a single palm. A force of unimaginable magnitude exploded outward. Suddenly heaven and earth dimmed, as though the apocalypse itself were collapsing. That terrifying power descended without mercy, reducing both Tang, Hu, and Wu Yuan, still clutching him in hand, to dust. Not even a drop of blood spilled. They simply dissolved into oblivion, vanishing from the mortal realm. Shocked, thrilled, surprised. After annihilating Tang, Hu, and Wu Yuan, Lin Zhan behaved as though he'd merely brushed away a speck of dust. Then turning playfully toward Xiao Han, he winked. An unspoken declaration. You may be formidable, but this old master is no slouch either. Xiao Han. At that moment, he truly longed to invoke the demon descent once more, to pin that shameless elder to the ground and grind him into the dirt. Yet such thoughts remained only fantasies. Lin Zhan continued, mission accomplished. This guardian master shall now take his leave. You return to the sacred sect promptly. The eastern region grows increasingly turbulent. As his words faded, Lin Zhan shot skyward like a comet, vanishing instantaneously into the void. Gazing at the direction of his departure, Xiao Han could only sigh inwardly, in utter speechlessness. Why did every elder of the sacred sect possess such eccentric temperaments? At that very instant the system's voice chimed a loud ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the quest. Reward 1 lottery draw. Draw now. Ding. Draw successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired cultivation at the first rank of the Golden Xian realm. As the system's announcement concluded, spiritual energy in the void surged violently, coalescing above Xiao Han's head into a colossal, terrifying vortex. Absorb, absorb, absorb again. His cultivation level surged upward steadily. Before long, an aura of the first rank of the Golden Xian realm rippled outward. The surrounding air shrieked under immense pressure. Senior brother, you've broken through? Mu Xueqing and the two others stared dumbfounded at Xiao Han. Shock contorted their faces. 2 realms ascended in one leap. Straight to the first rank of the Golden Xian realm. Dear senior brother, could you possibly defy heaven any further? Enough. Restrain your astonished gazes. Let us depart for home. Yes, sir. Releasing the mechanical crane, Xiao Han once again luxuriated in a journey graced by beauty's companionship and celestial music steeping tea. As for Sanyuan City, its ordinary citizens dared not emerge from their homes until half a day had passed, then slowly converged toward the magistrate's mansion. Upon beholding the colossal crater, they froze in place. The magistrate's mansion had been utterly erased. Who dared slaughter its entire staff? It was a brazen slap across the face of the Tiansheng imperial dynasty itself. Among the crowd, the coffin shop proprietor gazed in abject terror, unable to tear his eyes away. Could it have been them? Soaring through the skies. Xiao Han reclined upon Mu Bingyu's slender legs, eyes half closed, as if feigning sleep. In truth, he was deeply immersed in studying the Void Dao Body. Now that he had ascended to the first rank of the Golden Xian realm, his comprehension of the Void Dao Body had deepened considerably. No wonder it ranks first among 10,000 innate physiques. It truly lives up to its legendary reputation. The Void Dao Body not only encompasses 10,000 celestial fate laws, but also harmoniously integrates the unique traits of all known physiques. In essence, possessing it is tantamount to embodying 10,000 physiques at once. The speed physique, the strength physique, the gravity physique, the defense physique. And now, having reached the first rank of the Golden Xian realm, Xiao Han could finally commence formal cultivation of the Void Dao Body, and his insights into it had grown profoundly sharper. At the precise moment of attaining the first rank of the Golden Xian realm, the first inherent trait of the Void Dao Body revealed itself: gravity. Every gesture, every step resonated with the weight of primordial mountains. With a single manifestation of the body, 10,000 foes would be crushed beneath its sovereign might. The Void Dao Body, truly exquisite. A subtle devilish smile curled Xiao Han's lips. His Void Dao Body had just undergone a profound enhancement. What remained was the cultivation of the art known as Chronos Abyss, a technique his nascent soul was now contemplating ceaselessly, nearing a breakthrough in comprehension. Once he stepped across that threshold, Xiao Han knew his strength would undergo a cataclysmic transformation. At that very moment, the system's voice chimed once more. Ding! New quest issued. Quest description: the younger generation of disciples at the sacred sect remains woefully weak compared to peers from ancient sacred lands and venerable sects. As the senior brother, you must aid your junior sisters in advancing their cultivation. Quest failure penalty: revocation of the Void Dao Body. Hearing the system's pronouncement, Xiao Han rolled his eyes. Damn it. I've just begun savoring the Void Dao Body's blessings, and you threaten to reclaim it. Dream on. He opened his eyes and asked Mu Bingyu and the others' junior sisters, would you like to break through? Break through? Yes, we want to. Hurry up, senior brother. We want to. Me too. In that instant, Mu Bingyu and her companions wore the grinning, predatory expressions of wolves, while Xiao Han stood before them helpless as a lamb awaiting devouring. Haha. Then today, senior brother shall guide you to transcendence. The moment he spoke, Xiao Han silently activated the celestial fate laws embedded within the Void Dao Body. Instantly, auspicious omens manifested across the heavens, as though divine grace rained down from above. Having absorbed the essence of these celestial laws, Mu Bingyu and the others closed their eyes, their cultivation arts activating spontaneously. Spiritual energy from the void rushed forward, vying to enter their bodies. Shortly thereafter, Mu Xiueqing opened her eyes first, her gaze flashing with brilliant light. Second rank of the Earth-Xian realm, attained. Feeling the surging torrent of spiritual energy within, delight bloomed across Mu Xiueqing's face. Glancing at Mu Bingyu and Lin Xian still deep in meditation, she seized Xiao Han off guard, pressing a crimson lip imprint onto his cheek. Thank you, senior brother. Her cheeks flushed with rosy radiance, exquisitely enchanting. Xiao Han touched the mark, gently smiled, and murmured, the Void Dao Body, truly perfect. At that very moment, Mu Bingyu and Lin Xian simultaneously opened their luminous eyes, two overwhelming auras erupting from their bodies in perfect synchrony. First rank of the Earth-Xian realm, achieved with effortless ease. Senior brother, I love you to death. Senior brother, I love you to death too. They flung themselves into Xiao Han's arms, embracing him tightly. Crushed between two mountainous peaks, Xiao Han's face flushed crimson. Please, I truly didn't intend this. I merely sought to fulfill the system's quest. This time the system did not keep Xiao Han waiting for long. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward 1 lottery chance. System, draw the lottery. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blue tier combat skill Torrent Palm. As the system's voice faded, a light sphere appeared in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. The small figure of the primordial spirit opened its eyes and inhaled. It absorbed the inheritance light sphere of Torrent Palm into its mouth. In an instant, a profound enlightenment surged into its mind. Torrent Palm, quite impressive. This palm technique, when still, is inconspicuous, but once unleashed, it is like a raging wave, tumultuous and relentless. One could say once this move is released, it is a fight to the death. Mission accomplished. Xiao Han lay on Mu Bingyi's slender leg and slowly closed his eyes. After several days of continuous travel and flattening the city lord's mansion, he was indeed quite tired. Mu Bingyu and the others watched as Xiao Han slowly fell asleep. Without making a sound, they concentrated on controlling the mechanical crane. The mechanical crane, like a shooting star, streaked through the void and vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Just as Xiao Han and his companions disappeared above Xuanxuan City, suddenly a menacing army emerged from 100 miles away. There were about 5,000 troops. Each soldier wore black armor, wielded long spears, and carried a broadsword on their back. A large flag stood tall among the army. From a distance, one could see a cold moon engraved on the flag. Beneath the cold moon flag, 3 large characters were written: Demon Suppressing Army. This army was none other than the Iron Cavalry under the command of the Demon Suppressing King of the Cold Moon Dynasty. A general in front gazed at Xuanxuan City and loudly issued commands. Today is the city lord's grand birthday. The defenses must be lax. Occupy Xuanxuan City. Kill, 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 kill. The sound of murderous intent echoed through the sky. In an instant, the iron hooves rose high, stirring up a storm of dust. 5,000 soldiers led by the general instantly charged towards Xuanxuan City. When they burst into the city, they found there were no guards at the gates. The ordinary people in the city trembled in fear, hiding in their homes, too afraid to come out. They charged through unimpeded, directly killing their way to the city lord's mansion. Looking at the massive blood pit, the leading general was stunned. The city lord's mansion had actually vanished. As his gaze shifted, the shattered armor and piles of flesh in the deep pit came into view. The general immediately understood why there were no soldiers guarding Xuanxuan City. It turned out they had all been exterminated. Which hidden expert is helping my Cold Moon dynasty? At this moment, General Wang Su couldn't help but speculate. Returning to his senses, he ordered those around him, take control of Xuanxuan City, do not harm the civilians inside. Those who disobey will be executed. Understood. The various powers in the eastern region have clear regulations. Wars can erupt between dynasties, but ordinary people must not be harmed. Otherwise, they would be rejected by all forces in the eastern region. Following that, Wang Su took out a transmission stone to relay the news back to the headquarters of the demon-suppressing army in the 10,000 Great Mountains. However, just at that moment, a series of sounds tore through the air. Dozens of red figures suddenly appeared beside Wang Su. Who goes there? The surrounding soldiers were about to raise their spears and advance, but were stopped by General Wang Su. Looking at the red-clad elder before him, Wang Su cupped his hands in salute. I greet Elder Lu. These dozens of individuals were the blood shadow guards sent by the demon-suppressing king to search for Xiao Han. The leading Elder Lu Potion was the steward of the demon-suppressing king's mansion. They had searched the entire Cold Moon dynasty without finding Xiao Han, so they planned to come around the Heavenly Saint dynasty for a stroke of luck. Unexpectedly, they witnessed a shocking scene. Lu Patian seemed still in shock, not yet returned to his senses. His subordinates behind him were likewise astonished. When Xiao Han swept through the city lord's mansion and slaughtered thousands of soldiers and experts from the Heavenly Saint dynasty, Lu Patian had just arrived at Xuanxuan City. Xiao Han's overwhelming demonic might appeared before their eyes, instantly shocking them to the point of nearly fainting. The so-called wastrel young master, having disappeared for a short time, actually possessed such immense power. Ruthless and decisive in killing. A power that defies the heavens. Is this the so-called wastrel son of the demon-suppressing king? Moreover, the elder who later appeared constantly shocked Lu Patian and the others' hearts. When did the young master get to know such extraordinary characters? It should be known that Lu Patian watched Xiao Han grow up. He understood everything about Xiao Han. But after witnessing this scene today, Lu Patian was bewildered. Is this still the Xiao young master he knew? He even suspected at one point that Xiao Han had been replaced. However, after observing secretly for a long time, he found no signs of abnormality. While they were still in shock, Xiao Han had already leisurely departed on the mechanical crane. Thus, Lu Patian was unable to stop Xiao Han in time. Elder Lu. Seeing that Lu Patian had been silent for a long time, General Wang Su called out again. Returning to his senses, Lu Patian coughed lightly and instructed Wang Su, I will personally report this matter to the prince. You take charge of the demon-suppressing army stationed in Xuanxuan City. Contact the headquarters of the demon-suppressing army in the 10,000 Great Mountains and have the reinforcements arrive swiftly to prevent a counterattack from the Heavenly Saint dynasty. Upon hearing Lu Potion's instructions, General Wang Su performed a military salute. I will obey the orders. Remember, do not harm any civilians in the city, or there will be no mercy. As his words fell, Lu Patian and his subordinates disappeared from the spot. This matter was too important. He must personally return to report to the demon-suppressing king. Cold Moon Dynasty. Empress Su Hanyue sat in her palace. In front of her stood a middle-aged woman. This woman was Su Hanyu's aunt, possessing a strength that reached the 7th rank of the Emperor Profound Realm. In the Cold Moon Dynasty, aside from Su Hanyue and the demon-suppressing king, her strength was the highest. At this moment, Su Hanyue helplessly said to Su Ru, Aunt Ru, I am just one step away from achieving the sacred position and stepping into the sacred Profound Realm. Unfortunately, the remaining imperial inheritance power is insufficient for me to break through. Upon hearing this, Su Ru sighed. The ancestor of the Xuanxuan dynasty should be close to breaking through to the 2nd rank of the sacred Profound Realm. If he breaks through, he might immediately swallow the Cold Moon dynasty. Around the Cold Moon dynasty, not only does the Heavenly Saint dynasty eye it covetously, but the Xuanxuan dynasty also constantly threatens the Cold Moon dynasty. The strength of the Heavenly Saint dynasty is slightly inferior. As for the Xuanxuan dynasty's strength, it surpasses the Cold Moon dynasty by a thin margin. This is because there exists an ancestor at the 1st rank of the sacred Profound Realm within the Xuanxuan dynasty. Furthermore, he has been in seclusion for a long time, seemingly trying to break through to the 2nd rank of the sacred Profound Realm. Once the ancestor of the Xuanxuan dynasty breaks through, the current tripartite balance of power will be instantly shattered. Su Hanyue furrowed her brows, seemingly having made a decision. She said to Su Ru, it seems I must personally venture into the Imperial Burial Secret Realm to seek the Breaking Sacred Fruit. The Breaking Sacred Fruit allows martial artists to swiftly attain the sacred status and step into the sacred mystical realm. Furthermore, this miraculous fruit only exists within the Imperial Burial Secret Realm. Once the Breaking Sacred Fruit is picked, it must be consumed immediately, for if it leaves the sacred tree's body, it will wither within 5 breaths. Thus, Su Hanyue had no choice but to go herself. If she could not break through to the sacred mystical realm, the Hanyue dynasty would face catastrophic disaster. As for the Imperial Burial Secret Realm, it is a notorious land of death in the eastern region, causing all forces in the region to tremble in fear. It is rumored that even powerful beings of the Imperial Mystical Realm may fall within, because anyone who enters will have their strength suppressed to the Earth Mystical Realm by the restrictions inside. After hearing Su Hanyu's words, Su-Ru directly shook her head in refusal. No, the Imperial Burial Secret Realm is far too dangerous. If you encounter any mishap, how will I explain it to Big Brother? And what about the Hanyue dynasty? A country cannot be without a ruler for a single day. With that, the two fell into deep thought. Due to the mysterious disappearance of Su Hanyu's father, the former emperor, along with the royal experts, the current Hanyue dynasty had suffered significant losses in strength. They faced a mere Xuanxuan dynasty and had no means to counter it. It is worth noting that the Hanyue dynasty of that time had reached the strength of an ancient nation. If not for the weakening of the royal power, it would likely be referred to as the Hanyue ancient nation by now. After a moment, a determined look appeared in Su Hanyu's eyes. And I have made up my mind. From today on, I announce that I am in seclusion. No one is allowed to disturb me. As for other matters, you can discuss them with the demon-suppressing king. Regarding the remaining 3 regions of the dynasty, be vigilant and send people to closely monitor them. If there are any unusual movements, mobilize the royal forces and join the demon-suppressing king to strike without mercy. Currently, the situation is extraordinary, and we cannot allow them to disrupt the Hanyue dynasty any further. Before the disappearance of Su Hanyu's father Su Tianlong, he had established 4 regions to assist the young Su Hanyue. Xiao was one of them. In recent years, the other 3 regions had eliminated rivals, formed cliques, and plunged the Hanyue dynasty into chaos. If it were not for the existence of some old relics within their families, Su Hanyue would have likely removed them long ago, to maintain the overall situation and prevent turmoil in the Hanyue dynasty. Thus, until now, Su Hanyue had not moved against the 3 regions. After finishing her instructions, Su Hanyue did not wait for any response from Su-Ru. She directly vanished from the palace. Su-Ru looked in the direction where Su Hanyue had disappeared, tears slipping down her face. Child, you have suffered so much. She had watched Su Hanyue transform from a frail girl into the current empress of Hanyue. The hardships and bitterness, how could Su-Ru not know? Big brother, when will you return? Hanyue has suffered too much. Silently wiping away her tears, a look of determination appeared on Su-Ru's face. Child, Aunt will wait for your return. As long as Aunt is here, the Hanyue dynasty will not fall into chaos. At the demon-suppressing king's mansion, demon-suppressing King Xiao sat in the hall holding a memory stone in his hand. This stone had just been handed to him by Lu Patian. Xiao played with the memory stone and asked Lu Potion, Lu Lao, has there been any news of that unfilial son? Lu Patian silently nodded. My lord, all the information about the heir is stored in the memory stone. You can probe with your divine sense and see for yourself. Hearing that Lu Patian had gone mute, Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Could this unfilial son not have kicked the bucket? Shaking his head, Xiao probed with his divine sense into the memory stone. Lu Patian looked at Xiao, a sly grin appearing on his face. He back, then I was almost stunned to the point of fainting. I just wonder how strong your tolerance is, my lord. After a while, Xiao's expression gradually turned vacant, his brain buzzing. The memory stone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, yet he was oblivious. As for the scenes within the memory stone, it was Su Hanyu's unparalleled might in Sanyuan City. With one foot, he flattened the lord's mansion. With another, he annihilated thousands of soldiers from the heavenly sacred dynasty. With another, he crushed numerous experts from various sects. With a punch, he severely injured the holy son of the Jiuxiao sect. What the hell? After a long while, Xiao finally came back to his senses. Stuttering, he shouted. Then his body went weak, collapsing into the chair. Shock. An unparalleled shock. For so many years, Xiao had never been shocked. He never expected to be astonished today by his own son. When did his son become so formidable? Could it be that Hanyue has been possessed? In an instant, Xiao suddenly stood up. The profound energy around him surged violently, stirring up gusts of wind in the hall. Lu Patian was knocked aside by Xiao's imposing aura. Holding onto the table, he hastily shouted, My lord, quickly withdraw your divine powers. The heir has not been possessed. Upon hearing this, Xiao's aura abruptly retracted. The hall regained its calm. Are you sure? Lu Patian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Absolutely sure. The heir has not been possessed. Upon seeing Lu Potion's certainty, Xiao was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? Scratching his head, Xiao sat back down in the chair, speechless. At that moment, he recalled something. Just now in the memory stone, an old man had appeared beside Su Hanyue. That old man, why does he seem familiar? Who could it be? Xiao Sa searched through his memories as if flipping through a book. Before long, Xiao Sa cursed again. What the hell, the 9 protectors of the sacred sect? That old bastard Lin Zhan. Could it be that this unfilial son has joined the sacred sect? Damn unfilial son, are you really going to defy heaven? After a moment, Xiao Sa finally came back to his senses. Lu Lao, there's no need to worry about the air. Led me with the command to the 10,000 great mountains. Inform General Liehua that if Xuanxuan City can hold, then hold it. If it cannot, then abandon it. Now is not the time for large-scale conflict. Lu Patian turned around and walked outside. In no time, he disappeared without a trace. Xiao Sa picked up the memory stone from the ground and murmured to himself, Sacred Sect. This kid really knows how to choose. He actually joined the demonic forces. It seems I need to pay a visit to those old fellows soon. Just as Xiao Sa was lost in thought, he saw a ripple in the space. Su Ru's figure slowly emerged from the void. Well, Su Ru, the little fairy, what wind blew you here? Su Ru looked at Xiao Sa, her mouth twitching fiercely. Su Ru cast a glance at Xiao Sa and said, I have no mood to joke with you. Han Yu went to the Imperial Burial Secret Realm to seek the broken saint fruit in order to break through to the sacred profound realm. What? After hearing Su Ru's words, Xiao Sa slammed the table and stood up instantly. How could you let Han Yu go to the Imperial Burial Secret Realm? Do you not know how dangerous it is there? Su Ru, upon hearing Xiao Sa's reproach, did not get angry. With a sigh, she said, you know how stubborn Han Yu is. Once she decides on something, who can change it? Before she left, she asked you and me to keep a close eye on the other 3 assisting princes, if they show any signs of movement. Before Su Ru could finish her sentence, Xiao Sa's eyes revealed a hint of cold light. No mercy. Over the years, if it weren't for Su Han Yu always prioritizing the bigger picture and maneuvering in between, those 3 princes would have been eliminated by Xiao Sa long ago. All right, if anything happens, I will notify you. Just be prepared. I will head back now. As soon as her voice fell, Su Ru's figure vanished, merging into the void. Xiao Sa returned to his seat, brows tightly furrowed. I hope that girl won't run into any trouble. If it weren't for me being ambushed back, then suffering a great loss of strength, what are the Heavenly Sacred Dynasty and the Xuanxuan Dynasty? They could be exterminated with a snap of my fingers. Heavenly Sacred Dynasty. In the Imperial Palace. In the Heavenly Sacred Hall. The Heavenly Sacred Emperor Ho Tao sat high above in the palace with a court full of civil and military officials below. Your Majesty, the Lord of Xuanxuan City has been slaughtered. The city lord Wu Yue, the holy son of Jiuxiao sect Wu Tian, along with many disciples and elders from various sects, have met a tragic end. The Han Yu dynasty's demon suppression army took advantage of the chaos and seized Xuanxuan City. Listening to the news from below, a flicker of anger appeared on the Heavenly Sacred Emperor's face. Where is General Shunwei? This subordinate is here. As the voice fell, a middle-aged man clad in silver armor stepped forward and performed a salute. I command you to lead 10,000 Heavenly Sacred troops and retake Xuanxuan City. This subordinate will obey the command. General Shunwei once again clasped his hands in salute and then walked towards the hall's exit. The Heavenly Sacred Emperor furrowed his brows tightly, seemingly lost in thought. Many disciples and elders from various sects were killed in Xuanxuan City, especially the holy son of Jiuxiao sect. This made him very distressed. He needed to give those factions an explanation. If the explanation was not satisfactory, those factions would likely cause quite a stir. After pondering for a moment, the Heavenly Sacred Emperor stood up and walked towards the back of the hall. This matter had already surpassed his capabilities. He could only seek advice from the ancestors in the Forbidden Ground. Court dismissed. The voice echoed. The civil and military officials slowly exited the hall. Not long after, an elderly figure flew out from the depths of the palace, vanishing into the void. He flew in the direction of Jiuxiao sect. Jiuxiao sect. Inside the main hall, many factions from within the Heavenly Sacred Dynasty's territory had gathered here. The reason was simple. Their disciples and elders had been killed. They wanted revenge. Sect leader Ling, everyone has gathered here. Please tell us who the murderer is. No matter who it is, whoever dares to kill elders of our sect, I swear I will not rest until I avenge this. Yes, Sect leader Ling, you must. Ling Fong, the sect leader of Jiuxiao sect, did not respond to them. He sat calmly in his chair, eyes closed in meditation. Although he appeared calm, his heart seethed with rage. The Holy Son had been killed. This undoubtedly slapped Jiuxiao sect in the face. After the life token of Wu Yuan was shattered, he personally went to Xuanxuan City using secret arts to investigate the murderer. However, thinking of the murderer he had discovered, he felt helpless. Although the Holy Sect was not what it used to be, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. The Holy Sect still dominated the entire eastern region. Only those powerful ancient nations or ancient sects could compare to the Holy Sect. Jiuxiao sect could dominate within the territory of the Heavenly Sacred Dynasty. However, if they left the Heavenly Sacred Dynasty in the entire eastern region, Jiuxiao sect would be nothing. As for the factions clamoring within the hall, Ling Fong sneered coldly in his heart. He dared to assert that as long as he revealed the murderer, this group of people would probably immediately shut their mouths. However, for now it was better to let them raise their anger a bit more so that these factions could take the lead later. It must be said that although Ling Fang's strength was not impressive, he was filled with schemes. Just then a disciple suddenly rushed in. Sect leader, the protector of Tianhua Sect, has arrived. Before Ling Fong could respond, another disciple ran in. Sect leader, the fifth ancestor of the heavenly sacred dynasty, has arrived. Hearing the words of these two disciples, Ling Fang's face lit up with joy. Finally, the main person had arrived. Tianhua Sect is the #1 force within the territory of the heavenly sacred dynasty, boasting numerous powerful experts. It is even rumored that the daughter of Tianhua Sect's leader married a holy son of an ancient sect. This has allowed Tianhua Sect to rise to prominence, becoming the #1 force within the territory of the heavenly sacred dynasty, thanks to the backing of the ancient sect's holy son. Thus, Tianhua Sect boldly declared war against the holy sect, shouting daily about exterminating evil and upholding justice. They even directly ordered their disciples to hunt down the disciples of the holy sect. Originally, Ling Fong thought that since the disciples of Tianhua Sect were killed, they might send a steward to resolve the matter. Unexpectedly, they actually sent a protector directly. This shows how much emphasis Tianhua Sect places on the events in Xuanxuan City. Before Ling Fong could think much more, he saw two figures appearing at the entrance of the hall, a middle-aged man and an elderly man with white hair. Upon seeing them, the voices in the hall instantly ceased. Everyone stood up and clasped their hands in salute. Greetings, fifth ancestor Ho. Greetings, Protector Chui. Ling Fong approached the two and welcomed them inside. Protector Chui, fifth ancestor Ho, please take a seat. This time Ling Fong did not dare to sit in the main seat, but offered it to the two. Protector Xu's eyes revealed a cold glint as he asked in a chilling voice, who is the murderer? Do you know that among the killed disciples of Tianhua Sect, there is my nephew? After hearing Protector Xu's words, Ling Fong was both surprised and delighted. He did not expect that among the people Wu Yuan knew there was actually Protector Xu's nephew. This made things much easier. Without further ado, Ling Fong revealed the murderer. The killings of the disciples and elders from various factions in Xuanxuan City were done by the Holy Sect. As Ling Fang's voice fell, the hall fell silent. Indeed, those factions promptly shut their mouths, no longer making any sound. Even if they felt anger, they swallowed it in their stomachs. There was no choice. The Holy Sect was like a colossal entity to them. The fifth ancestor of the heavenly sacred dynasty, Zhang, opened his mouth wanting to speak. However, he swallowed his words back. The Holy Sect was not something they could provoke. Now they could only observe Protector Xu's attitude. At this moment, Protector Chui suddenly stood up and walked outside. As he walked, he muttered to himself, damn, it's actually the Holy Sect making a move. For a few disciples, is it worth confronting the Holy Sect heathen? Moreover, the sect master recently issued an order to avoid provoking the Holy Sect. Thankfully, that nephew isn't a blood relative. Everyone farewell. With these words, Protector Xu's figure soared into the sky after exiting the Grand Hall. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the Jiuxiao sect. Everyone stared at this scene, rendered speechless. What in the world is happening? What happened to the promised revenge? Was it all for show? Meanwhile, Ho Wuzhu of the heavenly sacred dynasty also left here, burdened with thoughts. He ignored the many forces within the Grand Hall flying through the air, while muttering, could it be that the Cold Moon dynasty has allied with the behemoth that is the Holy Sect? No, that's impossible. It must be a coincidence. The City Lord's manor has just been destroyed and the demon suppression army has come in. Is this really just a coincidence? At this moment, Ho Wuzhu of the heavenly sacred dynasty was bewildered. If the Cold Moon dynasty really had allied with the Holy Sect, then what hope was there? Better to surrender. The heavenly sacred dynasty has only 5 ancestors of the 9th rank royal Xian realm of the Ho family stationed here. They simply cannot provoke the Holy Sect. A single protector dispatched by them could easily crush the entire heavenly sacred dynasty. After flying back to the heavenly sacred dynasty in confusion, Ho Wuzhu immediately issued a command to the heavenly sacred emperor. From now on, cease all warfare against the Cold Moon dynasty and do everything possible to mend relations with them. There was no other choice. Until the relationship between the Cold Moon dynasty and the Holy Sect is confirmed, Ho Wuzhu could only arrange things this way. After hearing this news, the heavenly sacred emperor was instantly slumped on his dragon throne, bewildered. What does this mean? You were the ones who wanted to annex the Cold Moon dynasty. Now you are the ones seeking peace. Damn, are you treating me like a fool? But then he thought, and the heavenly sacred emperor's face instantly darkened. Damn it, am I not the fool? As for the many forces at the Jiuxiao sect, they turned their attention to Ling Fong. Ling Fong observed quietly, looking at his nose and heart, remaining silent. Whatever will be will be. Wu Yuansheng is dead. We can just choose another holy son. We can't confront the Holy Sect just for him, right? That would truly be like the old longevity, star hanging himself living impatiently. Moreover, even the Tianhua sect has backed down. Our Jiuxiao sect certainly cannot recklessly charge in. As for these forces, Ling Fong was even too lazy to look at them. Just a bunch of fickle-minded individuals. Seeing no hope for revenge, those forces hastily took their leave. The loss they suffered this time could only be swallowed down as broken teeth. Thus the farce triggered by Xiao Han's overwhelming push against the city lord's manor unfolded. And so it disbanded. Holy Sect. On the evil Emperor Peak, Lung Hanyin stood outside the grand hall, hands clasped behind her back, gazing up at the sky, as if waiting for something. Before long, a mechanical crane flew in from the horizon, swiftly soaring above the evil Emperor Peak before gently descending. Xiao Han jumped off the mechanical crane, leaving Mu Binji's delicate legs. He quickly approached Lung Hanyin and performed a salute. Greetings, master. It has only been 2 days since we last met, and you have become even more beautiful. This mission has concluded successfully. Upon hearing this, Lung Hanyin rolled her eyes at Xiao Han. This little rascal really knows how to sweet talk. I want to taste that again. Regarding Xiao Han's actions in the Sanyuan city, Protector Lin Zhan had already reported to Lung Hanyin. After listening, even Lung Hanyin with her temperament was shaken. One move to overwhelm the city lord's manor. How audacious, how evil, how arrogant. Indeed, Xiao Han's strength cannot be measured by common standards. Meanwhile, Mu Xueqing and the others had also arrived in front of Lung Hanyin after putting away the mechanical crane. Greetings, master. Lung Hanyin nodded. However, upon seeing the faint aura emanating from the three, she could no longer maintain her composure. Earth Xian realm. Her gaze then shifted to Xiao Han. She knew that all of this was thanks to him. Very good, Xueqing, you all have broken through to the Earth Xian realm. Go back and enter seclusion to stabilize your cultivation. Yes, master. With these words, Mu Bingyu and the three bowed, and then slowly withdrew. Upon seeing them retreat, Lung Hanyin fixed her gaze on Xiao Han. It seemed as though she wanted to see through him. Xiao Han felt uncomfortable under her scrutiny and coughed lightly. Master, while I admit I am quite handsome, please don't look at me like that, or I will get shy. Upon hearing this, Lung Hanyin immediately rolled her eyes. You get shy? Only if the sun rises from the west. Come, let's go meet Elder Wu Xing. After saying this, Lung Hanyin took Xiao Han's hand and walked down towards the evil Emperor Peak. Xiao Han looked at their intertwined fingers. He shook his head helplessly. This action was so intimate. It was as if they were sweethearts strolling hand in hand. Lung Hanyin walked slowly, seemingly cherishing this journey. Feeling the warmth radiating from Xiao Han's large hand, her little heart raced like a fawn, thumping wildly. After descending the evil Emperor Peak and passing through several other main peaks, they soon arrived in a valley deep within the Holy Sect. This was Xiao Han's first time here. He curiously surveyed his surroundings. Not bad, this place has actually formed a natural great array. Upon hearing Xiao Han's voice, Lung Hanyin was slightly surprised. You have a good eye, Hainer. Xiao Han shrugged and smiled. Unfortunately, it has its shortcomings. What shortcomings? Lung Hanyin's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of curiosity as she looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han pointed to the surrounding mountains of the valley. Although this place is easy to defend and hard to attack, if a master were to overwhelm the mountains, this valley would be flooded with the debris of the mountains in an instant. After hearing Xiao Han's explanation, Lung Hanyin smiled and did not speak further. Instead, she took Xiao Han into the valley. The valley was vast. Surrounding trees where lush flowers bloomed in profusion and treasures were scattered everywhere. Grand halls stood tall, resplendent, and magnificent, exuding majesty and solemnity. This place is known as the Holy Land, where the elder of the evil sect resides, and where inner disciples cultivate. There are many at the Wangxian realm, Zunxian realm, and Junxian realm. As for what you just mentioned about the mountains being overwhelmed by masters, that is non-existent. After hearing Lung Hanyin's words, Xiao Han finally understood. Why did it seem that the disciples of the 8 main peaks were so few? It turned out they were all cultivating here. The disciples allowed to cultivate here were all inner disciples of the Holy Sect, guided by numerous elders in their cultivation. This is also the backbone of the Holy Sect. As they gradually delved deeper, the disciples walking around bowed to Lung Hanyin. Those disciples looked at Xiao Han, who was holding Lung Hanyin's hand, and were all shocked. When did the female devil become so gentle? She even holds a man's hand. But thinking it over, they soon understood. This disciple seemed to be the recently popular chief disciple of the evil Emperor Peak, Xiao Han. Immediately, powerful combat intent spread from them. Those of the demonic path are all warriors. The Holy Sect is no exception. Xiao Han sensed the fighting spirit emanating from the disciples around him. He was slightly surprised. There were quite a few disciples at the Earth Profound realm. Moreover, there were many even more powerful auras. However, Xiao Han paid them no mind. These were not random fights, but rather battles devoid of meaning. As he walked, Xiao Han turned to Lung Hanyin and asked Master why are the disciples of our evil Emperor Peak so weak. This had always puzzled Xiao Han. Although he had not met all the disciples from the other 7 main peaks, he learned that some of them had already reached the heaven profound realm, or even higher. Compared to those disciples from ancient sacred lands, they were not much weaker. Only the disciples of the evil Emperor Peak numbered just over 20, and the cultivation of Mu Bingyu and others had not even reached the heaven profound realm. If it weren't for Xiao Han, they might still be at the golden profound realm. Lung Hanyan smiled upon hearing this. The evil Emperor Peak had no disciples apart from me before. The girls from Xuanxuan were recruited by me only a few years ago, so their strength is not on par with the veteran disciples. But now with you as the senior brother, can they still lag behind? After listening to Lung Hanyan's words, Xiao Han shrugged and fell silent. The two had now arrived at the center of the Holy Land. What came into view was a grand palace. The palace bore the imposing and solemn characters Holy Hall. Let's go, this is the true decision-making place of the Holy Sect. As they pushed open the door to the great hall, Lung Hanyan pulled Xiao Han inside. Upon entering the hall, Xiao Han saw 5 elders sitting cross-legged inside. They were glowing with radiant light, emanating divine brilliance. Mysterious auras filled the entire hall. Upon seeing Xiao Han and Lung Hanyan enter, the 5 elements elder opened his eyes. In that instant, Xiao Han felt himself surrounded by mysterious power. Not bad, young supreme talent of the Emperor. The position of the Holy Son of the Holy Sect belongs to none other than you. At this moment, the 5 elements elder acknowledged Xiao Han. Greetings to the 5 uncles. Lung Hanyan slightly bowed to the 5 elements elder. Xiao Han feigned a salute, as well aware of Lung Hanyan's purpose for being here. The 5 elements elder said little and directly opened the mechanism leading underground. As Lung Hanyan slowly descended the passage, Xiao Han asked, Master, where are we going? Lung Hanyan seemed to be pondering something and blurted out, to meet your brother-in-law. Oh no, to meet the sect master. Xiao Han, brother-in-law. This is absurd. We haven't even started anything, and we're going to meet the parents. The further they went inside, the more nervous Xiao Han became. Is this what it feels like to meet the parents? At this moment, Xiao Han found it both amusing and exasperating. Upon hearing Xiao Han mutter to himself, Lung Hanyan asked, what did you say? Nothing. Nothing. Soon the two arrived before a massive bronze door. Lung Hanyan extended her right hand, slowly pushing open the heavy gate, and then pulled Xiao Han inside. As soon as they entered, Xiao Han heard a voice. Sister, you finally arrived. Big brother has been waiting so long. Xiao Han looked in the direction of the voice and saw a grand altar before him. Atop the altar stood a throne. A man in a blue robe sat upon it, looking helplessly at Lung Hanyan and Xiao Han. Lung Hanyan turned to Xiao Han and smiled. Do you see that person? He is the sect master of our holy sect, Lung Xiaoyan, and also my elder brother. The reason for bringing you here is because of the heavenly mandate above his head. Without needing Lung Hanyan to elaborate, Xiao Han already understood the situation. No wonder he hadn't seen the sect master for so long after entering. It turned out he was trapped here by the heavenly mandate. Subsequently, Lung Hanyan led Xiao Han slowly up the steps of the altar. They took their time to reach the top of the altar. Looking at Lung Xiaoyan up close, Xiao Han was slightly taken aback. This sect master was no simple character. From his appearance, he looked like a simple man in his 30s. However, he also gave off a sense of cunning and shrewdness. Lung Xiaoyan focused his gaze on Xiao Han. He scrutinized Xiao Han carefully. What is his spiritual route beyond 9 stars? I actually cannot see through this young man. As time passed, Lung Xiaoyan was increasingly filled with astonishment. He even suspected that Xiao Han was the child of destiny. This brother-in-law was too extraordinary. No wonder he could make my sister harbor secret affections. Ahem, greetings, sect master. Xiao Han snapped back to his senses, first clearing his throat as he cupped his hands towards Lung Xiaoyan. Hearing Xiao Han's voice, Lung Xiaoyan finally snapped out of his shock. Hello, brother-in-law. As soon as he finished speaking, a blush flashed across Lung Hanyan's face. She shot Lung Xiaoyan a fierce glare. This rascal, he hasn't even gotten engaged yet, and he's already calling Xiao Han brother-in-law. Then Lung Hanyan secretly peeked at Xiao Han, only to find he showed no sign of disgust. Instantly, she felt a rush of joy. As for Xiao Han, he was completely bewildered by Lung Xiaoyan's words. Brother-in-law? When did I become your brother-in-law? Then he looked at Lung Hanyan, only to find she was secretly glancing at him. The two exchanged glances, and a strange spark ignited between them. Lung Xiaoyan seemed to realize he was a bit too excited. He hurriedly broke the awkward atmosphere. Ahem, Xiao Han, do you really have a way to help me quickly merge with this heavenly mandate? Upon hearing Lung Xiaoyan's words, Xiao Han shifted his gaze from Lung Hanyan to the heavenly mandate swirling above. After studying it carefully for a moment, Xiao Han nodded and then shook his head. Lung Xiaoyan and Lung Hanyan were immediately puzzled, nodding and shaking your head. What does that mean? Before they could think more, Xiao Han slowly said, Sect Master, I should be able to help you quickly merge with this heavenly mandate. Upon hearing this, Lung Xiaoshan's face lit up with excitement, as he said, then hurry and get to it, this sect master is about to go crazy, I want to blast off. Xiao Han's face flashed with a hint of black line. It seems the sect master really is going crazy. As for Lung Hanyan beside him, she couldn't help but spit. However, before Lung Xiaotian could finish speaking, Xiao Han interrupted him. But if you merge this heavenly mandate into your sea of consciousness, you will be stuck at the third-grade Emperor profound realm for life, unable to break through to the ancient Emperor level. As Xiao Han's words fell, Lung Xiaotian was dumbfounded. Lung Hanyan was the same. Being unable to break through to the ancient Emperor level for life meant he could never reach the fourth-grade Emperor profound realm. This consequence was something Lung Xiaotian could not bear. At the same time, the puzzled voices of Lung Xiaotian and Lung Hanyan rang out simultaneously. Why? Seeing the confusion on the faces of the two, Xiao Han slowly said, this heavenly mandate has its flaws. If I am not mistaken, the one who possesses this heavenly mandate is nearing their end, and thus they have extracted the heavenly mandate from their nascent soul. After hearing Xiao Han's explanation, Lung Xiaotian silently nodded. Indeed, this is a heavenly mandate extracted by an old relic of our holy sect at the moment of their passing, but what is wrong with it? Xiao Han chuckled and shook his head. With the memories of his past life, how could he not see the abnormalities? This heavenly mandate appeared to be very active and full of energy. The power contained within seemed boundless. Even if a 9th-rank Emperor Xian expert came, they would not perceive anything amiss. However, Xiao Han felt that this heavenly mandate was like an old man on the verge of death, swaying precariously. The scene presented now was merely a flicker of vitality. Once Lung Xiaotian incorporated the heavenly mandate into his spiritual sea and achieved the imperial position, his life would be forever halted at the Emperor realm, and he would be unable to make any further breakthroughs. Xiao Han, what exactly is wrong with this heavenly mandate? Upon hearing Lung Hanyan's inquiry, Xiao Han slowly began to explain. After he concluded, Lung Xiaotian instinctively gasped. Damn, I wanted to take it easy, but I almost ruined the life of our sect master. Looking at the heavenly mandate hovering above, Lung Xiaotian shivered. Fortunately, the integration was slow. If it had been fast, he might have destroyed his entire life. Coming back to his senses, Lung Xiaoshan's expression instantly fell. Now I'm in a dilemma. What should I do? Although Lung Xiaotian wanted to sever his connection with the heavenly mandate, it was already over 70% integrated with his spiritual sea. It was simply impossible to sever the connection. Just then, the system's task was released. Ding. Task has been issued. Task content: fully operate the heavenly mandate contained within the Void Dao Body to restore the heavenly mandate before you to its normal state. After hearing the system's voice, Xiao Han smiled slightly. I can draw again. Then he said to Lung Xiaotian and Lung Hanyan, it's no problem. Since this heavenly mandate is like an old man on the verge of death, I will give it a new lease on life, restoring it to the vigor of youth. Upon hearing this, Lung Xiaoshan's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Really? Lung Xiaotian exclaimed. Then what are we waiting for? Come on, my treasure. Xiao Han ugh. Nun. To silence Lung Xiaotian, Xiao Han chose to ignore him. He directly released countless heavenly mandates from the Void Dao Body. In an instant, the entire underground palace was surrounded by heavenly mandates. The heavenly mandates soared like a giant dragon flying through the void. Waves of profound Dao aura emanated from the countless heavenly mandates. Suddenly, the entire underground palace resonated with ethereal sounds, the music of the Dao. Damn, is this the fabled Void Dao Body, known as the Little Heavenly Dao? Lung Xiaotian was astonished by the Void Dao Body that Xiao Han had manifested. Such a rare physique was appearing before his eyes today. The Void Dao Body contains countless heavenly mandates, thus it is also called the Little Heavenly Dao, because only the Dao can give birth to the heavenly mandate. Before Lung Xiaotian could think further, those countless heavenly mandates gathered above his head, instantly enveloping the heavenly mandate above him. Waves of lively and vibrant Dao power manifested, slowly infusing themselves. Before long, the heavenly mandate that had been dormant for so long began to tremble slightly. After 3 breaths, the tremors grew stronger and faster. Bang! A faint sound was heard. The heavenly mandate instantly burst forth in a riot of colors, revealing a cosmic spectacle. Ancient chaotic energies flowed from the mandate, merging with the countless heavenly mandates. Gradually, the mandate began to resonate. The mandate finally burst forth with the vitality of youth. It's alive. Lung Xiaotian stared in awe at the miraculous scene, unable to speak coherently. You better quickly bear the heavenly mandate and achieve the imperial position. With Xiao Han's voice ringing out, it brought Lung Xiaotian back to his senses. Not daring to hesitate any longer, Lung Xiaotian opened his spiritual sea, directly integrating the heavenly mandate like a giant whale swallowing waves. Seeing this, Xiao Han halted the operation of the Void Dao Body. All the countless heavenly mandates were retracted back into his body, disappearing without a trace. The underground palace returned to tranquility. After Xiao Han merged the heavenly mandate into his spiritual sea, his nascent soul instantly enveloped the mandate. Gradually, the mandate formed a chain wrapping around his nascent soul. In the next second, Xiaohan's nascent soul suddenly erupted with a profound aura. A character emperor emerged from his nascent soul. In that instant, above the Holy Land, a purple aura descended from the east, bestowing blessings upon him. All things in the world revived, and all beings prostrated. The sound of the Dao resonated throughout the entire Xuanxuan Continent as countless forces gazed up at the apex of the heavens. Has someone achieved the status of emperor? The heavenly mandate has yet to emerge. Who exactly has borne the heavenly mandate? Haha, another emperor has appeared in the Xuanxuan Continent. Congratulations. As Xiao Han achieved the imperial position, the entire holy sect was enveloped by a mysterious force. In that moment, all the elders and disciples felt the rapid operation of their profound energy, and their cultivation levels soared. Some exceptionally gifted disciples broke through several levels in succession. Others experienced profound insights into their own techniques. The sect master has achieved the imperial position. Haha, the heavens bless the holy sect. Another emperor has finally been born. The holy sect is about to rise and no one can stop it. Countless disciples and elders felt the might of the emperor, all prostrated on the ground filled with reverence. The sect master is mighty. No, it should be the emperor's might. At the same time, Xiaohan's figure appeared above the holy sect. Clad in a green robe with hands clasped behind his back, a small character emperor was inscribed on his forehead. Once again, the heavenly Dao descended blessings from the skies. In an instant, Xiaohan's body was enveloped by the power of the heavenly Dao, instantly forming the imperial physique. From that day forth, with every gesture, Xiaohan's imperial physique radiated the aura of the heavenly Dao. The techniques he cultivated also bore the essence of the heavenly Dao, becoming the supreme imperial law. Today, this emperor ascends to the imperial throne with the title Xiao Han. The might of the emperor overshadowed the world, a majestic aura enveloping the entire holy sect. Slowly, the imperial might spread in all directions, crossing countless miles. Countless beings, upon sensing this might of the emperor, could not help but feel compelled to submit, kneeling on the ground. I pay my respects to Emperor Xiao Han. I pay my respects to Emperor Xiao Han. I pay my respects to Emperor Xiao Han. Before long, the cosmic spectacle gradually dissipated. The heavens returned to tranquility, and Xiaohan's figure also vanished from above the holy sect. Cold Xiao Han withdrew his imperial might and returned to the underground palace, directly giving Xiao Han a big hug. Haha, brother-in-law, no need for thanks for such great kindness. From now on, whatever happens, I will shoulder it for you. Xiao Han. Although this sounded quite domineering, it felt rather awkward to his ears. But after a moment's thought, Xiao Han revealed a hint of a wicked smile. Having a great emperor as a backer didn't seem too bad. This deal is quite lucrative. Ahem, sect master, I am not your brother-in-law. I am merely the chief disciple of the Siedi Peak. Xiao Han pushed Cold Xiao Han away and reluctantly emphasized his identity again. After all, he was just the disciple of Han. Although they had already touched and kissed, they had yet to go further. Cold Xiao Han rolled his eyes and wrapped his arm around Xiao Han's shoulder again. Damn, today, I become the emperor, my word is law. You are my brother-in-law, he declared. If my sister disagrees, I will tie her to your bed and feed her some medicine, letting you do whatever you want. Will you still say you are not my brother-in-law? After hearing Cold Xiaohan's words, Xiao Han was utterly speechless. Is this even possible? That's your biological sister. Are you really going to sell your own sister like that? At this moment, Xiao Han labeled Cold Xiao Han as shameless. However, a scene suddenly floated into his mind. Han was tied up, lying on the bed. Evil, so very evil. Xiao Han hurriedly shook his head to dispel this wicked image from his mind. But the image became clearer and clearer. Ahem. Sect master. Call me brother-in-law. Is that really okay? Absolutely. Sect master. Call me brother-in-law, otherwise I'll lose my temper. Sect master, brother-in-law. Oh, that sounds good, call me that again. Xiao Han thought, I'll call you grandpa. You're practically forcing me to be your brother-in-law. He looked at the large hand resting on his dantian. Feeling the power entwined around Cold Xiaohan's large hand, Xiao Han truly wished to kill this shameless Cold Xiao Han. He had never felt so speechless. He never expected to be driven to the brink of collapse today by Cold Xiaohan's antics. Just as the two were arguing over the title of brother-in-law, Han made a slight noise. Xiao Han turned to look. Unbeknownst to him, Han had already seated herself in a meditative pose, emanating a mysterious aura. Have you comprehended the holy life law? Have you comprehended the holy life law? Two surprised voices rang out. Xiao Han and Cold Xiaodian exchanged glances, seeing astonishment in each other's eyes. In the Xuanxuan Continent, laws are divided into 3 levels: the Holy Life Law, the Divine Life Law, and the Heavenly Life Law. The Holy Life Law is the personal law that a cultivator comprehends after reaching the Holy Xian realm. Attaching the law to combat skills can vastly enhance their power. The Divine Life Law is what cultivators reach after attaining the Divine Xian realm, gaining deeper insights into the heavenly way, thereby creating their own law. As for the Heavenly Life Law, it is clearly the law birthed by the heavenly way, containing the essence of the heavenly way and primordial chaotic power. Only by cultivating the Divine Life Law to perfection can the primordial spirit withstand the Heavenly Life Law and ascend to the imperial throne. Otherwise, forcibly bearing the Heavenly Life Law would cause the primordial spirit to explode from the energy it contains. As the Holy Life Law manifested around Lung Hanyan, strange phenomena began to occur. Holy light burst forth, bestowing Lung Hanyan with an aura unlike any she had possessed before. After a moment, the Holy Life Law was retracted into her sea of consciousness. She slowly opened her beautiful eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing through them. Now I can finally be considered a true Holy Xian realm cultivator. After Lung Hanyan stood up, her gaze fixed intently on Cold Xiaodian, not uttering a word. Cold Xiaodian felt uneasy under her gaze and awkwardly chuckled a few times. Big brother, I think I just heard you say something about tying me to Hainer's bed. Misunderstanding. How could this emperor say such a thing? You must have misheard. While explaining, Cold Xiaodian walked toward the exit. Lung Hanyan shot a fierce glare at Cold Xiaodian from behind. Then she said to Xiao Han, "Good disciple, you must not learn from my big brother. Otherwise, I will ignore you." Xiao Han, is this a display of affection? Heaven, this is outrageous. The evil Emperor Lung Hanyan can actually act cute. Before Xiao Han could think too much, Lung Hanyan took his hand and walked outside the underground palace. Cold Xiaodian breathed in the fresh air outside. So refreshing. Hearing these words from the side, Xiao Han felt a series of black lines flashing across his forehead. So refreshing. Did he just stir up some trouble? Ugh. Meanwhile, the 5 Elements Elder appeared before Cold Xiaodian. Greetings, Sect Master. Congratulations, Sect Master, on ascending to the imperial throne. Cold Xiaodian becoming an emperor undoubtedly boosted the overall strength of the Holy Sect. The 5 Elements Elder was naturally overjoyed. Cold Xiaodian smiled and said, "You 5 uncles have worked hard over the years." During the years Cold Xiaodian was in seclusion, all matters were managed by the 5 Elements Elder, and they had made invaluable contributions. Elder Golden Eagle chuckled. Not hard at all. As long as the Sect Master can ascend to the throne, this little bit of exhaustion is nothing. Then the 5 turned their attention to Xiao Han. They knew that Cold Xiaoshan's rapid rise to emperor was largely due to Xiao Han. You kid, not bad. Hearing Elder Golden Eagle's praise, Xiao Han smiled, but remained silent. However, when the 5 Elements Elder noticed the tightly intertwined hands of him and Lung Hanyan, a peculiar expression appeared in his eyes. Feeling the unusual gaze, Lung Hanyan hurriedly released Xiao Han's hand, a blush rising to her face, looking quite adorable. Ahem, Sect Master, now that you have emerged from seclusion, we should return to the forbidden ground and enter seclusion again. We will come out when the various subsects send disciples for training. Upon hearing this, Cold Xiaodian nodded. As soon as he spoke, the 5 Elements Elder's figure instantly merged into the void and disappeared. Xiao Han felt their aura as they moved. He couldn't help but be taken aback. 5 great emperors. Although the aura was fleeting, Xiao Han still keenly captured it. The 5 Elements Elder is different from the other elders. They are the foundation within the forbidden area. If it weren't for this emperor's seclusion, they wouldn't have stayed here for so long. Seeing Xiao Han's confusion, Cold Xiaodian explained. After hearing Cold Xiaoshan's words, Xiao Han slightly nodded. The Holy Sect truly deserves to be one of the top ancient sects in the eastern region. Besides the 18 ancient emperors in the forbidden area, there are actually 5 great emperors. At this moment, Xiao Han even speculated that what he saw was merely the tip of the iceberg of the Holy Sect. All right, you will gradually understand the power of the Holy Sect. Patting Xiao Han on the shoulder, Cold Xiaodian winked and whispered in his ear, "Cultivate well and strive to surpass my sister soon, otherwise you will never be able to tie her to your bed in this lifetime." Xiao Han. Chapter 49. At this moment, she felt happiness. Hearing Cold Xiaoshan's words from behind, Lung Hanyan reached out her small hand and pinched Cold Xiaoshan's soft flesh. It hurts. Cold Xiaodian squealed, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot. Lung Hanyan, with a face full of embarrassment, looked at Xiao Han and said, "No, don't listen to my big brother's nonsense." Xiao Han shrugged and laughed. "Naturally not. If you reach the Holy Xian realm, you won't need to tie me." As she spoke, Lung Hanyan shyly lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes. Like a shy little girl. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han was instantly stunned. No need to tie me. Is she confessing to me? Looking at Lung Hanyan's shy demeanor, Xiao Han helplessly shook his head. Is this still the fearsome, evil Emperor Lung Hanyan? Then Xiao Han took the initiative to hold Lung Hanyan's small hand, and the two slowly walked toward the Xiedi Peak. In that instant, Lung Hanyan's heart raced like a startled deer, filled with shyness. He took the initiative to hold my hand. Oh, my, so shy. In this way, the two walked hand in hand, like a couple in love, strolling among the flowers. Lung Hanyan occasionally stole glances at Xiao Han, then quickly lowered her head. Xiao Han smiled and said, Master, if you want to look, just look. I won't run away. You're so bad. What's so bad about me? Everything about you is bad. The two gradually walked farther away. Their figures grew longer in the sunset. Just then, Cold Xiaodian reappeared in the place where he had just vanished, wearing a cunning smile. Looking at Xiao Han and Lung Hanyan, he muttered to himself, this brother-in-law is really not bad. With a Void Dao Body and spiritual roots surpassing the 9 stars, he might break through that legendary realm in the future. It's time for the Holy Sect to select a Holy Son to enter the world. The identity of the evil emperor coupled with that of the demon emperor, haha, I can't wait to see the shock on those people's faces. Unexpectedly, Cold Xiaoshan's thoughts coincided with those old antiques in the forbidden area. They all wanted to establish Xiao Han as the Holy Son of the Holy Sect. As for the demon emperor that Cold Xiaodian mentioned, like the evil emperor, he holds an unparalleled status in the Holy Sect. Cold Xiaodian is the 99th generation demon emperor. After thinking for a moment, Cold Xiaoshan's figure merged into the void and disappeared. He was going to the forbidden area to see those old antiques. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward 1 lottery draw. Just as Xiao Han was strolling with Lung Hanyan among the flowers, he heard the system's voice and silently thought, lottery. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Forbidden Xian Domain. Note: activating the Forbidden Xian Domain will prevent any cultivator from using Xian Qi for half an hour. After hearing what the system said, Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction. He had drawn another good item. Perfect. Moreover, this function is incredibly overpowered. Once activated, even an emperor would be unable to use Xian Qi. If Xiao Han could match an emperor's physique, he might even slay an emperor. Before Xiao Han could think too much, the system's voice rang out again. Ding. Task issued. Task content: since love is long-lasting, why not take this opportunity to confess to your master? Task failed. The host will receive a lifelong early X punishment. Damn, do they have to be so ruthless? Hearing the system's voice, Xiao Han couldn't help but curse inwardly. Shaking his slightly dazed head, he looked at Lung Hanyan, who was counting ants with her head down. Ahem, master, the ants on the ground are going to be embarrassed by your staring. Upon hearing this, Lung Hanyan's face reddened even more. That's annoying, there are no ants on the ground. Before Lung Hanyan could finish her sentence, Xiao Han's next words shocked her. Master, I like you. Do you like me? His clumsy and direct words struck deep into Lung Hanyan's heart. What? Hainer confessed to me. Heaven. At this moment, Lung Hanyan panicked. I. She stuttered 3 times. Her inner turmoil was evident at every moment. A hint of sadness appeared in Xiao Han's eyes. Was his first confession going to fail just like this? No, master's behavior clearly indicates that she likes me. At this moment, Xiao Han's heart mirrored Lung Hanyan's. Panic-stricken. I like you too. A voice as soft as a mosquito rang in Xiao Han's ears, calming his chaotic heart. So master truly likes me. Yenner. Coming back to his senses, Xiao Han no longer called her master and directly addressed her as Yenner. Hearing this, Lung Hanyan was instantly stunned. Yenner. This title. So sweet and affectionate. However, she felt no repulsion in her heart. Instead, she felt a bit delighted. Yenner. I like you. Did you hear that? I heard it. Do you like me? Oi. What does mean? Oh, that's annoying. Means Do you like me or not? I like you. Okay. The two playfully bickered among the flowers. A warm scene unfolded, leading both to a realization simultaneously. This is what love feels like. This feeling is truly sweet. Time is endless. The journey has an end. Xiao Han and Lung Hanyan strolled hand in hand and eventually arrived at the 10,000 Laws Hall of the Xiedi Peak. Yenner. Hearing Xiao Han's voice, Lung Hanyan slowly lifted her shy face as Xiao Han leaned in closer. Lung Hanyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she felt the warmth and dominance on her lips. At that moment, she felt blissful. After a long moment, their lips parted. The two gazed at each other, sparks flying in the air. Master. Before Xiao Han could finish his sentence, Lung Hanyan said, from now on, when no one is around, call me Yenner. Xiao Han. This is outrageous. Master is so sweet. Then I'll head back first. All right. As the words fell, Xiao Han prepared to walk outside the grand hall, but a crisp voice rang out, causing Xiao Han to stop in his tracks. Sister Hanyan, it's been a while. Did you miss me? As this voice sounded, Xiao Han exhibited a puzzled expression. This voice sounds so familiar. Where have I heard it before? Before Xiao Han could think too much, a graceful figure slowly walked in from outside the 10,000 Laws Hall. Upon seeing the visitor, Lung Hanyan put aside her shyness, her blush fading, and joyfully asked, "Linger, why do you have time to come here?" As for Xiao Han, when he saw that graceful figure, his heart raced and his mind buzzed. It's you. It's you. When that graceful figure saw Xiao Han in the grand hall, their voices of shock rang out simultaneously. Linger and Xiao Han stood frozen in place, their faces displaying a myriad of expressions: confusion, surprise, delight. Ahem, do you know each other? After a long moment, Lung Hanyan broke the silence. Upon hearing her words, a blush appeared on Linger's exquisite face. Do we know each other? It's more than just knowing. This saint's first experience was with him. How come you are here? Linger did not respond to Lung Hanyan. Instead, she turned to Xiao Han with a puzzled expression. No wonder she couldn't find Xiao Han anywhere in the eastern region. It turns out this guy was hiding in the holy sect. Just as Xiao Han was about to speak, Lung Hanyan smiled and said, "Linger, why are you so concerned about my dear disciple? Tell me, how did you two meet?" Hee, sister, you might not believe it if I tell you. Just as Linger was about to reveal what happened that day, Xiao Han began to feel a bit anxious. Something big is about to happen. He had just confirmed his romantic relationship with Lung Hanyan. If she found out that he had been with Linger, would Lung Hanyan be angry? Would she explode? Ahem, master, I'm a bit tired, I'll head back first. Xiao Han interrupted Linger's voice and walked towards the hall exit. As he passed by Linger, she directly grabbed his hand. Han, don't go. Hearing her enchanting voice made Xiao Han shiver. That voice was simply mesmerizing to the bone. At that moment, Lung Hanyan intervened and stopped Linger. All right, you little temptress, put away your charms and stop bullying Han. She then signaled Xiao Han to step back, pulling Linger towards her boudoir. Returning to his own pavilion, Xiao Han wore a look of helplessness. What kind of situation is this? Before he could ponder further, the system's reward arrived. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward 1 lottery draw. He shook off the distractions in his mind. Xiao Han silently said, "System lottery draw." Ding. Lottery draw successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a 5-fold increase in martial arts comprehension, speed time, limit 24 hours. As the system's voice faded, a sudden clarity surged in Xiao Han's mind. The primordial spirit in his sea of consciousness erupted with a strange light. It filled the entire sea of consciousness. At this moment, all the sword techniques of the Duga 9 swords were comprehended. The passage of time also finally took a small step. As for the Mad Wave Palm, he comprehended it to great mastery. In an instant, the profound energy from the evil Emperor Peak surged towards Xiao Han's pavilion. Like a frenzy, it madly merged into Xiao Han's body. The small figure of the primordial spirit made hand seals, continuously sorting through the raging profound energy. With a massive influx of profound energy entering his body, Xiao Han's realm surged like a rising tide. It surged up. 2nd grade Golden Profound Realm. 3rd grade Golden Profound Realm. Finally, it settled at the peak of the 4th grade Golden Profound Realm. He clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power within him. Xiao Han smiled slightly. His strength had finally seen a comprehensive improvement. From now on, even without using demonic thoughts, he would have the strength to protect himself. After all, Xiao Han had yet to cultivate a demonic heart. The more he used demonic thoughts, the less he had. Moreover, it was impossible to cultivate a demonic heart in the Xuanxuan Continent. Only by ascending to the celestial domain of the burying sky could one hope to reunite their demonic heart. Back then, Xiao Han also condensed his demonic heart by chance. Lying on his bed, Xiao Han's mind was in disarray. Linger and Lung Hanyan actually knew each other. What kind of relationship did they have? Would Lung Hanyan be angry after finding out about his relationship with Linger? Thus, Xiao Han slowly drifted off to sleep amidst his chaotic thoughts. In Lung Hanyan's boudoir, the two stared in astonishment at the direction of Xiao Han's pavilion, unable to regain their senses for a long time. He actually broke through directly from the 1st grade Golden Profound Realm to the 4th grade Golden Profound Realm. How monstrous is this? However, upon thinking it over, Lung Hanyan quickly came back to herself. Xiao Han possessed the Void Dao Body. This breakthrough meant little to him. At this moment, Linger also regained her senses, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Anyone who saw her eyes would surely fall into them, unable to extricate themselves. Linger, what are you thinking about? Hearing Lung Hanyan's voice, Linger rolled her eyes and smiled, saying, "Sister, can I discuss something with you?" "Go ahead, do we need to be so polite with each other? What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine." "Sister, can you send Xiao Han to the Shadow Holy Land for me?" Upon hearing this, Lung Hanyan was taken aback. She was actually eyeing Han. "If I consider you a sister, but you want to steal my boyfriend?" "No way." Immediately, Lung Hanyan shook her head vigorously. No way, no way. Han is the chief disciple of the evil Emperor Peak. I can't give him to you. Besides, the Shadow Holy Land only accepts female disciples. Seeing Lung Hanyan refuse, Sherlinger did not get angry. Instead, she smiled mysteriously and whispered, "Is Xiao Han really just the chief disciple of the evil Emperor Peak?" "What do you mean by that?" At that moment, Lung Hanyan felt an inexplicable panic. Did Sherlinger discover something? Sure enough, Sherlinger continued, "Then please explain, how did Xiao Han get that lipstick mark on his lips?" Huh. This. At this moment, Lung Hanyan was like a child caught doing something wrong. "All right, sister, if Xiao Han is so special, if it were me, I would also be captivated by him." "No, I am already captivated." As Sherlinger's words fell, Lung Hanyan finally put down her panic. Sherlinger was also enchanted by Xiao Han. What does this mean? Did they know each other before this? Linger, what do you mean by that? Lung Hanyan and Sherlinger grew up together, their relationship like that of sisters. Naturally, there were no secrets between them. Sherlinger sighed and slowly recounted what had happened in the secret chamber of the Shadow Holy Land. As Sherlinger's voice fell, the boudoir fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping to the ground could be distinctly heard. After a long while, Lung Hanyan finally came back to her senses. You and Xiao Han have already." "Daddy." Upon hearing this, Sherlinger felt a surge of shyness, and the enchanting blush gradually spread across her alluring face. "Sister, the vow we made back then might be about to come true." When Sherlinger and Lung Hanyan were in their teens, they made a vow together. What was yours is mine, and what was mine is yours, inseparable. They vowed to share a husband and never part ways. Unfortunately, over the years, no talented young man could move either of them. Even the sons of ancient royalty and the holy sons of ancient sects could not capture their attention. However, now, with Xiao Han's appearance, that vow from back then resurfaced in their minds. At this moment, Lung Hanyan finally returned to normal. The demeanor of the evil emperor reappeared. A slight smile curved her lips, revealing a hint of a wicked grin. "Hee, it seems that little Han has struck it rich with this little rascal." Upon hearing this, Sherlinger revealed a hint of surprise on her face. "Sister, do you agree?" "I agree not to interfere, but we need to get Hainer to agree." "Do you think anyone can escape my illusory charm, sacred art? You little girl, so mischievous." "Hee, if a woman is not wicked, a man won't love her. Let me see how you've been developed by Hainer." "Ah, sister, you're so wicked." In the midst of their playful banter, the entire boudoir was filled with a scene that could enchant anyone. If any man were to see this, he would surely be driven mad and bleed to death. Before long, the boudoir returned to tranquility. Sherlinger turned to Lung Hanyan and asked, "Sister, it seems the mad demon sect, the heavenly demon sacred land, and the ancient poison cult are conspiring something." The three sects that Sherlinger mentioned are all branches of the sacred sect. These three sects seem to have vague thoughts of becoming independent and breaking away from the sacred sect. Over the years, there have been undercurrents pulling various branches together to form three massive forces. Moreover, they always listen to the orders, but not the proclamations. They even once wanted to overthrow the sacred sect to rise as masters and dominate the various branches. As for the illusory shadow sacred land, it is also a branch of the sacred sect. It has always taken the sacred sect as the leader with no second thoughts. It belongs to the faction that supports the sacred sect. However, with the movements of those three branches, over the years, the forces of the entire sacred sect have divided into four. Some support the sacred sect, some support the mad demon sect, some support the heavenly demon sacred land, and some support the ancient poison cult. Lung Hanyan sneered upon hearing this. Just a group of short-sighted petty people. If they knew that the foundation in the forbidden land still exists, who would dare to have any thoughts? Sherlinger sighed and said, "It's a pity that the foundation in the forbidden land can only be revealed by the 5 element elders, the rest. Every force has its trump cards and would not easily expose them. The trump card of the sacred sect is those old antiques within the forbidden land. These antiques will not easily emerge unless the sacred sect is on the brink of life and death." Enough of this nonsense. Those branches can serve as stepping stones for Hainer. After hearing Lung Hanyan's words, Sherlinger instantly understood what Lung Hanyan meant, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "Do you want to establish Xiao Han as the Holy Son?" "That's right." In an instant, Sherlinger displayed a smile that could bring down nations. It's been so long since the sacred sect has had a holy son. I need to do something for our future husband. You little girl, Hainer hasn't agreed yet. I'm going to find him right now." As her words fell, Sherlinger vanished from the boudoir. Lung Hanyan shook her head helplessly and then walked outside. Inside Xiao Han's loft, Xiao Han was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. At this moment, he suddenly felt a fluctuation in the space. A graceful figure appeared from the void, slowly descending by Xiao Han's bedside. Sherlinger stared at Xiao Han without blinking. Xiao Han hurriedly sat up from the bed and said, "Big sister, I didn't mean to that day it was you." Before Xiao Han could finish his sentence, Scherlinger suddenly burst into laughter. Husband, I didn't hold it against you. Upon hearing Scherlinger's words, Xiao Han was instantly taken aback. Husband, so direct. What did you call me? Husband, is there a problem? We are already in a husband and wife relationship. Scherlinger slowly lowered her head, her little hand pinching her clothes, looking at Xiao Han with a pitiful expression. You did something wrong, shouldn't you take responsibility? Woo, I don't want to live anymore. Watching Scherlinger rush into his arms, her head repeatedly bumping against his chest, Xiao Han was momentarily at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. Not wanting to live anymore, why are you bumping into me? I never said I wouldn't take responsibility. As Xiao Han's voice fell, Scherlinger raised her tear-streaked face. Did you agree? Xiao Han gazed at her captivating beauty, just inches away, her eyes swirling with tears. He silently nodded, gently wiping away the tears on Scherlinger's cheeks, and softly said, I will take responsibility. I told you you're not the kind who just eats and runs. In an instant, Scherlinger's pitiful look vanished, replaced by an enchanting expression. She gently pressed her lips against Xiao Han's. Scherlinger quickly got up and shouted towards the outside of the loft. Sister Han agreed. At this moment, Xiao Han was completely stunned. Indeed, she is the leader of the illusory shadow sacred land. Indeed, she is known as the Enchantress. The speed at which she changed her expression is astonishing. Wait. Sister. Hiss. Xiao Han gasped in shock. Is the master outside? Am I flirting with the illusory shadow lord inside? Damn it, can we not play like this? The master is the evil emperor. Her moods are unpredictable. If she gets angry, will she castrate me? At this moment, Xiao Han's head was buzzing. A female demon, a little demoness. Good heavens, will I still be able to live? Creak. The door of the loft was slowly pushed open. Long Hanyan walked in with a blank expression, coming to stand before Xiao Han, just staring at him. Master. Master. Did I make you angry? Guess. Xiao Han looked at Lung Hanyan in shock. Instantly dumbfounded. Guess. What the heck? At this moment, Scherlinger next to them covered her mouth and giggled. Sister, don't scare our husband. Buzz. This sentence directly stunned Xiao Han again. What did I just hear? Our husband. Thus Xiao Han turned his gaze toward Lung Hanyan. Lung Hanyan winked at Xiao Han and suddenly burst into laughter. Hainer, you've struck it rich this time. The evil emperor of the sacred sects, evil emperor Peak, the lord of the illusory shadow sacred land, are both your wives. Surprised. Unexpected. Xiao Han glanced at Lung Hanyan, then at Scherlinger, gave himself a hard slap, and then flopped back onto the bed. Damn it, I must be dreaming. Seeing Xiao Han lie down, Lung Hanyan and Scherlinger exchanged glances and then laughed. Then the two walked slowly towards the outside. Sister, have you and Han? After hearing Scherlinger's words, Lung Hanyan's face suddenly flushed. What are you thinking? I have already reached the 3rd grade sacred profound realm. Han couldn't possibly withstand the dominance of that power. So that means I've gotten ahead of you, sister. If I have reached the 3rd grade sacred profound realm, what about you? You're still in the 9th grade emperor profound realm. Meanwhile, Scherlinger suddenly realized. No wonder she always felt something was off. It was Lung Hanyan's cultivation. Sister, how did you break through? Hurry and tell me. I wanna. Lung Hanyan remained silent, turning her gaze towards the loft behind her. It was Han's little brother who helped you break through, right? She recalled Xiao Han's unique physique. Scherlinger suddenly understood. That's right, it was Hainer who helped me break through, so enviable. She did not wait for Lung Hanyan to finish her words. Scherlinger had already turned around and dashed into Xiao Han's loft again. Seeing this, Lung Hanyan could only shake her head helplessly. This little girl was truly anxious. Good luck. Lung Hanyan smiled, not feeling jealous. With her hands behind her back, she slowly disappeared from in front of the loft. Bang! The door of the loft was barged open by Scherlinger. Xiao Han stared blankly at Scherlinger as she lunged towards him. He was instantly dumbfounded. What? What are you doing? Scherlinger pouted, speaking in a spoiled manner. I want to break through. Looking at Scherlinger, who was clinging to him like an octopus, Xiao Han was instantly speechless. The dignified master of the Phantom Holy Land was indeed acting like this. If someone were to see it, the entire eastern region would go crazy. Fortunately, this unique scene could only be enjoyed by Xiao Han alone. Alright, stop messing around, or he'll play poker with you. Play poker? What does that mean? He saw the puzzled expression on Scherlinger's face. Xiao Han leaned down and whispered a word into her ear. In an instant, a blush appeared on Scherlinger's face, incredibly alluring. Unable to withstand Scherlinger's torment, Xiao Han activated his Void Dao Body. The aura of the Destiny Law enveloped Scherlinger like a cocoon. Buzz. Mysterious auras filled the entire loft. Suddenly, a terrifying energy erupted from within Scherlinger. Pop. A faint sound echoed. The mysterious energy around Scherlinger suddenly halted, and in the next moment, it became frenzied again. As the terrifying, mysterious energy surged into her body, her realm rapidly ascended. In no time, she broke through to the second grade of the sacred mysterious realm. She opened her beautiful eyes, a gleam flashing through them. All the aura was drawn into her body. Pop! After leaving a red lip print on Xiao Han's mouth, Scherlinger instantly vanished from the loft. Wait until you reach the sacred mysterious realm, then he'll play poker with you. With Scherlinger's voice echoing, Xiao Han could only shake his head helplessly. This little enchantress was truly alluring. Lung Hanyin was not angry, and moreover Scherlinger had become his girlfriend. This calmed Xiao Han's heart. Lost in thought, he soon felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Before long, Xiao Han slowly drifted off to sleep. Inside Lung Hanyin's boudoir, Scherlinger entered with a heart full of joy. Did you break through? Upon hearing Lung Hanyin's question, Scherlinger nodded happily. Of course I broke through. With my husband here, my cultivation is assured. Lung Hanyin smiled, equally happy for Scherlinger's successful breakthrough. Sister, do you know Han's little brother's identity? At this, Lung Hanyin was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it seemed she did not know Xiao Han's background. From the first time she met Xiao Han, she never asked him. Do you know? Scherlinger laughed. Who has the surname Xiao in the Han Yu dynasty? The demon king Xiao Sa. Correct. With Scherlinger's affirmative voice, Lung Hanyin was shocked. Xiao Han was actually his son. No wonder he was so extraordinary. Sister, let me tell you another secret. Han's little brother is called the waste son of the Han Yu dynasty. Since he was born, he has been a waste with no spiritual roots. At this moment, Lung Hanyin was once again stunned. A waste son, with a spiritual root surpassing 9 stars, and possessing a Void Dao Body. You call this a waste son? In the end, Lung Hanyin regained her composure and smiled. No matter how Hainer turns out, he is still my husband. Pa, he hasn't even entered the door, yet he should be called boyfriend. Just call him husband. You have to call him. Then I won't be polite, sister. Thus an alluring scene unfolded once again in the boudoir. The next day, Xiao Han had just gotten up. He received a transmission from Lung Hanyin. Hainer, come to the Hall of 10,000 Laws. After tidying up, Xiao Han left the loft and headed to the Hall of 10,000 Laws. As soon as he entered, he saw his master sitting on a cushion waiting for him. Master. Upon hearing Xiao Han's voice, Lung Hanyin shot him a glance and said, There's no one here. Yenner. Approaching Lung Hanyin, he slowly sat down. Xiao Han asked, Where's the master of the phantom? Lung Hanyin smiled and said, She left last night. The Imperial Burial secret realm has opened, and she needs to go back to arrange the tasks for entering the trial. Oh right, that little girl asked me to tell you that she will miss you. Xiao Han shrugged and shook his head, smiling. This little enchantress. Truly mesmerizing. Without waiting for Xiao Han to think more, Lung Hanyin continued. This time the Imperial Burial secret realm opens. Both the righteous and demonic paths will send their younger disciples to experience. This time the experience will be a clash between the younger generation of both paths. Hainer, you will lead the junior sisters of the evil Emperor Peak, and you must take good care of them. Xiao Han paused for a moment and asked, Our evil Emperor Peak disciples are going too? Yes, this is a great opportunity to enhance our strength. We can't fall behind at evil Emperor Peak. Lung Hanyin said leisurely. When do we leave? In about 2 hours, the other major peak's disciples have already set out. Xiao Han smiled slightly. All right, I'll act as a caretaker this time, ensuring the safety of my junior sisters. Hainer is so good, give me a kiss. Pop. Xiao Han touched his face, a smile appearing in his eyes. This master was truly mischievous. Immediately, Xiao Han responded with a kiss. After a long time under Lung Hanyin's playful slaps, Xiao Han finally lifted his head slowly. Phew. Almost suffocated. You're really naughty. Yenner, I need to prepare a bit. Wait for me to return from the Imperial Burial secret realm. With that, Xiao Han stood up and walked outside. Lung Hanyin watched Xiao Han's retreating figure, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Then, Yenner will wait for your return. Whoosh. Lung Hanyin's figure instantly disappeared from the Great Hall. When Xiao Han was ready, he arrived at the training ground. Mu Xueching, Mu Bingyu Lin Xian, and Wang Sinuo stood there. Hello, senior brother. Great senior brother is mighty. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han nodded and smiled in response. After this period of seclusion, Mu Xueching and the others had stabilized their just-achieved cultivation. Meanwhile, Wang Sinuo had made great strides in her cultivation under Lung Hanyin's guidance. She had reached the 9th grade of the Golden Mysterious Realm, just 1 step away from entering the Earth Mysterious Realm. Just then a voice from the system echoed in Xiao Han's mind. Ding! Task has been released. Task content: the other junior sisters have reached the Earth Mysterious Realm, but the little junior sister remains in the 9th grade of the Golden Mysterious Realm. How can your heart bear it? Xiao Han, I can bear it. Task failed. The host will be stripped of the Void's spiritual root. Damn system, you're getting more audacious. If you keep this up, Daddy won't love you anymore. He cast a disdainful glance at the system. Xiao Han turned his gaze toward Wang Sinuo. Little girl, do you want to break through to the earth profound realm? After hearing Xiao Han's words, Wang Xinua, with a mischievous twinkle in her eyes, she suddenly, swoosh. Xiao Han felt a blur before his eyes. An octopus was now hanging on him. Two arms wrapped around Xiao Han's neck, and he felt a pressure on his chest, as if being squeezed by a mountain. Xiao Han instantly felt somewhat uncomfortable. Senior brother, I want. Xiao Han, with so many people watching, can you be a bit more discreet? Wait until there are no people around. Cough, cough. You get down first. I won't. With no choice, Xiao Han could only release a trace of the aura of the heavenly fate laws. After it entered Wang Xinua's body, Wang Xinua instantly closed her eyes. Before long, a powerful aura erupted from within her. The raging profound energy surged, battering the surrounding air. First grade Earth Profound Realm. Achieved. Thank you, senior brother. Before Wang Xinua could say more, Elder and Yu interrupted them. All right, let's set off. Xiao Han, take good care of them. Upon hearing Elder and Yu's command, Xiao Han smiled slightly and nodded. Immediately, the group walked toward the base of the Evil Emperor Peak. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward lottery chances 1. System lottery. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the purple rank body technique, Phantom Dragon Step. As the system's voice fell, a ball of inheritance light appeared in the sea of consciousness, slowly absorbed by the nascent soul. Phantom Dragon Step. Quite nice. When cultivated to perfection, it resembles a giant dragon soaring into the sky, roaming the 9 heavens. It can also create 9 shadows to confuse the enemy's vision. Xiao Han looked inward at his sea of consciousness and saw the nascent soul diligently comprehending. He smiled. The nascent soul is truly hardworking. The 5 arrived at the plaza of the sacred sect. They then headed toward the southwest of the plaza. There was a Dao platform that could teleport to any place in the eastern domain. This Dao platform was built during the peak period of the Evil Emperor Palace. It could teleport to any location in the Xuanxuan Continent. However, due to the decline of the Evil Emperor Palace a myriad of years ago, this Dao platform had also been abandoned for a long time. After all, teleporting once consumed a massive amount of spirit stones. Over the past 1,000 years, the sacred sect had renovated this Dao platform, allowing it to teleport freely within the eastern domain. The amount of spirit stones consumed was also significantly reduced. Slowly stepping onto the Dao platform, Mu Xueqing pressed the teleportation mechanism. Suddenly, a series of mysterious and profound energies manifested around the entire Dao platform. In an instant, the figures of Xiao Han's group disappeared from the Dao platform. When the 5 stabilized their positions, they had already arrived at a massive city. Senior brother, this is the territory of the Southern Sky Ancient Kingdom, Tianshuang City. The Imperial Burial Secret Realm is very close to here. They stepped down from the teleportation Dao platform in Tianshuang City. While walking into the city, Mu Xueqing introduced the strength of the Southern Sky Ancient Kingdom to Xiao Han. 1,000 years ago, the Southern Sky Ancient Kingdom was still the Southern Sky Dynasty. However, after their ancestors successfully seized the heavenly fate and stepped into the Emperor Profound Realm, the Southern Sky Dynasty officially changed its name to the Southern Sky Ancient Kingdom. As for the conditions for a dynasty to be promoted to an ancient kingdom, it requires a powerful figure at the emperor level to preside over it. Among the many ancient kingdoms in the eastern domain, the Southern Sky Ancient Kingdom is not considered very strong. After all, it is a newly promoted ancient kingdom and cannot compete with those established ancient kingdoms. Even so, no ancient kingdom dares to covet the Southern Sky Ancient Kingdom, because they have a powerful backing. As Xiao Han's group walked through Tianshuang City, they fully felt the majesty of the ancient kingdom. Moreover, Xiao Han noticed an abundance of strong auras in Tianshuang City. Just now, someone brushed past him. Xiao Han felt that person's strength was at least that of a Xuanxuan realm expert. It seems the Imperial Burial Secret Realm has attracted quite a few people. Indeed. This time, the opening of the Imperial Burial Secret Realm has attracted many experts from various forces, regardless of whether they are righteous or demonic. Everyone seeks to gain immense benefits within the secret realm. Just as the 5 were walking on the wide road in the city, a shout caused Xiao Han to stop. Breaking news this time, the Imperial Burial Secret Realm only allows experts below the Divine Xian Realm to enter. After hearing this voice, Xiao Han showed no surprise. After all, none of them had reached the Divine Xian Realm, not even the Sacred Xian Realm. As the voice fell, a series of sounds of breaking through the air rang out. In an instant, that person was surrounded by 5 figures. Feeling the aura emanating from the 5, countless people's expressions changed. A Sacred Xian Realm expert. When some people saw the faces of the 5, their expressions changed again. The Phantom 5 monsters. The leader, an old monster, ominously asked the person, "Is what you said true?" "Absolutely true." The person stammered, trembling all over. "Humph." With a cold snort, the figures of the Phantom 5 monsters shot into the sky, flying towards the direction of the Imperial Burial Secret Realm. Mu Xueqing looked at the 5 who disappeared into the horizon, murmuring it turns out to be the 5 old monsters of the Phantom Hall. What? The Phantom Hall? Hearing Mu Xueqing's voice, Xiao Han inquired. Let's not forget Xiao Han had been continuously hunted by assassins from the Phantom Hall. He had long hated the Phantom Hall to the bone. Now upon hearing that those 5 were from the Phantom Hall, a surge of killing intent instantly rose in his heart. Mu Xueqing looked at Xiao Han and said, Senior brother, those 5 are precisely the heavenly rank assassins of the Phantom Hall known as the Phantom 5 monsters. Phantom 5 monsters. Do you think the Phantom Hall will be heartbroken over the loss of 5 heavenly rank assassins? After hearing Xiao Han's voice, the 4 of Mu Xueqing were instantly stunned. What? Does the senior brother intend to kill the Phantom 5 monsters? But they are sacred Xian realm experts. A mere sneeze from them could scatter their souls. Senior brother, do you mean? Xiao Han placed a finger to his lips, shushing. This is a secret, don't mention it. Mu Xueqing and the others instantly had a black line flash across their foreheads. A secret? Senior brother, your secret is truly painful. Although they didn't. Let's go, time is of the essence, we need to go to the Imperial Burial Secret Realm right now. Alright. Under Mu Xueqing's lead, the 5 exited Tianshuang City. They were about to take out the mechanical crane. But just then, a cold ray suddenly appeared, aiming directly for Xiao Han's head. Who is it? Bold. The 4 girls of Mu Xueqing didn't have time to react and could only watch as the cold light surged toward Xiao Han. I've been waiting for you. Xiao Han showed no panic. He activated the Phantom Dragon Step, and his body left behind a series of afterimages, vanishing from the spot. Before he could even steady himself, another cold ray instantly appeared at the back of his head. Faint to the east while attacking the west. Who the hell says villains lack brains? He sensed the surging force approaching from behind. Whoever it was possessed cultivation, at least at the first rank Earth Profound Realm. Xiao Han did not even turn his head. Instead, he struck out with a single palm. Raging Wave Palm. In an instant, profound energy erupted violently from his body, converging upon his right palm. A torrent of palm shadows surged like colossal ocean waves, instantly engulfing the assailant behind him. Thud! A mangled, blood-soaked corpse crashed onto the ground with a hollow sound. One strike, gone. A first-rank Earth Profound expert had fallen. Before Xiao Han could react, the first assassin, who had struck earlier, spun on his heel and fled. His mastery lay solely in assassination. In open combat, he could never unleash his full strength. Seeing the assassin attempt to escape, Mu Xueqing and the others snapped back to awareness and charged forward, blades drawn. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Flesh and blood exploded in crimson arcs. The assassin did not even cry out in pain. In an instant, he was torn limb from limb by Mu Xueqing and her 3 companions. Having finished, Mu Xueqing took a step toward Xiao Han. Suddenly, a black-robed figure materialized beside Xiao Han. Knife raised to pierce his heart. No end to this. A flash of fury ignited in Xiao Han's eyes. His Void Dao Body erupted in full power. Instantly, thousands of celestial fate laws shimmered into existence, forming glistening chains that coiled around his form. Die! He hurled a fist forward, and heaven and earth trembled. That punch bore the weight of an ancient divine mountain, driving straight into the blade. The dagger shattered on impact, crumbling instantly into dust. Yet the fist did not falter. It drove onward, crushing straight into the black-robed man's chest. Boom! A deafening detonation roared forth. Xiao Han's fist punched clean through the assassin's ribcage, then seized his still-beating heart. Squelch! With a subtle clench of his fingers, the black-robed man's heart exploded. Terror flickered across his eyes. He was a 5th-rank Earth Profound expert, and yet, this weakling, merely a 4th-rank Golden Profound cultivator, had ripped out his heart as if tearing silk. As consciousness bled away, he finally accepted reality. The target of the Phantom Hall's assassination was far stronger than any prophecy had foretold. With the black-robed assassin collapsing lifelessly to the ground, the assassination attempt against Xiao Han ended in utter failure. Calmly retracting his aura, Xiao Han wiped the blood from his hands. The Phantom Hall. He'd better deliver a real surprise next time. There was no need to speculate, only the Phantom Hall would dare send assassins after him. At the same time, Xiao Han grew curious about the unseen mastermind who had commissioned the hit. Who was it? Who would go to such lengths, again and again, to erase him from existence? Since the Phantom Hall has gifted me such a grand offering, I must return the courtesy. The Phantom 5 Fiends. I do hope you'll play with me for a while longer. Nearby, Mu Xueqing and the other 4 stood stunned once more by the sheer terrifying magnitude of their senior brother's strength. He was no mere genius. He was a true anomaly. Last time he swept through the city lord's mansion, slaying thousands. This time a 5th-rank Earth Profound assassin couldn't withstand even a single blow. His heart torn out, just like that. Let's go. To the Emperor's Tomb Secret Realm. Xiao Han brushed his hands together, gesturing for Mu Xueqing to produce the mechanical crane. Snapping out of her daze, Mu Xueqing withdrew the mechanical crane from her spatial ring, and moments later all 5 soared skyward aboard it. They flew toward the Emperor's tomb secret realm. After nearly 1,000 li, Xiao Han spotted strange omens ahead, a vast sprawling mountain range. Its expanse dwarfed even the 10,000 mountain range, stretching tens of thousands of li without end, its peaks vanishing into the heavens. Above it the firmament churned with anomalies. Lightning crackled low as if descending to crush the earth. 7-colored auspicious clouds gathered atop its highest summits, shrouding the land in sacred mystery. Senior brother, that is the Emperor's tomb secret realm. Xiao Han nodded. Ha. Impressive. I hadn't imagined the Xuanxuan Continent held such a wondrous place. As the mechanical crane drew nearer, Xiao Han noticed ever more powerful cultivators gathering. Monarch, profound, venerable, profound, sovereign, profound, saint, profound, and even several elder profound masters hovering in the void. Those elder profound elders floated motionless in midair, their bodies radiating divine light, while spiraling celestial fate laws crowned their heads, emblems of supreme authority and overwhelming might. I refuse to believe the Emperor's tomb secret realm now bars elder profound cultivators. An elder profound elder stared at the realm before him, his eyes blazing with raw, unmasked resentment. He was a lone cultivator, his lifespan nearing its final twilight. Without breakthrough, eternal slumber awaited him. The higher one ascended, the more fiercely one clung to life. Thus he came here, hoping for fortune within the Emperor's tomb secret realm. Yet upon arrival he found himself repelled by an invisible, enigmatic barrier. In ages past, even Emperor Profound Masters had entered the Emperor's tomb secret realm. How then could an elder Profound Master be denied entry? As the elder's words faded, his figure drifted slowly toward the secret realm. Simultaneously, a wave of murmurs swelled among the throng of cultivators gathered around it. Look, the Celestial Edict Taoist is forcing his way in. The Celestial Edict Taoist dares challenge the Emperor's tomb secret realm itself. This will be spectacular. Can an elder profound master truly shatter this accursed barrier? Has the Celestial Edict Taoist lost his mind to defy the realm's prohibitions outright? Voices rose in clamor, but none stirred the Taoist's resolve. The other elder profound elders floating in the void exchanged sly, amused glances. They had been waiting for someone, anyone, to test the barrier. And now the Celestial Edict Taoist had volunteered himself. Xiao Han and the 4 others dismounted the mechanical crane and strode calmly toward the secret realm's periphery. Drawing near, they gazed up at the Celestial Edict Taoist, slowly advancing through the void toward the realm. Xiao Han shook his head. That old man is doomed. Mu Xueqing and the others blinked in mild confusion. Senior brother, what do you mean? Xiao Han replied softly. The Emperor's tomb's secret realm. I cannot fathom its depth. The power sealed within may well obliterate the entire eastern region, or even the whole Xuanxuan Continent. For a mere elder profound master to force his way in, that is nothing short of suicide. As Xiao Han spoke, the Celestial Edict Taoist in the void suddenly unleashed his divine majesty. Celestial fate laws swirling around him, suffusing the air with the solemn breath of heaven's way. With cataclysmic force, he hurled his power against the realm's barrier. Boom! A thunderous detonation split the skies, rupturing eardrums across the crowd. Those standing too close were instantly vaporized by the shockwave, reduced to nothingness, erased from existence. In an instant, panic erupted, cultivators scrambled backward in droves. An empty circle formed instantly around the Celestial Edict Taoist. Sword forth! He roared, and a saint-tier artifact appeared in his grasp. The moment the sacred weapon settled into his palm, his aura surged anew, towering unstoppable. Sever! A blinding swordlight flared forth, wrapped in celestial fate laws, slashing once more at the secret realm's barrier. Clang! The blade struck, and not a ripple stirred upon the surface. Failed! Countless people gazed up at the Taoist of the Celestial Edict in the void above. His face was extremely grim. His full-force strike had not even stirred a ripple. At that moment, the Imperial Burial secret realm seemed enraged. A thunderous roar erupted in the sky. Then a ghostly light shot out from the Imperial Burial secret realm. It struck directly on the head of the Taoist of the Celestial Edict. Ugh! The Taoist was stunned in the void. In the next second, his body began to crack from the feet. Cracks widened more and more. Ah! The Taoist of the Celestial Edict screamed in agony. His body exploded in an instant. A rain of blood fell from the sky, splattering onto many cultivators. Meanwhile, the sacred artifact in his hand struggled to flee. However, another overwhelming force erupted from the Imperial Burial secret realm. That sacred artifact began to crack slowly, just like the body of the Taoist from earlier. Finally, with a bang, it shattered into fragments, scattering with the wind. A generation of powerful figures in the mystic realm was easily annihilated by the Imperial Burial Secret Realm. After experiencing the ghostly lights shot out from the Imperial Burial Secret Realm, Xiao Han felt a change in the crowd. His expression changed involuntarily. This power is infused with a thick aura of death. Is it human power, or the power of nature? Regaining his senses, Xiao Han shook his head. After all, the Imperial Burial Secret Realm had not provoked him. Why bother thinking so much? Let it be as it may. If some people want to court death, then let them. If the Imperial Burial Secret Realm dares to provoke me, I won't hesitate to crush everything. Then Xiao Han said to Mu Xiueqing and the others, when do you want to enter the Imperial Burial Secret Realm? Hearing this, Mu Bingyu smiled and said, let's not enter, yet let's go see your brother. There's a stronghold of the sacred sect here. We should meet up with those people. After hearing Mu Xiueqing's words, Xiao Han instinctively resisted. He did not want to team up with others. Having Mu Xiueqing and the three girls was enough. However, there was no chance for Xiao Han to react. Mu Xiueqing and Mu Bingyu each took one side and began to lead Xiao Han towards the direction of the sacred sect stronghold. Lin Xian and Wang Xinyuo followed behind, assisting and pushing Xiao Han along. Xiao Han showed a helpless expression. These four girls were so eager. Yet at that moment, a sharp voice caused the five of them to halt in their tracks. Dare to insult my charming shadow sacred land. You seek death. As the voice fell, terrifying profound energy erupted not far away. The battle instantly ignited with residual waves spreading in all directions. Gradually, the surrounding cultivators fled in all directions, fearing to be caught in the aftermath of the battle. Soon a vacuum zone formed not far from Xiao Han. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. Are they disciples of my girlfriend's sect? Without giving Xiao Han time to think, the four girls had already summoned their swords, their expressions cold. Senior brother, our master once instructed that the evil Emperor Peak and the charming Shadow Sacred Land are like sisters. When one side is in trouble, the other must. Before Mu Bingyu could finish her sentence, Xiao Han raised his hand and commanded, eliminate them. If the sky falls, I will bear it. Upon hearing Xiao Han's voice, the faces of Mu Bingyu and the others lit up with joy. Having a senior brother is truly wonderful. They immediately ceased hesitating. The figures of the four girls flickered among the crowd as they rushed towards the nearby battle. Seeing this, Xiao Han also headed towards the battlefield. As he drew closer, he observed the situation in the arena. Aside from Mu Xiueqing and the others, three girls were battling against five men. Sword flashes and shadows danced, profound energy surged violently. Each person unleashed lethal moves aimed at their opponent's vital points. Upon seeing the robes worn by the five men, his brows furrowed. Disciples of the Flying Dragon Hall. The Flying Dragon Hall, an ancient sect of the eastern region, belongs to the righteous path. It has existed for countless years. In the entire eastern region, it holds an unshakable position. Among its disciples, there are numerous monstrous geniuses. The holy son of the Flying Dragon Hall is even known as the Young Emperor. Haha, we just ran into three little girls from the charming Shadow Sacred Land, and now four more little girls from the sacred sect have come. Capturing them will be another great achievement. The arrogant voices came from the five men, their movements unrelenting. Each of them possessed the strength of the third-grade Earth Profound Realm. A wave of violent aura spread in all directions. The surrounding cultivators shook their heads. The demonic path disciples are in trouble this time. Indeed, Wang Quan is an inner disciple of the Flying Dragon Hall, and his strength is extremely terrifying. As various discussions broke out, the scene of battle in the arena verified their thoughts. Under the fierce onslaught of the five men, Mu Xiueqing and the others were forced to retreat. Soon they were cornered together. However, at this moment, Mu Bingyu showed no signs of fear. She shouted, Celestial Sword Formation. Slash. In an instant, Mu Xiueqing, Lin Xian, and Wang Xinyuo moved swiftly, positioning themselves around Mu Bingyu. The Celestial Sword Formation was instantly formed. A terrifying sword aura erupted from within the formation, slashing directly towards Wang Quan and the others. This sword aura surpassed the strength of the 8th grade Earth Profound Realm. Seeing this, the faces of Wang Quan and the others changed dramatically. Block it! Wang Quan signaled his four junior brothers to attack with all their might while he stepped back, standing behind them. Boom! A deafening sound erupted. The violent aura spread outwards, rushing towards the surrounding cultivators. Buzz! One by one, profound energy barriers rose simultaneously. The surrounding cultivators managed to block the residual force of the Celestial Sword Formation. Yet even so, many cultivators with lower cultivation levels suffered. Looking at Wang Quan and his companions, the four men in front had already vanished. They did not flee. Instead, they were directly cut into nothingness by the sword aura. As for Wang Quan, he lay on the ground, not a single part of him intact. Blood spewed from his mouth as if he was about to breathe his last. One of the female disciples from the charming shadow, sacred land, stepped forward. Without any hesitation, she swung her long sword, intending to slay Wang Quan. However, at that moment, an angry voice suddenly echoed from the sky. "You vile woman of the charming shadow, sacred land, do you dare?" As the voice fell, a young man descended from the sky, exuding an astonishing aura that surged like a tidal wave, seemingly ready to pierce through the heavens. One of the 8 war generals of the Holy Son of the Flying Dragon, young Master Luoshi. I didn't expect that this time in the Imperial Burial Secret Realms training, it would be led by young Master Luoshi. Greetings, young Master Luoshi. Greetings, young Master Luoshi. At this moment, many cultivators bowed to young Master Luoshi. Young Master Luoshi ignored the crowd of cultivators, instead fixing his gaze on Mu Xueqing and the others. A wave of first-grade heavenly profound realm aura descended upon the group of girls. "You have great audacity to dare to kill a disciple of my flying dragon hall. Die." The violent, profound energy surrounding young Master Luoshi surged like waves crashing against the shore. In an instant, it surged towards the disciple of the charming shadow, sacred land. Yang Chuman was in a state of panic. After sensing the brutal aura of the falling stone, young Master, beads of cold sweat trickled down her delicate face. This time, the phantom sacred land did not send many disciples. The veteran disciples were in closed-door cultivation and did not come. Moreover, only a single elder from the phantom sacred land at the Xuanxuan realm led the group. However, that elder at the Xuanxuan realm was currently not present. Perhaps those veteran disciples could contend with the falling stone young master. But relying solely on herself was a bit far-fetched. "Even if I die, I must smash your front teeth." A fierce expression appeared on Yang Chuman's face. She raised her longsword, preparing to stab at the falling stone young master. However, at that moment, an extremely handsome and enchanting young man blocked her way. In an instant, Yang Chuman felt all the pressure dissipate. Staring at that somewhat slender figure, Yang Chuman was stunned. Who was he? Why was he helping her? After all, she was a disciple of the demonic path. Shouldn't disciples of the demonic path be universally condemned? At the same time, Mu Xueqing stepped forward and pulled Yang Chuman back, shouting loudly at Xiao Han, "Senior brother, take him down." Upon hearing this, Yang Chuman looked in astonishment at Xiao Han, who was contending with the falling stone young master's aura with a look of disbelief. He was a disciple of the sacred sect. "Who are you?" A trace of disdain flickered in the falling stone young master's eyes. A mere 4th-rank Jinxian realm trash dared to stick his neck out. At the same time, he was a bit shocked. This young man actually blocked his pressure. Xiao Han smiled and did not take that pressure to heart. He didn't even exert an ounce of his aura. To block the falling stone young master's pressure relied entirely on the strength of his Void Dao Body. "Treasure, don't ask me who I am, just remember I'm here to kill you." Boom. With Xiao Han's audacious voice, the surrounding cultivators burst into exaggerated laughter. "Haha, what did I just hear? He wants to kill the falling stone young master. PFF. Haha, I can't hold it in anymore. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Young man, don't be too arrogant." Numerous mocking voices rang out. These voices reached Xiao Han's ears. Xiao Han shrugged and shook his head. Why was it that when he spoke the truth, no one believed him? Meanwhile, behind him, Yang Chuman and the 2 disciples from the phantom sacred land were speechless, rubbing their foreheads. Then they turned their gaze to Mu Xueqing. "Sister Xueqing, what's up with your senior brother?" Before Yang Chuman could finish her sentence, Mu Xueqing said seriously, "Don't doubt senior brother. If he says he will kill him, he can kill him." Yang Chuman. Meanwhile, the falling stone young master was furious. Since when did an ant dare to provoke his authority? A mantis trying to stop a car overestimating itself, then I'll kill you first and deal with those little girls behind you later. Xiao Han, so much nonsense, remember, I'm just here to kill you. Hearing Xiao Han's audacious voice again, the falling stone young master snorted coldly. Without making any moves, a more violent mystical energy erupted from his body, spiraling into the void. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic hand that covered the sky appeared. It slammed down hard at Xiao Han. Feeling the might of this force, all the cultivators hurriedly retreated hundreds of meters, fearing that they would be caught in the aftermath of the falling stone young master's attack. The falling stone was furious, and the sky shattered, and the earth cracked. Before the giant hand even came down, the ground beneath Xiao Han's feet cracked apart. Countless fragments shot out in all directions, injuring many cultivators. Bang! Ultimately, that gigantic hand descended with unmatched force. It produced a deafening sound. The earth trembled and instantly cracked. Is he dead? Is this all? How dare he boast, provoking the authority of the falling stone young master? As the giant hand disappeared and the dust settled, the scene within was revealed. A gigantic handprint was imprinted on the ground. No blood was seen. It seemed that Xiao Han had been reduced to nothing by that single palm. Terrifying, the falling stone young master's strength has increased. At this moment, the onlooking cultivators collectively gasped. their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at the falling stone young master. Yang Chuman and the others were also stunned. Dead. Just like that, he was killed by the falling stone young master. What happened to his vow to kill the falling stone young master? In an instant, a wave of grief and indignation surged in her heart. The long swords in the hands of Yang Chuman and the two disciples shone with dazzling light. The disciples of the sacred sect died for them. They should do something. At that moment, Mu Xueqing blocked the three of them. Yang Chuman saw that there was no sorrow on the faces of Mu Xueqing and the others. She was instantly dumbfounded. What the heck, your senior brother was killed, and you can't show a bit of anger. Even if the relationship wasn't good, you should at least pretend. Before Yang Chuman could think much more, Mu Bingyu smiled and said, Sister Yang, you must believe in senior brother. Senior brother said he would kill her. Yang Chuman. Believe in what nonsense? Your senior brother is a pile of bones. Meanwhile, the falling stone young master appeared to have done something trivial. His mystical energy remained violent. He walked step by step toward Mu Xueqing and the others. At that moment, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Hey, I said I'm here to kill you, what are you doing? Unbeknownst to when Xiao Han's figure appeared like a phantom behind the falling stone young master. Damn, is this guy a ghost? Heavens, I must be dreaming. A weak chicken at the Jinxian realm actually dodged the falling stone young master's strike. Who is he? Could it be a new disciple recruited by the Phantom Sacred Land? No, the Phantom Sacred Land never accepts male disciples. Shocked voices erupted among the group of cultivators. It seemed they sensed something unbelievable. Seeking death. The falling stone young master was furious, though he didn't know how the young man in front of him dodged the lethal strike. The falling stone young master knew that his authority had been profoundly provoked. Boom. He swiftly reached out with his right palm, slicing through the void and instantly arriving in front of Xiao Han, directly targeting his face. Bang. As the falling stone young master's right palm struck Xiao Han's face, the violent mystical energy erupted instantly. Xiao Han's body turned to nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Who? Finally dead. The falling stone young master let out a breath. He inexplicably felt a sense of relaxation. That damn guy was finally dead. He then turned to look at Mu Xueqing and the others. His cold gaze held no emotion. It's your turn. Before the falling stone young master could finish his words, a voice that drove him to despair rang out again. What are you doing? I said I will kill you, so I will kill you. At an unknown time, Xiao Han's figure appeared again at the falling stone young master's right side. He was looking at the falling stone young master with a serious expression. From Xiao Han's serious face, everyone saw one meaning. I really want to kill you. The falling stone young master let out a long howl to the sky. A wave of grief and indignation surged in his heart. How could this guy possibly escape his own attack? Why is this guy still not dead? Is he some sort of indestructible cockroach? At this moment, countless questions surged in his mind. Young Master Luo Shi was dumbfounded. Simultaneously, he was utterly enraged. Xiao Han watched the furious young Master Luo Shi. He felt immensely satisfied. The illusory dragon step truly deserved its reputation as a purple-grade martial art. It had evaded 2 attacks from a Tianxian realm expert consecutively. Moreover, Xiao Han had only comprehended 2/10 of it, yet it exhibited such power. It was hard to imagine. Once the illusory dragon step was fully comprehended, what kind of speed would it possess? As for the surrounding onlookers among the cultivators, they were now all in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. This young man was simply monstrous. He had actually evaded young Master Luo Shi's attacks twice in a row. Yang Chuman and her 2 junior sisters were similarly astonished, staring at Xiao Han. Senior brother Xiao, is he human or ghost? Before anyone could think too much, the grief-stricken young Master Luo Shi suddenly stomped the ground. In an instant, the earth cracked. His figure shot forth like a cannonball, leaving behind traces in the air. Boom. He arrived before Xiao Han and threw a punch. The terrifying force seemed capable of shattering mountains and rivers and even exploding the sun and stars. Luo Shi fist. Boom. The shadow of the fist came crashing down like a falling rock. A full-force strike from the Tianxian realm was indeed terrifying. Bang! Xiao Han's figure was once again torn apart. Unfortunately, it was still only the afterimage of Xiao Han. Hey, fool him right here. Before long, Xiao Han had already appeared behind young Master Luo Shi. He even patted him on the shoulder. Young Master Luo Shi didn't turn his head. He simply swiped his hand. Another faint sound echoed. Xiao Han's figure shattered like a broken mirror. Hey, you silly youth, I'm right here. He'll kill you. Go ahead, I'm standing right here. If you have the guts, don't run. If you have the guts, don't chase. At this moment, Xiao Han was toying with young Master Luo Shi like a cat plays with a mouse. However, this cat was pretending to be the one fleeing. He'll let you run. Young Master Luo Shi suddenly stopped. He pressed his palm against the ground. Immortal trapping array activate. Unbeknownst to when young Master Luo Shi had actually set up an array around them. As young Master Luo Shi's voice fell, a massive light shield suddenly appeared around them, enveloping both Xiao Han and young Master Luo Shi inside. Xiao Han looked at all of this in shock, somewhat dazed. Damn it, whoever says that villains have low intelligence, they'll fight him to the death. He didn't expect it right. During the chase, this young master managed to set up the immortal trapping array. Young Master Luo Shi chuckled coldly. Cracking his joints, he slowly approached Xiao Han step by step. The surrounding cultivators witnessing this scene all gave young Master Luo Shi a thumbs up. Incredible. Truly deserving of the unparalleled intellect of young Master Luo Shi. This time that young man is doomed. Yang Chuman saw Xiao Han trapped. She hurriedly pulled Mu Xueqing and others, trying to break the immortal trapping array from the outside. However, Mu Xueqing and the others just shook their heads with a smile. Just wait to watch the show. After hearing Mu Binji's words, Yang Chuman rolled her eyes. A battle between the Jinxian realm and the Tianxian realm. You're actually asking us to just watch. Is he really your senior brother? Although your senior brother's speed is unparalleled, his strength is simply too low. There is an insurmountable chasm compared to the Tianxian realm. Mu Bingyu gave Yang Chuman a reassuring look and then focused her gaze on the immortal trapping array. They too wanted to see what kind of miracle their senior brother could bring. Xiao Han saw young Master Luo Shi slowly approaching him. He shrugged and smiled. Not bad, clever, but I still have to tell you I'm here to kill you. Haha, good. Today if I don't tear you apart, my surname won't be Luo. Get lost. My family Xiao doesn't have scum like you. Xiao Han seemed to have taken a great insult, pointing at young Master Luo Shi with rage. Die for me. Young Master Luo Shi didn't want to say more because he feared being angered to death by Xiao Han. Both palms shot out simultaneously, a violent dark energy gathering in his palms, striking towards Xiao Han. With this strike, young Master Luo Shi used all his life's power. With this blow, he aimed to tear Xiao Han apart. Looking at the dual palms approaching him, Xiao Han remained unflustered. He flipped his palm and a 5 poisons heart-piercing needle appeared at his fingertip. Then he pushed both palms forward. He had too many trump cards. A first-grade Zun Xian Realm experience card, a forbidden Xian domain, the slashing heaven secret technique. Any one of these trump cards could easily annihilate young Master Luo Shi. However, against a mere Tian Xian Realm young Master Luo Shi, Xiao Han didn't want to reveal so much. The surrounding cultivators watched this scene, all with mouths agape. In disbelief, this young man actually didn't run away. He was going to confront young Master Luo Shi hidden. This was simply seeking death. It seemed everyone had seen Xiao Han's fate. They all shook their heads and prepared to turn and leave. Boom! A huge sound echoed, resounding in everyone's ears. They saw Xiao Han and young Master Luo Shi clash together. Their forepalms met. An explosion of terrifying energy erupted. The ground beneath their feet was shattered by the terrifying force, sinking down a meter. As the violent dark energy rampaged, the immortal trapping array finally couldn't hold and instantly shattered. A powerful aura surged into the sky, seemingly wanting to pierce the heavens. Xiao Han and young Master Luo Shi still maintained the stance of their forepalms meeting. They remained motionless for a long time. Soon Xiao Han's divine light dissipated. The Void Dao Body stopped operating. He retracted his palms, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I told you today I will kill you, and I will kill you. With that, he turned and walked toward Mu Bingyu without looking back. As for young Master Luo Shi, he still maintained the posture of his palms extended. His originally handsome face was now shrouded in a layer of dark mist. Slowly, the poisonous mist seeped into his body. Young Master Luo Shi's face began to darken. Then his neck, shoulders, chest, and it spread throughout his body. At this moment, young Master Luo Shi looked as black as an African. If someone observed closely, they would notice a tiny needle hole in the center of his right palm. There, a drop of black blood was seeping out. However, the surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded. Who had the time to observe closely? Young Master Luo Shi was actually killed in one blow by a weakling from the Jin Xian realm. Slap, slap, slap. A series of slapping sounds suddenly echoed from the crowd. In an instant, everyone gasped in shock. Ouch! It really hurts. This is not a dream. Young Master Luo Shi was actually killed in one blow by a weakling from the Jin Xian realm. Who exactly is he? At this moment, everyone turned their gaze towards Xiao Han, their eyes reflecting a mix of fear and astonishment. To be able to defeat young Master Luo Shi in a single move. This young man was certainly not an ordinary individual. However, despite their efforts to scour their memories, they could not find any information about him. Who exactly is he? Just as all the cultivators were filled with confusion, Xiao Han had already approached Mu Xueqing and the others. Wow, senior brother is so powerful and impressive. Wang Xinyuo exclaimed, hanging on to Xiao Han with admiration in her eyes. Not just her, Mu Xueqing, Mu Bingyu, and Lin Xian felt the same. A Gold Xian Realm cultivator battling a Tian Xian Realm powerhouse. A single move to secure victory. Who else could achieve this? Only senior brother. At this moment Yang Chuman was so shocked that she felt dizzy, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Han. It seemed she wanted to see right through him. Mu Xueqing coughed lightly, pulling Yang Chuman back to reality. Junior sister Yang, let me introduce you to our chief disciple of Xie Peak, senior brother Xiao Han. Oh. Upon hearing this, Yang Chuman quickly and obediently bowed to Xiao Han, her two junior sisters behind her doing the same. Chuman has met senior brother Xiao. Thank you for saving us today. Met you senior brother Xiao. As the words fell, Yang Chuman extended her right hand. Xiao Han smiled slightly and extended his hand to their hands touching before quickly separating. No worries, you are my girlfriend. Cough cough, you are a disciple of the Shadow Holy Land. We are all from the same sect, it's all good. Xiao Han realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. However, upon hearing this, Yang Chuman was instantly stunned. Senior brother's girlfriend. Could it be one of the disciples from their Shadow Holy Land? Who could it possibly be? If Yang Chuman knew that Xiao Han's girlfriend was their sect leader, she wouldn't know how to react. Wow, senior brother, you have a girlfriend now. Quickly tell us, who is it? Who could catch the eye of our senior brother? Hearing the inquiries from Mu Bingyu and the others, Yang Chuman also turned her gaze toward Xiao Han, seemingly awaiting his explanation. Xiao Han smiled, but did not answer. Let's go, hurry to the Holy Sect stronghold. If the experts from the Flying Dragon Hall arrive, we won't be able to leave. Upon hearing this, Mu Xueqing and the others nodded and quickly pulled Xiao Han towards the east. Yang Chuman and the other two followed suit, as the Shadow Holy Land stronghold was adjacent to the Holy Sect. However, just then, Xiao Han and the others had barely taken a few steps when terrifying auras descended upon them, forcing everyone to kneel on the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Han's void body instantly erupted with power as a mysterious force slowly emerged, enveloping the group. Powerhouses of the Xuanxuan realm. And not just one. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of tearing through the air rang out as three elders appeared before everyone. Upon seeing the corpse of young Master Luo Shi, Elder Zhao Yi suddenly erupted with an even more formidable aura. Elder Zhao Yi was in charge of the Flying Dragon Hall stronghold. He had been responsible for the disciples of the Flying Dragon Hall during their training in the Imperial Burial Secret Realm. Unexpectedly, before the training had even begun, an elite disciple was killed. Moreover, he was one of the 8 great generals of the Flying Dragon Saint. Who is it? Who killed my disciple from the Flying Dragon Hall? Zhao Peng and Zhao Hu beside him wore equally fierce expressions. Their gazes were menacing as they looked at everyone. However, upon seeing Xiao Han and the others, they were slightly taken aback. These young individuals had actually withstood the pressure of their trio. And Master, this matter has nothing to do with us. They were the ones who killed young Master Luo Shi. A trembling voice spoke up. Elder Zhao Yi immediately fixed his gaze on Xiao Han and the others. Do you think this elder is a 3-year-old child? A mere few Earth Xian realm cultivators and 1 gold Xian realm trash capable of killing Luo Shi. Boom. As Elder Zhao Yi finished speaking, he waved his hand. A terrifying Xian energy erupted, directly crushing the one who had just spoken. In that moment, everyone felt the tyranny of the Flying Dragon Hall. They would kill without hesitation at the slightest provocation. Oh no, they would kill without provocation. In an instant, panic erupted among everyone. Was this really a righteous sect? How could they be more ruthless than the demonic sects? Among the surrounding cultivators, there were also a few Xuanxuan realm powerhouses. Yet they too trembled, not daring to rage, because the forces behind them were insignificant compared to the Flying Dragon Hall. You tell me who killed my disciple young Master Luo Shi from the Flying Dragon Hall. The cultivator pointed at Xiao Han with a trembling hand. It was him. Boom. As the voice sounded, that person instantly turned into a mist of blood. What the hell do you think, my Flying Dragon Hall is a joke? Elder Zhao Yi's furious voice rang out, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. What? We were telling the truth. At this moment, Xiao Han was also dumbfounded, staring at Zhao Yi in disbelief. Such a peculiar character exists in the Xuanxuan Continent. He was indeed telling the truth. I did kill young Master Luo Shi. You tell me. Seeing Elder Zhao Yi point at another person, Xiao Han coughed and slowly said, cough cough, I did indeed kill young Master Luo Shi. My. Upon hearing Xiao Han, the Zhao brothers turned their eyes towards him. Did this young man want to seek death? Not only was he wrongfully accused, but he also admitted it. Come on, even if you want to lie, you should consider your own strength. A piece of trash in the Gold Xian realm daring to claim he killed an elite disciple of the Flying Dragon Hall. Is it you who is foolish, or are my brothers and I foolish? Young man, don't be afraid. Is there someone forcing you to admit it? Just tell me who killed young Master Luo Shi, and I swear in the name of the Flying Dragon Hall that you will be safe. Xiao Han, I'm telling the truth. Why don't you believe me? The surrounding cultivators felt a flash of black lines on their foreheads. They had never been so speechless before, but today they were utterly at a loss for words. Here was the murderer admitting to the crime, and you still wanted to defend him. At this moment, everyone even doubted if Elder Xiao Yi was a spy sent to the Flying Dragon Hall by the demonic sect. What the hell, it was him who killed him. They are disciples of the Shadow Holy Land. They are disciples of the demonic sect. Just then, a cultivator was completely driven mad by Elder Xiao Yi. Under immense pressure, he stood up, directly cursing at the Xiao brothers. Everyone around looked at this brave warrior with gratitude in their eyes, thankful for his courage. After your death, your family will be entrusted to us. May you rest in peace. Sure enough, after hearing the angry cursing of that person, the Xiao brothers instantly flew into a rage. An invisible force shot out, directly transporting that person into the void. Boom! A deafening sound echoed. In an instant, that person's body turned into a mist of blood. A gust of wind blew, scattering the blood mist into the sky. Everyone below gazed solemnly at the blood mist gradually disappearing into the heavens. Brave warrior, may you journey well. May God bless you. From this day forth, your wife will be our wife, and your mother will still be your mother. If that person knew the thoughts in their hearts, he would surely transform into a vengeful spirit to seek them out. Daring to insult me, you truly don't know the meaning of death. I give you one last chance, reveal the whereabouts of the murderer. Seeing Xiao Yi pressuring everyone again, Xiao Han and Mu Xueqing exchanged glances. From each other's eyes they saw helplessness. Damn, are these three old fools mentally challenged? No, using those words to describe them is an insult to mentally challenged children. Before Xiao Han and the others could think further, all the cultivators pointed their fingers at Xiao Han. It was really him who did it. If we lie, may we remain lifeless, unable to father sons, or continue our lineage. At that moment, they uttered every vile oath. Because they were afraid. They feared that these three fools still wouldn't believe them. Thus they had no choice but to make ruthless oaths. In an instant, the Xiao Yi brothers turned their gazes toward Xiao Han and the others. Wait, did that person just say they were disciples of the demonic path? Did you truly kill young Master Luo Shi? As the words fell, three terrifying auras surged toward Xiao Han and the others. Xiao Han remained completely unperturbed. As a former demonic path supreme, this level of pressure was as trivial to Xiao Han as a child's fart. He patted his disheveled robe blown by the sudden wind. Xiao Han grinned wickedly and said, I already told you I killed young Master Luo Shi. You three fools actually don't believe me. How bold. The Xiao Yi trio was shocked, their eyes ablaze with endless fury. They never expected that young Master Luo Shi was indeed killed by them. What that group of cultivators said was true. Though they didn't know what schemes the young man before them used to kill young Master Luo Shi, how dare he call them fools. Boom. In that moment, a fierce gust of mysterious energy blew toward Xiao Han and the others. It was not hard to imagine what would happen if Xiao Han and the others were caught in that gale. They would surely be obliterated. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes, fixating on the oncoming gust of mysterious energy, showing no signs of panic. Just as he was about to use the Supreme Mysterious Realm Experience card, a middle-aged man blocked their path. The man waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying force that pulled the gust of mysterious energy into the void. Boom. Two violent forces collided in the void, creating an earth-shattering momentum. Upon seeing this, middle-aged man, Mu Xueqing and the others slightly cupped their hands and bowed. Greetings, Elder Gu. This Elder Gu, named Gu Jingwen, was the head of the sacred sect stronghold. He was responsible for the disciples of the sacred sect training in the Imperial Burial Secret Realm. At the same time, he was the younger brother of the chief elder of the War God Peak. Gu Jingwen nodded, and then turned his gaze toward Xiao Han. Xiao Han, right. I know you, the chief disciple of the evil Emperor Peak. You are quite impressive, no wonder Cold Demon. Cough cough, Master Cold sent me a message to give you special care. After Xiao Han set out from the evil sect, Gu Jingwen received a message from Cold Hanyan instructing him to take special care of Xiao Han and ensure nothing went wrong. Otherwise, Cold Hanyan wouldn't hesitate to help him loosen his bones. Upon hearing the message, Gu Jingwen felt a surge of dread. That female demon indeed kept her word. If she said she would break his bones, she would definitely not go back on her word. Thus, upon noticing the commotion, here Gu Jingwen hurriedly rushed over. Hearing the generous praise, Xiao Han shrugged and said nothing. With Gu Jingwen's appearance, he saved one trump card. At the same time, a wave of emotion surged within Xiao Han. His future wife cared for him so much. Goodness, this master, I am in love. Seeing Gu Jingwen, the Xiao Yi brothers frowned. Gu Jingwen, do you intend to oppose my flying dragon palace? Upon hearing Xiao Yi's words, Gu Jingwu chuckled, pointing at him and laughing. Are you a fool? The sacred sect and flying dragon palace have always been at odds, so how does opposing you matter? Moreover, they are my disciples of the sacred sect. If you want to kill my disciples, do you expect this elder to applaud you? Damn three fools. I really don't know how you three managed to cultivate to the supreme mysterious realm. Gu Jingwen's words flowed like the overflowing yellow river, ceaseless. He left the Xiao Yi brothers dumbfounded. Hearing Gu Jingwen's words, Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, the sacred sect was remarkable. This Gu Jingwen was undoubtedly a show-off. You? The Zhaoyi brothers pointed at Gu Jingwen, trembling with anger, their beards almost askew. Unable to fight, unable to insult. What to do? The wind was tight. They could only retreat and contact the experts from the Flying Dragon Palace. Once the experts arrived, they would seek revenge. We shall see. Now the Imperial Burial Secret Realm was about to open. The Zhaoyi brothers prioritized the bigger picture, not wanting to clash with the sacred sect. So after leaving a harsh remark, they intended to leave this place. The surrounding cultivators, upon seeing Gu Jingwen, learned that Xiao Han was a disciple of the sacred sect. They had long since fled the area. They feared for their lives. After all, the few who had just died were living examples. Gu Jingwen also breathed a sigh of relief. His strength could barely suppress the Zhaoyi brothers. If they fought to the death, perhaps no one would end up well. Moreover, with the Imperial Burial Secret Realm about to open, it was best to avoid conflict. It should be noted that the sacred sect had sent many key disciples this time. If anything went wrong, Gu Jingwen might face punishment from the sacred sect. However, at that moment, a voice from the system echoed in Xiao Han's mind. Ding. A task to help others has been issued. Task content: 3 fools want to kill you. Shouldn't the host do something about it? Why not assist them in ascending to the Western Paradise? Upon hearing the system's voice, a wicked smile crept onto Xiao Han's lips. The crooked-mouthed god of war returns to the world. Xiao Han stepped forward, coldly stating, "Did I allow you to leave?" Boom. With Xiao Han's voice falling, everyone turned their gazes toward Xiao Han. What on earth did he intend to do? Before anyone could think further, Xiao Han said to Elder Gu beside him, "Elder Gu, how about we slaughter them? Since our sacred sect and Flying Dragon Palace are irreconcilable, why not take this opportunity to annihilate these 3 old dogs?" As this nonchalant voice reached Elder Gu's ears, his mind instantly buzzed. Slaughter them? How domineering, how arrogant. At that moment, Elder Gu was utterly terrified. "My little ancestor, can't you calm down a bit? If you make even the slightest mistake, that female demon Cold Han won't hesitate to break my old bones." Bold. Zhao Peng could no longer contain himself. How dare these cats and dogs bully us? Do they really think we are afraid? Zhao Peng stretched out his right hand and made a grabbing motion towards Xiao Han in the void. Boom. A terrifying force of mysterious energy shot out, seemingly intending to tear Xiao Han apart. Gu Jingwen snapped back to reality and coldly snorted. He similarly extended his right hand and struck towards Zhao Peng in an instant. A torrent of violent, mysterious energy suddenly formed. The ground cracked and debris flew everywhere. Zhao Yi and Zhao Hu saw Gu Jingwen make his move and dared not hesitate. In a flash, they arrived beside Zhao Peng. Huh! With an angry shout, 3 streams of mysterious energy erupted, soaring skyward. Then they converged into a single force, colliding with the power unleashed by Gu Jingwen. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. Suddenly the world dimmed, the sun and moon lost their light. The void was torn apart by a terrifying force, revealing cracks in space. Thud, thud, thud. Gu Jingwen and the Zhao brothers took a few steps back simultaneously. They all looked at each other with grave expressions. It was an even match. At that moment, Gu Jingwen's face turned extremely ugly. Damn it, the strength of these 3 guys has actually increased a bit. You all return to the Holy Sect stronghold first, I will hold them off. After Gu Jingwen spoke to Xiao Han and the others not far away, he turned his wary gaze towards Zhao Yi and the Zhao brothers, fearing that one of them might turn to deal with Xiao Han and the others. However, Zhao Yi seemed to have the same thought as Gu Jingwen. He spoke to Zhao, who beside him, "Want to leave? It's too late. Old third, I will hold Gu Jingwen back with second brother, you go deal with them." Hearing this, a cruel look appeared in Zhao Hu's eyes. "Eldest brother, second brother, be careful. I will be right back. Let the 3 of us brothers work together to eliminate Gu Jingwen today and reduce the momentum of the Holy Sect." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Yi and Zhao Peng's figures instantly vanished from their original spots, leaving no trace of disturbance in the void. When they reappeared, they were already in front of Gu Jingwen. Die! Bang, bang, bang. A series of violent sounds erupted. Gu Jingwen was completely entangled by Zhao Yi and Zhao Peng. In reality, Gu Jingwen's strength was more than enough to overpower the 2 of them. However, Zhao Yi and Zhao Peng actually resolutely resorted to a life-for-life fighting style, making Gu Jingwen look inferior. Run! Gu Jingwen shouted loudly, his movements not slowing down. He also adopted a life-for-life fighting style. There was no choice, he had to fight desperately. If Xiao Han was killed, wouldn't he have to die as well? Thinking of the horror of the cold demon, Gu Jingwen was filled with vigor, as if invigorated. "Elder Gu, don't worry about me. After I kill this old geezer, I will come to help you." As Xiao Han's voice fell, Zhao Hu leaped through the void. He directly appeared in front of Xiao Han. "Haha, an ant dares to boast die." Zhao Hu's large hand stretched out, entwined with terrifying mysterious energy, and struck down towards Xiao Han and his disciples behind him. He seemed to envision the scene of Xiao Han and the others being crushed into a pulp, revealing a cruel smile. However, upon seeing the expression on Xiao Han's face, Xiao Han's smile instantly vanished. What? He is actually smiling. Looking at the wicked grin on Xiao Han's lips, Xiao Hu was completely dumbfounded. Do you know you are about to be killed by me? How can you still laugh? Meanwhile, Xiao Han silently chanted in his heart system, use the Supreme Xianjing Experience card. Ding. First class Supreme Xianjing Experience card successfully used. The host will possess the cultivation of a first-class Supreme Xianjing for 1 hour. As the system's voice fell, an astonishing aura erupted from Xiao Han's body, and divine light appeared behind him, tearing through the void. Looking at the large hand coming towards him, Xiao Han pointed out, break. Boom. The violent, mysterious energy wrapped around his fingers, striking Xiao Han's palm. Ow! A scream echoed. Xiao Han's palm was instantly pierced, a blood hole forming, and streams of crimson blood flowed out. Die for me, flooding fist. Xiao Hu was enraged, throwing a punch towards Xiao Han, disregarding everything. He completely failed to notice that Xiao Han's current strength far surpassed his. Rampaging palm. Xiao Han did not hesitate. His palm struck out repeatedly, instantly raising towering waves, and the countless palm shadows engulfed Xiao Hu. Boom, boom, boom. Dust and debris shot out in all directions. A fierce wind swirled. When the countless palm shadows dissipated, a massive pit appeared before everyone's eyes. As for Xiao Hu, he lay bloodied in the pit, devoid of any breath. He is dead. A fourth-class Supreme Xianjing powerhouse and elder of the Flying Dragon Palace was just killed by a single palm from Xiao Han. If Xiao Han's killing of the Tianxuanjing's Falling Stone young master shocked people, then killing the elder of fourth-class Supreme Xianjing this time horrified the world. Damn, this is so impressive. Yang Chuman couldn't help but curse upon witnessing Xiao Han's might. After a brief moment of distraction, Mu Xueqing and the others quickly regained their composure. To them, whatever miraculous thing Xiao Han did was totally natural. Because Xiao Han is an existence that defies the heavens. As for Gu Jingwen, upon seeing Xiao Hu being annihilated by Xiao Han with a single palm, he instantly stood there in a daze. The killing move he had unleashed also came to a halt. Zhao Yi and Zhao Peng were the same. What the hell kind of freak is this? From the cultivation of Golden Xuanjing, he instantly reached Supreme Xianjing. Even if he cheated, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. After Zhao Yi and Zhao Peng regained their senses, they simultaneously howled to the sky. Ah, for killing my brother, I will take your life. In an instant, Zhao Yi and Zhao Peng turned and fled. They provided no opportunity for Xiao Han and the others to react. Xiao Han and Gu Jingwen looked at this scene completely dumbfounded. What happened to wanting to take my life? Didn't you say you wanted to avenge your brother? How could you be so dishonorable? After Gu Jingwen regained his senses, he let out a sigh of relief. This matter has finally been passed. It was too thrilling. Just as Gu Jingwen was about to speak to Xiao Han, he noticed Xiao Han, who was standing in place, was gradually dissipating. Damn, a shadow clone. After he understood what was happening, Gu Jingwen turned his gaze towards the fleeing Zhao Yi and Zhao Peng. Sure enough, Xiao Han's true body had already appeared in front of the two. Hey, you two, did I not say I would slaughter you? Why are you running? Do you want me to be a person who breaks his word? As his words fell, Xiao Han directly extended both hands and grabbed Zhao Yi and Zhao Peng by the neck. Goodbye, my dear friends. Crack, crack. Two sounds of bones breaking echoed. Zhao Yi and Zhao Peng's heads instantly tilted to the side. With a casual toss, their bodies were thrown into the sky. Xiao Han waved his hand, and the terrifying, mysterious energy directly shredded Zhao Yi and Zhao Peng's corpses. Blood rained down in the void like blooming fireworks. It was dazzling and extraordinarily beautiful. Upon seeing this scene, Gu Jingwen immediately slapped himself hard. Damn, that hurts. This is not a dream. 2 4th-grade Xuanxuan realm powerhouses. Oh no, 3. They were slaughtered by a disciple of the younger generation. Reflecting on Xiao Han's calm words from earlier, the ancient scriptures finally understood. Xiao Han was not arrogant, but possessed the strength to back it up. At this moment, Xiao Han stood in the void. Divine light radiated from his body, and streams of profound energy traversed the void. He appeared like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, gazing down upon the entire Imperial Burial secret realm. Waves of indescribable feelings surged within him. What exactly exists within the Imperial Burial secret realm? At this moment, the system's voice interrupted Xiao Han's thoughts. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward draw chances 1. System draw. Ding. Draw successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 5-fold acceleration in the cultivation speed of the Void Dao Body. As the voice of the system faded, Xiao Han instantly felt a mysterious power manifest within him, aiding him in rapidly cultivating the Void Dao Body. Not bad. Clenching his fists, he sensed the power of the Void Dao Body rapidly increasing. Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Xiao Han's heart jolted. He felt several divine senses scanning him incessantly. Frowning, he directed his gaze towards one direction. There was the location of several Xuanxuan realm powerhouses. This child is extraordinary, possessing the potential of a young emperor. The Filong Hall has suffered this time. This has nothing to do with us. Our forces cannot compete with theirs. It seems the holy sect is about to rise. Voices of discussion emerged from them. Their faces bore a hint of envy and shock. If any sect could acquire this disciple, they would surely rise to prominence. Unfortunately, with their backing, they were insufficient to contend with the holy sect. Otherwise, they would not hesitate to directly seize Xiao Han, or possess him. Sensing that Xiao Han seemed a bit impatient, the few Xuanxuan realm powerhouses immediately withdrew their divine senses, not daring to probe further. Seeing that they made no move, Xiao Han slowly descended. Of course, if those Xuanxuan realm powerhouses were ignorant of their own demise, Xiao Han would not hesitate to slaughter them. If Gu Jingwen knew Xiao Han's thoughts, he would surely be frightened into fainting. This kid is too troublesome. Elder Gu, look, I did it. I absolutely did not go back on my word about slaughtering them three. Approaching Elder Gu, Xiao Han flashed a smile as gentle as a sunny boy next door. Gu Jingwen. Woohoo. Senior brother is mighty. The sun rises in the east. Stop, stop, stop. Seeing Wang Sinuo about to shout slogans, Xiao Han swiftly covered her little mouth. At that moment, the continuous profound energy within him surged, making Xiao Han feel somewhat uncomfortable. He wanted to release it. So he turned to Elder Gu and asked, Elder Gu, are there any experts left in the Filong Hall stronghold? Upon hearing this, Gu Jingwen didn't think much and directly replied, no, only the three Zhao brothers are responsible here. After hearing Gu Jingwu's words, Xiao Han felt slightly disappointed. The mighty Filong Hall, a super ancient sect of the eastern region, actually sent only these three trash to guard this place. By the way, where is the Filong Hall stronghold? It's 1,000 miles that way, you. Gu Jingwu pointed in a direction, but before he finished speaking, he lost sight of Xiao Han. Elder Gu, I'll be back soon, wait for me. Upon hearing Xiao Han's voice, Gu Jingwen was once again stunned. What is he going to do? Is he going to pee? Or take a dump? Could it be Xiao Han is heading to the Filong Hall stronghold? Hiss. Oh my. Thinking of this, Gu Jingwen gasped in surprise. Big brother, could you please calm down a bit? My old heart really can't take it anymore. Mu Xueqing and the others, upon seeing Gu Jingwen's expression, stifled their laughter. Elder Gu, don't be shocked. You need to get used to senior brother's defiance. Gu Jingwen nodded in astonishment. Get used to it, get used to it. How could I get used to this? I have never experienced something so thrilling in my life. 1,000 miles is but a moment's journey for a Xuanxuan realm expert. Xiao Han traversed the void, hands clasped behind his back, divine light radiating from his body, appearing like a deity. Looking down from the sky, what came into view was a small mountain. Atop the mountain stood a large flag upon which 3 grand characters were inscribed. Filong Hall. Here lies the stronghold of the Filong Hall. Within a radius of several dozen miles, not a single cultivator dared to step into this place. From this, one can easily imagine the Filong Hall's tyrannical reign. Raging wave palm. Xiao Han struck out with a palm. The Void Dao Body exploded with full force. Millions of destiny laws emerged. In an instant, the void trembled and mountains and rivers collapsed. The Void Dao Body, combined with the raging wave palm, unleashed a power capable of extinguishing the sun and the moon. Boom. As countless palm shadows descended, a massive dust storm erupted. The small mountain occupied by the Filong Hall's stronghold vanished in an instant, leaving behind a bottomless abyss. The power of a single palm was terrifying. At this moment, Xiao Han fully unleashed the might of a first-grade Xuanxuan realm. Spiritual energy surged around him like a vast ocean. At this time, many disciples of the Filong Hall were moving about on the mountain. This group of people were the young disciples sent by the Filong Hall to experience the Imperial Burial Secret Realm. Suddenly, a disciple looked up at the void. He just happened to see Xiao Han floating in the air. Senior brother, I saw someone flying. So what? Flying is flying, what's the big deal? Senior brother, I saw palm shadows like gigantic waves filling the sky. What? Look. Before that senior brother could finish his words, he felt darkness enveloping him. A clear sunny day, how could it suddenly turn dark? This thought flashed by, and he felt his consciousness gradually dissipating. His body shattered into pieces. After completing all this, Xiao Han's lips curled into a wicked smile. At this moment, the aura of the demon Dao Heavenly Sovereign was showcased without reservation. To cut the grass without pulling out the roots, the spring wind blows, and it grows back. Since I am to kill you, I must wipe out your entire family. Satisfied, Xiao Han nodded, not stopping, and directly disappeared into the void. Uncertain how much time had passed, a group of dozens of cultivators passed by this place, and were instantly filled with confusion. Why is there a bottomless abyss here? I remember this was the stronghold of the Filong Hall. How did it turn into a bottomless abyss? Could it be? In an instant, that group of cultivators shot into the sky. Upon seeing the scene below from midair, they couldn't help but gasp. Palm imprint. A gigantic palm imprint. This bottomless abyss was created by a powerful person's palm strike, and it had flattened the Filong Hall's stronghold. Hiss! Who on earth is it? How could they be so formidable to have flattened the Filong Hall's stronghold? This is too shocking. Even Xuanxuan realm experts might not be able to execute such a strike. What they did not expect was that the one delivering this strike was none other than Xiao Han, a first-grade Xuanxuan realm expert. In the extreme north of the eastern region, there exists a force that sends shivers down one's spine: the Flying Dragon Palace and the Life Tablet Hall, which houses the life tablets of all inner disciples and elders of the Flying Dragon Palace. Once someone dies, their life tablet shatters. However, today the disciple guarding the Life Tablet Hall witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memory for a lifetime. The displayed life tablets exploded like firecrackers, cracking and bursting apart. 3 elders and hundreds of elite disciples. Without exception, all of their life tablets turned to ashes. Something big has happened. Something has happened. The disciple snapped back to reality. In an instant, he dashed out of the Life Tablet Hall, racing towards the meeting hall of the Flying Dragon Palace. Inside the meeting hall, the Flying Dragon Emperor sat majestically atop the dais. Below him were many elders reporting various matters to him. The Flying Dragon Emperor, named Mao Wenlong, had reached the second tier of the Emperor Xian realm. Having presided over the Flying Dragon Palace for countless years, it thrived under his leadership, soaring like a mighty dragon in the skies above. Beside Mao Wenlong stood a young man clad in a white robe with his hands behind his back, surrounded by a radiance akin to a blazing sun. This individual was the holy son of the Flying Dragon Palace, Mao Kaiyu. He was also the biological son of Mao Wenlong, truly a son of the emperor. At this moment, a disciple recklessly burst into the great hall. While running, he frantically shouted, "Palace Master, something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. Impudent." An elder scolded the disciple upon seeing his recklessness. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. This elder was Elder Qian, in charge of the Life Tablet Hall. Unable to contain his anger at his disciple's recklessness, he reprimanded him. As Elder Qian's furious voice echoed, the disciple immediately came to his senses, hurriedly kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing. "Please spare me, Palace Master. I have something to report." Mao Wenlong, seated on the soft couch, slowly opened his eyes. "Speak." His voice was like a sacred edict, leaving no room for resistance. The disciple gasped for breath and, trembling, said, "Reporting to the Palace Master, the 3 elders responsible for the Imperial Tomb's secret realm training, all their life tablets have shattered, along with those of hundreds of senior brothers." Upon hearing the disciple's words, everyone in the great hall wore expressions of rage. What? Someone has killed the disciples and elders of the Flying Dragon Palace. Dare anyone challenge the authority of the Flying Dragon Palace? Palace Master, I request permission to investigate the Imperial Tomb's secret realm. Palace Master, I am willing to. As voices of anger rose, the entire great hall became as noisy as a marketplace. Humph! Mao Wenlong snorted, coldly silencing their voices entirely. All the elders in the hall, witnessing the Palace Master's anger, immediately shut their mouths. What kind of behavior is this? Is there no discipline? Mao Wenlong's icy voice rang out, devoid of any emotion. This instantly sent shivers down everyone's spine. I know my crime. In an instant, all the elders knelt on the ground. Mao Wenlong let out another cold snort and said, "Elder Shun, I am here. I command you to take 300 Earth Dragon Guards to the Imperial Tomb's secret realm to capture the murderer. No need to bring them back, execute them on the spot. I take my leave." After receiving the order, Shun, too, turned to head outside, but at that moment Mao Kaiyu blocked his path. "Elder Shun, wait." Hearing this, Shen too stopped immediately and cupped his hands to Mao Kaiyu, saying, "Holy Son, what instructions do you have?" Mao Kaiyu did not answer him, but directed his gaze towards his father, Mao Wenlong. "Father, I have hit a bottleneck in my Dao techniques recently. Let me go this time. The Imperial Tomb's secret realm will help elevate my cultivation." Upon hearing Mao Kaiyu's words, Mao Wenlong furrowed his brow. The Imperial Tomb's secret realm is extremely dangerous. One misstep can lead to death. How could he feel at ease letting Mao Kaiyu go? After all, he only had this one son. If anything happened to him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing Mao Wenlong's hesitation, Mao Kaiyu smiled and said, "Father, with my cultivation, do you think anyone besides those old antiques could harm me? Moreover, I am only going to take a look. Nothing will go wrong." Seeing his son so insistent, Mao Wenlong could only nod. He then ordered Elder Shun, "You will accompany the Holy Sun. If anything happens to the Holy Sun, I will destroy your entire clan." Elder Shun had thought this would be an honorable mission, but with the Holy Sun's involvement, it immediately turned into a hellish ordeal. Though unwilling in his heart, he could not show any expression on his face. I take my leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Mao Wenlong's voice rang out again. Directly take 500 heavenly dragon guards with you, and also select 5 flying dragon guards to accompany you. You must ensure the Holy Sun's safety. Upon hearing that Mao Wenlong was allowing him to lead the heavenly dragon guards, Elder Shun was immediately filled with joy. The Flying Dragon Palace has 3 major dragon guards: Earth Dragon Guards, Heavenly Dragon Guards, and Flying Dragon Guards. The Earth Dragon Guards are all powerful experts at the Heavenly Xian realm. The Heavenly Dragon Guards consist solely of experts at the Wangxian realm, while the Flying Dragon Guards are a mixed bag. However, everyone who joins the Flying Dragon Guards is a battle-hardened super expert. These 3 Dragon Guards have made significant contributions to the Flying Dragon Palace and are its backbone. I will obey, he said, fearing Mao Wenlong might change his mind. Elder Shin quickly left the meeting hall. Mao Kaiyu watched all of this and couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. His strength was already formidable, yet he did not expect his father to still worry. Truly, a father's love knows no bounds. Father, I take my leave. After bidding farewell to Mao Wenlong, Mao Kaiyu strode towards the outside of the hall. At the moment he turned, his gaze suddenly shifted, filled with a murderous aura. He looked completely different from his earlier gentle demeanor. Those who dare to kill a disciple of the Flying Dragon Palace, I the Holy Sun, will surely crush your bones and eradicate your entire clan. As Mao Kaiyu exited the hall, that astonishing murderous aura slowly dissipated. All the elders within the hall let out a collective sigh of relief. The Holy Sun's strength has grown even stronger. When the Heavenly Mandate Law emerges in the future, he will undoubtedly achieve the status of an emperor, becoming the greatest emperor of all time, and may even reach the realm of the immortal emperor. Mao Wenlong gazed at the gradually disappearing figure of Mao Kaiyu, still somewhat worried. He spoke to the Void, send a message to Elder Wu, instruct him to secretly follow the Holy Sun, and do not intervene unless there is a life-threatening situation. After thinking for a moment again, Mao Wenlong felt that there was nothing inappropriate, and then asked an elder below, has there been any news from the Piaomiao Immortal Mansion? The elder cupped his hands and shook his head, saying, Master, the Saint of the Immortal Mansion said they need to consider it further. Upon hearing this, Mao Wenlong snorted coldly, humph, a bunch of short-sighted fools. Why not unite and eliminate the Holy Sect, bringing unity to the eastern region? What's not to like? The Holy Sect is no longer the evil emperor's palace of the past, or what is there to fear? The more Mao Wenlong thought about it, the darker his expression became. He waved his hand, signaling everyone in the hall to withdraw. He then rested his chin on his hand, his expression fluctuating between light and dark. It seemed as if he was contemplating some major affair. The Imperial Burial Secret Realm. After Xiao Han pushed the Flying Dragon Palace's stronghold away with a single palm, he turned and left. Crossing through the void in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Gu Jingwen like a phantom. What the hell? Gu Jingwen, still in a daze, was suddenly startled. When he saw it was Xiao Han, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. Xiao Han, can you not scare people like that? Xiao Han shrugged and smiled. No way, my movement technique is just too extraordinary, sorry for scaring you. Gu Jingwen was speechless. Seeing Xiao Han return so quickly, he thought that Xiao Han hadn't taken action against the Flying Dragon Palace's stronghold. As he walked towards the direction of the Holy Sect stronghold, he said to Xiao Han, don't lose heart. Once your strength becomes a bit stronger, you'll definitely be able to eliminate the Flying Dragon Palace's stronghold. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han smiled. The Flying Dragon Palace's stronghold. Sorry, it has already become a bottomless abyss. Plop. Gu Jingwen stumbled and instantly fell to the ground. Cough, cough, sorry, I twisted my ankle. Xiao Han, Mu Bingyu, and the others. A master of the Yuan Xian realm can twist his ankle while walking. Are you kidding? However, after a moment's thought, he understood what was going on. Gu Jingwen was shocked again. And it wasn't just him. Yang Chuman and her 2 junior sisters were equally deeply shocked. Although this sounded understated, it felt earth-shattering. The Flying Dragon Palace's stronghold was just eliminated. Did you really push the Flying Dragon Palace's stronghold away? At the same time, Gu Jingwen and Yang Chuman's voices rang out simultaneously. Xiao Han helplessly shrugged and said, oh, Gu Jingwen. Yang Chuman. As if to verify Xiao Han's words. Gu Jingwen's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. When his figure reappeared, he was already at the edge of that bottomless abyss. Gazing at everything before him, Gu Jingwen was utterly stunned. This. With one palm, he sensed the residual aura within the bottomless abyss. Gu Jingwen's eyes widened. This aura exceeds the 9th grade Yuan Xian realm. Although Xiao Han used a 1st grade Yuan Xian realm experience card, but paired with the Void Dao Body, it wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. After a while, Gu Jingwen finally came back to his senses. He hurriedly flew towards Xiao Han and the others. The elimination of the Flying Dragon Palace's stronghold was not a trivial matter. Soon after returning to Xiao Han's side, Gu Jingwen quickly said, "Let's go back to the Holy Sect stronghold." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jingwen led Xiao Han and the others hurriedly towards the stronghold. They traveled westward for about 1,000 miles and finally arrived at the Holy Sect stronghold. Looking around, a massive mountain peak stood before them. At the peak of the mountain, a giant flag was planted with the words Holy Sect written in large characters. Although the Holy Sect is a demonic sect, it is not as tyrannical as the Flying Dragon Palace. Nearby, many cultivators lingered, seemingly enjoying the protection of the Holy Sect. Because around the Imperial Burial secret realm, powerful fierce beasts ravaged. Within the confines of the Holy Sect's stronghold, numerous disciples defended. Thus fierce beasts rarely appeared. When some cultivators saw Gu Jingwen, they hurriedly stood and bowed. "Greetings, Elder Gu." There was no pretense, only heartfelt admiration. Seeing this, Xiao Han couldn't help but nod. Gu Jingwen was indeed quite adept at dealing with people. Gu Jingwen nodded to the cultivators, said little, and directly led Xiao Han and the others into the mountain. Thus Yang Chuman and the three of them cupped their hands and bowed to Xiao Han and Gu Jingwen. "Elder Gu, senior brother Xiao Han, we will return to the stronghold first." Xiao Han smiled slightly. "Sister Yang, see you later." His spring breeze-like smile instantly captivated Yang Chuman and the others, with unusual brilliance blossoming in their beautiful eyes. "Goodbye, senior brother." Yang Chuman smiled, gently waved to Xiao Han, and then greeted Mu Xueqing and the others before walking towards the direction of the Shadow Holy Land stronghold. "Let's go." This time, having eliminated the Flying Dragon Palace's stronghold, the Flying Dragon Palace will definitely send strongmen to investigate. "You guys." Before Gu Jingwen could finish his words, Xiao Han smiled. "Elder Gu, don't worry. If they dare to come, we will slay them." Gu Jingwen. As they gradually ascended the mountain, they saw many disciples of the Holy Sect. Of course, some disciples from branch sects were also among them. "Greetings, Elder Gu." "Greetings, Elder Gu." The disciples greeted Elder Gu with a bow, and then turned their gaze towards Mu Xueqing and the others. "Sister, how are you?" "Sister has become more beautiful again." "Get lost, when are the sisters not beautiful?" Hearing the voices of that group of disciples, Mu Xueqing and her three companions greeted them familiar. Before long, the group reached the peak of the mountain. Xiao Han looked up and saw cave dwellings appearing before his eyes. This is the Holy Sect stronghold. The conditions here are not worse than those within the sect." Elder Gu awkwardly smiled and briefly introduced the place to Xiao Han. Xiao Han didn't mind, but said to Gu Jingwen, "Elder Gu, you've worked hard. After all, as an elder who isn't enjoying life in the sect." Gu Jingwen, being the younger brother of the head of the Battle God Peak, had stayed in such a simple place for so long. It can only be said that he deserves heartfelt respect. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingwen was momentarily stunned. In an instant, ripples of emotion surged within him, a mix of feelings. Then he chuckled and said, "It's not hard, not hard. As long as you little ones can be safe and cause less trouble, that's good enough." Elder Gu, we're very obedient." Wang Sinuo mischievously smiled, unabashedly praising herself. Gu Jingwen. "You're obedient. Old man, I believe your ghost." Having slaughtered the three great elders of the Flying Dragon Palace and hundreds of elite disciples, you call that obedient? You guys are indeed very obedient, really very obedient. By the way, that cave dwelling over there is where you will rest. The barrier of the Imperial Burial secret realm should disappear by tomorrow, so you all can rest in the cave dwelling for a day. Tomorrow set off with those disciples. Upon hearing the words of the ancient scripture, Xiao Han nodded. "Thank you, Elder Gu. To be honest, I am a bit tired. Let's take a break first." With that, Xiao Han led Mu Xueqing and the others toward the cave dwelling. Elder Gu watched Xiao Han's retreating figure with satisfaction, nodding slightly. This child is neither arrogant nor impetuous, with a calm disposition, and he is a monstrous genius. He is truly a blessing for the Holy Sect. However, he thought about the destruction of the Flying Dragon Hall's base. While Elder Gu felt pleased, he was also quite troubled. Although he had long wished to eliminate the base of the Flying Dragon Hall, the limited expertise assigned by the Holy Sect here kept him from taking action. After regaining his composure, Elder Gu worried that the Flying Dragon Hall would send a large number of experts for revenge. Therefore, he took out a communication stone and reported everything Xiao Han had done back to the Holy Sect. Holy Sect. In the conference hall, Sect Master Lung Xiaodian sat within, exuding an imperial aura, the breath of destiny and law permeating the entire hall. Lung Hanyan sat beside him, followed by the other 7 peak masters. Esteemed masters, what do you think about the destruction of the Soul Refining Sect? The Soul Refining Sect is a branch of the Holy Sect. Its strength should not be underestimated among the various branches, as it has an ancestor at the 9th rank of the Royal Profound Realm stationed there. For years they have maintained a tenuous relationship with the Holy Sect. Why, you ask? It is because the Holy Sect has been fluctuating in recent years, much like an aging lion. Although its residual power still lingers, it inevitably leads some branches to believe that the holy sects might has waned. The soul-refining sect is one of them. Seeing the holy sects decline, they sought to break away and find a more powerful backing. Thus, the soul-refining sect has been getting closer to the 10,000 Poisons ancient cult. However, recently the soul-refining sect was suddenly obliterated by mysterious figures. All disciples were killed, and even that 9th-rank ancestor perished tragically. Moreover, those mysterious figures left no trace at all. It became a mystery. Long Xiaodian also sent elders from the sect to investigate, but there were no clues whatsoever. Although the soul-refining sect's demise was not a great loss. However, it is feared that this may be an operation targeting the holy sect. After all, the soul-refining sect in name still belongs to the holy sect. If the holy sect does not take any action, it may cause the other branches to harbor ill intentions. Upon hearing Lung Xiaoshan's voice, Gu Jingwu snorted and said, "The soul-refining sect's demise is no great loss, but this matter cannot be neglected. If it is exploited by those with ulterior motives, it would be a significant loss." As for the ulterior motives, Gu Jingwu mentioned, everyone knew without thinking who it was. The Mad Demon Sect, the Heavenly Demon Sacred Land, and the 10,000 Poisons ancient cult. After all, these three branches have always wanted to overthrow the holy sect and become the masters. The other peak masters nodded upon hearing this, each voicing their opinions. Lung Xiaodian tapped his fingers rhythmically on his knees, seemingly contemplating the matter. The 7 peak masters ceased their chatter, and the entire conference hall fell into silence. After a while, Lung Xiaodian opened his eyes and slowly said, "Esteemed masters, let one of you go investigate this matter, and be sure to find the culprit, kill without mercy." The holy sect dispatching a peak master to investigate this matter sufficiently demonstrated its attitude toward this situation and was enough to silence those branches. Moreover, each peak master possesses the cultivation of the sacred profound realm capable of handling this matter perfectly. Even if they encounter danger, they can retreat unscathed. However, deciding who to send became another dilemma. "He'll go." Gu Jingwu stepped forward without hesitation. However, Shen Gudian and Duan Lishan, among others, also expressed their desire to go. When the holy sect is in need, everyone stood up without hesitation, without any excuses. At that moment, Lung Hanyan chuckled. "Esteemed masters are busy with affairs, let me go in your stead." Lung Hanyan was right. The 7 peak masters of the holy sect each have their duties and are usually very busy. If they were to go, many matters within the holy sect would surely be disrupted. The 7 of Gu Jingwu turned their gazes toward Lung Xiaotian, waiting for him to make a decision. Upon hearing this, Lung Xiaotian hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Then be careful." Lung Hanyan smiled, and her figure instantly merged into the void. Seeing Lung Hanyan disappear, Lung Xiaotian spoke to the 7 peak masters, "Keep a close watch on the movements of the Flying Dragon Hall." The undercover agent we have in the Flying Dragon Hall sent back news that they seem to be uniting with the other top forces of the righteous path to take action against our holy sect. Gong Sunli chuckled upon hearing this, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Sect master, those top forces of the righteous path are always scheming against each other and won't easily unite." Zhou Mie, the peak master, also nodded and said, "They can only unite if faced with annihilation." Just as Lung Xiaodian was about to speak again, his communication stone suddenly rang. Who is sending a message to me? Puzzled, he took out the communication stone, and a divine sense probed in. Instantly, Gu Jingwen's voice echoed within the grand hall. "Sect master, are you there?" "Sect master, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Hearing these 2 lines, Lung Xiaodian was immediately at a loss for words. Duan Lishan, Zhou Mie, and others were also speechless. As for Gu Jingwu, upon hearing this voice, he directly covered his face. "This is too embarrassing. If you weren't my direct younger brother, I would have knocked you down to size." Without waiting for others to think much, the voice of Gu Jingwen echoed from the communication stone again. "Sect master, isn't this quite awkward?" "Oh, that's just how it is." Crack. A voice filled with gritted teeth sounded. Lung Xiaodian nearly bit his front teeth off. He then looked at Gu Jingwu with an unfriendly expression and said, "It seems I have somewhat misallocated him to guard the holy sect's base at the Imperial Burial Secret Realm. Perhaps I should assign him to guard the holy sect's toilet instead. What do you think, Elder Gu?" Gu Jingwu was sweating profusely, awkwardly smiling, without saying a word. Originally Gu Jingwen, as an elder of the holy sect, even though his cultivation was only at the 5th rank of the royal profound realm, he could still enjoy a comfortable life in the holy sect. Not for any other reason, just because he was the younger brother of the peak master of the battle god peak. However, due to his reckless tongue, he was punished by Lung Xiaodian to guard the holy sect's base at the Imperial Burial Secret Realm. This punishment lasted for 100 years. Unexpectedly, during this century, Gu Jingwen showed no signs of repentance and remained as verbally abrasive as before. Sect Master, the top disciple of the evil Emperor Peak, Xiao Han, has done something earth-shattering. Do you want to know? Let me Elder Gu slowly tell you. After about a minute, Gu Jingwen's voice finally fell silent. The conference hall was silent as the grave. The stillness was frightening. Lung Xiaotian and the 7 Peak Masters had dazed expressions, their faces revealing incredulity. Xiao Han killed 3 elders of the Flying Dragon Hall, and they were super experts at the 4th rank of the Royal Profound Realm. He pushed through the base established by the Flying Dragon Hall in the Imperial Burial Secret Realm. With a single palm, he annihilated hundreds of elite disciples from the Flying Dragon Hall. At that moment, everyone was flabbergasted. Completely flabbergasted. Clap. Clap. 2 resounding slaps echoed in the air. The faces of the head of Yaofeng Murong Bai and the head of Qifeng Guizian both bore a bloody handprint. Zhou Mia and Gongsun Li raised their hands suspended in midair and asked Murong Bai and Guizian, "Dear brothers, does it hurt?" Murong Bai touched the handprint on his face, glaring angrily at head Zhou Mia. Guizian looked bewildered at Gongsun Li. "It hurts. What the hell, why did you hit me? Are we not dreaming?" "It seems not." Hiss. In an instant, the 7 heads collectively gasped in astonishment. Xiao Han really killed 3 powerful beings of the Xuanxuan realm. Xiao Han truly overthrew the stronghold of the Filong Palace. At this moment, Lung Xiaotian also came to his senses. The shock on his face lingered. This future brother-in-law was too monstrous. What level of cultivation did he have? He was merely at the Golden Xian realm, yet dared to confront a Xuanxuan realm powerhouse, and even successfully killed him. One person, one strike overturned the stronghold of the Filong Palace, exterminating hundreds of elite disciples. This was simply unbelievable. At the same time, Lung Xiaotian and the 7 heads exchanged glances. They finally understood the meaning of the ancient scripture's transmission. Requesting support. The Filong Palace had suffered such a great loss and would undoubtedly seek revenge. They would definitely dispatch a large number of powerful beings to hunt down the culprit. The Holy Sect had limited experts stationed at the Imperial Burial Secret Realm stronghold. They could not possibly withstand the strength of the Filong Palace. After a moment's thought, Lung Xiaotian slowly said, "Deploy 500 elite disciples from the Holy Land and send 10 elders to the Imperial Burial Secret Realm immediately to ensure Xiao Han's safety." "Yes, Sect Master." Without delay, the 7 heads hurriedly walked outside. Lung Xiaotian pondered for a moment and ordered into the void, "Elder Han, I still have my concerns. You should personally go for a visit. During this period, act as Xiao Han's protector and covertly safeguard him. If Xiao Han is not in life-threatening danger, do not take action." "Understood, Sect Master." As soon as the words fell, a figure appeared in the void. In a single step, he covered 1,000 miles, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Elder Han, whose real name was Han Xiangtian, was Lung Xiaoshan's personal guard. His cultivation had reached the 9th grade Saint Xian realm, just a step away from entering the Divine Xian realm. With him secretly protecting Xiao Han, there would certainly be no mistakes. This also demonstrated how much Lung Xiaotian valued Xiao Han. Alas, when will the position of Sect Master come to an end? Lung Xiaotian sighed, a hint of helplessness on his face. He had initially wanted to roam freely through the world, but alas, he bore the heavy responsibility of unifying the Holy Sect. The demonic sects were not solely dominated by the Holy Sect. Apart from the crazy demon sect, the heavenly demon Holy Land, and the Wando ancient teaching, there were several super ancient sects in the demonic path that were on par with the Holy Sect's power. Everyone wished to swallow the other forces and unify the demonic path. Moreover, there were righteous sects watching closely. Thus, Lung Xiaotian had to not only unify the Holy Sect, but also subdue those with ulterior motives among the subsects while guarding against the several super ancient sects of the demonic path and righteous forces. The seemingly glorious position of Sect Master concealed hardships that few could understand. Setting aside the distracting thoughts, a beautiful figure appeared in Lung Xiaoshan's mind. "Zhiruo, I will come to find you. Wait for me." In the northeast direction, 5,000 miles away, there once stood a remarkably glorious sect with thousands of disciples under its command. Moreover, there was an ancestor at the 9th grade Imperial Xian realm stationed there. This was the location of the Lianhuan sect. However, just a few days ago, the Lianhuan sect suffered a calamity. In a single night, thousands perished tragically. The 9th grade Imperial Xian realm ancestor had his limbs severed and was brutally killed. The entire sect was destroyed by a powerful force. Everywhere were broken walls and ruins. Lung Hanyan flashed into view from the void, calmly observing the scene before her. A vast divine sense enveloped the entire Lianhuan sect. She meticulously searched for clues inch by inch. After a moment, Lung Hanyan withdrew her divine sense, her brows slightly furrowed. No wonder that Elder found no clues. It turns out this place is covered by a mysterious force. Her body slowly descended from the air as Lung Hanyan walked gracefully among the ruins of the Lianhuan sect. She crossed through the sect and entered a grand hall. The corpse of the 9th grade Imperial Xian realm ancestor came into view. The limbs were severed, scattered to the side, leaving only a body resembling a silkworm pupa. The hollow eyes gazed skyward. The pained expression remaining on his face constantly revealed the severe torture he had endured in life. How one reaps what one sows. Lung Hanyan sneered coldly. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of an arm beside the corpse out of the corner of her eye. The 5 fingers were tightly clenched as if grasping something. Lung Hanyan stepped forward, her fingers coming together, releasing a surge of profound energy. She forcefully pried open the fingers of that hand. A sound transmission stone fell out. Lung Hanyan drew the stone into her palm and sent a divine sense into it. Nantian. Only these 2 short words, yet they filled Lung Hanyan with fury. The mysterious force that annihilated the Lianhuan sect was actually the newly ascended Nantian ancient nation. Nantian ancient nation, truly unaware of their impending doom. Lung Hanyan's beautiful face was filled with boundless rage as she snorted coldly. Just at that moment, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped the entire Lianhuan sect. Instantly, the sky was obscured and white mist rose around. I didn't expect the evil Emperor Cold Head to personally come to investigate. This truly surprises me. A drifting voice suddenly resonated from within the white mist. It made it impossible for Lung Hanyan to discern the location of the mysterious person. Her gaze was like a torch with runes swirling around her and the laws of the holy life coiling in the void, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Since that voice emerged, Lung Hanyan realized that the mysterious person's cultivation was actually not weaker than her own. You hiding head and tail, come out and speak to this empress. Boom. As Lung Hanyan's voice fell, a brilliant light radiated from her body, like the slowly rising sun illuminating the entire Lianhuan sect. In an instant, the white mist dissipated, revealing 5 figures clad in black. The 5 ghosts of Nantian. Upon seeing those 5 individuals, Lung Hanyan immediately recognized their identities. The 5 ghosts of Nantian were the elite enforcers of the Nantian ancient nation with immense strength, all possessing the cultivation of the 5th grade Saint Xian realm. They had fought across the 8 wastelands for the Nantian ancient nation, achieving remarkable feats. After the Nantian ancient nation ascended to the level of an ancient nation, these 5 were directly conferred the title of Nantian 5 Saints, second only to the ruler of the Nantian ancient nation. Unexpectedly, the annihilation of the Lianhuan sect was actually done by these 5. The old ghost of Nantian chuckled and said, "Evil Emperor, I pay my respects." Though the words seemed respectful, they were laced with disdain and infinite murderous intent. Lung Hanyan's cold gaze swept over with a chilling intensity. The Southern Sky Ancient Kingdom dares not take action against my holy sect. It must be the forces behind you who incited this right. Upon hearing Lung Hanyan's words, the Southern Sky Old Ghost's eyes flashed with a cold light. She was right. It was indeed the forces behind the Southern Sky Ancient Kingdom that ordered them to eradicate the soul-refining sect. It was a perfect opportunity to draw out the strong ones from the holy sect and eliminate them one by one. As for who the forces behind them were, Lung Hanyan could not know. Lord Evil Emperor, don't speculate. You'll just take this question with you to hell. With the Southern Sky Old Ghost's words, the tension escalated. The 5 individuals formed the 5 elements great formation, pressing towards Lung Hanyan. In an instant, the laws of sacred life surged, unleashing waves of supreme pressure. The Dao rhythm flowed, and a torrent of violent mystical energy coalesced into a massive blade shadow, descending upon Lung Hanyan. She took a deep breath. Knowing this was a life-and-death situation, she dared not be negligent against the 5 powerful figures in the 5th rank of the Saint Profound realm. The evil Emperor seal appeared on her forehead as she desperately urged the mystical energy within her. A dazzling divine light shot into the sky, seemingly poised to tear the heavens apart. Evil Emperor's great hand seal. Boom. The battle erupted. Under the clash of these 2 forces, the entire soul-refining sect was utterly obliterated. Meanwhile, the Southern Sky 5 ghosts shouted once more, "Seal the immortal formation, activate." Immediately, a massive formation materialized around them, completely enveloping Lung Hanyan. Lord Evil Emperor, this time you won't be able to escape. The sounds of battle rang out. The heavens trembled and the mountains and rivers were obliterated. In the Imperial Burial Secret Realm at the Holy Sect's base, Xiao Han was resting in his cave dwelling. Suddenly, a wave of alarming emotions surged within him. What is happening? Xiao Han opened his eyes, his brow furrowing in concern. The sudden appearance of this emotion left him baffled. Casting aside his distractions, Xiao Han smiled. Am I perhaps a bit tired lately? Just then he suddenly heard a ruckus from outside. This time, for the trip to the Imperial Burial Secret Realm, I propose that our chief disciple senior brother Zhou Sheng from the Royal Extreme Peak lead the team. Where does that leave our senior brother Gongsun Su? The leader should undoubtedly come from the battle god peak. If not, let's have a match. Whoever wins will lead this time. Then let's do it. Who's afraid of whom? A series of noisy voices filled the air, and Xiao Han quickly understood what was happening. It turned out that the disciples of the Holy Sect were competing for the leader of the expedition to the Imperial Burial Secret Realm. It's so noisy it's maddening. Wang Xinhua woke up with displeasure, her small mouth pouting cutely. Mu Xueqing, Mu Bingyu, and Lin Xian also woke up simultaneously, their faces clearly showing their anger. Their sweet dreams had been disturbed, leaving no one at ease. Xiao Han smiled and said to them, "Have you rested enough? Let's go outside and see the commotion. Is there something to see?" They perked up at the mention of excitement. The four girls chuckled and stood up directly. Xiao Han shook his head, then led the four of them slowly toward the exit of the cave dwelling. At this moment, in the open area of the base, many disciples of the Holy Sect were gathered, divided into several factions. In front of each faction stood a young man. They were all dressed in fine garments, looking like jade, exuding a radiance of Dao rhythm resembling divine suns. Seeing these individuals, Mu Bingyu introduced them to Xiao Han one by one. Senior brother, that is Zhou Mie, the son of the chief of Royal Extreme Peak. Senior brother, Zhou Sheng. That one is Gongsun Li, the son of the chief of Divine Tiger Peak. Senior brother, Gongsun Su. And that one is Gu Jingwu, the son of the chief of Battle God Peak. Gu Tan, the chief disciple of Battle God Peak. Lastly, the one over there is Duan Lishan, the son of the chief of Tianlong Peak. Duan Fei, the chief disciple of Tianlong Peak. As for Poison Peak, I don't need to introduce him. Mo Yin, the newly appointed chief disciple of Poison Peak, who entered the sect at the same time as you. The disciples of Tool Peak and Medicine Peak rarely show themselves in the Holy Sect, so those from these two peaks are not present here. After hearing Mu Bingyi's words, Xiao Han nodded slightly. The Holy Sect truly deserves its reputation as a super ancient sect with a history spanning tens of thousands of years. It has no shortage of extraordinary talents. At that moment, Feng Wuhan spotted Xiao Han and his group. He stepped out from behind Gu Tan and walked toward Xiao Han. "Greetings, Brother Han." He approached Xiao Han, clasping his hands as if he were a junior. Xiao Han laughed heartily and patted Feng Wuhan's shoulder. Not bad, not bad. You've quickly advanced to the Earth Profound Realm. I didn't misjudge you." Feng Wuhan shrugged and smiled. "If I progress too slowly, how can I help Brother Han conquer the 8 desolates in the future?" But at this moment, Xiao Han shifted his tone and said, still a bit slow, "Feng Wuhan, do you think him some kind of freak like you?" With a cultivation level of the 4th rank of the Golden Profound Realm, he actually wiped out 3 powerful figures in the respect Profound Realm, pushing through the base of the Flying Dragon Hall. It turned out that within a single day, Xiao Han's exploits had already spread throughout the Imperial Burial Secret Realm. A mere ant had actually toppled the Flying Dragon Hall, and he did it so thoroughly without a trace of hesitation. At the same time, all eyes turned to Xiao Han. "Greetings, Brother Xiao." Everyone bowed to Xiao Han. Including the chief disciples from various peaks, their eyes lit up with unreserved admiration. This was a recognition of Xiao Han's strength. It was also an admiration for the strong. To single-handedly push through the base of the Flying Dragon Hall was an incredible display of might. Xiao Han's actions commanded their respect. Waving his hand, Xiao Han smiled and said, "No need for such formalities, my junior brothers." Gu Tan stepped forward and loudly addressed everyone present. "I propose that Brother Xiao be the leader this time. How does that sound?" "Agreed. Agreed. Agreed." At that moment, everyone ceased their quarrels and surprisingly reached a unanimous agreement. Having Xiao Han as the leader was the best choice. After all, with a powerful ally by their side, their safety would be assured. Xiao Han was taken aback. "Damn it, I haven't even agreed yet. And you all just accepted. This is like herding ducks." Mu Xueqing smiled from the side. "Brother, it's the will of the people." Xiao Han shook his head helplessly, just as he was about to refuse. The system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. A task to help others has been issued. Task content: as the widely acclaimed senior brother, will you just watch your junior brothers fall into danger? Why not escort them and earn their respect? Failure of the task will result in the retrieval of the combat skills Duga 9 swords and illusory dragon steps. You're ruthless." He mentally gave the system a middle finger. Xiao Han cleared his throat and said, "Since everyone holds me in such high regard, how about I escort you this time? But let me make it clear, I won't intervene unless your lives are in danger." At this moment, Xiao Han fully inherited the laziness of his master Lung Hanyan. "You can do whatever you like. As long as I keep you alive, that's all that matters." Seeing Xiao Han agree, everyone immediately erupted in joy, bursting into a round of cheers. The chief senior brothers of Gu Tan approached Xiao Han, bowing once more. "Senior brother Xiao, it's our first meeting. Please take care of us in the future." Although Xiao Han had only recently joined, he had already accomplished more than they had. Moreover, each of his deeds was earth-shattering. After seeing Xiao Han in person today, they couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement devoid of any jealousy. What they felt was nothing but endless admiration. Xiao Han smiled and nodded, returning their greetings without arrogance or disdain. There is no need for excessive courtesy, my junior brothers. Let us work together to promote the Saint Sect and push back against all righteous sects. Gu Tan and the others were stunned in place. Push back against all righteous sects. They couldn't even dare to imagine such a thing. To their surprise, senior brother Xiao had taken this as his goal. At that moment, their admiration for Xiao Han rose to another level. Just then, the few extraordinary disciples who had entered with Xiao Han approached. Greetings, senior brother Xiao. Hello everyone. Not bad, you've all made great progress. Initially, they had wanted to surpass Xiao Han and prove themselves. However, as Xiao Han's shocking deeds spread, they had long since set aside those thoughts and had become Xiao Han's little fans. But when Xiao Han saw Mo Yin, he paused slightly. A 10,000 poison body. Mo Yin felt a tightening in his heart as Xiao Han stared at him. Senior brother, I'm not into that. Xiao Han replied, don't worry, I'm not into that either. I'm very straightforward. He patted Mo Yin on the shoulder and continued, after we return to the Saint Sect, come find me at the Evil Emperor Peak, and I will help you fully awaken your 10,000 poison body. Upon hearing Xiao Han's words, Mo Yin was immediately filled with excitement. Although he possessed an extremely rare physique, he had no idea how to tap into the potential of the 10,000 poison body. Even with the guidance of his master Shungu Tian, he still could not unleash the true power of the 10,000 poison body. Now hearing that Xiao Han could fully awaken it, he was overwhelmed with joy. Really? Senior brother, you can fully awaken the 10,000 poison body. Don't worry. 100%. Xiao Han patted his chest, guaranteeing, without any hesitation. Mo Yin trembled as he cupped his hands in salute, saying, thank you, senior brother. Huh. Xiao Han laughed heartily, seemingly very pleased. Mo Yin, this little brother of his, was already secured. When Xiao Han saw Mo Yin's physique, he felt a surge of appreciation for talent. The 10,000 poison body, while incomparable to the Void Dao Body, was still among the top 100 among countless physiques. A fully developed 10,000 poison body is like a walking poison. At a touch, it means certain death. A mere tremor could annihilate an entire realm. In the burial sky immortal domain, the 10,000 poison body was known as the forbidden body, shunned by all. Because this physique was truly monstrous. Xiao Han had not expected to discover a 10,000 poison body in this lower realm, the Xuanxuan Continent. Moreover, in his memory, there was a technique specifically designed for the 10,000 poison body. At this moment, Gu Jingwen's figure appeared before everyone. Everyone, the Imperial Burial Secret Realm has been opened. Are you ready? Ready. Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off, my little treasures. Everyone. This Gu Jingwen had quite the sharp tongue. Following this, everyone turned their gazes toward Xiao Han. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Han commanded, let's crush the Imperial Burial Secret Realm. Crush the Imperial Burial Secret Realm. Without any flowery language, just those 6 short words demonstrated Xiao Han's unparalleled dominance. At this moment, everyone's spirits were ignited, their battle intent soaring to the skies. Gu Jingwen stared in shock at this scene. He could not regain his senses for a long time. Born a king, born a leader. A group of Saint Sect disciples marched majestically towards the foot of the mountain. Xiao Han walked at the back and said to Gu Jingwen, Elder Gu, if the Flying Dragon Hall attacks, you can rest assured everything is on me. The cocky and confident voice reached Gu Jingwen's ears instantly, bringing him back to reality. Looking at Xiao Han's back, Gu Jingwen smiled. He seemed to see the Saint Sect rising once again. He seemed to see the evil Emperor Palace re-emerging on the Xuanxuan Continent. Not long after descending the mountain, Xiao Han and his group encountered Yang Chuman from the Charmed Shadow Holy Land. Hello, senior brothers. Yang Chuman politely greeted the chief senior brothers from each peak. Then she cupped her hands to Xiao Han, saying, Senior brother, Xiao, would you mind taking us along? Xiao Han shook his head helplessly and replied, let's go. Whether it's one sheep or a flock, they all need to be let go. Everyone felt speechless upon hearing Xiao Han's words. So senior brother Xiao considered them as little lambs. However, when Xiao Han turned his gaze to Gu Tan, he was momentarily taken aback. He saw Gu Tan continuously flirting with Yang Chuman, while Yang Chuman shyly lowered her head. In that instant, a thought surged in his mind. These two have something going on. Ahem, old Gu, how about you take care of junior sister Yang? Seeing the two's mutual affection, Xiao Han couldn't help but want to play matchmaker. Upon hearing this, Gu Tan's face immediately lit up. Thank you, senior brother. You can rest assured I will take good care of junior sister Yang. Gu Tan patted his chest, promising. Xiao Han blinked and smiled, saying, however, make sure not to let junior sister Yang end up in your bed. Huh. Everyone burst into laughter at Xiao Han's words. This senior brother Xiao is quite amusing. Gu Tan turned red upon hearing this and quickly waved his hands, saying, no, I'm a gentleman. As for Yang Chum, her face turned even redder, hiding behind Gu Tin, too shy to show her face. The group then hurried towards the Imperial Burial Secret Realm. Before long, they arrived at the edge of the Imperial Burial Secret Realm. Xiao Han looked up and saw that the previous barrier had vanished. A wave of dangerous aura rushed towards them, causing everyone's hearts to tighten. Although some were not first-timers here, facing the Imperial Burial Secret Realm still made them a bit anxious. Xiao Han turned to the more than 200 disciples behind him and said, "The treasure hunting moment has officially begun. Stay close to your senior brother and do not act alone." "Yes, senior brother Xiao." As they stepped into the Imperial Burial Secret Realm, Xiao Han felt a mysterious power coalescing around him like a seal descending upon him. However, Xiao Han was only at the 4th rank of the Golden Xian realm. This seal had no effect on him. But for the other disciples, their cultivation levels were all suppressed to the 1st rank of the Earth Xian realm. Gu Tan and the other chief disciples were all at the 9th rank of the Xian realm. After being suppressed to the 1st rank of the Earth realm, they moved around a bit. After adapting to the discomfort caused by the sealing of the Imperial Burial Secret Realm, they turned their gaze towards Xiao Han. "Senior brother Xiao." Before Gu Tin could finish his words, Xiao Han smiled and said, "Don't look at me, I'm coming with you. This is my first time here, and I'm not familiar with the surroundings. If you find yourselves in danger, I will take action." Hearing Xiao Han's words, Gu Tin, Duan, Fei Zhou Sheng, and Gong Sun Su discussed for a moment. They decided to head east towards the Imperial Burial Secret Realm. Thus a group of them, led by Gu Tan, marched grandly towards the east. Xiao Han, hands behind his back, leisurely followed behind the other disciples. Mu Xueqing and her 3 companions were, by Xiao Han's side, chattering like little birds. They were not foolish. In the Imperial Burial Secret Realm, where is the safest place? Of course it's next to Xiao Han. If it weren't for their shyness, they might even want to cling to him. Wild 100 flower grass. Celestial spirit fruit. Senior sister, look, that's the purple radiance vine. Not long after entering the Imperial Burial Secret Realm, everyone spotted many rare materials. Every rare material shimmered with a strange light, exuding a profound aura. Any single one of these treasures could spark fierce competition in the outside world. After all, these treasures could enhance cultivation, prolong life, and even strengthen the body, allowing men to regain their vigor. Cough, cough. Xiao Han nodded upon seeing these rare materials. The Imperial Burial Secret Realm truly lived up to its reputation. Just on the outskirts, such treasures could be found. It was not hard to imagine what kind of supreme treasures lay deeper within the Imperial Burial Secret Realm. Without waiting for Gu Tan to give orders, the disciples acted like a harvesting machine. They began to gather the rare materials from the flower patches on the ground. "Be careful." At that moment, just as a disciple was about to pick the purple radiance vine, a colorful little snake lunged at that disciple, flicking its tongue. Gu Tan was quick to react. He unleashed a surge of profound energy from his fingers. The terrifying force tore through the void, instantly severing the colorful snake. Having escaped a catastrophe, the disciple collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Regaining his composure, he hurriedly thanked Gu Tan. Gu Tan nodded and instructed everyone. Although the Imperial Burial Secret Realm is rich in rare materials, there are certainly fierce beasts guarding the area. Be cautious. Yes, senior brother. The group then continued forward. Xiao Han, witnessing this scene from behind, gave a slight nod. Gu Tan and the other chief disciples were quite impressive. If given the opportunity, they could be nurtured further. If Gu Tan and the others knew Xiao Han's thoughts, they would surely be overjoyed. As the group gradually delved deeper, the number of rare materials unearthed increased. Each disciple wore a beaming smile. However, incredible opportunities often come with dire crises. Not long ago, several disciples had already sustained minor injuries. One disciple nearly perished at the jaws of a fierce beast. If Xiao Han hadn't subdued that fierce beast, this group would have likely been slaughtered. After all, there were far too many fierce beasts in the Imperial Burial Secret Realm. Moreover, the fierce beasts had grown up in the Imperial Burial Secret Realm. Their strength wasn't suppressed by the realm. Even with Gu Tan and others' protection, injuries were still inevitable. However, as waves of battles unfolded, everyone's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Each person's eyes revealed a ferocity akin to that of a wild wolf. Their presence was as overwhelming as a rainbow. This was a metamorphosis. One could believe that once they exited the Imperial Burial Secret Realm, each individual's strength would rise to a new level. Xiao Han chatted and laughed with Mu Xueqing at the back, as if strolling through his own backyard. There was no helping it. Those fierce beasts appeared incredibly strong in the eyes of others. Yet in Xiao Han's view, they were akin to mere cats and dogs. After all, Xiao Han had cultivated the Void Dao Body to the 1st level. Once his physical strength erupted fully, it would be as heavy as the ancient divine mountains. Any fierce beast would find it hard to escape the fate of being suppressed. To put it bluntly, once Xiao Han fully unleashed the Void Dao Body, he would be a humanoid giant capable of sweeping everything away. Not only that, but Xiao Han had many trump cards yet to be revealed. If the forbidden mysterious domain were to be activated within that domain, he would be the absolute sovereign controlling the life and death of all beings. If the heaven-slaying secret technique were to be executed, it could cut through the heavens. Just relying on the first move, the demon's arrival could annihilate everything, let alone the subsequent moves. At that moment, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from the left front of the crowd. "Oh, isn't this the esteemed disciple of the sacred sect? What's going on? Did you get ambushed by a fierce beast? Would you like us to help you take off your clothes?" Upon hearing that mocking voice, Xiao Han turned his gaze to the left front. A group of around 200 young disciples was slowly walking this way. Each of them wore garments embroidered with the words, "Heavenly Demon," as if afraid others wouldn't know they belonged to the demonic path. Gu Tan snorted coldly and said, "I thought who it was. Turns out it's the Heavenly Demon Sacred Land of the Sacred Sect, one of the top 10 prodigies. Why don't you greet your senior brother?" Gu Tan deliberately emphasized the words, "Sacred Sect Branch," as if reminding them that they were merely a branch of the Sacred Sect. As servants, they should act like servants. When seeing their master, they should bow and greet. Indeed, this group was the young disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sacred Land. Each exuded an overwhelming aura akin to fierce beasts, radiating a fierce presence. The leader, dressed in brocade and jade, wore deerskin boots and held a folding fan presenting the image of an elegant young master. Yet the sinister smile on his face added an air of evil to him. Luo Wuqing gazed at Gu Tan with a gloomy expression, remaining silent. The Heavenly Demon Sacred Land had always wanted to shed the label of being a branch of the Sacred Sect. However, Gu Tan directly rubbed salt in their wounds. How could this not infuriate Luo Wuqing? Who is the master is still uncertain. In the future, who knows, but for now you should obediently call me senior brother. Just based on you. Without even reaching the Xian realm, what right do you have to make me call you senior brother? Just because I am the chief senior brother of one of the 8 veins of the Sacred Sect. You? The two stood not far apart, exchanging barbs. However, it was evident that Gu Tan held the upper hand. Just then, Luo Wuqing sneered ominously and said, "Since that's the case, then junior brother will seek advice from senior brother Gu. I hope senior brother Gu won't be stingy." As his voice fell, a terrifying aura erupted from Luo Wuqing's body. Although he was suppressed to the first rank of the Earth realm, Luo Wuqing was very confident in his physique. His constitution was the red tiger body among royal physiques. When he unleashed his full power, Gu Tan coldly snorted, "Is the body of the red tiger really that impressive?" In an instant, Gu Tan's chest trembled as he unleashed the earth body, which is also one of the king bodies. Suddenly, the earth's chi was drawn up from underground by him, forming gusts of wind that howled past. Although the earth body ranks lower than the red tiger body, it has its own advantages. The advantage of the earth body lies in its ability to mobilize the earth chi for its own use. On another note, as long as one possesses the earth body and stands on the ground, they can remain undefeated. Enough talk, let's see the real skill. Luo Wuqing stopped wasting words, stomped his foot, and instantly appeared in front of Gu Tan, slamming down with a palm. A powerful force erupted in the air, tearing the surrounding void apart. Heavenly Demon Palm. Holy King Fist. Gu Tan shouted loudly, clenched his fist, and also struck out. Boom. The fists collided, unleashing a momentum that shook the heavens and the earth. An astonishing aura spread like waves in the sea, expanding in all directions. Both Gu Tan and Luo Wuqing retreated 3 steps simultaneously. Luo Wuqing's expression remained normal as he brushed off the dust from his clothes. "Junior brother Gu. Is that all you've got?" Gu Tan gasped for breath. It was evident that Gu Tan was at a disadvantage this time. Although their cultivation levels had been suppressed, Luo Wuqing originally possessed the cultivation of a first-rank Xuanxuan. The two were simply not on the same level. If you're just relying on your higher original cultivation, what's there to be arrogant about? Gu Tan's defiant voice echoed. Luo Wuqing smiled, but said nothing. Instead, he turned to the group of disciples behind him and ordered, "Junior brothers, what should we do if the disciples of the Holy Sect are not convinced?" "Kill. In that case, let's do it." "Understood." In an instant, over 200 disciples from the Heavenly Demon Sacred Land rushed forward, surrounding Xiao Han and his group. "Hand over your spatial rings, haha. And those few beauties, haha, this time we're in for a treat." Gu Tan and Zhou Xing shouted to their disciples behind them, "Go all out and kill. Kill." The disciples of the Holy Sect were not intimidated. After encountering the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sacred Land, they were eager to engage. Even if they couldn't win, they must not lose face for the Holy Sect. Moreover, they were confident that the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sacred Land would surely meet with misfortune. Because behind them stood Xiao Han. Just as the battle was about to erupt, Xiao Han stepped forward from the back. He walked forward slowly, staring coldly at Luo Wuqing, and said, "Kneel down. Oh, if you want to be a dog, you must look like one. If a dog wants to bite its master, you should know the consequences." Such arrogance and audacity. Although Xiao Han's voice was not loud, it clearly reached everyone's ears. Gu Tan felt relieved upon seeing Xiao Han step in. After all, the Imperial Tomb's secret realm was fraught with danger. He did not wish to see a battle break out with the disciples of the Heavenly Demon's sacred land, because they had to maintain their peak state to face the ferocious beasts within the Imperial Tomb's secret realm. Once they engaged in a fight, there would surely be casualties. The unknown dangers ahead would be impossible to confront. Xiao Han understood this as well. Thus he stepped in just before the battle was about to erupt. "How dare you? Who do you think you are?" A disciple from the Heavenly Demon's sacred land stepped forward and threw a punch. Xiao Han did not dodge. He extended his right hand, slicing through the void to grip the disciple's neck. The disciple's fist landed on Xiao Han's chest. Bang! Crack! The two sounds resonated simultaneously. The disciple's attack caused no ripples, it merely wrinkled Xiao Han's robe slightly. Looking at the disciple, his neck was twisted to the side, dead beyond resurrection. Xiao Han casually tossed the corpse aside and patted the wrinkles on his chest. "I said if you want to be a dog, you must look like one. Otherwise your fate will be the same as his death." Boom. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone from the Heavenly Demon's sacred land erupted like a pot boiling over. Shock. Utter shock. Killing someone just because of a disagreement. Truly audacious and arrogant. Yet in their hearts a question arose. Who is this person? Why have we never heard of such a ruthless figure from the Holy Sect? Meanwhile, the disciples of the Holy Sect looked at Xiao Han with admiration. "Senior brother, truly fierce. You actually dared to kill Brother Fu. Brothers, let's go together and avenge Brother Fu." After regaining their senses, all the disciples of the Heavenly Demon's sacred land rushed forward with various weapons. Xiao Han did not retreat. He turned to Gu Tan and the others behind him and said, "You all watch and learn. Today the first lesson I teach you is that when someone insults you, you must kill them. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots, or otherwise they will grow back in the spring breeze." As he finished speaking, Xiao Han's figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of a disciple from the Heavenly Demon's sacred land. His domineering fist struck out, carrying an unmatched weight that smashed down onto the disciple's head. Bang! A clean and swift headshot. Illusory dragon steps 9 steps to the sky. Xiao Han's figure soared upward, stepping through the void 9 times. In an instant, 9 figures coalesced, forming a grand formation. Suppress. The 9 figures and Xiao Han simultaneously stomped down toward the ground in the void. Boom. A terrifying force surged forth. The void was trampled to a distortion. The over 200 disciples on the ground, after enduring this force, did not even let out a single scream. Their bodies were directly torn apart. Bloody. Brutal. At this moment, Xiao Han floated in the void like an unparalleled tyrant ruling over the entire battlefield. Ugh. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Shock. Although they knew Xiao Han was extremely formidable, witnessing his attack firsthand sent a chill down their spines. They were thankful. Thankful that they were from the same sect as Xiao Han. Thankful that they had not become enemies with Xiao Han. Luo Wuqing stood not far away, staring blankly at the Hell's Cape before him, unable to regain his senses. He originally wanted to let this group of junior brothers test Xiao Han's skills. Unexpectedly, with just one move, the entire army was annihilated. Over 200 disciples, not a single one survived. Luo Wuqing knew he was finished. Even if he could escape today's calamity, he would still face punishment upon returning to the Heavenly Demon's sacred land. After all, losing over 200 elite disciples was a sin he could not bear. At the same time, he wished he could slap himself. Damn it, why provoke the disciples of the Holy Sect? Isn't it better to keep a low profile? At this moment, countless thoughts raced through Luo Wuqing's mind. I have said to be a dog, one must act like a dog. A dog cannot betray its master, yet the master can take the dog's life at any moment. Xiao Han had already arrived in front of Luo Wuqing. The cold, emotionless gaze descending upon him made him feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, chilling him to the bone. Upon seeing Xiao Han's devilish grin, Luo Wuqing panicked. The thought of escape flashed through his mind. He then moved rapidly, sprinting toward the exit of the Imperial Burial secret realm. You dare to leave without my permission? A killing intent flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. His figure vanished instantly from the spot. Boom. A violent voice echoed. Luo Wuqing's swiftly moving body came to an abrupt halt. He slowly lowered his head, looking at his own chest. There a hand was reaching out, holding a beating heart. No. Please don't. Luo Wuqing let out a heart-wrenching scream. In the next moment, he felt darkness enveloping him, his consciousness dissipating completely. The so-called young master of the 10 prodigies of the Heavenly Demon's sacred land had just fallen to Xiao Han's single move, the Black Tiger heart extraction. It could be said he died with eyes wide open, dying in utter humiliation. His full strength never had the chance to manifest before he met his demise. Xiao Han activated his luck divine eyes and discovered that Luo Wooking's fortune was surprisingly abundant. Without hesitation, he directly absorbed it, enhancing his own. In an instant, a surge of enlightenment washed over him. The avatar in his sea of consciousness swiftly began forming seals with his fingers. Streams of mysterious energy surged wildly into Xiao Han's body. Pop! A series of faint sounds echoed. Xiao Han's cultivation level rose once more. He instantly reached the 7th grade golden profound realm. Feeling the turbulent power within him, Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. The heavenly demon's sacred land still has 9 more prodigies. I hope they are all individuals of great fortune. He tossed Luo Wooking's corpse aside and wiped the blood off his hands. A handsome, enchanting, yet somewhat shy smile once again graced Xiao Han's face. That smile was like the sunshine boy next door, as refreshing as a spring breeze. Gu Tan and the others looked at Xiao Han, shivering involuntarily. This was a true demon. A genuine demon. Treating human life as mere grass, killing without a blink. No, this demon carried a hint of wickedness. What are you still dawdling for? Strip them of their spatial rings. Xiao Han approached them, gesturing for his junior brothers to collect the treasures. Oh, okay, senior brother. Senior brother is majestic and powerful. The crowd, recovering from their shock, burst into exuberant cheers. We won. The younger generation disciples of the Holy Sect had finally triumphed over the disciples of the heavenly demon's sacred land. Xiao Han smiled and said, "It's up to you now, your senior brother is tired." As Xiao Han's words fell, Mu Xueqing and the others approached him, obediently massaging his shoulders and squeezing his arms. "Senior brother, you are amazing." The enticing words resonated immediately, causing Gu Tan and the others to burst into laughter. While laughing, Zhou Xing mimicked the voices of Mu Xueqing and the others. "Senior brother, you are so amazing. I really like you." "Senior brother. Hey, senior brother, they learned it from you. Why are you hitting me?" Gu Tan felt the imprint of a hand on his face and couldn't help but shout in protest. "Xiao Han, I just want to hit you. What's wrong with that?" "No problem, I'm very happy." Then Gu Tan joined the ranks of those collecting spatial rings. When everyone gathered again, each face displayed a joyful smile. This trip to the Imperial Burial Secret Realm was truly worthwhile. Even if they exited now, they would be thoroughly satisfied. What do you think? Should we continue forward or return to the base? Hearing Xiao Han's question, Gu Tan pondered for a moment and then said, "Let's go back. The gains this time have exceeded expectations, and besides, the further we go in, the greater the danger." Xiao Han nodded slightly. The task of the healer was finally complete. Then the group marched vigorously toward the outside of the Imperial Burial Secret Realm. At the same time, a voice from the system echoed in Xiao Han's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward 1 lottery draw." Without hesitation, Xiao Han silently said, "System draw lottery." Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations, host, for unlocking a physical anomaly of the Void Dao Body, the Void Divine Sword. Physical anomaly. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiao Han felt overjoyed. He was no stranger to physical anomalies. The Void Dao Body ranked first among millions of physiques. How could it not have an anomaly? When Xiao Han stepped into the first layer of the Void Dao Body, he had vaguely sensed the anomaly. However, he had never deliberately cultivated it. Unexpectedly, this time the system's reward was a physical anomaly. This saved Xiao Han a lot of time. As he walked, Xiao Han delved into his sea of consciousness. He saw the avatar in his divine sense holding a sealed door with a small sword atop his head. This small sword was indeed the anomaly of the Void Dao Body, the Void Divine Sword. The Dao rhythm flowed over the Void Divine Sword, and the aura of laws permeated the surroundings. A terrifying energy emanated from the Void Divine Sword. Xiao Han contemplated for a moment. Joy surged within him. Strong. Extremely strong. Before Xiao Han could think further, a beautiful figure flew quickly past him in the air. A drop of blood fell from the figure, landing on Xiao Han's face. Behind the figure, 5 other figures were in pursuit. The 6 individuals streaked through the void, flying toward the depths of the Imperial Burial Secret Realm. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Is that Xuanxuan, the Empress of Cold Moon? The 5 figures behind her, the Phantom 5 monsters. With keen eyes, Xiao Han instantly recognized the true identities of the 6 figures. Gu Tan and the others stared in shock at the disappearing 6, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Who are they to dare fly so recklessly in the Imperial Burial Secret Realm? Aren't they afraid of being attacked by ferocious beasts? At this moment, the system's voice echoed again. Ding! A helping others task has been issued. Task content: the Empress of Cold Moon, with whom you share a kiss of fate, is being pursued. As a man, you must step up and engage in a heroic rescue. Xiao Han curled his lips. Then he said to Gu Tan and the others, "You all go back to the Holy Sect base. I have something to do." He didn't give Gu Tan and the others a chance to respond. His figure instantly vanished from the spot, using the illusion dragon step to chase after the direction in which Su Hanyue had disappeared. Master. Gu Tan raised his hand, wanting to call Xiao Han back. But Xiao Han's speed was too fast. Helpless Gu Tan shook his head and waved his hand, ordering, "Return to the Holy Sect base, stay safe." Thus the group continued to advance toward the outside of the Imperial Burial Secret Realm. Perhaps it was their good fortune they encountered no powerful, ferocious beasts along the way. When they exited the Imperial Burial Secret Realm, they felt as if they were still in a dream. They had come out alive. Not a single casualty. They had gained a lot. All the credit for this went to their senior brother Xiao. Xiao Han raced deep into the Imperial Burial Secret Realm, his Void Dao Body erupting in full force, charging through like a bulldozer. The ferocious beasts blocking his path were all reduced to ashes without exception. Where could it be? He stood atop a small hill. Xiao Han surveyed his surroundings, but did not find any trace of Su Hanyue or the Phantom 5 monsters. Just then several figures with unfriendly expressions approached him. "Kid, you just interrupted our hunt." Before the man could finish his sentence, Xiao Han dashed forward and seized him by the throat. "Have you seen a woman and 5 old men?" The man whose throat was being choked turned red and muttered, "Damn you." Crack. A sound of bones snapping echoed. The man was instantly killed by Xiao Han's grip. "You bastard." The others around him were filled with rage. They wanted to rush forward to tear Xiao Han apart. Xiao Han snorted coldly, his chest vibrating as the Void Dao Body was fully unleashed, making no other movements. Just the aura of the Void Dao Body suppressed those few individuals to the ground, their bones creaking under pressure. It felt as if a great mountain was pressing down upon them. "Have you seen a woman and 5 old men?" Xiao Han's chilling voice resonated. The others shivered in fear. Faced with the threat to their lives, they were terrified. "Master, we were just in the southeast." Bang! Xiao Han stomped down, and his figure instantly flew towards the southeast, while the others turned into blood mist beneath his foot. Since they were here to cause trouble, there was no reason to let them go. Regardless of whether what the man said was true, Xiao Han charged forward towards the southeast. At that moment, a furious roar echoed. Xiao Han felt a blur before him as a massive figure blocked his path. Battle Heaven Demon Ape. Xiao Han frowned, his expression grave. The Battle Heaven Demon Ape possessed immense strength, capable of shattering mountains with its fists and trampling the skies with its feet. Not only that, but its defensive power was astonishing. Ordinary combat techniques couldn't breach its defenses. Frankly speaking, the Battle Heaven Demon Ape was like a land tank. With the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, its defensive capabilities were equally formidable. This ferocious beast had a strong sense of territory, and any creature that intruded upon its domain would be torn apart or devoured. Clearly, Xiao Han was unlucky to have wandered into the territory of the Battle Heaven Demon Ape. Damn, that bastard Luo Wucheng can't be a black guy, right? He just robbed him of his luck. Xiao Han had intruded into the territory of the Battle Heaven Demon Ape, an ill-fated stroke of luck. Before he could think further, the Battle Heaven Demon Ape slammed its fists against its chest and roared to the heavens. Roar! A tremendous aura erupted from the mouth of the Battle Heaven Demon Ape, crashing towards Xiao Han. The fabric of Xiao Han's robe rustled violently in the chaotic wind. The surrounding void cracked with countless fissures. In that moment, a vacuum zone formed around Xiao Han. Roar! The Battle Heaven Demon Ape roared once more. It propelled itself off the ground, charging swiftly toward Xiao Han. Its violent body crushed small hills and trampled countless towering trees. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" A glint of cold light flickered in Xiao Han's eyes. The Void Dao Body erupted fully at this moment, the powerful force surging outward like a tidal wave. At that moment, millions of destiny laws appeared, their rhythms surging around him, the sound of the Dao resonating like celestial music enveloping Xiao Han. Raging wave palm. Xiao Han pushed off the ground with force, his body shooting towards the Battle Heaven Demon Ape like a cannonball. Boom. Countless palm shadows materialized. Like a torrential downpour, they rained down upon the Battle Heaven Demon Ape. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the Battle Heaven Demon Ape was thoroughly enraged. This little brat dared to hurt him. Its massive mouth opened wide, unleashing a shockwave of dark energy aimed at Xiao Han. "I don't have time to play with you." Void Divine Sword. Buzz. As Xiao Han spoke, the manifestation of the Void Dao Body instantaneously coalesced into the Void Divine Sword above his head. Boom. Thunder rumbled from the heavens above, augmenting the power of the Void Divine Sword. Slash. There were no flashy moves. A plain and unremarkable sword strike was executed. In an instant, the Void Divine Sword, infused with the power of the Dao, swept through the air towards the Battle Heaven Demon Ape. Roar. This time, the Battle Heaven Demon Ape's roar was significantly weaker, as if all its life force had evaporated. A crack appeared on its massive body, starting from its head. The crack widened, extending all the way down to its feet. Boom. Ultimately, the battle heaven demon ape lost all its strength, its body splitting apart and collapsing sideways. The Void Divine sword was terrifying indeed. With just one stroke, it decimated the battle heaven demon ape akin to a land tank. Xiao Han showed no surprise as he retracted the manifestation of the Void Dao Body, his figure flickering before he employed the illusion dragon step to fly towards the southeast once more. Finally, after advancing 1,000 miles, Xiao Han spotted Xuanxuan and the Phantom 5 monsters. At that moment, the Phantom 5 monsters did not attack Xuanxuan. Instead, they looked at her with mocking expressions. Haha, Empress Hanyue, we have been looking forward to this for a long time. It's said that Empress Hanyue possesses an ice heart body. If we can seize her physique, our ice god technique will surely reach new heights. Never expected to encounter Empress Hanyue here today. Tisk, the flavor of the divine illusion potion must be unpleasant, right? As the light, frivolous voices rang out. Xiao Han immediately understood the situation. It turned out that these 5 old geezers had their eyes on Su Hanyu's ice heart body, wanting to exploit her. Xiao Han turned his gaze towards Su Hanyue only to see her face flushed, breath heavy, as if she was suppressing something forcefully. Wait. At that moment, Xiao Han recalled that one of the Phantom 5 monsters had mentioned the divine illusion potion earlier. Damn, those 5 despicable old men actually drugged Empress Hanyue. The divine illusion potion was familiar to Xiao Han. In fact, he was quite acquainted with it. It was a potion that induced hallucinations capable of entrancing even deities. Moreover, there was no antidote for this drug. Aside from engaging with men, no other pill could cure this poison. Looking at Su Hanyu's flushed face, Xiao Han's anger surged. You bastards think you can lay a hand on my woman. Perfect. Old and new scores will be settled together. Xiao Han originally planned to find the Phantom 5 monsters in the Imperial Burial Secret Realm and eliminate them, causing the Phantom Palace some grief. Unexpectedly, these 5 old geezers dared to set their sights on Empress Hanyue. Just as the Phantom 5 monsters were about to approach Su Hanyue, Xiao Han's figure flickered, appearing beside Su Hanyue. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a robe, warmly draping it over her. Your Majesty, don't be afraid, I'm here for you, rest assured. Su Hanyue thought she was destined to die today. She fled all the way, even daring to venture deep into the Imperial Burial Secret Realm, hoping to shake off the Phantom 5 monsters. However, the Phantom 5 monsters were assassins by profession with extraordinary agility. They followed closely and secretly administered a hallucinogenic drug. Just as the Empress of Cold Moon was about to self-destruct, she suddenly sensed a figure appear beside her. A dazed gaze met the man beside her, filled with surprise, unexpectedness, and sorrow. It's him. He has come. The one she has been thinking of day and night. At this critical moment, he descended from the heavens and appeared by her side, uttering words that felt like a gentle spring breeze. At this moment, Su Hanyue fell in love. All is mine. This statement was so domineering and so warm. However, in the next second, Su Hanyue snapped back to her senses. You should leave quickly, they are. Su Hanyue gritted her teeth against the effects of the hallucinogenic drug, attempting to make Xiao Han escape from here. After all, he was not facing ordinary cultivators, but rather super assassins from the Phantom Palace, the Phantom 5 monsters, who possessed wholly profound realm cultivation. Xiao Han slowly took Su Hanyu's small hand and patted it. He smiled and said, it's just the Phantom 5 monsters, who I know them. Today I will make them truly become phantoms. A hint of astonishment appeared on Su Hanyu's face. Make them turn into real phantoms. Without giving Su Hanyue time to think further, the Phantom 5 monsters slowly closed in, surrounding the two. Why does this kid look a bit familiar? Me too. Right, he is our assassination target from the Phantom Palace. Impossible, how can he still be alive? The Phantom 5 monsters looked at Xiao Han in astonishment, finding it hard to believe. Could it be that the assassination mission failed again? However, Xiao Han didn't give them a chance to think further. 5 old dogs, are you surprised? Next time remember to send wholly profound realm assassins to kill me. As the words fell, Xiao Han's figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside Phantom Old 5. Die. The void path body erupted, fully resembling an ancient divine mountain, crushing down towards Phantom Old 5. A terrifying aura erupted from Phantom Old 5. The holy life law manifested, and a bone-chilling spear instantly condensed, stabbing at Xiao Han. Upon entering the Imperial Burial Secret Realm, only cultivation was suppressed. The power of the laws would not be suppressed. Therefore, when Phantom Old 5 sensed the threat to his life, he unhesitatingly unleashed the power of the laws. A trace of disdain flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. It's just the holy life law, easily shattered. In an instant, a heavenly fate law appeared above Xiao Han's head, instantly evolving into an ancient divine mountain. This heavenly fate law was the law of weight. Combined with the void path body, it possessed supreme divine might. Boom. As Xiao Han stepped down, The ice law that Phantom Old Five had gathered immediately shattered, turning into countless stars. Ultimately, Xiao Han's foot, resembling an ancient divine mountain, landed on Phantom Old Five's chest. Puff! Phantom Old Five immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body flying backward for 1,000 meters before finally coming to a halt. Old Five. The other 4 monsters, witnessing this, swiftly moved towards Phantom Old Five. Upon seeing Phantom Old Five up close, the 4 were furious, their eyes wide open, howling at the sky. Phantom Old Five is dead, killed by an ant, trampled to death. I will kill you. The remaining 4 monsters had blood-red eyes, the power of the laws surging around them, directly pouncing towards Xiao Han. Frost Sword, Frost Hammer, Frost Blade, Frost Spear. 4 holy life laws evolved into 4 immensely powerful weapons. They turned into phantoms in the void, intertwining as they slashed toward Xiao Han. Law of Weight, covering the sky river. Xiao Han did not retreat. The law of weight above his head unfolded, covering the sky and blocking the sun. It transformed into a flowing river rolling forward. Xiao Han urged the void path body with all his might. He extended his palm and suddenly slapped down. In an instant, the river covering the sky slanted downwards, resembling a celestial spring waterfall. It cascaded down 3,000 feet, as if the galaxy had fallen from the heavens. Each drop of the river water bore billions of weight, crashing down upon the 4 holy life laws. In an instant, the 4 laws collapsed, turning into nothingness. The river water did not stop. Like a torrential rain, it fell upon the 4 monsters. Not a single scream was heard. The Phantom 4 monsters were directly crushed into blood mist. A gust of wind swept through, and the 4 blood mists instantly dissipated into the wind. One strike, another strike. The 4 holy profound realm big shots were thus exterminated by Xiao Han. Xiao Han retracted the void path body, and the law of weight merged into his body. The phenomenon in the sky instantly vanished. His body swayed slightly, and a hint of paleness appeared on Xiao Han's face. Fortunately, these 5 old fellows were suppressed in their cultivation by the Imperial Burial Secret Realm, otherwise it wouldn't have been so easy to slay them. Crap, I forgot to use the Fate Divine Eyes to seize the luck. Xiao Han slapped his thigh, suddenly coming to realize. To cultivate to the holy profound realm, their luck surely wasn't bad. He never expected that these 5 old fellows were so weak. Before Xiao Han could think further, he heard Su Hanyue let out a soft moan, quickly falling from midair. Xiao Han did not dare delay, his figure flashed, and he caught Su Hanyue. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Looking at Su Hanyue's face, Xiao Han frowned. What should be done? Roar. At that moment, the sounds of beast roars echoed. Xiao Han immediately felt the ground tremble, a strong aura emanating from all directions. Crap. Xiao Han realized that the power that had just erupted had attracted nearby ferocious beasts. So he did not dare to linger, holding Su Hanyue, and immediately executed the illusory dragon step. His body left behind phantoms in the void, disappearing from there. At the outskirts of the Imperial Burial Secret Realm, halfway up a mountain, there was a natural cave. After Xiao Han brought Su Hanyue inside, he used his mysterious energy to seal off the cave entrance. He placed Su Hanyue on the ground, his brow furrowed tightly. The hallucinogenic drug had already merged into Su Hanyue's blood. Even the heavenly fate law could not remove it. Without giving Xiao Han time to think, Su Hanyue let out a soft moan and woke up again. At this moment, her clothes were already in disarray. Xiao Han wanted to help Su Hanyue put her clothes back on. However, he was pushed down by Su Hanyue. Soon a perfect figure came into view. So beautiful, crystal clear, as if she were a peeled lychee. Damn, this demon lord has once again been pushed back. Ultimately, a swirl of colorful light enveloped the two. Beautiful sounds echoed within the cave. Xiao Han turned the passive into the active. Sometimes the sky covered the earth, sometimes the earth covered the sky. Not knowing how long had passed, the cave finally quieted down. Xiao Han held Su Hanyue as he fell into a deep sleep. He was too tired. First, he eradicated over 200 disciples of the Heavenly Demon Holy Land, then dealt with the battle Heavenly Demon Ape, then slayed the Phantom 5 monsters, and finally fought with Su Hanyue for 300 rounds. Even with his void path body, he still felt somewhat exhausted. Uncertain how long he had slept, Xiao Han was awakened by the sound of the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward 1 lottery chance. He shook his slightly dazed head. Xiao Han directly thought, lottery. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a first-grade Jun Xianjing experience card. After using the first-grade Jun Xianjing experience card, the host will possess the cultivation of Jun Xianjing for 1 hour. Not bad. Xiao Han smiled slightly. At that moment, he suddenly froze. His cultivation had directly risen to first-grade D Xianjing. As for Su Hanyue's cultivation, it had been elevated to 3rd grade Sheng Xianjing. What the hell, I don't have a dual cultivation method. However, Xiao Han quickly realized what was happening. It was the effect of Su Hanyu's ice heart body. Coming back to his senses, Xiao Han looked down at the beauty in his arms. At that moment, Su Hanyue had already fallen asleep from exhaustion after the earlier battle. She tightly embraced Xiao Han, seemingly afraid he would run away. Having just become a woman, her brows carried a charming and alluring expression, incredibly enticing. With tears glistening on her pretty face, she evoked a sense of pity. I actually managed to seduce my father's superior, what a feat. Xiao Han shook his head. At that moment, Su Hanyue stirred, waking from her slumber. Upon seeing herself completely unclothed, she was first taken aback. However, upon feeling the burning body beside her and seeing the enchanting face before her, she was filled with joy. It was really him. This wasn't a dream. I finally found you. The two locked eyes, an unusual emotion intertwining in their hearts. Ahem, your majesty. Xiao Han coughed lightly, breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere. Oh, don't look. Don't look. After regaining her composure, Su Hanyue immediately covered her shy face with her small hands. Then she got up, turned her back to Xiao Han, and quickly put on a robe. Xiao Han smiled slightly. This empress was quite amusing. Similarly, he took out a black robe from the Hongmeng Space and put it on. When Su Hanyue finished dressing, she turned to look at Xiao Han. In that instant, Su Hanyue was taken aback. So handsome. A beautiful, ethereal smile adorned his exquisite face. The black robe made him appear even more mysterious. Your Majesty. Call me Yue. Su Hanyue shyly lowered her head, speaking softly. Xiao Han was momentarily stunned by her words. Then a devilish smile crept back onto his face. He stepped forward, gently lifting Su Hanyue's chin with his finger. The two locked eyes, a unique emotion igniting between them. Yue, I will take responsibility. Su Hanyue was quite pleased. The one she had longed for actually liked her back. Her pretty face flushed, and she slowly closed her eyes. Xiao Han's head slowly lowered. After a long while, their lips parted. Xiao Han mischievously said, Where do you want to? No. I meant, do you want to leave this place? You're so naughty. Huh? As they stepped out of the cave, Xiao Han asked, Yue, as the empress of the dynasty, why did you come alone to the imperial burial secret realm? Don't you know how dangerous it is here? Hearing Xiao Han's concerned words, Su Hanyue felt immensely happy. Sai, the ancestor of the Xuanxuan dynasty, is about to break through to second grade Shengxianjing. If I cannot reach first grade Shengxuanjing, the Hanyue dynasty will face utter disaster. So I plan to come to the imperial burial secret realm to seek the holy breaking fruit, but unexpectedly ran into the ghost 5 monsters. After hearing Su Hanyue's words, Xiao Han frowned. He was aware of the conflict between the Xuanxuan dynasty and the Hanyue dynasty. He never expected the reason Su Hanyue put herself in danger was this. Then Xiao Han smiled and said, Yue, you don't need to search for the holy breaking fruit anymore. Why? Just look at your cultivation. Xiao Han's words fell. Su Hanyue's mouth dropped open, looking incredulous. Third grade Shengxianjing. At first, Su Hanyue felt something was off, but overwhelmed by joy, she didn't think much of it. However, with Xiao Han's reminder, Su Hanyue finally realized she had unconsciously reached 3rd grade Shengxianjing. A miracle. This was an immense miracle. Seeing the puzzled expression on Su Hanyue's face, Xiao Han laughed heartily, his chest vibrating as he activated the Void Dao Body. In an instant, countless laws of destiny emerged, forming a torrential river that shook the void. Thunder rumbled in the heavens. The great Tao resonated and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. Heaven and earth were filled with extraordinary phenomena. All these sights flashed by in an instant. After Xiao Han ceased activating the Void Dao Body, he turned his gaze to Su Hanyue. Little Yue, do you understand now? Su Hanyue covered her cherry-like mouth, her dazed expression making Xiao Han unable to resist giving her a kiss. As her cheek was attacked, Su Hanyue quickly came back to her senses. Initially, when Xiao Han inadvertently entered her cultivation room, she had realized Xiao Han possessed laws, but she never expected that the laws within Xiao Han were the laws of destiny and so numerous. After witnessing the earlier scene, Su Hanyue understood. She realized why she had broken through to 3rd grade Shengxianjing. Could it be the Void Dao Body, known as the Little Heavenly Dao? Su Hanyue's shocked voice rang out, looking at Xiao Han in disbelief. Xiao Han smiled and nodded. Seeing Xiao Han confirm, Su Hanyue almost stumbled and fainted. Heavens, who said that the son of the demon suppression king was an incapable waste of cultivation. If anyone spreads rumors again, I will surely exterminate their entire family and blow up their ancestral grave. Moreover, she never expected that she had developed a special relationship with a freak possessing the Void Dao Body. Yue. Seeing Su Hanyue lost in thought, Xiao Han waved his right hand in front of her. After Su Hanyue regained her senses, she hugged Xiao Han tightly and gave him a kiss on the lips. Xiao Han, how about I crown you as the Hanyue Emperor? Xiao Han remained unmoved. He reached out and gave her a playful pat on the back. Call me husband. As her soft spot was tapped, Su Hanyue let out a soft moan of flush spreading across her cheeks. Do you know how naughty you are? They all say that. Upon hearing Xiao Han say they, Su Hanyue raised an eyebrow. Who do you mean by they? Xiao Han counted off on his fingers, saying, Evil Emperor Lung Hanyan Charm Shadow Sovereign Sure Linger. Xiao Han understood that Su Hanyue would eventually learn of their existence. Rather than hiding it, it was better to be straightforward, quick and decisive with no lingering after effects. After hearing the two names, Xiao Han mentioned. Su Hanyue was once again stunned. I never expected that you actually seduced both of my sisters. What? Sisters? This time it was Xiao Han who was taken aback. The Empress of Hanyue, the Evil Emperor, and the Charmed Shadow Sovereign were actually sisters. Are you and the Evil Emperor along with the Shadow Saint Master sisters? Xiao Han looked utterly bewildered, his expression one of disbelief. Su Hanyue shot him a glance. Haven't you heard of the 3 divine maidens of the eastern region? Sorry, that would be us 3 sisters. Xiao Han. However, seeing that Su Hanyue was not angry, Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief. 3 women finally settled. Although they were immensely powerful in matters of affection, Xiao Han was like a blank slate. These 3 women were all very important to him. He did not wish to lose any of them. At that moment, Su Hanyue threatened him, saying, Young Master Xiao, how do you plan to treat us 3 sisters? Of course I will marry all of you and have a bunch of sons, preferably all sleeping together. Xiao Han shook his head, speaking very earnestly. If you think too highly of yourself. Su Hanyue rolled her eyes at Xiao Han, then revealed a blissful smile. Her stunning beauty left Xiao Han momentarily mesmerized. Linking arms with Xiao Han, Su Hanyue was as joyful as a little girl. Husband. Smack. Call me hubby. Hubby. Feeling something soft and unusual, a dreamy look appeared in Su Hanyue's eyes. Coming back to her senses, she pinched Xiao Han. You're so naughty, oh I like it so much. Xiao Han. Soon the two of them exited the Imperial Burial Secret Realm, with Su Hanyue acting like a virtuous wife. She adjusted the wrinkled robe of Xiao Han. I'm worried about the Xuanxuan Empire attacking, so I need to return to the Hanyue Empire first. Before Su Hanyue could finish her sentence, Xiao Han smiled and said, Once I become the holy son of the holy sect, I will return to the imperial capital. Earlier, Su Hanyue had learned that Xiao Han had joined the holy sect. Thus, she wasn't surprised. However, upon hearing that Xiao Han was actually a disciple of Lung Hanyan, Su Hanyue's delicate fist fell like raindrops on Xiao Han's chest, bluntly calling him a bad guy for not even sparing his master. All right, I'll wait for you. My emperor. Su Hanyue stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss near Xiao Han's lips. Then her figure instantly melded into the void, disappearing without a trace. Xiao Han touched his lips, a smile appearing on his face. This little girl is truly mischievous. However, thinking of the Xuanxuan Empire, a cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. He felt very assured about Su Hanyue's strength. After all, being in the 3rd rank of the Holy Profound Realm, battling against someone who had just broken through to the 2nd rank of the Holy Profound Realm was a piece of cake. Moreover, the Hanyue Empire had Xiao Han's father, the Demon Suppression King. He glanced back at the Imperial Burial Secret Realm, falling into deep thought. The Imperial Burial Secret Realm gave him an unfathomable feeling. He felt as though there was some earth-shattering secret hidden within. However, this was not the time to study the Imperial Burial Secret Realm. Thus, Xiao Han did not delve deeper. Coming back to his senses, his figure flickered as he flew towards the Holy Sect's base. With this matter settled, it was time to return to the Holy Sect. The ruins of the soul refining sect. The area of 1,000 miles was shrouded in the immortal sealing array. Lung Hanyan had been battling the 5 ghosts of the southern sky for quite some time. Although Lung Hanyan was only at the 3rd rank of the Holy Profound Realm, she was the 98th generation Evil Emperor. With the Evil Emperor's inheritance, her strength had long surpassed her own realm. Facing 5 opponents, she showed no signs of falling behind. Meanwhile, the 5 ghosts of the southern sky, 5 old men, were panting heavily, their clothes in tatters, with 2 of them already slightly injured. These 5 5th-rank Holy Profound Realm old monsters had failed to subdue a mere 3-rank Holy Profound Realm girl for so long. This left them feeling quite ashamed. Lung Hanyan's robe billowed without wind. A powerful aura surged into the sky. The laws of evil manifested around her, and the rhythm of the Dao surged endlessly. With just you 5 old ghosts, you dare to capture me. Die. Lung Hanyan was furious. With her palm raised, she suddenly slammed it down. Evil Emperor's great hand seal. Boom. The laws of evil transformed into a gigantic hand that covered the sky and earth, crashing down towards the 5 ghosts of the southern sky. 5 holy morning suns. The 5 ghosts of the southern sky shouted in unison, their bodies erupting with terrifying flames, transforming into 5 blazing suns soaring into the sky. Boom. The 2 violent forces collided instantly, tearing a gap in the void. Seeing this, Lung Hanyan's face lit up. Her figure flickered, and she instantly reached the spatial rift, wanting to dive in. At this moment, Lung Hanyan had already been battling for a long time. The profound energy within her was nearly depleted. Moreover, fighting at a higher level had left her feeling overwhelmed. Thus, upon seeing the void torn open, she sought to escape the confines of the immortal sealing array through the spatial rift. Only by getting outside could she unleash more means to annihilate the 5 ghosts of the southern sky. Wanna run? Just then an old man in gray robes crossed the void and appeared behind Lung Hanyan, slamming down with a palm. A mighty imperial might rolled and mixed with boundless heavenly Dao power. Evil Emperor's guardian. Lung Hanyan sensed that the person behind her was a powerhouse at the Emperor realm. Without looking back, she directly activated the evil Emperor's guardian. In an instant, a ray of light erupted from Lung Hanyan's body, forming barriers that enveloped her. Boom. The Emperor's palm struck her back directly. Poof. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Lung Hanyan's mouth, then fell into the spatial rift. In the blink of an eye, the spatial rift closed, and Lung Hanyan completely vanished. Meanwhile, that Emperor's palm with its residual force struck down on the immortal sealing array. In an instant, the array shattered. A terrifying aura surged out in all directions, spreading for miles before gradually dissipating. All living beings sensed that imperial might and changed their expressions dramatically. Which emperor has made a move? After receiving a blow from me, she shouldn't last much longer. I didn't expect that the inheritance of the 98th evil emperor would end up in my hands, and the task given by those people has also been completed. This old man was none other than Feng Nanshan, the ancestor of the Southern Sky Ancient Kingdom and its founder, known as the Southern Sky Emperor. 5 useless fools, and you still haven't captured a single woman after all this time. Feng Nantian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, all the auras here were erased, leaving only a trace of imperial might. After finishing all this, Feng Nanshan's figure melted into the void, disappearing. The 5 ghosts of the southern sky knelt humbly on the ground, paying their respects to Feng Nantian. We bid farewell to the ancestor. After a long time, the 5 ghosts of the southern sky stood up, and their figures instantly vanished from the spot. As for the soul-refining sect, with the battle of this group, it had already turned into ruins. Xiao Han was flying towards the base of the holy sect. However, a familiar aura suddenly emerged. Following that, an imperial might surged forth, striking at his face. In an instant, the Void Dao Body operated, blocking this overwhelming imperial might. This is Yenner's aura. Xiao Han instantly realized and did not dare to be negligent. He activated the illusory dragon step to the utmost, swiftly flying in a certain direction. When Xiao Han arrived at the ruins of the soul-refining sect, seeing the scene before him, he frowned tightly. This is the immortal sealing array. Gazing at the ruins before him, Xiao Han felt a heaviness in his heart. The remnants of imperial might lingered in the air, along with the presence of several sacred life laws. Among them was the sinister aura of Lung Hanyan's dark law. This indicated that Lung Hanyan had engaged in battle here with an unknown enemy. Moreover, they were a formidable being bearing the destiny of the emperor. In that instant, a wave of ominous premonition surged within him. Lung Hanyan possessed only the cultivation of the 3rd grade sacred profound realm. No matter how extraordinary her strength was, she could not withstand the emperor's assault. Just then, Xiao Han's gaze fell upon a pool of fresh blood on the ground. No, it can't be hers. As he approached, the bloodstained darkness swirled before his eyes. Oh! Xiao Han let out a howl that pierced the heavens. An overwhelming demonic aura erupted from his body, darkening the sky. His eyes turned blood red, resembling a shura from hell, emanating a terrifying, killing intent that shook the firmament. At that moment, the demon, Dao Heavenly Sovereign, had fully awakened. With a single step, he traversed the void. Xiao Han's figure vanished from sight. With Lung Hanyan's fate unknown, he needed to return to the sacred sect, for the sacred sect possessed a unique method to uncover her whereabouts. Soon Xiao Han arrived at the sacred sect stronghold. Standing amidst the void, he coldly declared, Mu Xueching Mu Bing Yu Lin, Xian Wang Sinuo. His voice echoed throughout the entire sacred sect stronghold. Upon hearing Xiao Han's call, the 4 women hurriedly rushed out from their caves. At the sight of Xiao Han's demonic figure, they couldn't help but tremble. Who had provoked the senior brother? What could have stirred such immense wrath within him? At the same time, all disciples of the sacred sect and Gu Jingwen emerged from their caves. Xiao Han had no time for idle talk. He instantly vanished from the spot with the 4 women. We are returning to the sacred sect. If the flying dragon hall attacks, you all can retreat. This stronghold holds no significance. Upon hearing Xiao Han's voice, everyone was at a loss. Why had the usually gentle senior brother become so irritable? Just then, before Gu Jingwen could ponder further, a series of sounds pierced through the air. Hundreds of figures appeared at the sacred sect stronghold. Old Gui didn't arrive late, did we? Huh. A hearty laughter rang out as 10 middle-aged men stepped forward from the group. These individuals were the 10 elders of the sacred sect accompanied by 500 heavenly sacred guards. Upon seeing the 10 elders, Gu Jingwen's face brightened. While the sect master is truly generous to send all of you here. Elder Meng inquired where Xiao Han. We were ordered to protect him this time. Gu Jingwen pointed in the direction Xiao Han had vanished, saying it seems Xiao Han has urgent matters to attend to at the sacred sect. The 10 elders exchanged glances, feeling a bit speechless. Just then ripples began to form in the void. An old man emerged. Upon seeing him, the group immediately clasped their hands in greeting. Greetings, Elder Han. Han Xiangtian frowned and addressed Gu Jingwen. You say Xiao Han has returned to the sacred sect? Yes, Elder Han. Xiao Han left not long ago. That's good. Before Han Xiangtian could think further, suddenly a large group of figures flew in from the distance. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above the sacred sect stronghold. This group comprised the heavenly dragon guards of the Flying Dragon Hall, led by the Holy Sun Mao Kaiyu. Upon reaching the stronghold, they were infuriated at the sight of the vast abyss. After capturing several cultivators and interrogating them, they finally realized it was the sacred sect that had made the move. Thus, they hurried toward the sacred sect stronghold, seeking revenge. However, as soon as they arrived and saw Han Xiangtian, they were left dumbfounded. Damn, the sacred sect is ruthless. They actually sent out this old demon. Han Xiangtian had single-handedly destroyed a righteous sect, even when that sect had a 9th-grade sacred profound realm ancestor stationed. Yet despite this, he was still able to wipe out the entire sect. That 9th-grade sacred profound realm ancestor was even skinned and dismembered by Han Xiangtian. From that day forward, Han Xiangtian was dubbed the name of a demon. We took a wrong turn, excuse us. The 5th elder of the Flying Dragon Hall appeared hastily, leading Mao Kaiyu to retreat. Their speed was akin to that of a rocket, vanishing from everyone's sight in an instant. The 5th elder was the most powerful among them, possessing the cultivation of the 1st-grade divine profound realm. However, even so, he did not dare to confront Han Xiangtian, a 9th-grade sacred profound realm cultivator. After all, Han Xiangshan's fighting style was terrifying, as it was a matter of life and death. Run! Elder Shen snapped back to reality and yelled. However, it was already too late. Han Xiangtian snorted coldly and slammed his palm down. Boom! In that instant, a terrifying crimson fire erupted. The hundreds of heavenly dragon guards and Elder Shen didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to ashes. It was tragic. Utterly tragic. The heavenly dragon guards who had once instilled fear all around were extinguished by Han Xiangtian in a single blow. Thankfully, the 5th elder reacted quickly. Otherwise, Mao Kaiyu would surely have perished there. All the disciples of the sacred sect watched in awe at Han Xiangshan's might, swallowing hard. Elder Han truly was formidable. In combat, there was never any unnecessary talk. They rolled up their sleeves and got straight to it. You all tidy up and return to the sacred sect immediately. There's no need for this stronghold to exist any longer. As soon as Han Xiangtian finished issuing orders, his figure merged into the void and disappeared. Xiao Han had already returned to the sacred sect, and there was no need for him to remain here. Yes, Elder Han. Thus a farce concluded perfectly. Gu Jingwen and the others promptly turned to return to their caves, preparing to clear things up. The Flying Dragon Hall. The Fate Tablet Hall. The disciple guarding the Fate Tablets stared in shock at the numerous Fate Tablets that had turned to nothingness. Damn it, they exploded again. The Heavenly Dragon Guards exploded. Elder Shen exploded. This is bad, something big has happened. The Hall Master. Exploded. The disciple ran outside in a frenzy. Stumbling and falling, he finally arrived at the palace where Mao Wenlong resided. Meanwhile, Mao Wenlong appeared, his imposing face carrying a hint of anger. The Hall Master exploded. Damn him, just fine, your mother exploded. What is the matter to be so flustered? What kind of conduct is this? Upon hearing Mao Wenlong's authoritative voice, the disciple immediately fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Hall Master, the Fate Tablets of the Heavenly Dragon Guards have exploded, and Elder Shen's Fate Tablet has exploded too. What? Upon hearing the disciple's words, Mao Wenlong flew into a rage. His figure flickered, and he instantly arrived at the Fate Tablet Hall. Looking inside, he indeed found that all the Fate Tablets of the dispatched Heavenly Dragon Guards had exploded. However, when he looked at the Fate Tablets of the 5th Elder and Mao Kaiyu, which were safe and sound, Mao Wenlong breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Mao Kaiyu was unharmed, that was enough. Then Mao Wenlong took out a communication stone and began to inquire with the 5th Elder. Soon he put down the communication stone in his hand. A terrifying killing intent surged from his body. Sacred Sect. His furious voice echoed throughout the Flying Dragon Hall, lingering for a long time. At the Holy Sect, Leng Xiaodian was inside the palace perusing some confidential letters. Suddenly a rift appeared above the Holy Sect, and the figure of Leng Hanyan fell from the spatial crack. As if drained of all strength, the protective barrier formed by the evil emperor's guardianship instantly vanished. Leng Hanyan's body was plummeting rapidly. It is not hard to imagine the consequences of falling from such a height of 10,000 meters. Moi. Lung Xiaotian seemed to sense something and instantly vanished within the palace, reappearing above the holy sect. Seeing Lung Hanyan unconscious, Lung Xiaotian hurriedly caught her as she fell. However, upon realizing the severity of her injuries, he was filled with fury. Who dares to harm my sister? Kill! A vast imperial might surged forth, enveloping the entire holy sect. The heavens rumbled and thunder echoed. When the emperor was enraged, corpses lay everywhere. Without hesitation, Lung Xiaotian took out a healing holy pill and stuffed it into Lung Hanyan's mouth. Radiant light swirled around her, and the medicinal power was quickly absorbed, but it was merely a drop in the bucket. Nantian. The awakened Lung Hanyan only uttered these two words before falling completely unconscious again. There was nothing to be done. Her injuries were far too severe. Her meridians were all severed, her dantian damaged, and the divine soul in her sea of consciousness had withered. The profound energy was rampaging within her body. If she could not be treated in time, her life would surely be at stake. It was only because Lung Hanyan possessed the evil emperor's legacy power that she had not perished long ago. After all, a single strike from an emperor contained the power of the heavens, which no holy mystic realm could withstand. Lung Xiaotian dared not hesitate and flew directly toward the forbidden area of the evil emperor peak while holding Lung Hanyan. Elder Mu, hurry. Save Hanyan. Upon arriving at the forbidden area, Lung Xiaotian dashed into a palace calling for Elder Mu. Before his voice could fade, Elder Mu Ling appeared before him. However, upon seeing Lung Hanyan, her expression changed drastically. Quick, put her down. At her words, Lung Xiaotian hurriedly set Lung Hanyan's body down. Elder Mu grasped Lung Hanyan's arm, and the laws of wood activated. A breath of life penetrated her body, helping to soothe the rampaging profound energy. Elder Mu, how is it? Can you save her? Hearing Lung Xiaotian's anxious voice, Elder Mu Ling shook her head and said, It's difficult. Right now I can only slow the dissipating life force of Hanyan, but to heal her I am powerless. Moreover, even if she is healed, Hanyan will likely become a cripple in the future. With each word, Elder Mu Ling's voice grew heavier. Lung Xiaotian's face grew increasingly pale, and he ultimately collapsed helplessly to the ground. Even Elder Mu Ling, who possessed the laws of wood, could not heal Lung Hanyan. This meant that Lung Hanyan was truly crippled. No, it can't be. What you said isn't true. At this moment, Lung Xiaotian had completely lost the imposing presence of an emperor. Like a helpless child, his eyes void of spirit, he muttered to himself. At that moment, on the Dao platform of the holy sect, Dao light flowed as the figures of Xiao Han and others materialized. Lung Xiaotian, where are you? Xiao Han's anger was undiminished, his voice resonating like a raging demon throughout the entire holy sect. At this moment, Xiao Han was no longer the gentle figure he once was. Instead, he resembled a mad demon. The nearby disciples trembled in fear upon witnessing Xiao Han's appearance. After hearing Xiao Han's voice in the forbidden area of the evil emperor peak, Lung Xiaotian's vacant eyes gradually lit up. Xiao Han. Yes, Xiao Han possesses the Void Dao Body. He must have a way to save Hanyan. Whoosh. Lung Xiaotian's figure instantly melded into the void. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Xiao Han. Lung Xiaotian, Hanyan might have been attacked by an emperor's realm. You must use the holy sect's secret method to find her. Upon seeing Lung Xiaotian, Xiao Han quickly spoke. At that moment, Lung Xiaotian was burning with anxiety and didn't even notice Xiao Han's address toward him and Lung Hanyan. There's no time. Hanyan is in the forbidden area. Hurry and come with me. Saying this, Lung Xiaotian directly pulled Xiao Han and teleported to Elder Mu's palace. Xiao Han was still in disbelief. What do you mean there's no time? However, upon seeing Lung Hanyan's condition, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Boom. A terrifying violent aura erupted directly, overturning the palace's roof. Demonic energy surged forth, blocking out the sun. Hanyan. Xiao Han's figure flickered as he instantly embraced Lung Hanyan. Ding. A task for helping others has been issued. After sensing the injuries within Lung Hanyan's body, Xiao Han's eyes deepened with a blood-red hue as if on the verge of going mad. Without hesitation, the Void Dao Body revealed itself without concealment and erupted with full force. Buzz. Countless laws of destiny surged forth, enveloping the entire palace. In an instant, all things revived, brimming with life. Soon a cocoon formed from the myriad laws of destiny wrapped around Lung Hanyan and Xiao Han. Time returns to the void live. Xiao Han lowered his head and kissed Lung Hanyan's cherry lips. A mighty breath of life flowed gently into her body through her small mouth. Time returns to the void, possessing the powers of life and death. Not only that, it also holds the mysteries of creation and destruction. At this moment, Xiao Han was harnessing the power of life to evolve the breath of life, aiding Lung Hanyan in regaining her vitality. However, Xiao Han's realm was too low. Furthermore, he had not comprehended the second stage of the time, returning to the void. Gradually his hair began to shift from black to white. Before long a head of white hair appeared, making him look exceedingly old. The time returning to the void, combined with countless laws of destiny, was reconstructing Lung Hanyan's foundation, repairing her dantian, and untangling her meridians. Before long, all the violent auras left behind by the emperor within her were completely expelled. Lung Hanyan's dantian was perfectly restored. All her injuries stabilized. When the cocoon dissipated and the myriad laws of destiny vanished, Xiao Han and Lung Hanyan's figures appeared before Lung Xiaotian. At this moment, Lung Hanyan's breathing was steady and her aura flowed abundantly. Looking at Xiao Han, his hair was white and wrinkles had formed on his face, resembling an old man nearing his end. Xiao Han Yu. Upon seeing that Lung Hanyan had recovered, Lung Xiaotian should have been overjoyed, but upon noticing Xiao Han's appearance, his heart felt a pang. In order to save Lung Hanyan, Xiao Han had consumed a significant amount of his own life force. It was from this moment that Lung Xiaotian firmly believed that Xiao Han was his brother-in-law. Elder Mu also exclaimed in disbelief. This is a miracle. Another miracle manifested at the hands of Xiao Han. Xiao Han waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, just life force, it will recover eventually." Cough, cough. As he spoke, Xiao Han involuntarily coughed. Blood slowly dripped from the corner of his mouth. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward draw count 1. Draw. Ding. Draw successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the 9 turns Emperor Pill Vitality Revitalizing Pill. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiao Han was momentarily stunned. 9 turns Emperor Pill. While the system is truly impressive. If the cultivators of the Xuanxuan Continent knew about the 9 turns Emperor Pill, they would go insane. In the Xuanxuan Continent, Emperor-level elixirs are the pinnacle of existence. There are very few alchemists who can reach the Emperor Xian realm. Even the Holy Sect, which has existed for countless years, has only one second-grade Emperor Xian realm alchemist. It is evident how important an alchemist is to a sect. Furthermore, no alchemist can refine the 9 turns Emperor Pill. The refinement of such a pill not only requires extremely high alchemical skills, but also demands great strength from the alchemist. This leads to the fact that Emperor-level elixirs are hard to come by, let alone the 9 turns Emperor Pill. Xiao Han did not hesitate and directly took out the vitality revitalizing pill from the Hongmeng Space. In an instant, a terrifying aura of life suddenly erupted. Elder Mu and Lung Xiaotian merely inhaled a breath of this aura and felt their realms and lifespans increase significantly. If they were to enter seclusion now, they would be able to break through a realm in just a few days. What the? This? Is this the 9 turns Emperor Pill? Elder Mu, let me test if it hurts. This can't be a dream. At that moment, Lung Xiaotian even had the thought of snatching it. Elder Mu felt the same, because if they possessed this 9 turns Emperor Pill, they might in the future break through to the 9th grade Emperor Xian realm and become the sovereign king of the Xuanxuan Continent. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. Before Lung Xiaotian and the others could think much further, Xiao Han directly swallowed the vitality revitalizing pill. In an instant, all of Xiao Han's vitality was restored. A powerful aura of life surged from within him. The laws of the universe roared, weaving into various runes of the Dao, imprinting themselves onto Xiao Han. Buzz! A wave of enlightenment surged into Xiao Han's mind. At that moment, the Void Dao Body took another step forward, entering the second layer. The essence of time also advanced once more. The mysteries of life and death were understood a bit deeper. At this moment, Xiao Han's realm skyrocketed. With the urging of the vitality revitalizing pill, endless mysterious energy flowed into his body. Soon he broke through to the 5th grade Earth Xian realm. Strength. As the little avatar of his divine sense continued to comprehend, Xiao Han finally grasped the second characteristic of the Void Dao Body. That is strength, immense strength capable of shattering the heavens with a punch and splitting mountains with a kick. The two characteristics of heaviness and strength of the Void Dao Body. If Xiao Han could cultivate them to perfection, there would likely be no one in the world who could withstand a single punch from him. When Xiao Han opened his eyes, feeling the life force revitalizing within him, he couldn't help but smile. Your hair. At this moment, Lung Xiaotian pointed at Xiao Han's hair, his face filled with surprise. Silver. His silver hair did not turn black as his vitality was restored, but instead became even whiter, like silver snow. Xiao Han knew that this was the consequence of him using the countless laws of destiny within the Void Dao Body to their fullest. Yet he had no regrets. As long as he could save Lung Hanyan, what did it matter if his hair turned white? A slight smile appeared on Xiao Han's face, his enchanting and handsome features combined with his full head of silver hair, making him appear exceptionally eerie. Demonic. Evil. Yet carrying an ethereal celestial aura. It doesn't matter as long as I can save Yenner. What does it matter if my hair is white? Xiao Han looked at Lung Hanyin in his arms, letting out a sigh of relief. Now Lung Hanyin was like a phoenix in rebirth, self-sealing, self-enhancing. When she is reborn after her nirvana, she will soar through the skies like a phoenix. Gazing gently at Lung Hanyin, Xiao Han showed no reservations toward Lung Xiaotian and Elder Mu. He directly kissed Lung Hanyin on the lips in front of them. Yina, don't worry. I will annihilate those who harmed you. Lung Xiaotian and Elder Mu were not surprised. They both knew of the feelings between Xiao Han and Lung Hanyin. Instead, they felt a wave of emotion rising in their hearts. Then Xiao Han raised his head, staring directly at Lung Xiaotian. Who is it? Seeing that Lung Hanyin's injuries had healed, Lung Xiaotian relaxed his tense state of mind. Upon hearing Xiao Han's voice, he rolled his eyes. Who is it? Who injured Yinner? That was your master. How dare you call her Yinner? Who injured Yinner? Damn the Sect master. Can't you give me some face? Who injured Yinner? You. Lung Xiaotian was about to continue speaking when he suddenly saw a cold glint flash in Xiao Han's blood-red eyes. It was chilling and devoid of any emotion, as if Lung Xiaotian would lose his life if he dared to utter another word. At this moment, a chill rose in Lung Xiaotian's heart. I will ask one last time, who injured Yinner? Xiao Han stepped forward while holding Lung Hanyin. The demonic energy around him surged, mixed with an overwhelming malevolence, constantly assaulting Lung Xiaotian. Two terrifying auras intertwined, making Xiao Han appear like a demonic entity. Lung Xiaotian did not wish to take revenge for Lung Hanyin. Rather, he only heard her say the words Nantian before she fainted. Lung Xiaotian did not know what Lung Hanyin meant by Nantian. Was it referring to the Nantian ancient kingdom, or some mysterious force, or perhaps the name of a person? Everything was shrouded in mystery. Therefore, he wanted to wait until Lung Hanyin woke up to clarify the situation before launching a massive attack to annihilate the one who injured her. Hanyin only mentioned Nantian before she fainted. I don't know who injured her. Upon hearing Lung Xiaotian's words, Xiao Han handed Lung Hanyin, whom he was holding, to Lung Xiaotian. Nantian ancient kingdom. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow, his anger surging. After receiving Lung Hanyin, Lung Xiaotian shook his head and said, perhaps not. After all, the Nantian ancient kingdom would not dare to provoke the authority of our holy sect unless they want to wipe their nation off the map. Although the Nantian ancient kingdom has been promoted to an ancient kingdom, its strength is insignificant compared to the holy sect. A mere elder of the five elements could annihilate the entire Nantian ancient kingdom. Did Yinner say that with her own mouth? Yes, Hanyin only had time to mention Nantian before Lung Xiaotian could finish his sentence. Xiao Han directly walked outside. Seeing this, Lung Xiaotian quickly asked, what are you going to do? I will push through the Nantian ancient kingdom. Xiao Han did not look back, walking straight outside. Are you crazy? What if it wasn't the Nantian ancient kingdom? Upon hearing Lung Xiaotian's voice, his figure did not stop as he soared into the sky. At the same time, a chilling voice echoed, Yinner mentioning Nantian is enough. Better to kill the wrong person than to let the right one go. Today I will definitely bloodily wash the Nantian ancient kingdom. He. Cold and merciless words echoed. This left Lung Xiaotian and Elder Mu standing in place. The mere mention of South Heaven was enough. Better to kill wrongly than to let go. Blood must be shed in the South Heaven ancient kingdom. Heaven, what strength do you possess to dare to boast about pushing through the South Heaven ancient kingdom? Lung Xiaotian came back to his senses. He ordered Elder Mu behind him. Elder Mu, quickly chase after Xiao Han and ensure her safety. Understood. Elder Mu was well aware of Xiao Han's importance. His figure vanished from sight. As for the other four elders, they had all entered closed-door cultivation. They vowed not to leave their seclusion until they broke through a realm. Thus, the only powerful expert the sacred sect could summon was Elder Mu alone. Those ancient relics within the forbidden area would only emerge if the sacred sect faced annihilation. Otherwise, they would not appear. Their lifespans were limited. Each summon would consume immense energy. Lung Xiaotian carried Lung Hanyin into a secret chamber. He laid her on the stone bed and softly said, sister, please wake up soon, or Xiao Han will truly go mad. After sealing the chamber, Lung Xiaotian still seemed uneasy. He called for Mu Shiweqing and others to watch over Lung Hanyin. Afterward, he had dozens of elders guard the area before ascending into the sky. He flew in the direction Xiao Han had departed. The South Heaven ancient kingdom was guarded by a great emperor. Its power was not to be underestimated. If Xiao Han were in danger, Lung Hanyin would surely be heartbroken upon awakening. Thus, Lung Xiaotian decided to personally go to the South Heaven ancient kingdom to protect Xiao Han. Xiao Han flew down from the evil emperor peak, soon arriving at the Dao platform in the square. As the Dao light rotated, Xiao Han's figure vanished from sight. South Heaven ancient kingdom. Sunset City. This was the imperial capital of the South Heaven ancient kingdom. The words Sunset City were carved above the city gate, exuding an overwhelming imperial might. These three characters were inscribed by Feng Nantian after he became the emperor. Ding. A task to help others has been issued. Task content pushed through the South Heaven Ancient Kingdom without leaving a single one alive. Help them ascend to paradise. If the task fails, the host will be erased from countless heavenly laws. Xiao Han walked down from a Dao platform outside the city. He gazed at the distant sunset city, a bloodthirsty smile appearing on his face. It has been a while since I last engaged in extermination. I truly look forward to it. With a single step, he traversed the distance. He soon arrived at the city gate, looking up at the three-character Sunset City. Upon sensing the imperial might above, Xiao Han's smile grew even more pronounced. However, the fury hidden beneath that smile was extraordinarily terrifying. This imperial might was very similar to that emanating from the ruins of the soul-refining sect. Of course, the average person would not sense it. Yet Xiao Han detected it keenly, even though the aura had undergone earth-shattering changes. The power of the heavenly Dao contained within the imperial might was remarkably similar. This indicated that the one who attacked Lung Hanyin was none other than the emperor of the South Heaven Ancient Kingdom. Xiao Han's gaze grew colder. He stepped into the imperial capital, heading straight for the South Heaven Imperial Palace. This time he was here to kill. The killing intent within him was released without reservation. Some civilians in the city trembled upon sensing the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Xiao Han, instinctively wanting to prostrate themselves on the ground. Heaven, who is he? How dare he release killing intent in Sunset City? Does he intend to kill people here? Utterly unaware of his own mortality. Just then, a squad of soldiers rushed over quickly. They quickly surrounded Xiao Han. The leading general pointed his spear at Xiao Han and shouted sternly, "Bold rogue, how dare you act recklessly in Sunset City? I shall." Before he could finish his words, the Tianyun sword appeared in Xiao Han's hand. Die! A torrent of sword energy surged forth from him, transforming into countless small swords that shot towards the soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. All the soldiers' heads were sent flying into the air. The headless corpses fell to the ground, blood splattered everywhere. What audacity! The general's eyes bulged and he thrust his spear fiercely at Xiao Han. At the same time, a surge of 5th-grade golden core realm energy erupted, wrapping around the spear. Xiao Han did not even raise his eyelids, employing the illusory dragon step as he thrust the Tianyun sword. Swish! Xiao Han and the general brushed past each other, not looking back as he continued to walk forward. He was truly killing a person every 10 steps. The general seemed to lose all his strength. His body crashed to the ground, crimson blood flowing from his neck, soaking the bluestone pavement. He is killed. In an instant, nearby civilians scattered in all directions, fearing they would be caught in the calamity. Only a few cultivators remained. They stared in shock at Xiao Han's retreating figure, unable to regain their senses for a long time. He actually dared to commit murder in Sunset City. This is the imperial capital of the South Heaven Ancient Kingdom. If this person does not die, I will eat shit standing on my head. Xiao Han, without a drop of blood on him, held the Tianyun sword in his hand, step by step moving towards the palace. A person with a sword, dressed in a black robe with silver hair. He continuously shocked the surrounding cultivators. Gulp. Someone unable to restrain themselves swallowed hard. Imperial capital's guards were slaughtered. Soon hundreds of soldiers at the city gate surged toward Xiao Han. The leading figure was the general guarding the gate. Capture him. Without any nonsense, hundreds of soldiers rushed forward, their spears dancing, energy roaring, thrusting toward Xiao Han. Most of this group were merely at the Silver Core realm and Jade Core realm. How could they withstand Xiao Han's divine might? Without employing any techniques, Xiao Han simply swung his sword. In an instant, the sword energy formed a giant net that enveloped the hundreds of soldiers. Cries of agony rang out. The hundreds of soldiers were instantly reduced to a mist of blood, torn apart by the sword energy. Cruel, cold, merciless, bloody. The guard at the city gate felt a chill rise in his heart upon witnessing this scene. Demon, you are a demon. The gate guard kept retreating, stumbling and falling to the ground. Xiao Han let out a sinister laugh, once again swinging the Tianyun sword. The figure of the gate guard retreating suddenly stopped, collapsing helplessly to the ground, completely dead. Xiao Han's chilling laughter echoed, causing the surrounding cultivators to feel as if they had fallen into a hellish nightmare, shivering in fear. Casting a glance at the surrounding cultivators, he did not linger. Xiao Han stepped forward again, heading towards the royal palace. He wanted to see how many people from the South Wind Ancient Kingdom he could kill. The surrounding cultivators felt their scalps tingle as Xiao Han looked towards them. Fortunately, Xiao Han did not pay them any mind, continuing towards the royal palace. This made the group of cultivators breathe a sigh of relief. Unknowingly, their clothes were soaked with cold sweat. They watched as Xiao Han continued forward. The group of cultivators no longer dared to approach so closely. Instead, they observed Xiao Han from a distance, wanting to see what this young man in a black robe with silver hair intended to do, wondering whether he could withstand the wrath of the South Wind Ancient Kingdom. After all, this was the imperial capital of the South Wind Ancient Kingdom. Numerous powerful figures from the King Core realm to the Saint Core realm resided here. Moreover, there were several elders at the Divine Core realm overseeing matters. Additionally, the Southwind Ancient Kingdom had a one-pint Emperor realm ancestor. Although they had already guessed the outcome for this young man, they still could not help but want to see how far this prodigy, who caused a ruckus in the imperial capital of the South Heaven Ancient Kingdom, could go. More and more cultivators gathered behind Xiao Han, all gazing at him as he walked slowly toward the Southern Heaven Palace. A chilling aura surged forward as thousands of powerful imperial guards rushed out from within the palace. The two leaders, clad in golden armor and wielding long swords, strode forward with an imposing presence, their aura akin to the blazing sun. In the blink of an eye, thousands of imperial guards surrounded Xiao Han, leaving no escape. Each of these guards possessed the cultivation of the first-grade Golden Xian realm. The two leading generals had even reached the 8th-grade Earth Xian realm. These soldiers were merely a small portion of the palace's defenses. In their view, deploying these men was enough to crush this arrogant young man. "You reckless fool, why not surrender?" With a collective roar, the thousands of imperial guards stepped forward. The overwhelming killing intent surged toward Xiao Han. Instantly, Xiao Han's robes stirred without wind, rustling ominously under the pressure of the killing intent. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Now this is more like it, but it's still just that. He knew more awaited him to kill, so Xiao Han wasted no words. Solitary 9 swords. A hum resonated as the sword light of the Tianyun sword surged magnificently. Endless sword chi shot into the sky, transforming into a blazing sun. Swish, swish, swish. Countless small swords erupted from the sun, pouring down like a torrential rain. Each small sword carried a soul-shaking demonic aura. In an instant, the thousands of imperial guards didn't even have time to scream before they were all obliterated. The front of the palace was turned into a massive crater by the sword chi. Hot blood flowed within the pit, gradually forming a blood pool. Ugh! The hundreds of cultivators from various factions behind Xiao Han felt a cold sweat run down their backs upon witnessing this scene. One move. Only one move. Thousands of powerful imperial guards were annihilated by a single sword. At the same time, a thought emerged in everyone's mind. Who is this person? Which faction has nurtured such a prodigy? Countless questions swirled in their minds, but no one could answer their doubts. The two golden-armored generals, seeing thousands of imperial guards obliterated by a single sword from Xiao Han, felt a chill in their hearts. However, knowing they were both 8th-grade Earth Xian realm experts, their confidence returned. Stubborn fool died. They exchanged glances, not daring to hold back. Their long swords shimmered with a sharp light as they charged toward Xiao Han. Xiao Han advanced instead of retreating. With the Tianyun sword in hand, he swung it. Breaking sword style. Clang. He deflected the long swords of the two generals and swiftly struck twice more. Ugh! The two golden-armored generals froze in place, all sound abruptly ceased. The entire palace fell eerily silent. With another strike, the two 8th-grade Earth Xian realm masters fell. "You insignificant beings, you cannot be spared." A thunderous voice rolled in. It shattered everyone's eardrums, causing blood to flow from their mouths and noses. The one who arrived was a master of the Wangxian realm. This time the young man in the black robe and silver hair was finished. Unexpectedly, the group of cultivators let out a sigh of relief. For reasons unknown, they longed to see this young man slain by a master of the Southern Heaven Ancient Kingdom. Hearing this, Xiao Han chuckled. Finally, a somewhat stronger ant has arrived. If anyone else had heard Xiao Han's words, they would go mad. You call a master of the Wangxian realm an ant? Don't forget you are only at the 5th-grade Earth Xian realm. Before Xiao Han could contemplate further, a middle-aged man in official robes flew out from the palace. His aura dominated the heavens, unparalleled. The cultivators' expressions changed dramatically upon seeing him. It was none other than King Taiyin. King Taiyin stood in midair and struck down with a palm toward Xiao Han. Initially, they thought sending out those imperial guards would be enough to eliminate the young man. But they never expected that all would be annihilated by a single sword. Where could the Southern Heaven Ancient Kingdom save face now? Boom. The ferocious palm force descended like a falling rock, aiming to crush Xiao Han. Xiao Han's gaze sharpened, his aura rising once more. Tai Chi. With his hands drawing circles, he diverted the palm force and used its momentum to push King Taiyin's attack aside. Boom. The violent force created a massive pit beside Xiao Han. Countless fragments and dust erupted, scattering in all directions. Did he block it? Looking at this incredible scene, everyone's perceptions were once again overturned. An Earth Xian realm cultivator actually withstood the attack of a Wangxian realm master. However, the next second, Xiao Han's actions shocked everyone once more. Clang. The Tianyun sword in Xiao Han's hand emitted a sword cry, pointing directly at King Taiyin. Get down here. Boom. At this moment, the sword, chi capable of severing mountains and rivers, was unleashed without reservation. One sword strike. The void trembled. The sun, moon, and stars seemed on the verge of destruction. As King Tien moved, he instantly appeared before Xiao Han and swung a fist fiercely. Boom! The tip of the Tianyun sword collided with the fist, erupting with a shocking force. A wave of energy surged outward, obliterating the air. Centered around Xiao Han and King Tien, a vacuum zone formed within hundreds of meters. Crack! The Tianyun sword shattered in response. In the blink of an eye, it turned into fragments, falling to the ground. A tremendous force surged forth, causing Xiao Han's body to uncontrollably slide backward. He slid for hundreds of meters before finally stopping. Heavens, a single punch shattered a treasure-grade long sword. King Tien is terrifying indeed. Shocked voices erupted, constantly showcasing King Tien's might. King Tien's punch did not kill Xiao Han. This left him slightly surprised. This young man indeed had some capability. Oh, it's no wonder he dared to act recklessly in the southern Heaven Ancient Kingdom. At this moment, King Tien even had the thought of wanting to recruit Xiao Han. However, this thought vanished in an instant. The crimes committed by Xiao Han were unforgivable. As the light around Xiao Han glimmered, the Void Dao Body activated automatically. After clearing away the residual power of King Tien, he patted his slightly wrinkled robe. Hee, a nice physique. To think you could shatter the Tianyun sword with a single punch. He dropped the remaining sword hilt of the Tianyun sword. Xiao Han's blood-red eyes radiated with demonic hues. If I kill you, the southern Heaven Ancient Kingdom will surely send even more powerful experts. Since that's the case, he'll send you to hell. Boom! Xiao Han's Void Dao Body erupted fully. The two properties of heavy and force were unleashed completely. His feet stomped down hard, instantly creating a pit in the ground. Xiao Han's figure shot toward King Tien like a cannonball. Die! His fist glowed brightly, causing everyone to shut their eyes. With a single punch, unleashed the unmatched power caused King Tien's robes to rustle violently. Xiao Han's unmatched punch struck instantly against the chest of the Tien King. Heavy as a divine mountain, it shattered the heavens. The Tien King snorted coldly, his fist imbued with violent mystical energy striking out. Boom! The two fists collided. An unparalleled aura erupted once more. The heavens trembled and the void shattered. This aura was even more ferocious than before. The group of cultivators watching from 1,000 meters away was struck by this aura. Those closer to the front instantly turned into blood mist. Some powerful cultivators hurriedly retreated thousands of meters. Hiss! Is he really a fifth-grade Earth Profound Realm cultivator? The surviving cultivators were utterly dumbfounded. Thud, thud, thud. The Tien King was pushed back by Xiao Han's punch, retreating several steps before finally halting. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed from the Tien King's mouth. It was evident that he was injured, hurt by a mere ant of the Earth Profound Realm. The Tien King, filled with rage and grief, howled towards the sky. A terrifying aura surged towards Xiao Han. He was furious. A humiliation. A massive humiliation. Thus he swung his fists once more, attacking Xiao Han again. The mystical energy of a first-grade Wang Xian realm cultivator erupted without reservation, forming gusts that tore through the surrounding void. Xiao Han gasped for breath, the blood-red hue in his gaze undiminished. Kill! He gave no one a chance to react. Using the illusory dragon steps, Xiao Han transformed into an afterimage, instantly appearing before the Tien King, grasping both of his fists. Open! Xiao Han fully activated the Void Dao Body. The power to shatter mountains and rivers surged into his arms. Ripping sounds echoed as if tearing clothes. The Tien King was actually torn in half by Xiao Han's immense strength. Blood and entrails shot skyward, tracing a beautiful arc through the void. Had the Tien King actually been torn apart? Everyone witnessing this scene was already in a state of collapse. How immense was his power? Ugh! Gazing at the scene resembling a hellscape, some individuals even squatted down, vomiting. So brutal. So bloody. A living person was just torn in half like that. Xiao Han emanated an overwhelming demonic and sinister aura. The character evil slowly emerged between his forehead, providing him with an endless source of power. Although Xiao Han had not cultivated the evil emperor's inheritance. At this moment, the evil emperor's seal seemed to submit. Two terrifying laws suddenly surged forth around him. The laws of weight and strength intertwined, gradually evolving into an ancient demonic ape. The demonic ape pounded its chest with its fists, howling towards the sky as if venting Xiao Han's fury. That is the destiny laws. A prodigy, he is just at the Earth Profound Realm, yet he can control two destiny laws. Where did his destiny laws come from? Everyone witnessing this scene turned serious. Many cultivators secretly took out recording stones to capture Xiao Han's image. Some cultivators took out messaging stones to start sending messages. After all, the allure of two destiny laws was simply immense. If they could capture Xiao Han and extract these two destiny laws for a 9th-grade divine mystical realm expert to fuse, it would signify the birth of two more emperors. An emperor. Which force wouldn't want to have an emperor-level powerhouse stationed? Just then some people noticed Xiao Han's forehead. Look at his forehead. That is evil emperor seal. Is he a disciple of the holy sect? Is he this generation's evil emperor? Upon seeing this, some people stopped sending messages and recording. The holy sect is a dominant force in the eastern region. Just relying on their backing to target the evil emperor was still beyond their qualification. Upon realizing that Xiao Han was the evil emperor of this generation, those cultivators revealed expressions of understanding. No wonder this young man was so extraordinary. So it turns out he is the evil emperor of this generation. It is well known that each generation's evil emperor is exceptional among their peers, known as the young supreme, possessing the potential to become an emperor. I pay my respects to the evil emperor. Unable to help themselves, those individuals knelt before Xiao Han. The demonic might of Xiao Han had already been firmly etched in their minds. At the same time, this group of cultivators felt pity for the Southern Sky Ancient Kingdom. Why provoke anyone? They had actually stirred the evil emperor of the Holy Sect. Xiao Han, although he could only command a very small portion of the power of these two laws, it was still enough. After all, in the Xuanxuan Continent, no cultivator could control the destiny laws before breaking through to the emperor level. One could say Xiao Han was unprecedented in the Xuanxuan Continent, unmatched by anyone. Old ghost of the Southern Sky Ancient Kingdom, are you not coming out? Do you not fear this emperor will kill all your disciples? From the very beginning, Xiao Han had no intention of hiding his identity. Thus, after the evil emperor seal appeared on his forehead, Xiao Han's title also changed. This emperor, not having reached the emperor realm, nor being the emperor of an ancient kingdom, one could still call themselves an emperor. As Xiao Han's voice fell, many experts flew out from deep within the Southern Sky Palace. Wangxian realm, Zunxian realm, Junxian realm, Huangxian realm. There were even dozens of holy Xian realm experts and several divine Xian realm experts. The one leading them, wearing a dragon crown and dragon robe, emitted an aura that commanded respect without anger. Xiao Han looked at the more than 10,000 strong figures before him. The blood-red hue in his eyes intensified. Are you all coming out? That certainly saves me a lot of trouble. Before Xiao Han could think further, Feng Jin, accompanied by the elders and officials, had already arrived in front of him. Feng Jin was the current emperor of the Southern Sky Ancient Kingdom, his strength having reached the 5th grade Holy Xian realm. I have met the Southern Sky Emperor. The observing cultivators, upon seeing Feng Jin, knelt down once more. Unexpectedly this time, it was the emperor of the Southern Sky Ancient Kingdom who personally appeared. This generation's evil emperor is indeed extraordinary. I am immensely impressed. Feng Jin began with words of praise and flattery. He did not even mention the matter of the Taiyin King and the guards being killed. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling face. Feng Jin demonstrated the art of smoothness to the fullest. However, he encountered Xiao Han, an anomaly who did not play by the rules. Scram, you are unqualified to speak with this emperor. Bring out the old immortal of the Southern Sky Ancient Kingdom. What the hell? A madman. This generation's evil emperor is a madman. All the cultivators witnessing this scene fell into madness again. Facing the entire Southern Sky Ancient Kingdom's experts, one person actually spoke so wildly without restraint. The phrase "you are unqualified to speak with me" made many cultivators unable to help but twitch their lips fiercely. The dignified emperor of the Southern Sky Ancient Kingdom was actually unqualified to speak with you. Heaven help us, this generation's evil emperor of the Holy Sect is truly too extraordinary. Boldly speaking, who do you think you are? How dare you speak disrespectfully, insulting the emperor of the Southern Heaven Ancient Kingdom? An elder of the Imperial Profound Realm, standing behind Feng Jin, stepped forward, pointing angrily at Xiao Han. His surrounding profound energy surged violently, seemingly ready to obliterate Xiao Han. Feng Jin, witnessing this, maintained a gentle smile. He did not stop the elder of the Imperial Profound Realm. In fact, he secretly hoped for more bravery from this elder, hoping that this elder would inadvertently eliminate Xiao Han. At that time, all he would need to do was push this elder out. An ordinary elder's life for the current evil emperors. This transaction, no matter how you calculated, was worth it. If this elder knew Feng Jin's thoughts, he would surely be dumbfounded. Damn, I am maintaining your dignity, upholding the authority of the Southern Heaven Ancient Kingdom. You dare to scheme against me. But even if he knew, he would not dare to think further. Because when the ruler commands the subjects to die, the subjects must die. Xiao Han let out a cold laugh without speaking. Since you seek your own death in advance, let the slaughter begin with you. Xiao Han then silently chanted in his heart system, use the Jun Xianjing experience card. Ding. 90-year Jun Xianjing experience card used successfully. The host cultivation will reach 90-year Jun Xianjing within 1 hour. As the system's voice fell, a terrifying power enveloped his entire being. The aura of 90-year Jun Xianjing gradually spread out, expanding in all directions. Perfect. Feeling the violent power within, Xiao Han smiled wickedly. His figure instantly vanished from the spot. When Xiao Han reappeared, he was already in front of the elder of the Imperial Profound Realm. His right hand reached out and firmly grasped his neck. Crack! A sound of a bone breaking echoed. The elder's head hung limply. Without hesitation, Xiao Han activated the Qi Yun Divine Eye, directly robbing him of his fortune. He to insult this emperor death without pardon. Xiao Han shouted angrily, casually throwing the corpse towards Feng Jin. Bold. At that moment, all the strong were furious, except for the dozens of sacred Profound Realm and 10 divine Profound Realm experts who did not move. The rest of the strong surged in like a locust plague, completely surrounding Xiao Han. 3 layers inside, 3 layers outside. It was practically impenetrable, airtight. Xiao Han brushed the dust off his robe and looked up directly at Feng Jin. This emperor will say it again, have that old fossil of your southern heaven ancient kingdom come out. Upon hearing Xiao Han's words, Feng Jin's smile gradually faded. Anger. The fury in his heart finally exploded uncontrollably. However, Feng Jin did not dare to order the extermination of Xiao Han, because he was afraid of the holy sect behind Xiao Han. At this moment, a very faint voice rang in Feng Jin's ear. Kill. Hearing the transmission from the ancestor, Feng Jin gained confidence, no longer hesitating, slowly raising his right hand, issuing the order. Kill those of my ancient kingdom soldiers. I judge you guilty death, without pardon. Boom. As Feng Jin's words fell, the aura of frenzy simultaneously emerged from the thousands of strong. In an instant, thunder rumbled in the sky. The void trembled and the earth cracked. The thousands of strong simultaneously raised their right hands, and waves of terrifying profound energy surged out, gradually converging above Xiao Han. Rumbling. At that moment, the sky darkened. The blazing sun was obscured by the violent profound energy, as if the apocalypse had descended. Thousands of strong. Among them were not few masters of the Imperial Profound Realm. Such a grand display to deal with just Xiao Han, it was indeed a show of his stature. Xiao Han was not afraid at all, looking up at the descending giant hand. Suddenly, he let out a wicked laugh. The sound grew louder, echoing throughout the city of sunset. Huh. Seeing Xiao Han's mad demeanor, everyone was taken aback. Facing death, he was actually laughing. But it was merely a moment. Everyone came back to their senses, continuing to channel profound energy. They aimed to eliminate this generation's evil emperor in one strike. They could not give him any opportunity to escape. At the same time, Xiao Han released all the demonic thoughts from his sea of consciousness. Demon comes. A voice like it came from hell rang out. A vast tide of demonic energy erupted from Xiao Han's body, instantly breaking through the giant profound hand, shaking the entire sky. In the astonishment of everyone, a shadow of a towering demon coalesced behind Xiao Han. This time, the demon emperor's phantom appeared particularly clear, wearing a purple gold crown and clad in demonic armor. The demon emperor's phantom had its eyes tightly shut. Holding a demonic sword, vast demonic energy surged forth, sweeping towards the strong in all directions. This power does not belong to this realm. Oh my, what am I seeing? Is it an ancient demon god? This power actually transcends all powers of this realm. Looking at Xiao Han and the demon emperor's phantom behind him, Feng Jin inexplicably felt a wave of panic. Kill did not give him any chance. Understood. In an instant, the power of the towering giant hand increased again, rapidly slamming down toward Xiao Han. Xiao Han's gaze was sharp, the eerie light emanating from him like a soul-reaping messenger from hell. Is that all? Demon god's eyes open as Jura's 3,000 worlds. Boom. As Xiao Han's voice fell, the demon emperor's phantom's eyes instantly opened. Like Xiao Han, they possessed blood-red eyes. In those eyes, it seemed as if crimson blood flowed, appearing exceptionally eerie. In an instant, 2 beams of blood light shot out from the demon emperor's phantom's eyes, directly striking the towering giant hand. There was no energy explosion. The towering giant hand instantly extinguished beneath the red light. The red light, after breaking through the combined attack of the thousands of strong, did not stop, instantly exploding above everyone's heads, transforming into a rain of blood falling on each person. Those people appeared as if possessed, their eyes wide with horror, as if witnessing something terrifying. Kill me, hurry, and kill me. These people, touched by the rain of blood, seemed to fall into the 3,000 worlds of Azura, enduring inhuman torment inside. Some with weaker endurance directly raised their swords to commit suicide. Their faces wore a smile of relief as they died. Before long, most of the thousands of strong had already committed suicide. Each of them bore a look of relief. Finally dead. Finally liberated. In this moment, it seemed that death was the best choice. Feng Jin and the remaining strong behind him were stunned at this scene. What kind of demonic art is this? Not just them, but the onlooking cultivators were the same. All stared in shock at everything before them, unable to come to their senses for a long time. One strike. Another strike. How can this generation's evil emperor be so against the heavens, so monstrous? Their hearts raced frantically, rubbing their eyes, seemingly unable to believe that this scene was real. At this moment, the cold and emotionless voice of Xiao Han echoed once more. Demon descends. Tread the heavens. Boom. He raised his right foot and forcefully stomped into the void. The shadow of the demon emperor behind Xiao Han mirrored his actions. Don't. Feng Jin tried to stop him, but it was already too late. The dozens of powerful beings at the sacred profound realm witnessed Xiao Han's intent to annihilate all the experts. In an instant, the sacred mandate law manifested, unleashing various attacks toward Xiao Han. Dozens of superpowers from the sacred profound realm joined forces. It seemed as if they could pierce the heavens. However, in Xiao Han's eyes they appeared utterly insignificant. Mere ants. Xiao Han paid them no mind. It was perfect timing. Just one stomp, and they would all be dead. Boom. The enormous foot finally descended. Endless demonic energy entwined, carrying the laws of heaviness and strength as it stomped down. There was not a single sound of agony. The remaining thousands of experts were all crushed, leaving no complete corpses behind, all turning into blood mist. The same fate befell those dozens of sacred profound realm beings. A gigantic abyss appeared. Inside, flesh and blood flew, and blood gathered into a river, surging endlessly. Countless grievances soared into the sky. Suddenly, thunder rolled across the heavens. Drops of rain fell, as if washing away the grievances. Everyone was dumbfounded. They forgot to think, to escape, to breathe. Gazing at the abyss before him, an immense wave surged within. Is this the result of human power? Is he still human? Looking towards Xiao Han, fear filled everyone's eyes. A devil. He is a devil. From now on, never provoke this generation's evil emperor. As Xiao Han launched this final strike that could annihilate the heavens, the shadow of the demon emperor behind him gradually faded away. By this point, all of Xiao Han's demonic thoughts had been exhausted. Unless he ascended to the buried heaven immortal realm in the future, he would not be able to gather his demonic heart again. Only then could he once again employ the demon descend's secret technique to sever the heavens. At this moment, ripples stirred in the void. Two figures emerged. After witnessing this scene, Lung Xiaotian and Elder Mu Ling forgot that they were still suspended in midair. Hell on earth, the battlefield of Azuras. Blood was everywhere, forming a river of blood. In the abyss, the river flowed, not knowing how much blood had been used to gather into this. Thud, thud. The sounds of two objects hitting the ground echoed. Lung Xiaotian and Elder Mu Ling crawled up, covered in dirt. They looked in shock at Xiao Han not far away. At this moment, Xiao Han was not stained with a single drop of blood. His black robe was unwrinkled. His silvery white hair danced in the wind, a devilish smile gracing his face. The crimson hue in his eyes was only growing stronger, exuding overwhelming demonic energy. All of this was done by Xiao Han. Lung Xiaotian and Elder Mu Ling exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Xiao Han did it. He really did it. With his own power, he single-handedly crushed the Southern Heaven Ancient Kingdom. God, this is simply a miracle. After seeing Lung Xiaotian and Elder Mu Ling, Xiao Han ignored them and continued to address Feng Jin, saying, I'll say it once more, let that old immortal of the Southern Heaven Ancient Kingdom come out. At this moment, Feng Jin finally regained his senses. Gone was the former majesty of the emperor. What remained was sheer terror and coldness. He pointed at Xiao Han, trembling, and said, You are not human, you are a devil. One person, and he toppled the Southern Heaven Ancient Kingdom. And he is just an ant of the 5th rank of the Earth Profound Realm. If this were to be known, no one would believe it. Your Majesty, please retreat, or I will hold them off. 10 elders of the divine profound realm stepped forward, shielding Feng Jin behind them. They looked at Lung Xiaotian and Elder Mu Ling with vigilance, as they knew how terrifying the two before them were. Now they could only hope for their ancestors' intervention. Otherwise, the Southern Heaven Ancient Kingdom would truly be finished. Although they did not understand why their ancestor had yet to take action, their duty was to protect Feng Jin. Feng Jin, who had come to his senses, heard the words of the 10 divine profound realm elders and quickly nodded, stammering, Yes, we still have our ancestor. After saying this, Feng Jin stumbled towards the depths of the palace. At this moment, Xiao Han had already returned to normal. His realm had reverted to the 5th rank of the Earth Profound Realm. He then said to Lung Xiaotian, It's the smoke that the ancestor of the Southern Heaven Ancient Kingdom injured. Eliminate them. With Xiao Han's unyielding words ringing out. Lung Xiaotian, upon hearing this, immediately snapped back to reality. Hold on, are you the sect master, or am I? Why does your tone sound as if you're commanding a little brother? However, after hearing that Lung Han Yen was injured by the ancestor of the Southern Heaven Ancient Kingdom, Lung Xiaotian instantly flew into a rage. The emperor's might surged forth, directly pressuring the heavens. With a wave of his hand, a force of the heavenly path surged forth, instantly entangling the 10 divine profound realm elders. Die! Lung Xiaotian pressed down with his right hand. The 10 divine profound realm elders instantly turned into nothingness, completely obliterated. After doing all this, Lung Xiaotian turned his gaze towards Xiao Han. Today you are the main character. I will accompany you in this madness, haha. Elder Mu Ling also stepped forward, directing his gaze at the crowd of onlookers. Xiao Han, should we kill this group? Elder Mu Ling's eyes revealed a fierce glint. As long as Xiao Han said to kill, they would undoubtedly leave no bones behind. Xiao Han glanced at those people, shook his head, and then flew towards the palace. Seeing that Xiao Han had not spoken, Elder Mu Ling retracted his aura and snorted. Then with a wave of his hand, a mysterious power erupted, surrounding the entire Sunset City. In an instant, all living beings in Sunset City fell into a deep sleep. Their memories were also slowly being altered. Xiao Han was simply too defiant. If those righteous overlord forces set their sights on him, he would surely face assassination. Little did they know Xiao Han was already being targeted by the Phantom Hall. Lung Xiaotian nodded in satisfaction, then he and Elder Mu Ling chased after Xiao Han. Before long, the three arrived at the deepest forbidden area of the palace. They saw Feng Jin sitting on the ground, muttering to himself like a fool. The ancestor ran away. Haha, he abandoned the southern heaven ancient kingdom. Woo, the ancestor doesn't want me anymore. At this moment, Feng Jin, like an abandoned little wife, began to cry heartbrokenly. This? Lung Xiaotian looked at the foolish Feng Jin, utterly bewildered. What the heck, an emperor of an ancient kingdom actually driven insane by Xiao Han? Then Lung Xiaotian looked at Xiao Han, seemingly inquiring what he should do. Xiao Han stepped forward slowly, placing his right hand on Feng Jin's head. There, don't cry, I'll send you to the west, alright. Feng Jin had already become foolish at this point. He raised his head and foolishly smiled at Xiao Han, saying, the west. Sure, the west is great. I want to go to the west. Xiao Han let out a sinister laugh, slowly exerting force with his right hand. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed. Both Lung Xiaotian and Elder Mu Ling felt a chill run down their spines. To cut the grass without removing the roots, the spring breeze will bring it back to life. As the words fell, Feng Jin's head was torn off and shot into the sky. Blood gushed from his neck like a fountain. Xiao Han activated the Qi manipulation divine eye, directly seizing Feng Jin's fortune. To become the emperor of an ancient nation, his fortune must be extraordinary. How could Xiao Han let this opportunity slip away? With Feng Jin's death and the escape of the ancestors of the Southern Sky Ancient Nation, it signified the official decline of the Southern Sky Ancient Nation. Xiao Han soared into the sky, hovering in the air, coldly gazing at the resplendent palace below, the blood-red glow in his eyes growing stronger. Xiao Han, you. Before Lung Xiaotian could finish his words, Xiao Han slowly extended his right hand, violent spiritual energy swirling out. Raging wave palm. Boom. Countless palm shadows descended with overwhelming might. In an instant, the entire palace's pavilions and towers collapsed. Those princes and princesses who had been put into a deep sleep by Elder Mu Ling's secret arts were all buried beneath, with no survivors. Looking at the broken walls before him, Lung Xiaotian couldn't help but shiver. To cut the grass without removing the roots, the spring breeze will bring it back to life. Xiao Han truly took this saying to the extreme. I said I would annihilate his entire family, and I will not leave a single person behind. At this moment, Xiao Han paused slightly. Damn, how could I forget the ancestors of the Southern Sky Ancient Nation? No wonder the system had not announced the completion of the task. It turned out there was still a fish that escaped the net. Both Lung Xiaotian and Elder Mu Ling, the two emperors, looked at Xiao Han in astonishment, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Sect Master, I believe you can sense the position of that old immortal from the Southern Sky Ancient Nation, right? Xiao Han knew that the Holy Sect possessed a secret technique. It could track the traces of enemies. So he turned to Lung Xiaotian and asked. Xiao Han's voice resounded, immediately awakening Lung Xiaotian and Elder Mu Ling. You? What do you want? Lung Xiaotian seemed to guess what Xiao Han was about to do. His stammering tone could not conceal his inner shock. Slaughtering emperors. The plain words from Xiao Han's mouth sounded so shocking. For many years, no one had dared to claim they would slaughter emperors. Yet today these two words came out of Xiao Han's mouth. It must be known that an emperor carries the fate of the heavens, immortal and indestructible. For one emperor to want to kill another emperor is simply more difficult than ascending to the heavens, unless their realm is significantly higher than the other. Otherwise, it is utterly impossible to slay an emperor. Xiao Han frowned, staring at Lung Xiaotian, and said, quickly, use the secret technique. There was no tone of negotiation. He directly commanded Lung Xiaotian, as if giving an order, leaving no room for refusal. Recovering from his stupor, Lung Xiaotian's shock did not diminish in the slightest. Instead, he felt a bit excited. Damn it, slaughtering emperors, let's do it. Lung Xiaotian formed a seal with his fingers, and a mysterious rune appeared. Go. The rune, infused with a mystical aura, floated above the broken walls. Buzz. Suddenly the rune's light surged, enveloping the entire palace. Streams of blood energy were drawn out, merging into the rune. This blood energy all came from the descendants of Feng Nantian. Swish! After absorbing all that blood energy, the rune instantly flew towards the southeast. Seeing this, Lung Xiaotian directly released an energy that enveloped Xiao Han, making him disappear from the spot, chasing after the rune. Elder Mu Ling also melded into the void, closely following Lung Xiaotian. After an unknown amount of time, when all the beings in Falling Sun City awoke, they revealed expressions of confusion. What happened? On a clear day with a blue sky, how did I fall asleep? Moreover, there was a period of memory that I couldn't recall no matter how hard I tried. However, when some people saw the gigantic blood pit and the palace turned into broken walls, they were all stunned. Someone actually destroyed the palace of the Southern Sky ancient nation, and no one survived. This news quickly spread in all directions, causing countless people to be shocked. Numerous forces rushed here, wanting to verify the truth of this news with their own eyes. This emperor will definitely take revenge, surely. At this moment, Feng Nantian stood atop a high mountain, gazing in the direction of the Southern Sky ancient nation. His expression was one of unbearable pain, his teeth grinding together. Beside him stood a figure in a black robe. The man in black was entirely concealed beneath the robe, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. Southern Sky Emperor, a gentleman takes revenge. It is never too late. As long as you join us, you can ascend to the ancient emperor level in a short time, and by then the holy sect will be insignificant. After hearing the words of the man in black, Feng Nantian clenched his fists, suppressing the anger within. I can join you, but you must tell me who exactly are you. Before Feng Nantian had ascended to the Emperor Xian realm, the man in black approached him, claiming he could help Feng Nantian successfully contend for the fate of the heavens and achieve the emperor's throne. At that time, Feng Nantian had already reached the peak of the 9th rank of the divine Xian realm. Although he was eager to achieve the emperor's throne, he still inquired why the man in black would help him. The man in black said there were no conditions, he just wanted to befriend him. Feng Nantian did not think much and directly agreed. Later, when the fate of the heavens emerged, indeed, all those who contested against him for the fate of the heavens mysteriously died, and he successfully bore the fate of the heavens, achieving the emperor's throne. Afterward, the man in black appeared from time to time, providing Feng Nantian with assistance. This also allowed the Southern Sky dynasty to successfully ascend to the Southern Sky ancient nation. Not long ago, the man in black contacted Feng Nantian, instructing him to annihilate the soul-refining sect. Although Feng Nantian worried about the holy sect's retaliation, he agreed after considering the many benefits provided by the man in black. Just after he exterminated the soul-refining sect, the man in black instructed him to ambush the investigators sent by the holy sect. Unexpectedly, it resulted in a major disaster. On this day, when the Southern Sky ancient nation faced annihilation, the man in black reappeared, directly bringing Feng Nantian here and not allowing him to return. He bluntly told him that 2 emperors from the holy sect had arrived, seemingly concerned for his safety. Thus, Feng Nantian could only watch as the Southern Sky ancient nation was completely destroyed, countless descendants perishing. Hearing Feng Nantian's question, the man in black said nothing more, just smiled. When you get there, you will understand. As soon as the man in black's voice fell, a rune floated before the two of them. Upon seeing this rune, both the man in black and Feng Nantian's expressions changed drastically. Damn, the bloodline tracking secret technique, how did I forget this move of the holy sect? Just as the two were about to escape from here, a cold voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Still want to run? Forbidden Xian domain open. With Xiao Han's voice falling, a mysterious force enveloped the area within 1,000 miles. The man in black and Feng Nantian immediately felt their spiritual energy being drained away. They were left completely empty with not a single trace of spiritual energy remaining. This? What kind of sorcery is this? At this moment, the man in black and Feng Nantian panicked. Meanwhile, Lung Xiaotian and Elder Mu Ling were also enveloped within the forbidden Xian domain. Having lost the support of their spiritual energy while suspended in midair, the two plummeted towards the ground. Within this forbidden Xian domain, only Xiao Han's spiritual energy remained unaffected. His figure flickered as he grasped the shoulders of the two, gently lowering them to the ground. Lung Xiaotian and Elder Mu Ling patted their chests, exhaling in relief. Damn, if we had fallen from the sky, we would have embarrassed ourselves to no end. A dignified emperor almost fell to death. Following this, the two stared in shock at Xiao Han, feeling somewhat bewildered. How many more tricks does this guy have up his sleeve? This domain is simply terrifying. It can actually restrict the spiritual energy of emperor-level cultivators. No wonder Xiao Han boasts about slaughtering emperors. It turns out he has a trump card. Xiao Han stepped forward, staring directly at Feng Nantian, his face devoid of expression. You injured Lung Hanyan, didn't you? Upon hearing this, Feng Nantian's face revealed a look of terror. Lung Hanyan isn't dead. That was his full-strength strike. How could a sacred Xian realm cultivator withstand an attack from the Emperor Xian realm? Damn, isn't the South Tian ancient kingdom suffering too much injustice? Feng Nantian then turned his gaze toward the black-robed figure beside him. If he could see the face of the black-robed person, he would surely notice the ashen complexion and the serpentine eyes fixed on Xiao Han. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Xiao Han. The black-robed man was also an emperor, having reached the third tier of the Emperor Xian realm. Only a step away from breaking through to the ancient emperor level. Even so, his instincts told him that Xiao Han could kill both of them. Forget it, no more questions. They'll send you both to hell directly. With Xiao Han's words, the Void Dao Body erupted in full force. The laws of gravity and strength manifested above his head simultaneously. Transforming into a river of gravity, it surged forth. In an instant, storm clouds gathered in the sky, thunder roared, and lightning flashed, as if heralding something. Xiao Han, Elder Mu Ling, and I will hold off that black-robed man. Lung Xiaotian also sensed the formidable power of the black-robed figure and sought to join forces with Elder Mu Ling to confront him. After all, even if they couldn't use their spiritual energy, they still possessed the laws of destiny and the Emperor's body. The strength of a third-tier Emperor, Xian realm's laws of destiny and Emperor's body is self-evident. Before Lung Xiaotian could finish speaking, Xiao Han waved his hand. No way, it's rare to encounter two worthy opponents, so how can I let you interfere? I want to have some fun with them. Upon hearing Xiao Han's arrogant voice, Lung Xiaotian and Elder Mu Ling were once again shocked. Worthy opponents to exert his full strength against. Isn't it your full strength that wiped out all the experts of the South Tian ancient kingdom? Wait. It seems Xiao Han is saying he wants to toy with two emperor-level opponents. Damn, is this even a game? One wrong move, and it could cost him his life. Xiao Han gave Lung Xiaotian no chance to think further. He simply beckoned to Feng Nantian and the black-robed man with a finger. Come on, both of you, kill me, and this forbidden Xian domain will disappear. After hearing Xiao Han's words, hope flickered in the eyes of Feng Nantian and the black-robed man. As long as they kill this person, they could survive. As for Lung Xiaotian and Elder Mu Ling behind Xiao Han, they were completely ignored by the black-robed man. As long as they kill Xiao Han, these two are not a concern. Let's not forget the black-robed man is at the third tier of the Emperor Xian realm, while Lung Xiaotian is at the first tier and Elder Mu Ling is at the second tier. Even if the black-robed man couldn't kill them, he could easily leave without being stopped by Lung Xiaotian and the others. Young people shouldn't be too arrogant. The black-robed man's hoarse voice echoed as a law of destiny instantly materialized above his head. In an instant, thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and endless bolts of lightning emerged from the law. Unexpectedly, the law of destiny that this black-robed man bore was the lightning law. Feng Nantian was not idle either. A law of destiny appeared above his head as well. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a giant python blotting out the sky. The giant python had 8 heads, each spitting out a forked tongue, and a wave of toxic gas spread forth. Feng Nantian's law of destiny was the beast law, capable of manifesting a divine beast of destiny. This giant python was the essence of this law of destiny. Kill! Kill! The black-robed man and Feng Nantian simultaneously unleashed their emperor's bodies with all their might, charging toward Xiao Han. As the emperor's bodies erupted, the entire earth cracked and the void trembled. The might of the emperor's body could shatter the heavens and extinguish the sun, moon, and stars. Haha, isn't it the young people who are supposed to be arrogant? Today this emperor shall slaughter emperors. Xiao Han let out a loud laugh. 2 laws of destiny protected his entire body as he struck out with both fists. Boom. The 3 clashed together, erupting with a force that shook the heavens and earth. The surrounding rocks shattered, the ground collapsed, and trees were obliterated. Thud, thud, thud. The black-robed man and Feng Nantian staggered back several steps, causing the earth to tremble beneath them. As for Xiao Han, he did not retreat, but merely swayed before stabilizing. Once the black-robed man and Feng Nantian steadied themselves, they both spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, how is this possible? The two stared in shock at Xiao Han, unable to recover for a long time. How could his power be so immense? How could his body be so heavy? With just one strike, he injured 2 emperors. This left Lung Xiaotian and Elder Mu Ling beside him equally astonished. Damn, can you be any more defiant? To withstand the attack of 2 emperors and emerge unscathed. Moreover, he even wounded the 2 emperors. Seeing the black-robed man and Feng Nantian dazed, Xiao Han smirked wickedly. Taking advantage of your illness, I will take your life. Swish. With the application of the illusory dragon step, Xiao Han transformed into an afterimage and charged toward the black-robed man and Feng Nantian. Furious wave palm. Law of destiny, lightning dragon frenzy. Law of destiny, 8 pythons destroy the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 of them unleashed their full physical prowess, engaging in a chaotic battle. Although they lacked spiritual energy, their destructive power was not diminished in the slightest. The mountains beneath their feet collapsed and rivers dried up. Thunder and lightning ravaged the area and toxic gas spread. At this moment, Xiao Han fully unleashed the capabilities of the Void Dao Body, pushing it to its limits. The ancient Taiji unfolded, redirecting the attacks of the black-robed man and Feng Nantian. His left hand was wrapped in the law of strength, endowing him with boundless power. His right hand was enveloped in the law of gravity, capable of subduing the heavens. Meanwhile, the flow of time accelerated rapidly. The forces of life and death alternated continuously, erupting in waves. Life represents time, represents existence. An endless stream of vitality surged into his body, causing Xiao Han to grow stronger as the battle progressed, showing no signs of fatigue. Death represents destruction, represents mortality. The black-robed man and Feng Nantian were ensnared by the aura of death, their life force gradually stripped away and absorbed into Xiao Han's body. As the battle intensified, the little figure of the primordial spirit in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness continuously formed seals with its fingers. Waves of enlightenment surged in his mind. At this moment, the Void Dao Body took another small step forward, coming closer to achieving a minor state. The flow of time also made another small advance as it was urged to its limit. Life became increasingly comprehensible to him. Gradually, Xiao Han closed his eyes, unexpectedly entering a state of enlightenment. What has he attained? Enlightenment in battle? Damn, this is a fight against two emperors. Lung Xiaodian stared in astonishment at Xiao Han, who had entered a state of enlightenment. Elder Mu Ling, who was usually gentle, unexpectedly let out a curse. This is too outrageous. This is too shocking. The figure in black robes and Feng Nantian felt deeply insulted at this moment. What? This is a life and death struggle. You actually entered a state of enlightenment. Do you have no shame? Immediately, a chilling smile emerged on the face of the black-robed figure hidden beneath the hood. With no hesitation, he launched a frenzied attack on Xiao Han. At this moment, both the black-robed figure and Feng Nantian drew their imperial weapons. A sword and a spear sliced through the void, ruthlessly stabbing toward Xiao Han. The void was torn apart, and countless spatial rifts appeared. The combined attack of the two emperors was not something easy to block. Xiao Han kept his eyes closed. Gu Taiji continuously executed his techniques. He guided the two imperial weapons to collide with each other. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, shaking the heavens. Both the black-robed figure and Feng Nantian were sent flying, spitting out blood once again. At the same time, Xiao Han opened his eyes. Joy flickered in his eyes. During this period of enlightenment, he had gained a deeper understanding of the power of life. The black-robed figure saw Xiao Han awaken. Shout with all your might, hold him down, and I will prepare a great move. Hearing this, Feng Nantian gripped the imperial weapon tightly, unleashing all the remaining power of his imperial body, striking down with a sword at Xiao Han. The imperial weapon was entwined with the laws of beasts. Like a giant python soaring into the sky, it shook the heavens. With this sword, Feng Nantian unleashed his full might. He intended to join forces with the black-robed figure to deliver a fatal blow to Xiao Han. However, the sinister smile on the black-robed figure's face grew increasingly intense. Desperation. You fool, go and die on your own. I want to accompany you. Beneath the black-robed figure's feet, a pool of black water appeared, quickly merging into the ground and disappearing. Only a shell remained in place. At this moment, all of Xiao Han's attention was drawn to Feng Nantian, completely oblivious to the black-robed figure's situation. The same was true for Lung Xiaodian and Elder Mu Ling. Who would have thought that the black-robed figure would be so treacherous? He actually used the technique of the golden cicada, shedding its shell. As he gazed at the unmatched sword strike approaching, a slight smile appeared on Xiao Han's lips, the crooked mouth war god re-emerging. Illusory dragon step. Whoosh. Xiao Han's figure instantly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already above Feng Nantian. Time. Return to ruins. His right hand extended, an invisible force completely enveloping Feng Nantian. The earth-shattering attack emitted by Feng Nantian was instantly extinguished. Looking at his appearance, he rapidly aged. Before long, he transformed into a frail old man. As Xiao Han continued to execute, time returned to ruins. Feng Nantian's imperial body quickly shriveled. Even the imperial weapon in his hand followed suit. Bang! By the end, Feng Nantian had no strength left even to scream. His body and the imperial weapon in his hand exploded into dust, completely vanishing from the world. With Feng Nantian's death, the laws of beasts, he wielded sword into the sky, returning to the Dao. The limit of life is death. Xiao Han exhaled, gently ceasing the execution of time, returned to ruins. A being at the level of an emperor. Thus, he controlled the life force, rapidly moving towards death. The technique of time returned to ruins was indeed formidable. Hiss! What kind of demonic technique is this? Lung Xiaodian An elder Mu-Ling finally could not bear it any longer, sitting down on the ground in shock, gazing at everything they had just witnessed. An emperor just died like this. Moreover, he died of depleted lifespan. Xiao Han could actually control another's life force. Everything was constantly shocking the fragile hearts of Lung Xiaotian and elder Mu-Ling. At this moment, a sudden rain of blood began to fall from the heavens. The Dao emitted a mournful cry echoing throughout the entire Xuanxuan Continent. This was the heavenly phenomenon that erupted after the death of a powerful being at the Emperor Xian realm. In this moment, countless powerful beings from various factions looked up at the heavens, appearing incredulous. Someone actually slaughtered an emperor. How many years had it been? Never had a powerful being at the Emperor Xian realm fallen. Unexpectedly today, someone actually slaughtered an emperor. Thus an ominous thought arose in everyone's heart. It seemed that the sky of the Xuanxuan continent was about to change. After Xiao Han dealt with Feng-Nantian, he turned his gaze toward the black-robed figure. In an instant, Xiao Han's expression drastically changed, turning a shade of iron gray. What a cunning old fool. He slowly walked up to the black-robed figure and pulled off the robe. A corpse appeared before Xiao Han's eyes. An imperial corpse. What is this? Borrowing a corpse to resurrect the soul? Or is someone controlling it from afar? Xiao Han looked at the imperial corpse before him, his brows tightly furrowed, seemingly very perplexed. When he had just glanced at the black-robed figure, he sensed that the black-robed figure had lost all vitality. However, after pulling off the robe and seeing the imperial corpse, he understood. Xiao Han realized that someone had possessed this imperial corpse, or someone was controlling this imperial corpse from a distance. But after thinking for a moment, he felt it was impossible. Who could remotely control an imperial corpse? Moreover, who could make an imperial corpse execute the laws of lightning? This was simply a tale from a fairy tale. Yet the truth lay before Xiao Han's eyes, leaving him utterly perplexed. At this moment, Lung Xiaotian and elder Mu-Ling's faces changed drastically upon seeing the corpse. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Seeing the reactions of Lung Xiaotian and the others, Xiao Han felt they should know something. Thus he asked, "Do you recognize this imperial corpse?" Hearing Xiao Han's inquiry, Lung Xiaotian snapped back to reality and said in shock, He is the divine might sword emperor of the 10,000 sword pavilion." The divine might sword emperor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han immediately recalled previous memories within his mind. In no time, information about the divine might sword emperor appeared in his mind. 5,000 years ago, the divine might sword emperor had already reached the 3rd tier of the Emperor Xian realm. He prepared to break through to the 4th tier of the Emperor Xian realm and reach the level of the ancient emperors. This was a hurdle. Any emperor attempting to break through to the ancient emperor would face a heavenly tribulation. Only by overcoming the tribulation could one reach the level of the ancient emperors. Though the divine might sword emperor was unparalleled in the world, his swordsmanship had reached an unimaginable level, he still failed. He was erased by the heavenly tribulation, leaving only an imperial body behind. Afterward, the then master of the 10,000 sword pavilion buried the divine might sword emperor's body in a forbidden area. However, about 1,000 years ago, a message suddenly emerged from the 10,000 sword pavilion. The imperial body of the divine might sword emperor was stolen. As soon as this news came out, it shocked the entire Xuanxuan continent. Who dared to steal an imperial corpse? Thus, the 10,000 sword pavilion sent out numerous powerful beings to search throughout the Xuanxuan continent. This search lasted for 1,000 years. After all, the theft of an imperial corpse was a disgrace to the 10,000 sword pavilion. This also made the 10,000 sword pavilion extremely furious. It should be noted that the 10,000 sword pavilion is a top-tier force in the southern region. A chime resounded in his mind. Ding. Task completed. 1 lottery draw granted. Hearing the system's voice, Xiao Han silently commanded, "Inwardly draw now." Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a mid-tier saint artifact, the Luxian sword. A saint artifact. Xiao Han paused faintly, then smiled. Indeed, as his fortune surged, the quality of lottery rewards had risen markedly. He gazed upon the imperial corpse before him. Lung Xiaotian's expression gradually hardened with gravity. With a flick of his palm, he sealed the imperial corpse into the sovereign exclusive spatial realm. Future brother-in-law, what shall we do next? Shall we storm the Filong Hall and slay another sovereign? Excitement gleamed in Lung Xiaotian's eyes as he urged Xiao Han onward to hunt down sovereigns once more. Upon hearing this, Elder Mulin curled his lips in quiet disdain. TCH, this sect master lacks martial integrity, is shameless beyond measure. Xiao Han shot Lung Xiaotian a wry, exasperated glance. Do you truly think slaying a sovereign is simple? Had it not been for the forbidden Xian domain, Xiao Han would never have felled a sovereign so effortlessly. Return to the Saint Sect to see master. Very well. Lung Xiaotian seized Xiao Han's arm and soared skyward, vanishing into the void. Elder Mulan stood amid the shattered mountains and ravines, his face frozen in stunned disbelief, unfading, unshaken. The Southern Heaven ancient kingdom had been utterly crushed by Xiao Han. The Southern Heaven sovereign had been slain by Xiao Han's hand. Terrifying, transcendent. No single word could possibly encapsulate the sheer magnitude of his deeds. Elder Mulan likewise dissolved into the void and vanished. Duan Tian Valley. The Phantom Hall. Its hall master wore a fearsome azure mask. Clad in flowing black robes, he sat enthroned atop the great hall, like a sovereign emperor himself. An invisible force enshrouded his entire form, concealing his true visage from all perception. The Phantom Hall emerged suddenly 10,000 years ago, a clandestine order specializing exclusively in assassination contracts targeting only the most prodigious heirs of major sects and realms. Thus its enemies spanned the entire world. Though countless supreme powers launched repeated assaults against it over those 10 millennia, the Phantom Hall endured, like an indomitable cockroach surviving wave after wave of annihilation. And after it obliterated an imperial-level Taoist lineage, every top-tier power withdrew its ambitions. None dared move against the Phantom Hall again. Thereafter, the Phantom Hall rose to become one of the hegemonic forces of the Eastern region. As for its hall master, his identity remained shrouded in utter mystery. No one knew his true name. No one had ever beheld his unmasked face. This man who called himself Phantom cast an eternal shadow over every master in the Eastern region. For 5,000 years ago, he himself assassinated an ancient sovereign. That act sent tremors through every sect and realm. Terror gripped the land, and every cultivator lived in dread. Have the 5 phantom fiends been slain? The hall master's ethereal voice echoed. At that, the 36 cave masters and 72 protectors below all flinched involuntarily. One cave master stepped forward slowly. Hall master, the 5 fiends entered the sovereign tomb's secret realm and were annihilated by an unknown assailant. Their remains were utterly erased. I dispatched an elder to investigate, yet uncovered no trace whatsoever. I suspect a sovereign was involved. Upon hearing this, the hall master's fingers tapped rhythmically upon the dragon throne. Have we recently accepted a contract to assassinate a disciple of the Saint Sect? Hearing the question, the cave master nodded solemnly. Yes, hall master. The employer was the Piaomiao Immortal Manor alongside several orthodox sects. All issued the contract, offering staggering bounties to eliminate Xiao Han, a disciple of the Saint Sect. Xiao Han. The hall master murmured softly, then issued his command, then dispatch a Xian rank assassin, swift, silent, and fatal. We cannot let one mere disciple tarnish the Phantom Hall's invincible reputation. Yes, hall master. Within the Phantom Hall, assassins were rigorously ranked into 5 tiers: Huang rank, Zun rank, De rank, Tian rank, and De rank, each denoting escalating lethality and authority. Huang rank assassins targeted cultivators from the Silver Xian realm up to the Celestial Xian realm, low-tier operatives within the hall. Xian rank assassins hunted those from the King Xian realm to the Venerable Xian realm. De rank assassins engaged sovereigns of the Lord Xian realm through the Emperor Xian realm. Tian rank assassins confronted saints and deities of the Saint Xian and Divine Xian realms. De rank assassins served a singular purpose, eliminating sovereign-level beings. The hall once boldly proclaimed, so long as the price was paid, even sovereigns, ancient sovereigns, or even immortal sovereigns could be struck down. Yet that price lay beyond the reach of nearly any mortal. The earlier assassins sent after Xiao Han bore no rank at all, mere foot soldiers. For intelligence reports had labeled Xiao Han a green novice. This time, however, to preserve the hall's prestige, the hall master had assigned a Xian rank assassin, an extraordinary honor indeed. The Han Yu imperial dynasty. Empress Su Han Yu sat upon the dragon throne in the imperial palace's sovereign hall, her imperial robe radiating peerless majesty, her breathtaking beauty veiled beneath an inscrutable expression. Before her stood the civil and military ministers. At their fore stood the 4 grand princes who jointly administered state affairs. Long live her majesty. Like a tidal wave, the ministers prostrated themselves in unison. All were deeply perplexed, for Empress Su Han Yue, who had supposedly been sequestered in profound cultivation for an extended period, had emerged unexpectedly today and summoned the entire court to the sovereign hall without delay. Rise, be seated. Thank your majesty. Once the ministers had regained their feet, Su Han Yu spoke calmly. Today, I declare a matter of imperial decree. From this day forth, Xiao Han, the heir of Prince Xiao, is formally enfeoffed as the imperial consort of the Han Yu imperial dynasty. A thunderclap of silence followed her words. Instantly, astonishment erupted across the court. Every minister stood petrified. The 3 grand princes froze mid-breath. Even Prince Xiao, the demon-subduing prince, stood dumbstruck. An imperial consort, by definition, was the empress's consort. TCH, was her majesty jesting, enfeffing a spoiled idle heir as imperial consort? Since when had the empress and Xiao Han grown intimate? Countless questions surged through the minister's minds, while Prince Xiao himself wrestled with equal confusion. Did that wayward son actually spy on Her Majesty bathing? Observing their stunned expressions, Su Hanyu smiled faintly, then turned her gaze toward Prince Xiao, the demon-subduing prince. Prince Xiao, do you raise no objection? Her tone, though phrased as inquiry, brooked no dissent. I shall become your daughter-in-law. Dare you refuse? Coming to his senses, Prince Xiao offered Su Hanyu a knowing, warm smile. Your Majesty's boundless grace overwhelms us. What virtue does my unworthy son possess? Ah, this moves me deeply. I consent. He theatrically squeezed out a few tears, feigning profound gratitude. Ahem, Prince Xiao, what say you to the wedding between His Highness Xiao Han and Her Majesty? Entirely at your Majesty's discretion. Without hesitation, Prince Xiao deferred the matter entirely to the Empress, though he could not fathom why she had made this sudden proclamation. Marrying the Empress to his son seemed on balance a most advantageous alliance. As for Xiao Han, if he refused, Prince Xiao even mused quite seriously that breaking his son's legs might be warranted,